Chapter 751, Bloodthirsty Blade. Time flies, and 10,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. Rustle. Deep in Bai Donglin's consciousness. In the nebula of his thoughts. There came the sound of rustling leaves. It was a crystal clear, dreamlike towering tree that looked like it was carved from crystal. It stood in the center of the vortex of thought. Endless spots of thought, like stars, gathered into a vast sea of stars, surrounding the giant crystal tree. The tree of ultimate fantasy. This scene is extremely gorgeous and dazzling. A tiny figure sat cross-legged under the tree, the vertical lines between his eyebrows sparkling with purple gold light. His closed eyes faintly emitting silver-white light. His face expressionless. Yet one could still feel his extreme indifference and rationality. Rustle. A branch of the tree of final illusion suddenly trembled violently, and a gorgeous flower bud emerged from between the crystal leaves, stretched out and bloomed, but withered and died in an instant, leaving behind a small fruit, the surface of which sparkled with 13 kinds of colorful divine lights. The essence of the entire giant tree seemed to be converging towards this fruit. The fruit expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was ripe a moment later. A halo formed by 13 rays of divine light wrapped the round fruit in the center. In each halo, countless figures emerged, and on the thousands of faces, all kinds of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness were performed. The result of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 109th one. Bai Donglin's admiration floated through his mind, and an invisible big hand reached out, picked the fruit, and stuffed it directly into the mouth of his ego consciousness. There was no need to chew it. A strange and gentle power had already been integrated into his consciousness. The ego consciousness, nourished by the tonic, suddenly became a little stronger. The joy that went straight to the heart made Bai Dongling close his eyes comfortably. It's really good stuff. But the yield is too low. There's not enough to eat. Bai Dongling smacked his lips, looking unsatisfied. The fact that the 7 emotions and 6 desires fruit was gestating slowly should be greatly improved after his clone completed gestating the god and forging the demon again. Has Jiuyu finally swallowed up all the debris of the universe? Sensing the information from the clone, Bai Dongling's eyebrows moved, and his figure instantly disappeared from the imperial throne. The wreckage of the heavens was distorted for a while, and it was replaced by the deity. Below the body, Jiuyu, who was proudly seeking credit, was completely unaware of this change. Boss, how is it? Jiuyu is very powerful, right? Look, this batch of energy crystals is more. Jiuyu is so angry that it has passed for more than 10,000 years. This is already the wreckage of the third parties it devoured. It misses the taste of the mysterious crystal. Well, Jiuyu has worked hard to you. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, and the surrounding space and time suddenly froze, and returned to normal a moment later. His eyes were shining with golden light, and his body was shining with divine light. An astonishing number of energy crystals had been completely swallowed by him. Comfortable. Here. This is your reward. I hope you won't slack off, but keep up the good work and create more glories. With a big hand wave, the crystal of the rush came out, caught by Jiuyu, and incorporated into the flower heart. Thank you, boss. Jiuyu went to devour the crystal with satisfaction, and Bai Donglin was picked, attracted by the sound from the body. Master, master, I can't eat anymore. I really can't eat anymore. I'm about to explode. Inside the furnace of the heavens, there were painful howls coming from weeping blood. The vast space inside the furnace was occupied by ancient artifacts with terrifying auras. Endless hot divine fire condensed into thick chains that suppressed the restless ancient artifacts. Is this your limit? Really? It's useless even if I give you a chance. Bai Donglin shook his head and sighed. He also sensed that Qishua's condition was not good at the moment. It was not Qishua's fault. It was because his hand was too shocking. Last time, there were more than 100,011 in dark disaster strong men. Or he died in the battle between the future and the other banks. Or died directly in his hands. He picked up the rotten ancient artifacts of 10,100,000. Well, each of these tatters, each of which is comparable to Hongmingzhibao, has a complete source. I tried my best. I really tried my best. I have reached my limit. Weeping blood was unbearable. From the beginning of excitement to numbness. In the end, they were only frightened, dense ancient artifacts, as if they couldn't eat it, and it was never swallowing. It was almost dead, and it only devoured 10,000 ancients. Buzz, weeping blood suspended in the center of the oven. Every time a word is said, it will tremble fiercely. The dark handle and the scarlet knife body will be deep and dazzling. And the sharp breaths are fragmented. Come! Let me check you out. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and tears of blood instantly appeared in his palm. Without mobilizing any magical power, he gently slashed forward. Clang! Chant! The long river in space, as if the tofu was fragile, was directly torn away from an endless gap. In this world, only the remains of the heavens were left with the SHL. A flash of red light passed by, and the boundless void covering thousands of true thoughts was directly wiped out, turning into absolute nothingness, and an extremely huge crack was torn in the wall of the heavens. Not good. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed. He had specifically instructed Jiuyao not to suck up the remnants of the heavens, so as to prevent the remaining traces of the Transcendence attack aura from running wild. I didn't expect that crying blood was so powerful. With just one casual blow, it broke the critical point of the wreckage of the heavens and began to shatter and disintegrate. He didn't want to try the traces of this strange and terrifying aura. Stuff Jiuyao's weeping blood into the world of HL, where it will perish on its own and be resurrected in the wreckage of the other distant heavens. Kuya and his companions have completed the task he assigned them. With the help of the Lingzhu base point, they can freely travel between the various wreckages. He has become so powerful after only devouring 10,000 ancient artifacts. If he continues to devour endlessly, Shishua, you have a bright future. But don't be ungrateful. Buzz, Shishua, who was tightly held by Bai Donglin, couldn't help but tremble when he heard these words. Then the blade twisted and turned into a fat, pink, and dull-eyed strange creature. Ababa. SpongeBob. Let's go! Shut up. Bai Donglin's mouth twitched, and he slapped Patrick away. Patrick, who was out of his control, suddenly underwent a terrible change. His body swelled wildly. His pink body turned scarlet, blood dripping, and under his body were endless white sharp teeth. In the center of the tentacles was an unfathomable black hole. Roar! At this time, the stars have stretched to 1 trillion light years, and the strange roar was screaming. Endless sharp teeth were twisted, and the void was annihilated. Countless sun and moon stars. Come back. You want to be beaten. Huh? Bai Donglin looked displeased. This guy Chishu had dared to snatch food from his mouth. He really didn't know how to live or die. Een. Weeping blood could not violate Bai Donglin's order, and a sorrow grievances returned into a scarlet long sword, and returned to the big hand obediently. Don't worry. I'm still waiting for you to fight the enemy with me. How could I easily hurt you? Clang. The crying blood knife was twisted and changed, and the light and shadow flickered, turning a 9 fluffy tails, with the pointed ears hidden in the hair, and the extremely stunning woman, tightly lying in Bai Donglin's arms, warm and soft, and fragrance. Oh! Thank you for your pity. Master, Daji has no way to repay you, so she can only... Stop! Shishua, don't be silly. Remember you are just a knife. Bai Donglin was speechless. He raised his hand and pinched Daji's slender neck. With a slight shock, he forced it to become a blade. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, as he sensed the blood sweeping inside and outside again and again. It has indeed reached the limit of what can be endured. The weeping knife body is strong to the limit. This powerful force makes it unable to control it perfectly. And then add the slightest. There is a possibility of power to run away. Shishua, the power you have now is among the top ones in the 11 realms. Unfortunately, this power and realm are not strong enough. Especially the self-consciousness and endless personality, which have not improved Curaçao's consciousness at all. This is also the reason why you can't continue to devour ancient artifacts. To put it bluntly, the realm is a bit off. Although the material of the Taoist soldiers is strong, they still follow logical laws, and cannot ignore the endless devouring of ancient artifacts by the realm. After all, not everyone can. Like him, invincible perverted consciousness is enough to control all the surge in power. Een. Weeping blood buzzed and agreed with Bai Donglin's statement. Let me try it. See if you can help you. As soon as he thought about it, the enhanced energy that was constantly generated by the backlash of the long river of time and space in his body no longer condensed into crystals, but directly poured into Chishua's body, like the backflow of the Milky Way. Vast and boundless, strengthening energy is like a panacea, and it is a great tonic for all living things. Chishua belongs to the Taoist soldier clan, so it is naturally a living being too, just more special. Effective. Bai Dong's eyes flashed slightly. and he clearly felt that the essence of crying blood was changing, and the power of the endownship gradually stabilized. This is the supreme treasure of the awareness of the practice. And my practice experience? So cherish. This is the baby who even exists on the other side. Hee. Sheepyu. Bai Donglin is never stingy with his own people, and all his complicated insights are imprinted in his tearful memory. Namo Amidba. The crying blood knife was twisted and turned into a Buddha of the Dri Rulai. This is one of the personality that is measured by it. The golden body of the Weishur Buddha, suppressing the world, and the endless golden Buddha light, dispel the void darkness. The guy of weeping blood is really unique. Maybe it can grow to an expected height. Bai Donglin silently sensed the changes in Chishua's body, with expectation flashing in his eyes. It seemed that his tentative experiment had created a very extraordinary monster. When Chishua woke up from his enlightenment, Bai Donglin stuffed it back into the furnace of the heavens and left behind a large amount of enhanced energy crystals. Chishua, work hard and swallow all these ancient artifacts for me. You, don't be so ungrateful for what you have. Watching Joyo began to swallow the wreckage of the heavens honestly, Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction, then cut off the avatar, and returned to the ancient Tinxianyu. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard the sound of Gonkuin from outside the hall. Your Honor, the final shore, the seventh saint, wants to see you. What do you want to see? Get out of here. Boom. A large hole was shot through the towering palace door. You are Bai Donglin. It's so domineering. The final shore. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, looking gloomy and deep, and the figure of the seventh saint was reflected in his dark pupils. She looks pretty good. A bit better than Chishua. Cough cough. And even better than Daji. Chapter 752. There is always someone better. Saint! Saint! You can't do that. This Lord is the master of all the universes in all realms and time and space. And you must not offend him. Saint, please apologize to him quickly. He has a broad mind, and will definitely not treat you the same way. Qian Kun's robes were soaked with cold sweat, and he crawled into the hall with a look of panic on his face. While he was urgently giving advice, he glanced at Bai Donglin, who had an indifferent expression on the throne, and the three puppets placed on the armrests. These are Qian Yuanzi and others, his ancestors. More than 10,000 years have passed. The puppet that Bai Donglin played with from time to time has developed a crystal-clear patina. The lifelike puppet, with its terrified and distorted expression, makes people feel cold in their hearts when they see it. What the H.L. is this Lord of the Universe? Humph! This saint has never heard of such a person in Taihao. Qian Kun, you are the current head of the Qian family, but you are a slave here. You are such a waste. If it weren't for Qian Yuanzi's dedication to me, I would kill you right now. Roll. The seventh saint's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and her charming and beautiful eyes revealed a ferocious and tyrannical intention. She uttered the word "get out," and ripples were created in time and space, and Qiankuan was violently rolled up and thrown to the end of the sky. Ah! Lord Bai, please show mercy. Qiankuan could not help himself. The vague sound of desire gradually faded away. He now had only one thought in his mind, that the ancestors of the Qian family were really finished this time. He thought that as time went by and the adult's anger subsided, the ancestors would one day see the light of day again. However, he did not expect that the seventh saint from the final other side would intervene and completely shatter his expectations. Beneath Bai Donglin's gentle and elegant appearance, he is deeply indifferent, ruthless and cruel. He knows this very well. Boy, I don't care who you are. Release Qian Yuanzi and the others immediately. When the seventh saint lady saw the miserable state of Qian Yuanzi and the other two, a terrible aura suddenly emanated from her body, carrying with her a burning and overbearing will, which annihilated the void and poured towards Bai Donglin. Let him go. Then follow me to the final shore and await judgment. From the moment the seventh saint lady appeared to the moment she messed up everything, Bai Donglin sat firmly on the throne from beginning to end, his expression composed and calm. The terrifying aura that spread to the front of him, destroying the void, disappeared in an instant, without even a hair of his head being touched. Upon seeing this, the seventh saint's pupils shrank slightly, and her arrogant and domineering attitude subsided a little. I heard that in the end, there were 10 gods and sages on the other side. After seeing him today, he is just like that. He is just a child spoiled by his parents. Bai Donglin spoke in a light tone, as if he was stating some fact, but the sarcasm revealed silently was even more stinging. You. The seventh saint was furious. She had never been treated with such contempt and insult before. Her impression of Bai Donglin had reached the bottom. You what? Bai Donglin slowly stood up and walked down the majestic imperial throne step by step. Every step seemed to step on the depths of the seventh saint's soul. The terrible feeling of oppression made time and space scream and wail and retreat. The seventh saint. Right? Tell me. Your name. In his opinion, the seventh saint was nothing but a foolish woman who was arrogant, shallow and ignorant. She didn't know anything about him, and didn't bother to find out the details. She just rashly walked up to him. It's like he has never died. Although they are quite powerful, their intelligence and scheming are not as good as Qian Yuanzi and others. They have lived a useless life for a long time. In essence, they are just beautiful flowers that grow up in a greenhouse relying on their talents. If they leave the comfortable environment and are exposed to the slightest wind and rain, they will wither and die. Bai Donglin looked down, and their eyes met. That deep, dark gaze made the seventh saint stand there in a daze, her consciousness falling into a trance. My real name is Huang Nan, and I am the seventh saint girl under the command of the other side. Buzz! A dull buzzing sound suddenly resounded from the depths of Huang Nan's mind, and an ancient and vast bronze mirror appeared above his eyebrows, flashing with brilliant divine light, blocking out Bai Donglin's downcast gaze. Huang Nan's consciousness shuddered, and he came back to his senses in an instant, revealing a look of anger. The endless power in his body began to boil over, and he clenched his palms, and the wheels of the sun and the moon emerged, slashing directly towards Bai Donglin, with a sharp and fierce intention, rotating and cutting everything along the way. How dare you confuse my consciousness? You are seeking death. Bai Donglin was speechless. If he did it on purpose, how could a mere ancient bronze mirror escape his means? It was Huang Nan. That stupid woman. She was so rash as to look him in the eye. And as a result, she was outskilled, and was directly crushed by the fluctuations of consciousness that he inadvertently emitted. Huang Nan. In the end, the other side gave you a lot of skills, but it didn't teach you how to behave in the world. Today, I will teach you a good lesson about what it means that there is always someone better than you. Bai Donglin slowly stretched out his palm, and he was the first to arrive. His 2 fingers spanned time and space, clamping the extremely sharp wheels of the sun and moon tightly, preventing them from moving forward even an inch. Snap! With a slight tremor of his fingertips, the smooth surface of the sun and moon wheel was instantly covered with cracks, and an ancient artifact was scrapped. What? Huang Nan's heart was horrified. His brows were tingling, and his heart and spiritual consciousness were drowned by the shadow of death. The body was stagnant in the same place. The next moment, a long and powerful palm had been pinched on her warm neck like white jade. Tin-colored divine light flowed out, covering and lingering on Huang Nan's body, completely sealing and suppressing his power. Even time and space were isolated. The source of existence was eternally solidified in the world, and the powerful life-saving ability of the 11th realm's roaming time was taken away. Do you know how weak you are? Bai Donglin murmured in a low voice. Although Huang Nan was a little stupid, but she could sit on the position of the saint, so her strength was definitely not weak, and she also had many treasures. Without the double-digit 11th realm, it was estimated that she would not be able to stay. Unfortunately, who told her unlucky and met him? What do you want to do? After being defeated in one move, Huang Nan forced himself to calm down after a moment of panic. He felt a chill at his heart as Bai Donglin's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, scanned his body. I am the 7th saint. If you touch me, you must be prepared to bear the wrath of the other side. Whether he is outwardly powerful but actually weak, or taking advantage of the situation to pressure others, Huang Nan can't care about so many things now. He just wants to escape safely from the monster in front of him. Of course, I have already made plans. Otherwise, why would I wait for you here for 10,000 years? Wait for me? Are Qian Yuanzi and the other 2 baits? What on earth is this guy planning? Huang Nan's heart sank. Even though she was naive and ignorant of the ways of the world, she could see that she seemed to be tricked. If so, this monster with such terrifying strength probably would not be afraid of the final shore. Bai Donglin didn't care about the turmoil in Huang Nan's heart. He focused on sensing everything inside Huang Nan's body. Every corner and every particle could not escape his observation. After a long time, Huang Nan was looked at thoroughly inside and out. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, his eyes filled with thought. The source of information did not lie to me. The final shore is really special. Chapter 753: A brief discussion on stacking boxes. 10,000 years ago, when the source of information parted with him, it gave him a speck of information. It records some secrets about the eternal other side of the Supreme Being and the differences between the many supreme forces. The other side of eternity, the Supreme Immortal, is the absolute overlord among the heavens, ruling over everything known and unknown. They are very close to the ultimate transcendence, only one realm away. And it is just this tiny realm that has caused countless brilliant minds to sigh in despair throughout the ages and time. There are numerous heavens, almost endless. In each of the heavens, many eternal beyond existences are born. However, those who can transcend are so rare that it may be difficult to even see their figures in the eternal life on the eternal beyond. The dark owl that eroded the heavens, just because he had once seen the back of the transcendent from afar, felt so honored that he could not forget it for a long time, and even lost his face and told a huge lie. From this we can see that it is really difficult, very difficult, and there is almost no hope at all to take that final step towards the other side of eternity. It would be fine if they didn't know there was a way forward, but there is no doubt that the transcendents really exist. So how can they be willing to accept this? When they reach this level, there is nothing else to ask for but the end of everything. Only transcendence, which is the desire in their hearts that can never be dispelled. In the other side of eternity, there is a group of beings who see no hope of a breakthrough, and are unwilling to stay there forever. So they begin to explore in other directions in the hope of bypassing the chasm and reaching a state of transcendence. The ultimate other shore is such a force. Its founders believe that it is too difficult to achieve transcendence through the traditional self-consciousness path. Since the vertical path is blocked, they will develop horizontally, abandoning the pursuit of realm. They instead use their own means to frantically stack strength in an attempt to break the barrier of quality with quantity. The method finally adopted by the other side is stacking boxes, which is also a method often used by such extreme other side existences. Bai Donglin also saw traces of this method on Huang Nan. Through his observation, every particle in Huang Nan's body opened up a small world. Every material particle in the world also opened up a small world. Every particle in the particle world also did the same. And it continued to extend. Huang Nan has already folded the box 10 times, which is the fundamental reason why her power is much stronger even though they are both in the 11th realm. The moment Bai Donglin heard about this from the source of information, he was genuinely shocked. How similar was this to the idea of the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon? No. In terms of quantity, it is even much stronger. After all, whether it is the particles of the physical body or the endless material particles in the world, their number completely crushes the fixed 1 yuan spiritual orifice. For a moment, he doubted himself, wondering if he had taken the wrong path. But then he rejected this idea. The infinite spiritual world was fundamentally different from the world created by particles. After a detailed physical examination of Huang Nan, it was confirmed that his guess was correct. This method of stacking boxes without limits was too crude and low level. The particle world opened up by the 11th realm was only a small world with a narrow space. The existence on the other side was much higher, but it was only a large world within a range of 100 trillion light years. This is completely not on the same level as the world of heavens that his spiritual orifice will open up. The difference is huge. The size of the world is only the most superficial point. The most crucial point is that, from Huang Nan, we learned that those opened up particle worlds do not contain the will of heaven. They are like dead worlds without life. The will of the world, no matter how big or small, is called the will of heaven. Only the infinite and supreme will of the heavens can be called the will of the great way. One of the ideas of the true scripture of conceiving God and forging demon is to merge the body with the Tao, and become the great will of the heavens opened up from the infinite sea of chaos. Bai Donglin also understood why there was no will of heaven in the particle world opened up by Huang Nan. The key to all this lies in him and me. Apart from him, who else can split himself into me infinitely? Without his and my unity, the particle world becomes a dead world with an empty SHL, although it can still give birth to living beings. The power of the world is only extremely weak and can be bestowed on the cultivators. All cultivators will open up their original universe, world, in the 10 realms. This first opened up universe is also the most special universe. It is different from the opened up particle world because the will of the original universe is the will of the cultivator himself. Therefore, all the power of the original creatures nurtured in the original universe, world, can be bestowed upon the cultivators. This is the difference between having the will of heaven to rule the world or not. With the existence of him/me clone, you can choose to make it independent and become your most loyal assistant and hidden backup. You can also choose to open up a particle world and sacrifice yourself to the will of heaven. In this way, you will have one more original universe than ordinary cultivators, and your power will naturally be much stronger. This is also one of the reasons why the strength varies so much in the same realm. In the end, even though there are many boxes stacked, they are essentially incomparable to the scripture of pregnant God and forged demon, whether it's the huge scope of the heavens crushing the universe, or the key of the will of the great way crushing the dead world without will. This undoubtedly shows that I have not taken the wrong path. I am not the same kind of person as those crazy people on the other side. Bai Donglin felt relieved, although he had never lost confidence and faith in his heart. After seeing through the truth, he still felt refreshed. Now that he thought about it, the reason why the source of information reminded him to be careful about the Final Other Shore was not because he suppressed Qin Yuanzi and other peripheral members of the Final Other Shore, but because of his extreme desire for resources, which led the source of information to misunderstand him. I misunderstood that he was also following the path of stacking boxes. In the end, the madmen on the other side were very extreme about the stacking boxes. They could not solve the key to the will of heaven, but wanted to improve their own strength. So they came up with a roundabout way, which was to use endless resources to continuously open up particle worlds to stack boxes, or use them to fill and nourish the dead particle world. When the world becomes stronger, the power bestowed on them will naturally rise. Bai Donglin's behavior of plundering resources on a large scale naturally could not be hidden from the Final Other Shore, whether it was out of a desire for the means of stacking boxes or a fight for resources. The Final Other Shore would sooner or later notice him. Therefore, the life and death of Qian Yuanzi's 3 peripheral members will not become the reason for the other side to be hostile to him. Bai Donglin thinks that the box stacking method is low-level and crude, but the other side regards it as the Bible and a treasure. Except for the 10 sons of gods and saints, and a few core members, peripheral thugs like Qian Yuanzi have no chance of contact with it at all. Without practicing the art of stacking boxes, his status would naturally not be high, and he would be dead if he died. How could he let the other side of eternity take a second look at him? His plundering of resources is the most likely reason to lead to the final other side, and that is why the source of the information reminded him. Everything is cleared up. The source of the information is very confident and follows the traditional route, cultivating self-awareness to achieve a breakthrough in realm and achieve transcendence. Finally, Bai had lost himself in the long years of seeking but failing to obtain, became paranoid and crazy, and began to use the method of stacking boxes, hoping to move forward with no further progress, until he could achieve transcendence. There is another big disadvantage of stacking boxes. In the end, the other side is not like Bai Donglin. There is a spiritual world that can exchange resources on a one-to-one basis. They will only plunder greedily, and will not give back at all. Compared to the danger of devouring the black disaster heavens, it is naturally safer to parasitize in the Taihao heavens. From this, we can see that the existence of the ultimate other shore is not conducive to the growth of Taihao Zutian. Then, the source of information and the final other shore should be hostile to each other, even if there is a black disaster watching from outside. The relationship will definitely not be very good. This is why people with different ideals cannot work together. What exactly do you want to do? Huang Nan was completely panicked. Bai Donglin's gaze was too evil. She seemed like a transparent person in front of him. Moreover, a sneer appeared on his face from time to time, which was extremely eerie and terrifying. What? His thoughts were interrupted. Bai Donglin raised his eyes slightly, and stared at Huang Nan as if he was a dead person. In the end, the other side is Taihao's parasite. In the end, the other side will snatch away the resources that he regards as his own. There is innate hostility between the two. No. Maybe I can still make use of the final shore. These lunatics have accumulated countless resources in their bodies over the endless years. They are like walking heavens. Huang Nan, this arrogant and stupid woman, is still worth living. Bai Donglin's thoughts raced. His eyes flickered. He suppressed the murderous intent in his heart, raised the corners of his mouth, and revealed a sly smile. Hey, what do you think I want to do? You, girl, broke the door of my temple for no reason, not to mention the material loss. How is this different from slapping me in the face? With my temper, it wouldn't be too much to just beat you to death on the spot. A fierce murderous intent was pouring out and spreading. Huang Nan couldn't help but tremble, and his face became paler and paler. However, for the sake of the final shore, I can spare your life, but you can escape the death penalty. But you cannot escape the living crime. Although your strength is not that great, you look good. Well, stay by my side and be a maid serving tea and water. Maid. Maid. Huang Nan felt as if struck by lightning, and his eyes gradually became dull. She is the seventh saint of the other shore. She commands the endless territory. Her words and deeds attract countless powerful people. Inside, she is the creator of countless particle worlds. The countless creatures in each world kneel at the feet of her statue and pray devoutly day and night. But now, this guy actually wanted her to serve tea and water. And might even. What? If you don't want to? Then go and die. Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold. He didn't bother to talk nonsense. He raised his hand and was about to press him to death on the spot. I do. I am willing to be your maid. Chapter 754. The Corrupted Army. Taihao Heavens. The parallel universe numbered GUI 7516. The Dirty Earth battlefield. A great war had just subsided, and the sticky blood cloud and evil spirits and resentment blocked the sky of the filthy land. Rumble. The wind was rising, and the clouds were surging. The dark thunder roared and exploded. The next moment, a smelly bloody rain formed by condensed blood poured down on the filthy land full of evil spirits. What meets the eye is a sea of corpses piled up layer upon layer, reaching a height of 1,000,000 miles above the sky. Countless mutilated corpses with hideous and unwilling faces are washed by the blood rain like a knife. The flesh and blood turn into mud, mixed with blood and water, flowing and spreading wantonly. Call out. A golden warship covered with inscriptions leapt from the starry sky and hovered in the clouds. The extremely violent black thunder kept striking the hull, but it couldn't even break through the defensive barrier. This is a warship belonging to the military. It is of the 9th grade and cannot be broken without the power of gods and demons. The power of thunder and lightning from heaven and earth is too small. Drop. The small domain of the coordinates is. The entire battlefield has been scanned, covering an area of 9.7 billion square kilometers. No surviving friendly forces have been found, and no traces of black disaster have been found. The cleaning conditions are met. Do you want to start cleaning? The electronic sounds of cold machinery echoed in the battleship's command room. The black armored figures sitting inside all had numb expressions, as if they were already accustomed to the tragic scenes on the battlefield below. Implement. Yes. Cleaning begins. Following the commander's order, the golden warship twisted slightly, and the next moment, a brilliant beam of light condensed from Sanskrit shot out and instantly sank into the sea of corpses below. Wherever the light column passed, the sound of Buddha could be heard faintly. Boom! Endless golden light burst out from the depths of the sea of corpses. The light and heat formed an expanding golden sphere. A compassionate figure of Buddha rose slowly in the golden light, and its towering golden body broke through the dark clouds. Amitabha! The blood in the sea of blood seemed to have turned into fuel oil, and was ignited by the golden light. Countless corpses, whether from the black disaster or the black prison army soldiers, were turned into nothingness under the burning of the golden flames. Ah! Roar! 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 There was a vague and terrifying figure, rolling and roaring in the sea of fire, screaming in pain, and the sound gradually became weaker until it completely dissipated. Ding! Cleaning is complete. The sea of blood, the mountain of corpses, the dark clouds of resentment, all vanished, and the rays of sunlight slowly shone down, covering the pitch-black scorched earth with a layer of brilliant golden veil. Hey, sir! I didn't expect that this small battlefield in the barbarian mountains almost gave birth to a great demon. It's really rare. Today's cleansing mission was completed, and no powerful black disaster master who faked his death was encountered. The silent atmosphere in the command room became a little more relaxed. Haha, little prince. You have only been in service for a short time, and you have seen too little. What is a big demon that has just taken shape? Under the illumination of the Transcendence and Annihilation Canon, all the evil spirits will be turned into ashes. Hee hee. Captain Nyoma is right. I am making too much of a fuss. Nyoma nodded with satisfaction, expressing his approval of the attitude of Xiao Wang's new recruit. Then he turned around and bowed to the sturdy man in red armor on the platform. Lord Chongwan, we have completed all the tasks assigned by the army. What do you think? His tone was extremely respectful and humble, revealing the true nature of a seasoned veteran. Oh, it's boring. Chongwan seemed not to have heard anything. His eyes were dull and lifeless. He sighed and habitually raised his hand to take a few gulps of the liquor. This general has been on the battlefield for a long time and has fought hundreds of battles. I have killed many black disasters every time. I didn't expect that I would be framed by a traitor. Not only did I lose my official position, But I was also sent to this ridiculous purge unit. I have to hang out with you little brats all day long. Gurgle. 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 I have talent, but my talent is not recognized. I have talent, but my talent is not recognized. The people below could only smile awkwardly after hearing this, not daring to express any dissatisfaction. They had gotten used to it during this period of time. Chong-won had suffered a great injustice, and he would not give up unless he complained dozens of times a day. If they approached him and started a conversation, he would certainly chatter on and on about his past great achievements, and it would take him 8 or 9 days to finish. They were all in a hurry to get off work and return to the barracks to relax, so they could only pretend that they didn't hear anything. If I meet a big demon, I can stretch my muscles. But what a pity. Chong-won shook his head and sighed, gulped down a glass of liquor, then controlled the intelligent computer and began to perform a void jump, returning to the Black Prison Army base camp. Battlefield cleansing troops are standard equipment for every army. Their duties are very simple, and they are only responsible for dealing with the corpses, resentful spirits, and evil thoughts left on the battlefield. The wars that broke out with the Black Disaster were all large-scale, with countless soldiers deployed by both sides, even if it was just a small corner of the battlefield, like this small area in the Barbarian Mountains. The corpses left behind by the armies of both sides exceeded tens of millions. Such a huge number of corpses and extremely strong evil spirits and resentment gathered here, mixed with the weird Black Disaster corpses. This is undoubtedly the best breeding ground for all kinds of evil monsters and demons. And there is a great probability of breeding a 10th level demon. The task of the cleansing troops is very simple. They only need to jump to the location of the coordinates and fire a single shot of the Transcendence and Annihilation Cannon, excluding the extremely low probability of encountering the Black Disaster and the Great Demon. This is considered a sinecure. No wonder Chong-won is full of complaints. It is natural that a simple mission cannot achieve great merit. How can one obtain rare treasures without military merit? This is not beneficial to cultivation. No! The general, cannot sink into such depravity. I will go to see the prison master and ask him to transfer me back to the main combat unit. As soon as the Golden Warship leapt to the Black Prison Army's base camp, Chong-won left his subordinates behind and hurried away without looking back. After passing through many checkpoints, he entered the huge black tower in the center of the fortress. Your subordinate Chong-won pays homage to the prison master. With his current status, he was not qualified to meet the supreme commander of the Black Prison Army, but his previous status was not low. He had even been the captain of the prison lord's personal guard. After selling some favors, he finally got an opportunity. What is it? Above the majestic throne, there was a dark mist lingering. An indifferent scarlet gaze looked down at Chong-won, who was kneeling on the ground. Prison master, please help me. That bastardly you framed my subordinates. Chong-won, don't play these little tricks in front of me. The prison warden had a gloomy look in his eyes, and directly interrupted Chong-won's wailing. He knew exactly who was right, and who was wrong in the so-called frame-up. In order to snatch the 10th-rank Black Disaster corpse from Liu, Chong-won launched a sneak attack when the two armies were fighting, and also wanted to kill people to silence them. Such an extremely heinous behavior does not need to be brought to a military court, and he can be shot on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that Chong-won was once his personal guard captain and both of them were from the prison clan, he wouldn't have bothered to protect him and transferred him to the cleansing unit. This has already made many people dissatisfied. After all, Liu, that little guy, has a very good relationship with people. Sir, Chong-won knows he was wrong. Please give me another chance. Chong-won stopped pretending and kowtowed and begged. He had had enough of the purged troops that did not bring any benefits at all. Although they were there to condense the battlefield, the valuable treasures and materials had already been looted by the advanced troops, leaving only worthless rotten meat. Can't you just hold on for a while until the storm has passed? It's only been a few thousand years, and you can't stand it? The warden was speechless. He had important things on his mind and was very upset. How could he care about these trivial matters? Prison master. The void was rippling, and a blurry figure slowly appeared. The light was distorted and avoided his body, and only an empty darkness could be seen. The prison warden frowned. His trusted military advisor would not normally show up in front of outsiders. He must have something important to tell you when he came out at this time. Aren't you worried about paying tribute? The vague voice could not be distinguished between male and female, and its source could not be sensed. It seemed to appear out of thin air in my mind. Chong-won's figure froze, and he lay obediently on the ground, pretending he heard nothing. Oh, Yes. We were doing well in the Howling Abyss. We were getting a lot of resources. If we could keep going, it would be enough to complete the requirements. The Howling Abyss is very special. It exists because of the corpse of the true Lord Yuanmi. The most important thing is that the Book of Yinsu is hidden in this corpse. Therefore, it attracts many powerful Black Disaster Masters to gather together, causing the battlefield to continue to be in a state of corruption. Frequent battles meant that the prison master, as the commander, could make a fortune. The corpses of the Black Disaster, the magic weapons and supplies they carried, the relics of the fallen soldiers, and the military supplies that were continuously sent from the rear. The quantity of these things is extremely huge. The prison lord only needs to embezzle 20% of them to collect the resources needed for tribute. Unfortunately, the Howling Abyss, which had existed for countless years, suddenly disappeared inexplicably. The Black Prison Army was also assigned to this barren battlefield of the Dirty Land, and the acquisition of resources was greatly reduced. There are many types of battlefields that engage in close combat with the Black Disaster, and the reasons for their formation are influenced by different factors. The invading Black Disaster creatures can be roughly divided into two types. One is the Black Disaster creatures that come from the universe within the bodies of Black Disaster powerhouses, and the other is the creatures directly within the Black Disaster heavens. The Taihao heavens and the many neighboring Black Disaster heavens, the diverging areas of the long river of time and space, are closely intertwined. Due to the symbolic conflict between the two sides, there is an accidental chance of tearing time and space, forming an unstable channel between the two sides. The different strengths of the channels determine the upper limit of the strength of the creatures that descend upon the Black Disaster. The Black Disaster creatures that wreak havoc on the Dirty Land battlefield belong to the latter category. Don't worry, sir. I have a plan that can help you solve your problems. Oh, tell me about it. The prison warden's heart moved. He was now desperate, and even wanted to risk a military court and swallow up the entire army's supplies for 1,000,000 years. He was curious about how the military advisor could fill this hole. This matter has to start with Chongwan. Chongwan's heart moved, and he couldn't help but prick up his ears. Chongwan has always been smart, but this time he fell into the trap of Liu. I couldn't help but get curious, so I hid my body and secretly observed Liu. I didn't know until I saw that Liu was not a simple guy. When he first joined the Black Prison Army, he was just an insignificant ant. In just over 20,000 years, he rose to prominence and reached the 10th realm. According to the archives, Liu volunteered to serve. He was only 1,000 years old when he joined the army. Moreover, after investigation, I found that he did not have any background. He just came from a small and remote place. The only bright spot was that he was close to the third prince of the prisoner bird empire. The sound echoed in the hall, and the ripples wrapped around the light, forming a light curtain, on which was written all kinds of information about Liu, even his wish to resurrect his parents. So what? It's just that the breakthrough speed is faster. The prison warden frowned and shook his head, thinking that the military advisor was making a fuss out of nothing. Liu is from the Cosmic Kingdom under the command of the source of information. The human race in that area will awaken a kind of innate ability when they turn 18. The reason why he broke through so quickly is probably because he awakened some special talent. This situation is very common in the military. Systems that rely on killing to grow, or systems that devour dead energy, can all allow the host to quickly break through the realm. However, at the 10th level, these so-called talents are no longer effective. No matter how strong the talent is, it cannot improve the host's self-consciousness. Instead, it will become a terrible shackle. There was some disdain in the prison master's tone. In his opinion, these creatures who became powerful by relying on their talents were just relying on the gift of the source of information. Its power is superficial, and its potential will be exhausted at the 10th level. It will remain stagnant for a long time in the future, and may even never hope to reach the 11th level. In the end, I could only watch in despair as the people around me, who I had once surpassed, caught up little by little until they were left far behind. Sir, I understand this, but Liu is different. The dark figure rose and fell slightly, and his emotions were in turmoil, as if the shock that Liu had once given him had not yet subsided. What's special about Liu is not only his fast breakthrough speed, but also his extremely strong combat power. The most incredible thing is that although his will has not yet bred a domain, it has already far exceeded the scope of the 6th realm. Nonsense! How can the 10 realms have a domain? Chongwan below rolled his eyes when he heard this. The super god realm is a terrifying power that only those at the 11th level can possess. This is common sense. Moreover, Liu successfully gave birth to 18 clones of me. What did you say? The prison lord stood up suddenly, and a terrifying aura dissipated uncontrollably, making the hall suddenly feel extremely depressing. Are you sure he's my clone? It can't be wrong. I have confirmed it again and again. The Black Shadow spoke with a firm tone. If he was not absolutely sure, how could he dare to give advice so easily? Liu? What secrets are you hiding? The prison master murmured in a low voice, his thoughts in turmoil. He was sure that Liu was just an ordinary human, not an alien with the ability to clone himself. So there was only one possibility. Liu's treasured book for cultivating consciousness is of extremely high quality. Do you want me to take away Liu's inheritance? The prison master spoke in a deep voice. His eyes flickered, and he was already somewhat moved. That's right. A treasure book that can easily cultivate his, or my clone, is of inestimable value. In the end, those adults on the other side will definitely be very satisfied. Although the other side finally chose to stack boxes, and did not pursue a breakthrough in self-consciousness. That was the eternal other side. If the 11th realm wanted to set foot on the other side, it still required the cultivation of consciousness. This kind of treasure book of cultivation consciousness is naturally not lacking in the ultimate other side, as the supreme force, but Liu's inheritance is different. How to continuously cultivate his, or my clones, is an area that everyone in the ultimate other side has been exploring. And the existence of the other side is no exception. With each additional clone of him or her, the particle universe opened up in the body can be transformed into the original universe. This does not conflict with the root of stacking boxes, but rather complements each other. Sir, as long as you can hand over this mysterious inheritance to the final other shore, let alone the routine tribute, it won't be difficult for you to become the next son of God. Son of God. This is not only an improvement in status and position, but also the method of opening up the infinite world that one has always dreamed of. The Domain Lord, a peripheral member of the final other shore, suddenly felt greedy. Very good. Military advisor. You have done a great job this time. It is my duty to share your worries, my lord. However, the dark figure seemed a little shy and hesitant. Don't worry. When you get the inheritance, you can watch it together with this army leader. Thank you, sir. Having achieved his goal, the dark figure suddenly felt relieved. It was not that he did not want to eat alone, but Liu was too strong. If a real fight came up, he, who was only good at hiding, would definitely not be the opponent. The final shore? Liu has a big secret? Is he an IA clone? Chongwan below was completely stunned, his face covered with cold sweat. He didn't expect that the prison master was actually an outer member of the final other shore. And he also heard their plan. Could it be that he wanted to kill him to silence him? Damn it. I don't want to listen to it at all. His heart suddenly felt cold, as he sensed that the prison master's gaze had fallen on him. Master, prison master. I heard nothing and know nothing. Please don't bother me. I will cut off my memory right now. Chongwan's face was pale, and as he spoke, he pointed a finger at his forehead. Halfway through, he found that he could not move at all. Don't worry, Chongwan. I have always treated you well. This time it is time for you to repay me. Liu is a strong man in the 10th realm, with the reputation of a desperate man. For the sake of military merit, he slaughtered the black disasters on the battlefield without fear of life and death, and repeatedly made remarkable achievements. Now he is a general, and his status is only second to him. Moreover, because he knows how to handle things, he is very popular in the Black Prison Army. He cannot die in such an unclear manner. Otherwise, there will be unrest in the army, and even lead to an investigation and questioning by a military court. The heavens are too vast, apart from the supreme forces that exist in the other side. The forces at a weaker level below them are endless. Once there are too many complex forces, it becomes very troublesome to govern them. The military, which is composed of various forces and creatures from all walks of life, is even more difficult to govern. The prison chief dared to embezzle military supplies on a large scale. This was not an isolated case, but a phenomenon that existed in most armies. The complex composition of the military is one of the reasons for this situation. Another important factor is the world's main theme of the strong are respected, and the strong decide everything. In the war with Black Disaster, the outcome is not decided by the military relying on numbers, but by the strongest group of people. Because it is not important, it is not taken seriously, and no effort is made to manage it, which naturally leads to bad atmosphere in the army. The value of the military's existence is to deal with the small-scale black disaster battlefields that appear from time to time in various parts of the heavens. Endless soldiers can effectively suppress the invasion of the black disaster army. There is another hidden point, which is perhaps the most important reason. The fighting between the military and the black disaster can constantly catalyze the emergence of strong people, and the strong will always be strong. Military merits can be used to tilt resources towards the geniuses, which is still the old routine of survival of the fittest. The supreme power in the heavens would naturally not sit idly by and allow the military to become completely corrupt. So they established a military court to monitor the military. However, faced with such a large and complex army, the military court cannot cover everything, and it is common for it to be obscured from view. However, with the military court in control of the general direction, the leaders of each army at least dare not act recklessly. It is reasonable that there is some darkness in such a large group. The open and covert struggles are also a test for the geniuses. Prison Lord Chungwan looked horrified. It was over. They were going to use him as a scapegoat to silence you, and also to give an explanation to the military court. Military advisor. I have no grudge against you. How dare you? You bastard. Harm me. The prison warden's indifferent look immediately made Chungwan's heart chill. In despair, he could not help but be filled with resentment towards the military advisor. This beast had been planning on him from the beginning. So he told everything in front of him. So that's how it is. He was able to meet the prison warden so easily this time. It must be the military advisor who was behind the scenes, making him fall into the trap. Chungwan was furious, but it was too late to regret. Chungwan, don't blame me. In the entire black prison army, you are the only one who has a grudge against the you. A good guy. The military court is not a fool, and is not so easy to deceive. Haha. Thank you for your hard work. And go on your way with peace of mind. Military advisor. I'll beat you to death. The warden frowned. Chungwan's scolding was really harsh and unpleasant to the ears. In order to prevent him from getting mad and affecting him, he raised his hand and suppressed him in his palm. Sir, Li Yu will be on the front line again in 7 days. That will be a good opportunity for us to take action. I see. The prison master nodded slightly. His eyes were extremely bloodshot, flashing with deep ambitions. I, your subordinate, would like to congratulate the prison master in advance. No. 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 It should be the Son of God. Congratulations. Son of God. Congratulations. Son of God. The military advisor knelt on the ground, speaking in a humble and flattering tone. Son of God? Ha ha ha. The prison warden laughed loudly, and liked the military advisor's words very much. It's a pity that it's not easy to find someone who is so good at flattering. He even hesitated whether to kill him to silence him afterwards. Humph. You ignorant fellow. Are you worthy of sharing the treasure book with him? Chapter 755 Give You 2 Ways. 7 days later. The dirty earth battlefield. The black prison's witchy general mansion. In the dense green forest. In the black jade pavilion. 2 figures sit opposite each other, drinking from their glasses silently. Only the wind is blowing, making the place a little quiet. Brotherly, we are separated today, and I don't know when we will meet again. The prisoner drank the liquor in the cup, and looked at Li Yu, who had a strong breath in front of him, sighed slightly, and there was a little reluctance in his eyes. After fighting side by side for more than 20,000 years, the slight unhappiness between the two had long since disappeared, and now they have become comrades in life and death who can rely on each other. At first, Qiu Anqing might have just been afraid of Bai Donglin's majesty, which was why he took good care of Li Yu. But when Li Yu rose to power and saved his life many times, he had already been conquered by his personal charm. Ha ha ha. Old prisoner. How come you have become so sentimental? You and I both have long lifespans. As long as we don't die, we will meet again someday. Li Yu laughed with his head raised, showing his heroic military spirit. He was completely different from the timid and self-deprecating him in the past. I hope so. Qiu Anqing nodded slightly without commenting. It was true that the lifespan was long. If there were no disasters or catastrophes in the 10 realms, it would not be a problem for them to live through several dying epochs. In the end, they would only die from the extinction of their self-consciousness and infinite loneliness. However, this situation does not apply to those who frequently set foot on the battlefield. The horror of the black disaster is unimaginable to ordinary people. If you are not careful, you will be turned into ashes. At least in the era of Black Plague and cholera. In the spiral arm area where the vortex of the heavens borders the Black Plague, Very few beings can die of natural causes. And only the heavens located in the core area are much safer. By the way, old prisoner, I'd like to ask you to find out more about my master. I wonder if you can find any information about him. Liu put down his wine glass, sat upright, and his expression became solemn. He had developed an instinct that whenever it came to matters related to his master, he must behave with the utmost piety and respect. Brotherly, Qiu Anqing was infected by the atmosphere and also restrained his emotions. With a solemn look, the last time I went back to the prison bird empire, I met the prison dragon patriarch and got some news about the adults from him. My lord, he has left the prison bird empire. More than 10,000 years later, many important figures came to the imperial capital. You can't imagine that they are all from the 4 great dynasties. Terrifying beings who have closed the timeline. Qiu Anqing's eyes were filled with shock. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes, he could guess something from the old ancestor's expression. Seeing so many people from the 11 realms gathered in the small Qionyao imperial capital would definitely be an earth-shaking scene. Huh? Why do they go to the prisoner and bird emperor? Come to find my master's trouble. Li Yu's expression tensed. Although he had only been in contact with his master for a short time, he could see that the other party was lawless and unscrupulous. It was very likely that he would provoke the 4 great immortal dynasties to attack him. Wrong. Brotherly, you want to be bad? Qiu Anqing shook his head slowly, fear in his eyes. Those united people of the fairy dynasty did not come to find adults, but with a humble attitude, came to visit the visit, saying that they wanted to see the adults Taoist Baiyujing. Oh, to be ashamed. My knowledgeable prisoner dragon ancestors were directly worshipped by those worshippers, and it was scared. Any of the strange treasures of them surpassed the entire prisoner a prisoner. If my guess is correct, my lord, he should have taken the 4 great dynasties under his command. What? Li Yu's eyes were rounded. His look was shocked, and he gradually became sighing. And he looked like this. Ha ha ha. As expected of our master, his style is indeed domineering. Really awesome. After saying this, he raised his cup and drank deeply, as if he felt proud of master's heroic act. After a long time, the excitement in the hearts of the two slowly calmed down. It was not that the mood of the 10 realm was too fragile, but that the 4 major immortal dynasties, the silent master, was too appalling. The country's country is the power of the source of information. Just thinking about it, you can tell how magnificent the events behind this are. Li Yu, are you ready to go to the front line again? The prisoner was secretly spoken. The worry flashed in the eyes. The front line was horrible, and each time he stepped on the 9 deaths. And the 10 realm was no exception. Yeah. You know, I have already saved military merits. After this battle, I can resurrected my parents. Li Yu's eyes are complicated with longing, hoping. There is still a little admiration. Brotherly. Actually, you don't have to be so desperate. Why don't you ask an adult to help? With the great power of adults, it must be easy to resurrect your parents in the past. The prisoner was a little unbearable. He was inseparable from Li Yu on the battlefield. He knew how much the other party had paid the price of his military merits. I did not know how many times. And the flesh was exhausted. And he jumped back and forth between life and death. Resurrecting the dead from the past will more or less interfere with the long river of time and space, which is not conducive to the stability of time and space, and may even cause a certain timeline to completely collapse. Therefore, the only purpose of its existence of the time and space administration is to maintain the stability of time and space, eliminate all existence time, and change the established history. However, blocking is worse than easing. If all hope of sentient beings is cut off, things will become worse and worse, and time stowaways will appear frequently. Therefore, the space-time administration has opened a channel. And as long as you pay the price of calming the time and space disturbance caused by the resurrection of the object, you can apply for the resurrection procedure. Having professionals like the space-time administration in charge can minimize the negative impacts on the long river of time and space, while also calming the restlessness of all living beings and giving them a direction to exert their efforts. As for the 11th strong, the space and space administration will have a lot of letting go. As long as it is not too much, it will not interfere delusively. This is the privilege of the strong. Qiu Anqing knew a thing or two about these things, so he spoke out to persuade them that Li Yu's parents were just 2 low-level cultivators, and resurrecting them would cause minimal disturbance to the long river of time and space. For a moment, Li humorous shook his head firmly, and said, Master treats me He is so important. I remember the lungs. But there is no return. I can obviously do this myself. So how dare I trouble him? Old prisoner. I know you are worried about my safety. But if it were you, would you be able to say that? The prisoner was stunned and opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. I cannot. If you do this, I will not be worthy of being a master of master. His old man is good at his heart. Even if he agrees, maybe he will be disappointed? It's me. And I will always look down on such myself. Begging to eat. What is the difference from waste? Liuxian was dazzling, and his tenacity rose to the sky. Hundreds of millions of miles were fragmented, and the hustle and bustle of the wind was silent. So scared to squeak. Brotherly, I made a mistake. The prisoner was secretly returned to God, and he got up for the apology. He finally understood why the adult would accept Liu as a disciple. This seemingly ordinary man has the characteristics that it is difficult for ordinary people to reach. Ha ha ha. Old prisoner. You go back. You can retire from thousands of years ago. But in order to take care of me, you have been on the battlefield for 10,000 years. The general is going to kill the enemy. I wish me good luck. Liu rose. His breath suddenly changed. His eyes were dark and dark, like a fierce spirit like blood, lingering the body. The despair of the endless beings came faintly. General Liu, this battle will win. The prisoner suddenly got up and bowed to salute. At this moment, they were no longer the brothers who spurred the wine, but the subordinates in the army. Ha ha ha. Rest assured. Don't you know me yet? Those cubs in the dark disaster can't take Lao Tzu's life. Liu laughed wildly, his breath becoming increasingly hot and surging. In the distant sky, a dense group of warships leaped over, and on their dark and cold LS, the words Yo-Hu were all engraved. Mother! Father! Wait for me to come back. The baby is here to pick you up. The 10th tier battleship projected a hazy beam of light, pulling Liu into the command room. Then the void was surging, and the warships plunged into the ripples, leaving behind a few afterimages, and their main bodies instantly penetrated deep into the battlefield. Brotherly, everything goes smoothly and returned safely. The prisoner slowly raised his cup, drank, and frowned slightly. Somehow, he suddenly felt the wine in his mouth. Slightly bitter. Kill! Kill! Roar! 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 Generals. 100 million warships. Particles fired together, crushing these dark disasters. Leave them forever on the dirty soil. Whoosh! Boom! Endless extremely heavy particles, filled with supernatural and technological power, cut through the dark void at a terrifying speed of nearly 10,000 times the speed of light. Rules and particles along the way were annihilated one after another. It was like the terrifying power of the Big Bang at the creation of the world. It rose slowly behind the Black Disaster army. Groups of chaotic molten soup that could not be looked directly at burned the weird and terrifying Black Disaster soldiers to ashes, leaving no trace. At the end of the dirty land battlefield, there is a terrifying crack that spans hundreds of millions of light years, like a hideous bloody mouth. This is the space-time channel torn apart by the intersection of the long rivers of time and space in the heavens. The strength of this channel is not high, and it can only support the existence of the 10th realm and below. The only advantage is the endless Black Disaster cannon fodder that can continuously cross the channel. That's why the military dispatched the Black Prison Army to guard this place. With the prison master, who is at the 11th level, guarding the place, there will be no accidents. It's just a trivial trick, not worth mentioning. A sinister sneer came from the space-time channel. The next moment, the space-time channel began to fluctuate extremely unstably. The Black Disaster creatures that were passing through were affected and were immediately strangled to ashes by the power of space-time. Only the creatures of the Black Disaster who have reached the 10th realm will develop wisdom and self-awareness. The rest are cannon fodder, endless, and they will die without any regret. A towering figure slowly squeezed out of the time and space passage. The breath was extremely fierce and fierce. There were 4 heads, 8 arms, and the lower body was twisted and wrapped together. Die! Countless dark rays shot out from numerous pupils, crossing billions of light years of void, destroying extremely heavy particles one after another with extreme precision, and thereby locked the position of the battleship, and rushed away. Snort! Liu was sitting in the command room. When he saw the scene, a cold look appeared in his eyes. The warships of his troops, except for the main ship under him, are all 8th and 9th level. The power they can unleash is naturally not as great as those terrifying warships built in the space-time universe dominated by technology. It is normal for their offensive to be broken by the 10 Realms Black Disaster. High-level warships are hard to come by. Just like the rares in the ancient artifacts. The main combat power in the Dirty Land battlefield still comes from their monks. And warships are only suitable for clearing cannon fodder. You are such a fool. Today, you will be my first military achievement. Li Yu's figure moved, and he disappeared from the main seat. The adjutants below looked calm. As if they were used to it. They just skillfully controlled the intelligent computers, and began to prepare for the next wave of war. After the battleship's combat energy is completely exhausted, they will have to enter the battlefield in person, and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Black Disaster soldiers. Li Yu went alone into the rear of the Black Disaster, and fought with 4 powerful Black Disaster warriors for 300 rounds. He then took their lives. Their deformed and twisted corpses were shrunk by magic and properly put away. All his military exploits had to be saved to revive his parents. So the resources Li Yu needed for his daily practice could only be exchanged for the corpses of these powerful Black Disaster warriors. Yo-hoo! 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 The great general is mighty. The great general shall win forever. Li Yu killed the enemy cleanly and efficiently, which greatly boosted the morale of the army in the rear. They unleashed all the firepower of the last warship and rushed out of the warship in a black mass to fight with the Black Disaster creatures. Naturally, all the credit for the Black Disasters killed by the warships belongs to the warships. If they want to gain military merit in exchange for resources, they can only kill the enemy soldiers with their own hands. Li Yu stood on the battlefield with a stern look. Every time the space-time channel became stable, a large number of Black Disaster creatures would pour in. There would definitely not be only one in the 10 realms. So he naturally could not take it lightly. Huh? Li Yu frowned, and suddenly turned sideways to look into the distance. With a shining light in his eyes, he used his magical powers to see through the maze of the dark void, and saw a towering figure gradually appear. The 10 realms Black Disaster actually sneaked in ahead of time. Looking for a chance to besiege me? Haha. That's a little clever. Before he finished speaking, Li Yu had already stepped out. His figure flashed, and he took the initiative to step forward and enter the dimensional layer where the Black Disaster was hidden. Die! Holding the double-edged Fang Tian Huoji, Li Yu leaped forward and slashed fiercely. The terrifying destructive power was poured into He Zai's body without a trace left. When a cultivator reaches the 10th level, there is no longer any small level division from 1 to 9. Because when the cultivator reaches this level, he has surpassed gods and demons. And his strength is so powerful and vast that it is impossible to divide him into detailed and accurate levels. Among the countless living beings, due to various factors, the strength of the same realm varies greatly. Bai Donglin is one of the best among them. It is meaningless to subdivide the realms. In short, it is not unimaginable for a strong person in the same realm to kill a weak person in seconds. Li Yu rushed directly into the ambush circle of He Zai. He was obviously very confident in his own strength, with many clones as backup. He was not afraid of crisis, at least when facing the existence of the same realm. The Black Disaster, with a hideous and terrifying appearance and a ferocious aura, was hit in the body by a halberd. Instead of the expected blood and flesh flying everywhere, it turned into light particles and dispersed in a violent twist, revealing a human figure in the core. This is... Li Yu's pupil shrank suddenly. Without time to think, he turned around and ran. After taking just 2 steps, he stopped where he was. Looking around, this was not a dimensional interlayer at all, but a complex and huge mysterious formation that severed time and space and blocked all his escape routes. Li Yu? Ahem. Help me. The miserable figure trapped in the Black Disaster phantom was actually Cheng Wan, with whom he had had a conflict. He saw Li Yu, forced himself to cheer up, and shouted for help. Damn it! I was tricked. Li Yu ignored the big fool Cheng Wan. His mind was full of thoughts as he analyzed various possibilities, trying to find out who wanted to harm him. The only one in the Black Prison Army who can trap me is that man. Prison Master. Why don't you come out and see me? Li Yu frowned and shouted coldly. He didn't know much about the Prison Master and had not met him many times. He just learned through various channels that this person had a morbid possessiveness of various resources and even dared to embezzle 20% of military supplies. Bang bang bang. Li Yu is worthy of being the youngest general in the history of the Black Prison Army. Not only is his strength extraordinary, but his brain is also exceptionally smart. The void was rippling, and the boundless formation diagram was flashing with divine light, holding up the Prison Master who was stroking his hands, and slowly landed in front of Li Yu. Master, what do you mean? The battle with the Black Disaster is going on in full swing outside. And I, a great general, cannot leave for too long. Li Yu felt something was wrong. And while thinking about a solution, he slowly spoke with a veiled reminder, implying that the military court's inspectors were watching everything. Li Yu, I will not beat around the bush with you. I will give you two choices. The prison warden had an indifferent expression, looking at Li Yu as if he were an ant. If he had not been worried about the loss of the treasure book, he would have taken rude action long ago. First, tell me the manual on cultivating the self-consciousness in your memory without any error, and I will leave you with an intact body. Second, under the torture of this prison master, you can neither live nor die, and you will have to hand over the inheritance obediently in the end. The prison master spoke with a firm tone, full of the confidence of a strong man. In front of the 11th realm, the weak would not even have the chance to commit suicide. Even if they die completely, the opponent could reverse time and space and try again. It can be said that it is truly a situation where one cannot live or die. Master, what did you say? I don't quite understand. I cultivated the inheritance of my own consciousness by exchanging my military merits. It is just a 4th-level secret book that is everywhere. If you really want it, I can help you get another one privately. Li Yu argued calmly, but there was a storm in his heart. He knew clearly how precious and powerful the intention passed down to him by his master was. It was not only because of the system's covetousness, but also because of his powerful consciousness that far surpassed that of his peers, and the many clones he had cultivated. Therefore, he had been very careful and low-key in his practice all along, and even spent his military merits to buy an ordinary secret book to cover it up. When was it exposed? This prison master doesn't have the time to play around with you. Fine. Then I'll assume that you've chosen this second path. The prison master looked indifferent, with a faint red light flashing in his eyes. Master, are you sure you want to do this? Have you considered the consequences? Do you want to be court-martialed? Li Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, concentrated his mind, and shouted coldly. The 11th realm gave him a great sense of oppression, but he was still able to speak clearly, all relying on his strong consciousness to support him. What does the military court have to do with me? This prison master has never seen you before. The one who killed Li Yu is Chong Wan. The prison master sneered in his eyes, slowly stretched out his finger, blocked all time and space, and pointed at Li Yu's forehead. Prison master, I choose your mother. Want the treasure book? Maybe in the next life. Li Yu's eyes turned red, and he exploded, completely returning to nothingness. Chapter 756 3 Golden Hairs. In the Kobo star field, Valgada is a well-known gambling star, while Garda is a local language, which means luck to care for you. But this is just a good wish. Toulon City, as the first gambling city in Valgada, covers a vast area of 1 million square kilometers. Its core area is naturally home to the most popular gambling game among gamblers, the yin-yang life and death diagram. This is a Tai Chi Bagua diagram condensed from non-spiritual particles, floating in the center of the hall. It is surrounded by red-faced gamblers, holding their lives and fortunes in their hands in the hope of turning things around. Everyone, please start placing your bets. With a command, the Tai Chi diagram led the surrounding Bagua symbols to begin to rotate rapidly, and it could rotate hundreds of millions of times with every breath. The special material eliminated all cheating methods, and even the rules of fate could not be interfered with. The rules are very simple. When the Tai Chi diagram is still, if you press the Bagua symbol corresponding to the yin and yang extreme points, that is, the hexagram, you can get compensation. Yangli San, Yinji Kanliu, Inji Kunba. Under the Tai Chi diagram, the gamblers were excited and threw out rare treasures one after another. Some who had nothing even cut off their own heads, pulled out their souls, and pressed them on the gambling table. If they lost, they would have to work like slaves for the casino and be slaves for the rest of their lives. The whiff of blood stimulated the gamblers to become even more crazy, and their reason was gradually lost under the greed and desire. Anode Wing 5. Cathode Shock 4. As the faint voice fell, the hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at the calm young man with surprised eyes. Although this method of betting has the highest odds, the probability of satisfying both hexagrams at the same time is extremely low, and few people would do such a stupid thing to get something for nothing. You are really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. If you are so reckless, you won't even know how you died. The old gamblers shook their heads with sarcasm in their eyes, waiting to see the young man's frustrated and regretful look. Countless soldiers fought desperately on the front lines, and were finally buried in a foreign land. Are these the bastards they were protecting? Liu sighed to himself, knowing that these things were unavoidable. The heavens were too vast, and there were always dark places. The people they were protecting were not the people in front of them. The gamblers were just protected by the shadow. These people, when the 10,000-year period comes, will also have to serve on the front lines. Now they choose to lie down and degenerate, perhaps to escape the cruel reality. It is not a loss to spend 10,000 years in a drunken stupor. This is what many people think. The black disaster is too terrifying, and they are already afraid before the battle even begins. Buy it and leave it. Drive. Hexagram. Positive pole wing 5. Negative pole shock 4. Wow. The gamblers were all horrified. Even the dealer looked strange. And they all looked straight at Liu. But they only saw calmness on his face. Suddenly, Liu's pupils shrank sharply, and a look of shock and anger appeared on his face. Buzz. Time and space rippled slightly, and then completely froze. A blurry figure stepped out from nothingness. Time moved for him, and the entire planet of Valgata fell into absolute stagnation. He and I are a double. How enviable. Haha. But don't worry. This supreme treasure will soon belong to this prison master. General Liu. Don't you agree? Liu had a gloomy expression. He was not the original body, and the one killing the enemy on the front line was not the original body either. But they were all in the parallel universe of EP751, in the same time and space, and their memories were always interconnected. Just now, he knew everything, and one of his clones chose to destroy himself. The power of the 11th realm was beyond his imagination. The battlefield of the Dirty Land was trillions of light years away from here. But the prison master locked onto him in an instant and came across the domain. Prison master, you will not succeed. Since you know how powerful this inheritance is, you should also understand that you cannot afford to offend its creator. I advise you to take care of yourself. Oh! The prison warden's eyebrows moved slightly. He had naturally considered all these things. So he conducted a thorough investigation on Liu. You have a background. But I don't. A boy of humble origins, who had gotten a chance from nowhere, wanted to bluff him. Even if he really wanted to compete with his background, who would he be afraid of? Was the other side just a joke? Princess, you are dead. Haha. I'll wait. The warden showed disdain in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand and pointed a finger at Liu's forehead. Destruction. At the critical moment, Liu destroyed himself and disappeared. This inheritance is truly extraordinary. It can actually cultivate such a perfect consciousness, and even achieve self-annihilation right under my nose. The prison warden was not annoyed, but became more and more excited. He could not wait to find out Liu's true identity and force him to reveal the supreme inheritance. With a light step, ripples of destruction spread out, and the planet Valgata turned into ashes in an instant. The prison master glanced at him coldly, concentrated his mind slightly, then stepped into time and space and disappeared. A white-haired old man fishing, a beggar with a broken leg on the street, the nobleman listening to music in the brothel. Liu's clones were targeted by the prison master and destroyed one by one. They went around in a big circle in this universe and time, and finally returned to the Dirty Land battlefield. Liu, you really know how to choose a place. The prison master frowned. He sensed the trace of Liu's consciousness flow, pointing to the source of the Dirty Land battlefield, the huge space-time rift. It has to be said that Liu was very cunning and hid in an area he was least willing to go to. The strength of the space-time channel here is not high enough to accommodate a strong person like the 11th realm. If he forces his way in, there may be bad consequences, and even the tearing between the two sides of space-time may affect his safety. Humph! Do you really think you can rest assured like this? You underestimate me too much, compared with the possible dangers he might encounter. The value of the supreme inheritance is obviously higher and worth the risk. Without much hesitation, the prison lord, who had been impatient for a long time, took a few steps and went deep into the crack of time and space. The terrifying aura spread violently, and all the black disaster cannon fodder he met along the way were annihilated. Snap! The twisted and hazy space-time channel, emitting a chaotic flow of time, shook violently at the moment the prison lord arrived, and countless huge black cracks appeared. Illusory streams of light shot out from the cracks. Snort! The prison master groaned softly as his body was cut by the stream of light. Dense wounds appeared silently on his body surface, reaching deep into his lungs. Even the source of his existence could not avoid these strange injuries. Kill! A figure covered in blood and flames leaped out from the distorted space and time, raised a halberd high, and slashed it fiercely between the brows of the prison master, sparking brilliant sparks. Liu, you don't understand the power of the 11th realm. Even in this harsh environment, you can't hurt me at all. The prison lord's tall body was soaked in blood. Liu's full-strength attack was just a tickle to him. What he was afraid of was the changes in the space-time channel at this time. Snap! Pa! It seems my luck is not very good. The space-time channel has a tendency to advance. When the space-time channel is stimulated by external forces, there is a low possibility that the stress strength will increase suddenly, so that the strong men of the Black Disaster can pass through smoothly. Moreover, this situation only exists unilaterally at the place where the space-time channel is opened. The strong men of the Black Disaster cannot use this method to increase the strength of the space-time channel with a very low probability. Therefore, according to the regulations, in principle, the prison master cannot enter the time and space channel. I don't have time to play with you, kid. The prison lord looked indifferent. He needed to exit the space-time channel immediately. He stopped talking and raised his hand to grab Liu. Finished. Is that the end? There was a flash of unwillingness in Liu's eyes. It was not that simple to cultivate his clones. More than a dozen clones had died, leaving only his original self. His and my clones are relatively independent existences, with their own self-consciousness. So killing their clones cannot be used to erase them by relying on the remnants of their will. And the original body can be perfectly resurrected with the help of the clones. This is a very powerful means of saving lives, which is many times more powerful than the particle clone. Father and mother, I'm sorry. Master, I'm sorry. I've let you down. I can't even keep your legacy. Liu felt desperate. The 11th realm was too strong. The most terrifying thing was that the opponent could manipulate time at will. It would be useless whether he destroyed himself or cut off his own memory. The prison master could completely transcend time and smooth over everything. He had no confidence that he could keep the inheritance under the control of the prison master. Have you given up struggling? The warden looked at Liu, who was waiting to die with his eyes closed, and sneered. He clasped his hands together, ready to crush Liu into mud. Huh? What the H.L.? Behind Liu's head, a strand of hair suddenly turned golden and fell off automatically, like a sharp sword. It lightly chopped the prison master's hand in half. Sensing the terrifying destructive wave emerging, Liu suddenly opened his eyes with a look of surprise. Master! There was no doubt about it. He could sense the aura of his master above the golden hair. Puff! The hair cut off the prison master's palm with one blow. But it also exhausted all its strength. It trembled slightly and disappeared. This was just the hair that Bai Donglin took shortly after he broke through the 11th realm. The power contained in the hair was far from comparable to what he is now. Relying on his extremely high essence, he could cut off the palm of an 11th realm cultivator. It was already very powerful. This kid. The prison warden showed a look of surprise and doubt in his eyes. His broken palm grew back instantly. But this injury did not affect him. The reason he was surprised was that he began to doubt Liu's background. It seemed that the other party was not as simple as he thought. That's it. So what? The ultimate shore is standing behind me. As long as it's not the supreme shore, I don't have to be afraid. The prison warden looked murderous as he stared at Liu, who was looking surprised, and pressed down with his big hand again. Master, save me. Liu understood that although his master had disappeared for more than 20,000 years, he did not ignore him. That strand of hair was the proof. Buzz! Another strand of hair broke away automatically, twisted, and turned into a giant hand that covered the sky with golden light, and pressed down fiercely towards the prison master. Squiring, dare to insult me! The prison lord was extremely angry. Although he was at the bottom of the 11 realms, he was not to be underestimated by a single hair left by someone in the same realm. Kill! One big and one small. One black and one gold. The two palms collided with each other, and violent waves of destruction surged, flowing freely in the channel of time and space. Snap! The space-time channel was affected by the aftermath, and its speed of collapse suddenly accelerated. The Black Disaster space-time in the heavens felt it, and suddenly gathered more and stronger space-time forces. And the strength of the channel suddenly increased. Not good. The prison master's expression changed slightly. Although he successfully destroyed the big hand transformed from hair, the aura that he tried hard to conceal was leaked out uncontrollably, causing the speed of the space-time channel mutation to greatly accelerate. At this moment, perhaps some powerful Black Disaster has sensed the changes in the space-time channel and have already stepped into it, and may arrive at any time. The addition of people of the same realm would push things into an unknown realm that was beyond control. The prison master, who knew this well, naturally did not dare to be negligent. He moved and pounced on Liu. His palm, flashing with black light, penetrated time and space, and went straight to Liu's time file. Time archives refer to the traces left by living beings in the long river of time and space since their birth. After breaking through to the 11th realm, living beings will converge the timeline and merge these traces scattered on the time nodes into the only source of existence. As long as he captures the traces left by Liu in time, the prison master can immediately exit the time and space channel. No matter how Liu struggles, he can use the traces as an anchor point, descend into the past time and space, and manipulate Liu at will. Roar, roar, roar. Hee. Delicious scent. Taihao Zutian? Oh no! It came so fast. The prison lord was horrified as three distorted and terrifying figures stepped out from the end of the space-time passage. The eerie aura they emitted destroyed the distorted space-time around them. You bastard! Die! Being locked in by the auras of three people in the same realm, the prison master was scared to death. But he still did not give up the duck in his mouth. He tightened his hand and crushed Liu to death. He reached into the long river of time and space and grabbed the traces of his past. No! How could this be? Impossible. Impossible. The prison warden was stunned. He didn't catch anything. Liu's past seemed to have been wiped out, without even a trace left. Could it be? The frightened and unwilling prison lord suddenly thought of something and immediately extended his will to the extreme. Sure enough, in the extremely distant past, he sensed a flash of golden light. It was a strand of hair that was shining with divine light. No! Liu? You can't escape. No matter where you are, I will find you. The prison warden raised his head and roared, his heart full of resentment, which turned into rolling waves of real sound. What are you howling about here? You little jerk? The three powerful black disaster warriors were extremely fast. In just a moment, they crossed the long distance and surrounded the prison master with strange and mocking expressions on their faces. Is this guy a fool? Although he was at the 11th realm, he actually stepped into the 10th level spacetime channel without permission, and caused the channel to mutate and strengthen, which saved them a lot of effort. Yes, it was no accident that they arrived so quickly. It has been less than 10 million years since the Dalian of the heavens. The black disaster heavens have already started to take action, sending out many of the 11 realms to invade the Taihao heavens through various channels, paving the way for the rear, collecting intelligence, and building a cross-border altar. What the prison master did was just an accidental help to them. This selected spacetime channel would sooner or later be enhanced by spells, but that would require a huge price. Now, it saved a lot of trouble. Hee, you little bastard. To thank you for your help, we grant you. Die! The two sides are in different camps and are fundamentally hostile. Once they meet, they are extremely jealous of each other and only want to kill. Oh no! The fierce and terrifying murderous intent woke the prison master from his annoyance. His expression suddenly changed, and he quickly took out his ancient sword. It has only been a short time since he broke through to the 11th realm, but he was able to obtain an ancient artifact, which shows that he had embezzled a lot of military supplies. But considering the prison master's strength, it is obviously impossible for him to fight three alone. Moreover, these three powerful black disaster masters were sent out to carry out such a difficult mission. Their strength was obviously extraordinary, and the prison master did not even have a chance to escape. In just a few moments, the prison master fell into the brink of death several times. His breath became extremely weak, and cracks appeared at the source of his existence. Damn it! I can't die here. The prison lord looked struggling. Today's ups and downs made him extremely uncomfortable. After hesitating for a moment, he reached into his arms and took out a bronze token with a dim aura. The third son of God. Save me. Snap. The token was crushed into pieces, and a ball of green light emerged, suddenly expanding into a curtain of light, faintly visible. A blurry figure was sitting cross-legged in it. You are disturbing my meditation. If you don't have a satisfactory explanation, you can prepare to return to the abyss. A cold and indifferent voice came from the light curtain, containing a terrifying aura of oppression, which made the three black disaster warriors stop in place at the same time, with a look of surprise and uncertainty on their faces. I am guilty. The prison lord trembled when he heard the words, his face full of fear. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at the figure in the light curtain for even a second. Black disaster rat? Humph! Die! The white hair fluttered slightly. The blurry figure slowly turned his head. The distorted face could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of dark blue pupils. Extremely bright. The pupils shrank slightly, and two rays of light shot out from the extremely distant original universe. To the other side, across the long river of time and space, and numerous parallel universes, directly descending from the illusory light curtain into reality. Ah! No! Run away! Terror, speechless terror, exploded in the heart of the black disaster warrior. His scalp tingled and his consciousness wailed and trembled. The existence in the light curtain is very powerful, far surpassing them. It is the top existence in the 11 realms. Killing them is as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs. The dark blue pupil light turned into a sword and a knife, and at an imperceptible terrifying speed. It instantly caught up with the panicked fleeing black disaster warriors, pierced through their eyebrows one by one, crossed time and space and slashed directly at the source of existence, taking the lives of the three people. The Son of God is mighty. The prison warden's forehead was covered with sweat, and he swallowed hard. Even though this was not the first time he saw the Son of God take action, he was still filled with disbelief. It is worthy of being the final other shore. Infinite worlds are superimposed on itself. In the same realm. It is absolutely invincible. The prison master's desire for this method has reached its highest level. If he can also reach this level, he is willing to pay any price except his life. Explain. The third Son of God looked indifferently at the prison master through the light curtain. Killing 3 black disaster warriors in an instant seemed like a trivial matter to him. As you command, Master Shensi. The prison lord looked solemn, and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He knew that the third Son of God was not joking, and would keep his word. If he could not satisfy the other party, the black disaster just now would be his fate. Here's what happened. The prison master felt a little bitter. According to his original plan, he was going to take the inheritance into his own hands, and then hand it over to the final other side personally. But now, the third Son of God knows about this. So it is naturally not his turn to seize the inheritance. All the great credit will be taken away by the Son of God. And the best he can do is follow behind and drink some soup and water. It is impossible for him to become the next Son of God by relying on this. But at least, after this incident, he left an impression among the top leaders of the final other shore, which would be of great benefit to his future advancement. In order to save his own life, the prison warden told the third Son of God everything, no matter how big or small, and then bowed and stood silently, awaiting his fate. The Supreme Consciousness cultivation method can easily cut off his and my clones. The face of the third Son of God, Gubo Wujing, finally showed an unusual fluctuation. His eyes were slightly closed, and he looked thoughtful. Prison Master, with your knowledge, you can't tell the value of the consciousness book, or whether it is precious or not. But from your description of Li Yu's various cultivation achievements, in less than 10,000 years, he has cultivated 18 clones of himself. The consciousness is strong enough to break free from your aura suppression. Haha. Interesting. Maybe this is indeed an amazing supreme inheritance. The third god's eyes flickered, revealing the color of his heart. He is much more broader than the prison leader's knowledge, and he is more aware of the extraordinary inheritance. This may even be a chance to reborn. This is a credit greater than the sky. Very good, Prison Master. Although you have some small ideas and want to bypass me to take credit. Haha. It is also human nature. I can understand you. You have indeed made a great contribution this time. This information can be exchanged for your life. Don't worry. This Son of God will not treat you unfairly. You will have a place in the final other shore in the future. The third Son of God was in a good mood, as if the supreme inheritance was already in his hands, and he was no longer so harsh to the prison lord. Thank you, Son of God. Thank you, Son of God. The prison warden fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly, as if he had been pardoned. Go. Get a few personal belongings that are stained with Li Yu's scent. I'll take care of some trivial matters, and come back as soon as possible. The light curtain disintegrated and turned into specks of light. The indifferent voice that could not be disobeyed kept echoing in the prison master's mind. Yes, sir. The prison master kowtowed respectfully, then moved and exited the space-time passage. The strength of the time and space channel in the dirty Earth battlefield has been raised to level 11. This matter needs to be reported to the military, and a stronger army needs to be dispatched to guard it. The prison master thought for a moment. His figure disappeared, and he reappeared in the Black Prison Army's base camp. Master Prison Master. Is everything going well? The void was rippling, and the shadowy military advisor appeared from nothingness, asking the question knowing the answer. In his opinion, with the help of the 11th realm, dealing with a 10th realm person would be a piece of cake. Haha. Everything went well. The prison warden smiled implicitly, then suddenly stretched out his hand and grasped the shadow military advisor in his hand. My lord. What are you doing? The military advisor's body trembled, and he was unable to move. He felt something was wrong. You bastard. Even I can only drink a little soup. How dare you? An ant like you. Think of sharing the supreme inheritance with me? Relying on your self-proclaimed smart brain? Humph. Ignorant and ridiculous. Without giving the military advisor a chance to beg for mercy, the prison master tightened his hands and completely wiped out the black shadow. Phew. I feel a little better now. The prison warden's expression relaxed, and the frustration in his heart was slightly relieved. Gradually, a fierce look emerged in the depths of his eyes. Third son of God. Just wait. One day, I will trample you under my feet. Chapter 757, Heart of Hunging. Taishu Sword Realm. I am dead? No. Liu suddenly shuddered, and his consciousness woke up from his haze. He felt his complete body and active life source, and his heart suddenly relaxed. The moment before, he was clearly crushed into mud by the prison lord. The pain was clearly visible, and his consciousness fell into darkness. He was deader than dead, but the sense of existence at this time was real, and there was no so-called underworld for the dead in the world. So it should be the master who saved him. Liu opened his eyes slowly with trepidation and expectation, but he did not see the figure of his master. Instead, he found himself on an empty white jade platform and a little girl? The little girl looked no more than 5 or 6 years old. She squatted in front of Liu, staring at the top of his head. A slightly mature and thoughtful look appeared on her childish face. What is this place? What's your name? Kid? Where are your parents? Liu shook his head. His mind completely recovered from the chaos of death. His eyes became bright and clear, and he immediately asked the little girl, the only living thing around him. Child? The little girl frowned, stretched out her tender little hand, and flicked at the top of Liu's head. A strand of golden hair stood straight up, and the hair was shining like a signal light. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! There's no mistake. It's definitely the breath of the father. The little girl concentrated and sensed. Then her expression was slightly stunned. A bright light burst out of her big eyes, and with her emotions agitated, a vast aura emanated from her body, pressing Liu, who was about to get up, directly to the ground and making him unable to move. Senior. Liu was shocked, and then he realized that he had made a low-level mistake. How dare he judge a person by his appearance? Even ordinary people in the martial arts world know that there are 3 types of people in this world that should not be underestimated. Let alone the Taihao Zutian, where gods and demons are everywhere. Not to mention a little girl. Even a baby in swaddling clothes might be a big shot who can control the timeline and shatter the universe with just a flick of his fingers. Liu looked solemnly, and after a closer look, he realized how extraordinary the little girl in front of him was. The small crown on her head was like a universe, and she was wearing a gauze dress that sparkled with stars, as if the sea of stars was cut out of gauze. My name is Miracle. Who are you? Why do you have Father God's hair on your body? God the Father? Liu was slightly stunned, not understanding what was going on. Miracle saw that the other party seemed a little stupid and didn't react at all. So he stretched out his little hand again and flicked the twinkling Aho hair. Bang bang. This golden hair was given to me by my master. Just now, I encountered a life and death crisis and was saved by the golden hair. I don't know why I was sent here. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Besides, this little girl doesn't look like someone who is easy to mess with, so it's better to be a bit naughty first. Liu thought to himself. Your master? Miracle frowned slightly. How could Father God, who is so powerful and majestic, have such a foolish disciple? Show me what your master looks like, in order to avoid any misunderstanding. Miracle felt that they should confirm it again. Oh, okay, Senior. Liu did not dare to delay. With a thought, the light flowing in the void was suddenly drawn together and condensed into the figure of Bai Donglin, with an indifferent expression and lifelike appearance. Ah, it's really the father. Father God, Miracle misses you so much. Miracle jumped up and circled around the light and shadow. When she was extremely excited, the babbling accent that she had given up for 10,000 or 20,000 years came out again. Ah, Senior, what is your relationship with my master? Liu was stunned. It turned out that the golden retriever didn't just abandon him, but found a helper for him. Humph! Father God really accepted a stupid disciple. Miracle suppressed her agitated emotions and glared at Liu, feeling a little sour in her heart. The time she had actually spent with the Father God was probably not as much as that spent with this fool in front of her. Your master is my Father God. I am the life conceived by the Father God. His daughter. Miracle crossed his arms, held his head high, and looked proud. Daughter? Master? He even has a child? Liu was greatly shocked, as he had never heard his master mention his master's wife before. Moreover, it was hard for him to imagine what kind of extraordinary woman could win the master's favor. May I have your name? Miracle confirmed Liu's identity, and his eyes softened immediately. After all, he was a disciple of the Father God. Once a teacher, always a father. They were also a family. Master, your humble disciple, Liu, greets senior sister Miracle. Well, not bad. Chiji nodded slightly, expressing her satisfaction with Liu's understanding. If anyone was tactless and dared to call her junior sister, he would definitely be beaten up. Junior brotherly. Tell me, where has Father God been recently? Miracle's eyes were filled with anticipation. Although her lifespan was endless and tens of thousands of years were just the blink of an eye, she really missed her Father God and wished she could fly to his side immediately. I dare not hide this from senior sister. In fact, I haven't seen Master for a long time. Liu looked embarrassed and didn't dare to look directly into Miracle's expectant eyes. He secretly complained in his heart that he didn't expect that his master's private life was so chaotic that he even ignored his own daughter. As expected, Master is a crazy cultivator who is devoted to the Tao. Liu did not dare to hide anything and told him all the information he had learned from the prisoner Ansheng. The 4 great immortal dynasties. Can we find the Father God there? Miracles whispered. And I was not disappointed. Having a definite goal was already very good. Sister Miracle, where is this place? A trace of worry flashed across Liu's eyes. He knew in his heart that the prison master would never let him go. He had no choice but to let his master's daughter into danger while he was on his way. Well, this place is very far away from the 4 great immortal dynasties. Although we are in the same origin universe, we are poles apart. We are now in the heart of Hongming, the core of the original universe. Many forces in this area are intertwined, and it is an alliance formed by the forces of the sections. The heart of Hongming occupies the most prosperous area in the Taihao heavens. It is the origin of the original universe. Its vast territory is more than 3 times wider than the entire universe combined. With more resources, a more perfect environment for cultivation, and 100 flowers in full bloom, the heart of Hongming has always been the cradle of the birth of the strong. And it is also a holy place for cultivation that cultivators from all domains want to go to. The Life Tribunal, the Spacetime Administration, and the Sword Wielder, these 3 supreme forces across the heavens, will all establish their open portals to deal with the world in this area. It turns out that I have left the parallel universe of EP751. Liu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the prison master was powerful, it was not easy to lock him across the universe in time. He still has time to stay away from Sister Miracle. Liu suppressed his thoughts, raised his hand slightly and said, Sister Miracle, I still have military duties to attend to, and cannot leave the battlefield for too long. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Miracle's eyes flashed slightly, and he keenly caught Liu's strangeness, and his heart moved. Junior brother, are you worried about causing trouble for me? Liu was ashamed. She was worthy of being the master's daughter. She could see through people's hearts as well. He could not refute, and could only remain silent. Don't worry. Come on. I'll take you out to see where this place is. It's not a cat and dog. Dare to go here to find something. Miracle waved his hand, and a light gate suddenly appeared on the platform. The 2 of them stepped in one after the other, and disappeared into the secret realm where the jade platform was. Here it is. Liu looked around and saw towering palaces lined up one after another. He was shocked by the vast and grand aura rising into the sky. A portal towering into the sky was flashing with brilliant divine light. The 4 vigorous characters on the plaque made his eyes hurt. Grand Void Sword Realm. In addition to these 4 large characters, there is also a small golden sword seal on the plaque, which is sparkling and quite strange. This is the sect founded by Uncle Qi Ming. It is one of the best sects in the heart of Hongming, and has gathered countless sword cultivation geniuses. Don't worry. Unless your enemies are insane, they will never dare to cause trouble for you. Miracle waved her little hand to calm Liyu's uneasy mood. There was another very important point she didn't say, which was that Taishu's sword realm was protected by the Sword Holder organization because of Qi Ming's identity. Unless necessary, few people would offend the sword holder. Brother, let's go. Follow me to see Uncle Qi Ming. Uncle, he is the friend of the Father God. I asked him to take me to find the Father God many times. He shirked and said that he didn't know where the Father God was. There was a flash of pride in Miracle's eyes. And he took Liyu and walked towards a sacred mountain standing in the core of the palace complex. Along the way, they met many Taishu disciples. They all bowed to Qiqi and called her senior sister Qiqi. It was obvious that although Qiqi was not tall, her status in Taishu's sword realm was not low. Liyu also witnessed the power of Taishu's sword realm, and his mind gradually calmed down. The prison master was only a newly promoted 11th realm, and he should not have the courage to cause trouble in such a powerful sect. The 4 great immortal dynasties are too far away. We asked Uncle Qi Ming for help. We can take the long river of time and space and arrive in an instant. Liyu listened to the clear voice of Miracle and felt warm in his heart, as if he was protected by his family. However, this feeling did not last for a moment. His heart suddenly turned cold and his eyebrows ached. Liyu, I found you. Snap. The time and space were broken. The 2 figures stepped out. The breath was scattered, and the situation of the sword was suddenly stagnant. Chapter 758. The World in the Painting. Presumptuous. Who are you? You bastard? How dare you disturb the peace of Taishu? Clang. Chant. Under the towering Taishu gate, there is a sheathed long sword hanging, stimulated by the breath of the figure in the void. The dormant sword spirit in it awakens. He drew his sword automatically and slashed it lightly. The frozen time and space were instantly shattered, and the vast river of sword light swept across the boundless sky. Prison master? Liyu broke free from the frozen time with a look of horror. The prison master came so quickly, and there was not only him, but the existence beside him seemed even more terrifying. These 2 guys are not afraid of the Taishu sword realm. Sister Miracle, leave me alone and run. Snort. Miracle's face turned cold. She had just made a big promise, but she didn't expect to be slapped in the face immediately. Where would her dignity be in front of her junior brother in the future? I'm so mad. Kill. Clang. A small long sword was miraculously pulled out from the void. The terrifying fluctuations unique to ancient weapons slightly dissipated and slashed the void into silence. Liyu only felt a black shadow flash by, and Miracle had already stepped onto the sky. He swung the sword fiercely, and the terrifying sword light condensed into endless sun, moon and stars, which were rapidly rotating in a mysterious trajectory, like a sea of stars, like the universe. But in fact, it was an endless world of swords. Star Spirit Sword Realm. Kill them all. Groan. Boom. What the H.L. The prison master widened his eyes. He had just wiped out the attack of the sword spirit and instantly fell into the sword world. He was surprised to find that his own domain showed signs of collapse. Huh? Interesting little girl. The 3rd son of God was slightly stunned, and his dark blue eyes looked directly at Miracle. But his perception was obscured by the thin silk gauze skirt dotted with stars. Being in the 10th realm, he can burst out the original power of the ancient weapon and even affect the 11th realm. This is a very rare situation, and will only appear in those absolute monsters rarely seen in the world. Humph. You are asking for your own death. The prison warden felt a little embarrassed. Why did he feel that things were going badly recently? Now, even an ant in the 10th realm dared to draw a sword against him. It was really unreasonable. As soon as the palm turned, the dark sword was held tightly, and the knife was directly penetrated through the time and space. And it was cut on the Miracle. This is the suppression of realm, when the 10th realm has not yet been concluded. From the perspective of the 11th realm, the whole body is full of flaws, and these are the fatal weaknesses that cannot be avoided. Clang. What? The prison master felt his palm shake, and the terrifying recoil force even shattered time and space, and the black sword almost slipped out of his hand. Senior sister, be careful. Liyu shouting. Long overdue. The strong fighting of the strong is only instantaneous, not to mention cross-border warfare. Bah! Shame on you, old fellow. You actually attacked a youngster. Shame on you. Miracle remained calm and took on the attack from the 11th realm without any injury. The skirt given to her by the Father God was not only beautiful, but also had absolutely powerful defense. Uncle Chi Ming said that if he wanted to break through the gauze skirt's defense, he would have to give it his all and strike with 3 swords in a row. What a sharp-tongued girl. The prison warden's face darkened. It was nothing to attack the junior. He didn't care about it. What really embarrassed him was that he failed to kill him with 1 blow. Die! Okay. Isn't it embarrassing enough? The third son of God spoke softly, and the prison master froze. He put away his sword, stood aside obediently, and fell silent, not daring to refute a word. Little girl, you are very good. From now on, just stay with this son of God. The third son of God showed admiration in his eyes. He was impressed by Miracle's talent and wanted to recruit him under his command. Maybe in the future, he would have a capable assistant at the 11th realm. After saying that, the third son of God didn't care whether Miracle agreed or not. He looked at Liu indifferently. This was his purpose. At this time, nothing is comparable to the unpretentious inheritance. If he can continue to repair his avatars, many dead universe in the body can be transformed into a origin universe. And the strength will be infinitely soaring. Everything in the world, all the beauty, is not as wonderful as the improvement of your own strength. Just go away. Liu? Just revealing it, and instantly occupied Liu's horizon. Junior brother. Miracle's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He raised his hand and tore off the crown. His black hair flowed down like a waterfall, and his aura soared wildly. The prison warden standing by was so upset when he saw this. What a weird little girl. Isn't it a bit too much to bully the weak? Chant! A hazy sword light fell from the top of the sacred mountain and chopped the huge hand that covered the sky into ashes. Liu's robe was soaked with cold sweat, but he escaped. Uncle Chi Ming. Chi-Ji felt relieved. Chi Ming had been elusive for years, so she thought he was not in the Taishu sword realm at this time. Eventually on the other side, the third god. Chi Ming frowned, slowly stood up, stepped into the void, and looked into the eyes of the third son of God. But he ignored the prison master beside him. Chi Ming, you have improved as well. Your sword is very sharp. The third son of God lowered his eyes, glanced at the crack on his palm, and nodded in praise, even though he had just made a casual attack. Lin Kong, why are you running to my Taishu sword realm and going crazy instead of staying at the final other shore? Lin Kong is the real name of the third son of God. The two have known each other for a long time and have even fought against each other. Chi Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and was very wary of Lin Kong. He had to admit that the opponent who practiced the infinite universe law was stronger than him. After endless years, the gap might have become even bigger. In the end, the other side is full of lunatics who can do anything in pursuit of power. Chi Ming does not think that his identity can intimidate Lin Kong. If the benefits are enough, they dare to offend the sword holder. Chi Ming, I don't think it's necessary to tell you what this son of God wants to do. Right? Lin Kong shifted his gaze slightly and glanced at the golden sword seal on Chi Ming's sleeve, feeling a little hesitant. Strange. Why is he so reckless this time? However, he is a little guy who has a 10 realm. He has numerous methods and is even more hidden. At this time, he chose the worst way to face the risk of might anger the swords. Well, it should be this supreme inheritance that disturbed my state of mind. Whatever. I have offended him. In the end, the relationship between the other shore and the sword holder was not good to begin with. So it doesn't matter if it happens once or twice, as long as the inheritance can achieve the expected effect. The entire final shore will undergo a complete transformation, and the adults above will support me. The small Taishu sword realm is not worth mentioning. In an instant, Lin Kong's mind turned over and over again. As he made the decision, his eyes gradually became indifferent, and a crystal clear blue ice armor appeared on his body. Chi Ming, if you don't want the Great Void Sword Realm to turn into ashes, follow me to fight in the space and time. Before he finished speaking, he strode into the void sky. With every step he took, time and space were rippling with huge distorted waves, as if a tangled timeline was being pulled, lingering around Lin Kong into an endless vortex, like a huge mouth of the abyss leading to the death of time, swallowing Chi Ming. You? Chi Ming's expression was startled, and he was greatly surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Kong was actually serious about it. He couldn't help but glance at Liu secretly. What was hiding on this little guy? It turned out to be so valued. The battle between the 11 realms is too horrible, and some you boys scattered can destroy hundreds of millions of light-year-old star fields. There is only time and space. which can fully carry such a war. In the heart of Hongming, there stand many powerful forces. Neither Lin Kong nor Chiming wants to start a war here. Moreover, the Taishu sword realm is right below, and those disciples are all innocent. Chiming's strength is not as good as Lin Kong's, so he has no choice but to obediently step into the vortex of time and space. Although he could not take care of Qiji and Liu. Before leaving, Chiming glanced indifferently at the prison master, who was ready to make a move, and slashed with his sword. So beautiful. Good sword. The prison warden had a dull look in his eyes, and was confused. And he had no idea how to dodge. Clang! A huge hand broke through time and space, crushing the terrifying sword light into pieces. The prison warden was startled by this, and immediately came to his senses, breathing heavily with fear in his eyes. Damn it! Why are these monsters stronger than each other? His heart full of resentment turned into boiling rage, and he stretched out his big hand to capture Liu Qiji and the other two. Boom! After a brief resistance, the portal to the Taishu sword realm collapsed. Liu and Miracle were captured, and the prison master escaped unscathed. Although Chiming sensed all of this, Lin Kong was holding him tightly, and he was unable to intervene. Ancient Court Fairyland. Central Temple. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the imperial throne, with Yen Su's book floating in front of him, the white jade pages flickering with a hazy divine light. Slowly stopping, Yen Su's book depicts a picture like an immersive situation. The end of the pen and ink is exactly the scene where the situation happened. Well, Yen Su's book. It's really easy to use. Bai Donglin sighed softly, his slightly narrowed eyes looking deep and indifferent. Chapter 759. Sword pointing to the other shore. Crunch. The door of the towering temple was pushed open a crack, and the seventh saint, Huang Nan, who was dressed in a plain dress and had taken off her elegance, walked in lightly. Sir, this is the energy star sea that I have condensed. Please take a look. Huang Nan did not know what kind of training has experienced, and it has long been gone with the past, and his expression was empty and empty. He held up a bright light ball on his hands, and the internal starlight was a bit of high purity. Bai Donglin shifted his gaze away from Yen Su's book, nodded slightly, opened his mouth and sucked. The ball of light was swallowed into his stomach. The chaotic vortex crushed it, and the vast energy was divided up by his spiritual orifice. It is a bit of a waste to use a top-notch 11th level strongman to serve tea and water. Bai Donglin adheres to the principle of making the best use of things, and uses the book of Yen Su to transform the terrifying number of particle universes in Huang Nan's body bit by bit. Today, Huang Nan is a human-shaped energy extractor. At all times, it is devouring the power of the heavens and turning it into pure energy crystals. Huang Nan, it's been a while since you left the final shore. Do you miss home? Bai Donglin raised his hand to take back Yen Su's book, lowered his eyes, and smiled meaningfully at Huang Nan. Huang Nan's empty eyes trembled slightly, and then some color was restored. It was unknown what he was thinking of. He looked at Bai Donglin and the strange white jade book with fear on his face. Adult? Are you going to do it in the end? Hee. How do you talk? Bai Donglin slowly stood up and waved his hand. His gentle eyes turned cold and deep. What do you mean I want to attack the final other shore? Humph. It's you, the final other shore, who have gone too far and bullied me time and again. I'm a kind-hearted person and don't want to argue with you, so I've been patient. It's a pity that some guys don't appreciate it. I don't want to kill anyone, but everyone comes to bully and humiliate me. What can I do? Bai Donglin stood with his head held high. His eyes were bright and captivating, and a terrifying and eerie aura dissipated wantonly, and the entire ancient fairyland instantly fell into eternal darkness and blood. So, I choose to do as mother. Snap! The void collapsed, revealing the endless long time of time and space. In the turbulence of distorted time, there were many magnificent shore figures, all of which were vast, and the water of the long river and space could not be added. Sir, we are ready and can fight with you to the other side at any time. 7 confidants including Feisho King Wanian, the Immortal Emperor Guhong, and many other rulers of cosmic kingdoms, including those in the 11 realms of parallel universe and time and space, were also summoned. Nearly 10,000 strong men in the 11 realms gathered together, and the fluctuations of their intertwined auras made the long river of time and space turbulent. Fighting to the final other side is no trivial matter. The Immortal Emperor Guhong looked solemn. They didn't want to wade into this muddy water. But not long ago, the source of information gave them a decree, so they could only obey the order and go crazy with Bai Donglin. among the beings present. Which one of them was not a hegemon who had lived for a long time and ruled over an endless territory? His mind was very sharp, and he had already guessed something. It seems that there is the highest force, and it is necessary to set up these worms on the other side. By Donglin is just a fuse. An opportunity. This is a game involving the entire Taihao heavens. It is unknown who is using whom, and who is cooperating with whom. Emperor Guhan looked at his nose and his heart. Although he was thinking wildly in his mind, he looked very serious on the surface. He had made up his mind that he must be cautious and careful on this trip, and must not be the first to do so as not to become the scourge of the big guy's game. Very good. With a smile in his eyes, Bai Donglin stepped into the long river of time and space. Thousands of great principles, and the turbulence of time and space lingered around him. The dense and complicated timeline was oppressed by the breath and automatically separated into a path to the sky. Sword refers to the other side. Bah! Bah! You are shameless, and you are abusing children. Let me go now! At the final shore, in a towering temple surrounded by stars, the prison master stood silently. Two pitch-black chains extending from his body, tightly binding Miracle Liu and the other man, making them unable to move. Little girl. There is no strong girl like you in the world. The prison warden's eyebrows moved slightly, and he almost laughed out of anger. He didn't know where this little girl came from, but she was wearing a precious dress with amazing defense. Even he couldn't break it, so he could only restrain and suppress her. I'm sorry, Sister Miracle. I caused trouble and put you in danger. Shut up. Miracle stared at his eyes, but looking at Liu's blame, he could not help but softened. Junior brother, you are Father God's disciple, and you should be like him. No matter what difficulties you face, you must have the will to not give in. You have lost the will to resist. Isn't that embarrassing for him? Liu Yushin was stunned, and lowered his head ashamed. You old man, don't be ashamed. Take advantage of this beautiful world while you are still alive. When my Father God comes, you will be in trouble. Miracle didn't look like a prisoner at all. Instead, she looked gloating, as if she had captured the prison lord. Small teeth. The prison leader's eyes flickered. He would not be fooled by a little girl. But the place was ultimately the other side. Who dares to come to the door? Snap. The void shattered, and a wisp of the long river of time and space flowed out. Lin Kong stepped out, and his twisted figure gradually calmed down. A trace of blood lingered around his body, and there were several wounds on his skin that could not heal for a long time. I didn't expect Xi Ming to fight me to the death for these two little guys. Lin Kong frowned. For some reason, he always felt that something was wrong. He was too reckless today. He is completely different from the cautious man he used to be. Little girl, what is the Father God in your mouth? Lin Kong lowered his eyes. Liu was already in his hands, so he was not in a hurry anymore and shifted his attention to Miracle. My Father God? You don't want to see him? When you see him, it will be your death. Miracle sneered in a low voice. She was born in the universe created by the collision of Bai Donglin's 3 light particles. She was an extension of Bai Donglin's spirit. There was a strange connection between the two in some way. She felt that the father was approaching rapidly. Presumptuous. The prison leader stared at his eyes. A captive, and begging for mercy of Voldemort honestly, and dared to ridicule them 3 times. Somehow, Son of God, there must be something strange about this woman. Let me split open her brain, and see what secrets are hidden inside. Clang. The prison master held the pitch-black broadsword tightly in his hand, his expression grim, and a fierce aura surging and howling. Lin Kong did not stop him. At first, he planned to subdue Miracle, but now he began to doubt his behavior today and was eager to find out the reason. This strange little girl might be a breakthrough. Die. The prison master had long been fed up with the little brat who had been whining along the way. Seeing that Lin Kong did not stop him, he was immediately delighted. He burned the original universe and launched his most violent attack, directly targeting Miracle's eyebrows. Miracle stared with eyes wide open fiercely, fearless and treating life and death as nothing. Finally, I found you on the other side. Yu whispering, coming from nothingness. A hand gleaming with white light stretched out from a strand of hair in Miracle's gauze skirt, and with just 2 fingers, it tightly grasped the pitch-black long knife. What? The prison lord was horrified. His sword, which could destroy the heaven and earth and shatter the universe, was like a drop in the ocean. All the destructive power disappeared without a trace, as if it had been swallowed by a big mouth. He wanted to draw his sword and escape, but it didn't move at all. and the ancient sword was fixed in place. Father God. Miracle's fierce little face immediately changed, with a look of surprise and pitiful grievance. Father God. They are bullying me. A child who just turned 20,000 years old. Yeah. I saw it all. Snap. With a slight movement of his fingers, the tip of the black sword was shattered instantly. With a flick of his fingers, the tip of the sword disappeared without a trace. The prison master's figure froze. His eyes filled with tyrannical ambition slowly faded away, and a deep hole that went through his forehead appeared at some point. The disappearing tip of the knife penetrated through time and space, as well as the source of the prison master's existence, completely erasing him from the root of time. Father God. Is this the Father God the little girl is talking about? So strong indeed? As the last trace of regret faded, the prison master, filled with resentment and fear, fell into eternal darkness. Who are you? Lin Kong's pupils shrank suddenly. It was so fast. Too fast. His figure was frozen in an instant by a ray of terrifying aura. When he came to his senses, the prison master had been killed on the spot. Third son of God. Haven't you been looking for me? That supreme inheritance was created by me. Do you want it? Before he finished speaking, Bai Donglin tore open the barrier of time and space, shook his real body that was distorted by time, and stepped into the hall. In the end, the madmen on the other side knew that they were not liked by the forces of the heavens. So they hid their lair very deeply and wandered irregularly in the space-time layer within the heavens. If the prison master had not brought in Liu and Qiji, the two anchor points, it would not be easy for him to lock the final location of the other side. You? That's impossible. Lin Kong's brows are locked. How precious the practice of my consciousness, let alone the unfinished inheritance. I am afraid that it exists on the other side, and dare not say that it can create such a book. I need you to believe? Bai Donglin looked disdainful, and didn't bother to pay attention to Lin Kong. With a thought, his real body expanded and grew taller wildly, and the solid and towering temple was instantly burst. In an instant, an extremely vast and huge figure appeared on the final shore. This can no longer be called the law of heaven and earth. It is no longer a magical power, but the release of the self of the spiritual particles that have been infinitely compressed, slightly revealing their true form. The giant had a head with a diameter of a terrifying 1 trillion light-years. Galaxy and universe were hovering above every strand of his hair. His eyes were lowered, and all things in time and space, fate and cause and effect, as well as the origins of the 3,000 great ways, were contained within it. In the end, the space on the other side was too small, and Bai Donglin could only try his best to suppress his true body. You know, if each of his spiritual worlds is fully expanded, the vertical and horizontal distances are more than 10,000 eternal thoughts. Finally, the other side bullied me several times and plundered Taihao's original power. Yugong. Use private. You can't forgive it. Today, the other shore should be destroyed. The sound of thunder and lightning fell from the mouth of the boundless giant, and the sound waves spread. All those below the 11th realm were killed on the spot and turned into ashes. Chapter 760 Asking for a Helper. Presumptuous. Bold thief. And so, a terrifying roar erupted from the depths of the other side of the continent. Rays of brilliant golden light crushed the sky, wiped out the dark starry sky, crossed the boundless distance, and went straight to the giant's brow. Oh no! This son of God has been plotted against. Lin Kong's expression froze. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and pictures flashed through his mind rapidly. He finally understood why he had behaved so abnormally. The more he thought about it, the more fear appeared in his eyes. At some point, he actually entered the chessboard and became a chess piece in the hands of others. Damn it! Lin Kong was extremely furious. His eyes were filled with brutality. He opened his hands and slapped Miracle and Liu fiercely with terrifying momentum. He was determined to kill them. Liu, you big stupid pig. You are in trouble. Miracle made a face and laughed. His body was like a bubble, turning into nothingness under the crushing of the big hand. The two of them had already escaped, and no one knew where Bai Donglin had hidden them. Lin Kong was so close to them, but he didn't notice anything at all. Huh? What a weird method. Lin Kong had a gloomy face, and his eyes flickered slightly. The void in the hall twisted, and 8 figures stepped out together. Lin Kong, what did you do? At the final other side, the 10 strongest people in the 11th realm, the sons of God and the holy daughters, except Huang Nan, all gathered here. This matter has nothing to do with me. Those guys finally couldn't help themselves and attacked us. Don't you understand? Them? No wonder. The defense formation didn't react at all. Has it been destroyed? Everyone looked at each other, raised their hands, and slashed in different directions. The dimension of space and time was shattered, and in its depths floated endless Taoist altars. The center of the formation, which was originally shining with holy light, had now become fragmented. Haha. Lin Kong. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Qi Ming held a long sword in his hand and stood on the broken center of the formation, with a sharp aura lingering for a long time. Qi Ming. It really is you. Lin Kong and the others looked around and saw a vague figure on many of the formation's key points. On each person's sleeve, there was a small golden sword mark. Dimensional swordsman. The nest on the other side is naturally well defended, and it is not easy to break through the defense barrier from the front. If the defensive formation was functioning perfectly, Bai Dongyan would never have been able to cause such heavy casualties to the low-level cultivators on the other side with just a few words. What should we do? Lin Kong's eyes flickered. He had already thought of retreating. The sword wielder had already died, and the other supreme forces would probably not sit idly by. At this moment, Lord Bian had not shown up, which meant that he was also helpless, and was probably being held back by a being of the same level. I do not understand. The first son of God frowned. There was no fear in his eyes. Only confusion and puzzlement flashed across his eyes. The Tao of the heavens is about to be revealed, and Taihao may face the invasion of the Black Disaster at any time. At such a critical moment, shouldn't we unite all our forces? They have endured for countless years. Neither too early nor too late. Why did they choose this moment to attack the final shore? In doing so, wouldn't they be fulfilling the Black Disaster? The words of the first son of God resonated with everyone. In the end, the other side, as a malignant worm that wantonly devoured the origin of the heavens, could exist safely for endless years, in large part because of the control of the external enemy, the Black Disaster, the two supreme strong men of the final other shore, because they practice the infinite universe law. Their combat power is absolutely at the top of the same realm. They are the backbone to deal with the Black Disaster. Therefore, many forces in the Taihao heavens have to tolerate the existence of the final other shore. Could it be? Lin Kong's expression suddenly changed. The strong people on the other side would naturally consider things more comprehensively, since they chose to do so. There must be a reason. In other words, in the end, the other side must have committed some kind of taboo, which led to its complete disappearance, and its priority was higher than resisting the invasion of the Black Disaster. It's over. We have nowhere to escape. The Son of God and the Holy Maiden all had miserable looks on their faces. Since their relationship had been completely torn apart, the other shore would no longer be their umbrella of protection, but a soul-catching sickle instead, unless they stayed away from the Taihao heavens. Otherwise, the beings on the other shore would free up their hands, and they would die without a burial place. Haha. You're not stupid. Rumble. The void collapsed. The heaven and earth turned upside down, and a corner of the continent on the other side was cut off by the giant palm falling from the starry sky. And even an area of the sea of stars was tightly grasped in the palm of the hand. Lin Kong and others only felt that the light and shadow flickered for a while, and returned to God. They were already in a chaos, and they contained the source of the avenue of strong personal will. All external forces were isolated from outside. Humph! Arrogant! You want to fight 9 people alone in the 11th realm? Who do you think you are? And who do you think we are? The first son of God was furious. They were only worried about the existence on the other side, but they did not take Bai Donglin seriously. Every one of them was practicing the Xingla infinite universe law, and they were the top existences in the same realm. The real body is so huge. What's the use of it? Kill. The Son of God and the Holy Maiden all sacrificed their ancient artifacts. The layered particle universes in their bodies flashed with brilliant light. The vast and boundless force of destruction surged out, breaking through the void and slashing towards Bai Donglin's vitals. Lin Kong looked hesitant. He knew that the man in front of him was no simple man, but he had no choice but to follow closely. Ignorance. Bai Donglin looked indifferent. In the end, the madmen on the other side seemed to have developed the same 3 views. They all thought that their combat power was unmatched in the same realm. The only value of your existence is to become an energy extractor, and to contribute to my road to invincibility. Call. Brilliant golden flame surged out from his body and gathered on his hands. And then he suddenly clasped his hands together for 11 times. Snapped. The palm of his hand leaped at a high speed, shattering the universe into pieces. Wherever it passed, Galaxy clusters were affected and annihilated, and all particles of matter were integrated into the golden flame in the palm of his hand. Ah! No! A desperate wail flashed by, and in the closed palms, a crystal spacetime was formed, in which everything was frozen by solid golden flames. The 9 sons of gods and saints all had terrified expressions on their faces, and were completely suppressed and sealed in it. 3 lights prison of fire. Just stay in there. I'll deal with you when I'm done. Well, this is perfect. With all 10 divine sons and saint daughters gathered together, Huang Nan will surely be very happy. Right? He won't have such a deadpan face every day. Haha. It's rare to find a boss as considerate of my employees as I am. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered as he scanned the final shore that had been covered by flames of war. In every area, there were strong men fighting. A single punch or a single kick could destroy large tracts of the galaxy. The battlefield covered a vast area, but there were not many people participating in the war. Both sides had only tens of thousands of people in total. But each of them was an 11th level powerful warrior who dominated a certain space and time. My battlefield is not here. Bai Donglin withdrew his gaze. In the end, the other side was suppressed in all aspects. Even if he didn't take action, the result was already doomed. He shrunk his real body, and after a few flashes, he walked in the depths of a hidden dimension of time and space. A moment later, Bai Donglin came out from the depths of the dimension with a high spirit and a cheerful look on his face. Faintly, a condensed and undispersed precious light flashed on his body surface. Not bad. Not bad. It is worthy of being the final shore. So rich. Many treasure houses were plundered by Bai Donglin. As a fellow traveler who was extremely thirsty for resources, the wealth of the other side was truly terrifying. A rough estimate showed that it was comparable to the output of the universe country for billions of years. Bai Donglin pondered for a moment, and after making sure that nothing was missed, he stepped into the long river of time and space. At the end of the long river of time and space, the source of time, the starting point of the Taihao heavens, an extremely horrific war destroyed everything. Source of information: Sword Hunter, Life Supervisor, Executioner, Shield Guardian, Hongmeng Ancestor, Spacetime Administration. Are you sure you want to kill them all? Boom! The Ultimate Other Shore and the Lord of Infinite Realm, the 2 founders of the Ultimate Other Shore forces, were extremely violent and terrifying at this time. They stood at the core of the corrupt battlefield, with boundless divine power lingering around their bodies. The great avenue of the heavens was trampled under their feet, and they wailed endlessly. He is worthy of being the top in the same realm, with unparalleled combat power. Even with 2 against 9, he is still as powerful as ever. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, illuminate the end of time and space. The other side, the infinite, ends here. To blame you. You should have the mind that you shouldn't have. For the forces, you are crazy. Dare to cooperate with the dark disaster? The sword hunter's eyes were stern, and the sword of justice in his hand was buzzing. As the sword wielder of the heavens, he had absolutely zero tolerance for the black disaster. Hee. Not bad. Not bad. Your ears and eyes are not weak. You are aware of such a secret matter. The ultimate other side sneered in a low voice, showing no remorse at all. In that case, are you ready to die? Ha ha ha. It's not that easy to wipe us out. You have to pay with your lives. The Lord of the Infinite Realm has a terrifying aura. What he said is not empty talk. They have the strength to do so. On the other side, Infinite, I and so on naturally know the strength of the 2 of you. But don't you doubt it? Close to the heavenly Daoyan. Why are we so decisive? Source of information. What do you mean by this? Is there something in the Taihao universe that I don't know? Time and space were silent, and the sword hunters and other supreme beings on the other side all showed strange looks. The ultimate other shore frowned, feeling uneasy. The other party was too confident, as if they had already been defeated. You found help. Ha. That's right. We found a helper. One who can kill you. Ha. I don't believe that there is such a strong man hidden in Taihao. The Lord of the Infinite Realm raised his head and laughed. His laughter gradually became weaker and weaker. Doubt flickered in his eyes, and he could not help but expand his perception in all directions. Who is he? It's me. A blurry figure crossed the long river of time and space, going upstream. Chapter 761, Using Your Body as Armor. It's me. A calm voice with strong confidence broke the silence at the end of time. All the beings on the other side moved their eyes slightly, and looked at the distorted figure. Are you kidding me? The ultimate side of the other side, and the infinite world sank. And their hearts were furious. Their perception has already covered all the time and space of Taihao. The ants who have seen by Donglin's counter currently look at it naturally. But they don't care at all. But now they say that the little guy of these 11 realms is the existence that can wipe them? The expressions of Jian Shou and others on the other side clearly told them that this was indeed the case. I think it's interesting. It seems that you are ready to fall. In that case, let's fight. The ultimate other shore withdrew his gaze, and no longer looked at Bai Donglin. He clenched his fists, and streams of light condensed from information beams appeared on his body surface. A violent aura burst out and spread, turning the boundless space and time into a realm of eternal darkness. A wisp of breath cut through time and space, falling into a parallel universe in Taihao's past, spanning a vast dimensional space of hundreds of super thoughts. Countless creatures were contaminated by the tyrannical breath, instantly turning into demons, and fighting each other to death. Such a large-scale change in history has destroyed an unknown amount of timelines, causing the long river of time and space to shake violently. Humph! Ultimate beyond. It seems like you are truly beyond help. The expression of the Hongming Patriarch was slightly cold. He flicked his finger, and a particle of light popped out, which extinguished the breath and turned it into a parallel universe of purgatory. It also reversed time and space in an instant and restored it to its original state. Hee hee. Ridiculous. You all have to kill me. Do I still need to take care of Songshan Wanling? Ha ha. I wish the whole of Taihao would be buried with me. Ultimately, the other side laughed wildly, without worry in my heart. And the breath of the dispersion became more terrifying. The people on the other side looked at each other, then nodded slightly, and cast a spell together to completely cut off this area at the end of time and space, isolating it completely from the real world. Just now, it was just a wisp of breath from the ultimate other side, but it destroyed a parallel universe. If a real fight breaks out, the destructive damage caused by the horrific aftermath cannot be restored by reversing time and space. The other side of eternity is truly terrifying. Bai Donglin frowned. 8-colored divine light lingered and flowed on his body. His 8 desolate battle body was already at full power. The infinite world of gods and demons extended behind his head, and the wheel of the origin of the universe between his eyebrows was spinning rapidly. He had used all his means, but could only go so far, and could not truly step into the battlefield. On many other sides, the auras were intertwined in disorder, filled with murderous intent and fighting will, and even the information was corrupted, forming a terrifying desolate area. Hee hee. No wonder I was looked down upon. I am indeed too weak. Bai Donglin slowly exhaled a breath, calmed himself down, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. But I'm not an ant. Boom. An invisible explosion resounded throughout the mind, and then a solid thread of self-consciousness shot out from between the eyebrows. In an instant, the remote distance from the end of the time from the end of the consciousness wired to the end of the world's base points. Although the time span is great, this is a history that has happened, and it has not yet entered the fog in the future. So I have no burden on my consciousness. Future true self invincible. Snap! The barrier between the present world and the future was suddenly torn open by 2 huge hands. A twisted and majestic figure took a step out of it, and with a slight sway, he appeared behind Bai Donglin. What? The other side, and the infinite figure froze, slowly turned around, and looked at Bai Donglin with disbelief. This is impossible. How can an ant at the 11th realm summon such a powerful future body? Although the source of information and other beings on the other side had flashes of amazement in their eyes, they were not particularly surprised. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had seen this scene. Ahem. What's impossible? You are the supreme existence of the other shore. But it is only the other shore. In the endless heavens, there are so many things you don't know about yourself. Bai Donglin's breath was weak. The horrific backlash from absolute time and space continued to act on the source of his existence. His immortality was constantly activated, and he barely maintained a near-death state. During this period of cultivation, his strength has improved a lot, especially his self-awareness, which is on the verge of a breakthrough, allowing him to accurately grasp the limit of the backlash he can withstand. Therefore, although the future body summoned this time is weaker than the one in the dark eclipse heavens, it can completely step into the present world, and the power it can exert is also stronger. Huh? It's a weird boy. The eyes of the ultimate other shore flickered. The blurred future body gave him a great sense of oppression. This was a scene that went against common sense. 11 realms can call the future at the cost of life. But the limit cannot cross the big realm. Although the existence on the other side can barely withstand the backlash and not die. Few people would do so. Because the future body they summoned is not much different from their own strength. And they will lose combat power due to the backlash. Which is not worth the loss. Sword Hunter. Is this what you rely on? This little guy is indeed special. But how long can he hold out? Even if we delay him, we can still kill him. The Lord of the Infinite Realm spoke indifferently. He still believed in his own understanding that no one could maintain the existence of their future body at no cost. Let's give it a try. Bai Donglin grinned, then opened his arms and fell backwards. His future body created ripples that wrapped him up, forming an all-round protection without blind spots. Use your body as armor. Immortality. Kill. Arrogant. Court death. The sword that protects justice. Punish evil and slay the evil. Information. Wan Dao. According to the will of the heavens, the sentence will be carried out. Taihao heavens. The sky has changed. For unknown reasons, blood rain suddenly fell from the sky in all dimensions of the universe and time at the same time. The sky was stained with blood, and even the dark and boundless void of the universe could not avoid it. The bloody rain continued to fall without stopping for hundreds of thousands of years before it inexplicably dissipated. Countless people and creatures of all races were at a loss as to the strange blood rain. As for those short-lived people, they had lived and died for countless generations during the bloody rain. From birth to death, they had always believed that the world was supposed to be like this. When the bloody rain stopped, they felt uncomfortable and shouted, "The world has changed. The world has changed." Only those beings above the 11th realm, a small number of well-informed ones, know the source of the blood rain. The eternal other shore that came out of the Taihao heavens has fallen. The original site of the final other shore is now Baiyujing. On top of the Yujing sacred mountain, there are palaces one after another. In the most central temple, two figures sit opposite each other, talking in low voices. The source of information. This is the secret of the 9th chapter of intention. However, this is just my personal opinion. What suits me may not suit you. As usual, you can experience it yourself. Bai Donglin stopped the discussion with a smile in his eyes. And Huang Nan, who was kneeling with his head bowed, saw this and hurried forward to respectfully fill the cup with tea. Well, thank you, fellow Taoist. I have solved a lot of the difficulties in my heart. You are the creator of the meaning. And the essence you expounded is naturally profound and extraordinary, which is of great help to my practice. The source of the information may have concealed his true identity in order to facilitate communication, and now appeared as an ordinary young man. But the mysterious temperament and deep and boundless eyes that he inadvertently revealed were still intimidating. You're welcome. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, sipped the spiritual tea in the cup, his thoughts drifting, as if he had returned to that scene tens of thousands of years ago. Similarly, the source of the information also came to him to ask about intention. When they finished discussing and chatting, they saw Huang Nan serving tea and water, and they started talking about the final other shore. This chat was a simple one, but it was like dry wood meeting fire. A series of secret agreements were reached between the two, which also sounded the death knell for the ultimate destruction of the other side. The unknown war at the end of time ended with the fall of the ultimate other shore and the Lord of the Infinite Realm, and also caused a bloody rain in the Taihao world for hundreds of thousands of years. According to the pre-war agreement, the two corpses on the other side, and eventually the territory on the other side, all belonged to Bai Donglin. Moreover, the source of information's experiment on the way of information also allowed Bai Donglin to join in the exploration. Naturally, the behavior of using the clone to spy on the system was nothing. Fellow Taoist, I have benefited a lot from this trip. I will go back to study in seclusion, so I won't bother you anymore. The source of information asked for his resignation, and Bai Donglin came back to his senses and stood up to see him off. Slowed down. Goodbye. Bai Donglin stood outside the temple and looked around, taking in the prosperous scene of Baiyujing. Time flies by so fast. Hundreds of thousands of years are just a blink of an eye. This is the boring life of the eternal species. He sighed slightly. Then his eyes became stern, still full of vigor and drive. Now that everything is ready and resources are sufficient, I can enter a deep retreat and start to break through. The will of the 8 realms. Creating something out of nothing. Chapter 762, Falling into Self-Doubt. Boom! On the top of Yujing's sacred mountain, the extremely heavy temple door fell down with a loud bang, and time and space were isolated. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged alone in the hall and began to retreat. Hey, I'm finally free. A scarlet long knife that was inserted into a huge rock trembled slightly, shaking the stubborn rock into nothingness. It glanced at the closed temple with a sneaky look, then turned into a red light and flew down the sacred mountain. Miracle! Miracle girl! Are you home? The scarlet long sword flew down the Eugene Divine Mountain, turned around and around, and finally stopped in a house at the foot of the mountain. Well, weeping blood, why are you here? The miraculous, picturesque eyebrows moved slightly, awakening from meditation, and slowly opened his eyes. The stars within billions of light years all twinkled at the same time. Crying blood, didn't Father God forbid you to ride around? Be careful not to be locked into the furnace of the heavens again. Today's miracle, after hundreds of thousands of years of hard training, has grown a little taller, but only about 1.2 meters, not even as long as the blood-stained black handle. Ha ha ha. You don't know if you have a miracle. Your father has gone away. I heard his muttering and said that he was going to break through the will of 8 realms. During this period of time, I am free. How about it? Miracle girl, do you want to go out and play? It's too boring to stay in Baiyujing every day. Upon hearing this, Miracle immediately showed an interested look. She was actually a restless person. Moreover, she was still young and her temperament had not yet settled down. It was indeed a bit boring to practice in seclusion day after day. Isn't that a bad thing? If Father God knew, he would definitely be angry. Seeing the hesitation and excitement in Miracle's eyes, Chishua was shocked and thought there was a chance. Auntie, don't worry. It's still a long time before the master comes out of retreat. We just need to come back early and pretend nothing happened. Isn't that enough? Chishua knew that with its master's terrifying strength, it would be impossible to hide it. So it dragged Miracle along. Bai Donglin doted on Miracle very much on weekdays, and he would definitely show leniency to Miracle when the time came, so it could also avoid punishment. Well, then, okay. But is it just us? How about bringing junior brotherly and sister Joyo? It's more fun with more people. Miracle finally couldn't resist the temptation, nodded in agreement, and made a small suggestion. Okay. You have the final say. Chishua was delighted. Great. The more people were pulled into the water, the safer it would be. After all, the law does not hold everyone responsible. Besides, it was Miracle that proposed it, so it was none of its business. Buzz! The scarlet blade trembled and twisted. Countless lights and shadows flashed by, and finally froze, transforming into a human figure. These guys are trying to compete with me for this hard-earned opportunity to go out for some fresh air. They really don't know what they are talking about. Uncle Rick, I am not someone you can easily mess with. Rick's silver hair was messy, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. While casually drinking the liquor, he took out the dimensional teleportation gun from his arms. The crying blood contains endless personalities, including many ruthless ones. The reason why Rick was able to break out of the siege is because of the adventurous factor in his body. When he heard that he could go out for adventure, his fighting power suddenly skyrocketed. By Yubu, he raised his hand and fired 2 shots, creating 2 emerald green space-time vortices in the void. Liu and Joyu were captured before they could react. Rick and Sister Miracle, what are you doing? Liu looked confused. He knew Rick. This old man was a mad scientist. Stop. There's no time to explain. We'll talk on the way. Rick looked solemn. He pinched his fingers and opened up a universe in a speck of dust. He and the 3 miracles escaped into it, and their breath suddenly disappeared. Rick, where are we going now? The Taihao heavens are so vast. There must be a goal. Right? Liu understood the beginning and end, and also chose to obey. But he was a little worried about whether Master would be angry after he got out of the customs. Adventurous? Interesting. Joya turned out to be a human figure. She is a mature and charming beautiful woman with a majestic figure. Even her voice is full of lazy and seductive taste. Because she swallowed the enhanced energy crystal, her life essence leaped and her strength increased, thus completing the task of swallowing the remains of the heavens ahead of time, before encountering the next battlefield ruins. It was her rest time, and there was nothing wrong with going out for some fun. Well, let me think. Rick frowned in thought. Then his eyes lit up, and he looked at Liu meaningfully. Boy, last time, I heard you submitted an application to the Space-Time Administration to resurrect your parents. How is it going? What stage has it progressed to? Upon hearing this, Liu's face darkened, and he sighed heavily, saying weakly, Oh, don't mention it. My number is outside the hundreds of billions. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and it has only advanced to more than 10 billion digits. I protested and complained, but it was useless. The Space Administration is so powerful. They are so wealthy and powerful that they just say they don't have enough staff. The staff have all kinds of holidays, and on weekdays they work 3 days and rest 4 days, and work 2 hours a day. They don't care about a small person like me at all. You told me to wait. If I can wait, I will wait. If I can't wait, I can withdraw my application, but I won't refund my credit points. Well, so, that's the time to wait until the year of the monkey is gone. Maybe, when your parents are resurrected, they can only go to the grave to you. Rick smiled strangely and patted Liu on the shoulder. Liu's face fell. Is there anyone who curses people like this? He is at the 10th realm, and he even has the hope of breaking through to the 11th realm in the future. How could he die of old age? Junior brotherly, I have already told you to ask Father God for help. If you are unwilling, reveal Father God's name. I believe that the Time and Space Administration will not dare to neglect you like this. Right? Liu ran randomly and firmly shook his head. He knew that it would be much simpler to do this. But he didn't want to trouble his master. He wanted to resurrect his parents by himself. And this idea had become an obsession. Very good. I have a goal. I am too boring in this world. Let us go to time and space in the past. You can also resurrect the parents of little Z. Rick's eyes sparkled. He was an expert at playing with time. But unfortunately, the absolute time and space that connected the endless heavens was too abnormal, making it impossible for him to set foot in the future time and space. He could only play in the past time and space. The target locks. The past time and space. Set off. Rick raised his hand and fired a shot, opening the space-time channel. The dust universe was like a battleship, carrying several people into the emerald green vortex and disappeared. By Yujing. Deep in time and space with Yujing Shishan. A dark continent was suspended. On the upper plate, there was a magnificent shore. Amidba. What a bunch of restless little guys. Haha. Forget it. Young people should have the vigor of youth. You can't become a great talent by working in isolation. Only by going through vicissitudes of life and seeing prosperity and silence can you achieve brilliant consciousness. For the immortal species, living long does not mean being old. Simply staying in seclusion without any experience cannot be considered growth. It is like a miracle that although he lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he spent most of his time in illusory seclusion and practice. And his life experience is like a blank sheet of paper. What do you think? Evil? What do you think? Hee hee. Let them die. They can be resurrected after death. What's the big deal? The blood-crying ones are already eternal Taoist soldiers. Who can hurt them except the other side? And who on the other side of the Taihao heavens won't give me some face? As it should be. After a few words of casual chat, the clones closed their eyes again and fell into silence. At a glance, there are more than 100,000 figures above the dark continent, all of which are vast and powerful, over hundreds of thousands of years, with the blessing of endless resources. The first wave of clones bred by Donglin have already broken through to the 11th level, and the clones of the clones have expanded downward 5 times. Today n equals 7. In other words, the number of Donglin's clones has reached a terrifying level. 126,900. The number of 1 Yuan clones has reached the 7th power. Donglin has no shortage of manpower at this time. These clones are spread all over the Taihao heavens, and they only need to do 3 things. Devour energy, improve self-cultivation, strengthen the spiritual world, and prepare for the next god-making and demon-casting. With the help of system talents, participate in experiments on the source of information and collect data experience for the master to comprehend the power of information editing. Each of the clones carries a clone of the tree of final illusion deep in its consciousness. It encounters countless living beings and collects their consciousness-derived substances to breed the 7 emotions and 6 desires fruit, providing a constant supply of nutrients for Donglin's retreat and breakthrough. As for the first generation of avatars, nothing has to be done. It only needs to be repaired and perceive the way of opening up in the heavens. Once his will broke through the 8th realm, Donglin knew that he was not far from reaching the other shore. So he could start preparing to practice the next chapter of the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon. The heavens are opened up. It is not the world, not the universe, but the complete heavens that possess the will of the Tao. Every infinite spiritual orifice will be a vast universe. My lord, have you spread your business too far? Even if they devoured all the heavens in the void, with their infinitely increasing clones, how could their spiritual world have enough resources to open up the heavens? The avatar named Gambling Dog was locked, and he shook his head suspiciously. He likes to deduce the probabilities of everything. No matter how he looks at it, it is difficult to reach the end of the true scripture of conceiving God and forging demons. The probability is 0. Chapter 763. Taihao's 7th Countless Yin. The Yuan calendar 9,000 Daisen. 650 Xiaoyan. 408.1 billion years. There is still exactly 1 million years before the Tao of the heavens is opened. Taihao Heavens. The parallel universe of Jiasi 009. A vast world completely dominated by technology. The evil one once served in the Agra battlefield of this world. Jiasi 009 is very special. It is the origin of all Taihao's technological power, and the center of many technological parallel universes, and time and space. Its overall strength is second only to the origin universe. The two of the 2 days of Taihao. The existence of the other shore was scientific and technological power. Sitting here, the will to power and the absolute spirit, the two on the other side exist. And their temperament is relatively lonely. They are alone. In addition to co-resisting the black disaster, they rarely communicate with the other side of the Yuanshu universe. Therefore, in the final battle of millions of years ago, they have never participated or even asked. They just nestled in their own universe and engaged in scientific research. On the Agra battlefield, after the will of power and the absolute spirit opened up the right to use level 11 weapons, the entire battlefield and even the space-time channels were completely destroyed under the continuous rampage of terrifying weapons, such as the Dimension Annihilation Cannon, the Ultimate Black Hole, the Mimetic Infection, and the Universe Devourer Mecha. The creatures that were displaced by the war returned to their homeland and recreated a galaxy cluster 1-to-1 in the ruins of the battlefield. After millions of years of sedimentation, this star field has regained its former prosperity. Adira Galaxy. Daika Star. Ding ling ling ling. Classmates. Today's courses are here first. Luya. Your graduation design is a bit outdated. Give you 3 days to consider. And change the topic. The classroom was a solemn circular hall, with an old professor with white hair and beard standing in the center, and the surrounding stairs filled with energetic students. Buzz. The old professor shook his head and sighed, glanced at Luya, who looked embarrassed. Then his figure twisted slightly, disappeared like a phantom, and exited the virtual universe. Ha ha ha. Luya, stupid. What topics are not good? Just have to engage in the main God space. And laugh at me. This kind of backward thing is played by several countless disciplines. Knowing what is the most precious in the world. Innovation. Or innovation. You took out an old antique from history, made some minor improvements, and you want to graduate with it? You are so naive. You underestimate the value of the Pan-Universe Space-Time Academy. Don't you? Yeah. What's the use of this outdated thing? Can it be used to colonize the Black Calamity Heavens? It can only be used as a toy in some indigenous worlds. So don't bring it out to embarrass yourself. Even if it is a college that brings together the top genius. People who are happy with the pain of others. Have nothing to do with human nature. Ridicule others to pleasure themselves. So low-level fun. Just a cheap way for them to relieve their stress. Figures kept disappearing. And in a huge classroom, only Liya, with a lost look on his face, was left standing there, reluctant to get off the line. Hateful. What do you know? The Lord God space is definitely not a useless toy. You all underestimate its potential. Humph. I won't change my subject. Even if it means delaying my graduation. I will still create the Lord God. By then, I will definitely impress you guys. Luya secretly cheered herself. Her eyes were firm, and she exited the virtual universe as soon as she moved. Lord God. I'm hungry. Give me a starry sky monster meal. Luya was almost obsessed with his research, and even changed the name of the intelligent computer to Lord God. As you command? My lord. The ball of light suspended in the room flickered slightly. And the next moment, the particle reconstruction machine on the dining table started to operate on its own, absorbing the particles floating in the void and rearranging them according to a specific structure. When the faint blue light faded away, the table was already filled with fragrant, steaming food. Science and technology are primary productive forces. At the 09th universe, the productivity has reached its peak. The manpower is fully liberated, and all the lives of citizens can be obtained through particle reconstruction machine. The free particle reconstruction machine used by civilians has an authority level of 5. Level 5 includes the following things, which can all be obtained through reconstructing particles. Level 6 involves laws, the 6th level, the divine pattern realm, and only some special organizations have the authority to use it. However, a level 5 particle reconstruction machine is already sufficient for common use, so don't underestimate it. For example, if Blue Star is a level 0.7 technological civilization, then all man-made things on the entire planet can be obtained through the particle reconstruction machine, which is not even the lowest level. If the data of Blue Star is completely recorded in the particle restructuring machine, only one order is needed to complete the entire star in the whole star. But the energy and particles consumed are a bit huge, not what the students of Liyue can bear it. This is the Jiaxi 009 universe, a level 12 technological civilization. A mass-produced gadget that civilians can get for free is the envy of countless civilizations. After Liyue finished eating the feast made from the flesh and blood of the giant star beast, his depressed mood suddenly improved a lot. He calmed down and walked into his own laboratory. The creatures of the Black Disaster are all unconscious lunatics below the 10th level. It is obvious that they are not suitable to be the hosts of the Lord God's space. Enslaving the creatures in Taihao violates the provisions of the Code of Life. That is why everyone thinks that the Lord God's space has no value to be developed. Hey, if the Lord God is powerful enough, it would be great if he could enslave the 10th Order Black Disaster. However, without a foundation to rely on, how can the Lord God accumulate the original capital? Liyue frowned. His research topic was stuck at this point. If there was any way to forcibly give consciousness to low-level Black Disaster creatures, TSK. That's impossible. I'm just daydreaming. Let's go out for a walk. Maybe some inspiration will come to us. Liyue has left his nest. The streets at night are particularly deserted. With the particle reconstruction machine, the shops have lost their value. In the virtual universe with 100% authenticity, most people prefer to stay online. After all, we can communicate closely with all living beings in the universe without leaving our homes. And after death, we can upload our consciousness to achieve eternal life. The meaning of existence in the real world has been infinitely weakened. Huh? When did a store open here? Liyue was stunned. This was an intersection where the main roads intersected. On the opposite side of the road, in the darkness, the brightly lit shops were particularly eye-catching. The pawn shop of all worlds? What are you joking? What time is it? There are still people who open this old antique shop. Liyue felt it was extremely absurd. If he had not been slightly interested in ancient history, he would probably not have understood the meaning of the word pawn. Since the advent of the particle reconstruction machine, the creatures in this world have lost their desire for material things. If they want, everyone can create spaceships, miniature stars, star destroyers in their bedrooms. Where else do you need to pawn things? As soon as he said this, Liyue's eyes darkened. Didn't those guys mock him with the same words not long ago? Perhaps out of curiosity or out of sympathy. Liyue took a step forward and headed towards the only pawn shop with lights on the street. Jingle. The decoration of the shop is extremely simple and quaint. When the door is pushed open, the pleasant sound of copper bells emitted by physical collision makes Liyue's brows twitch. He curses in his heart, not knowing what he is expecting. Welcome. What do you need? Little one? What do you have? The illusory sound made Liyue confused for a moment. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a strange space. The vast space has no visible boundaries, and the distance is covered by chaotic colors. In the near distance, there are endless crystal mountains. On the mountains, various strange objects are piled up randomly, all shining with divine light, and cannot be looked directly at. This is... Liyue's eyes widened. If it weren't for the subconscious auxiliary intelligent brain in his consciousness constantly reminding him that everything in front of him was real, he would have thought he had stepped into a virtual universe. Energy crystal. Such a strong energy reaction. Energy crystals are the hard currency of the Jiaxi 009 universe. Although the particle reconstruction machine is easy to use, it also requires energy as a driving force. The energy crystals that Liyue usually used were no more than level 3, which were equivalent to mid-grade spirit stones in the cultivation world. However, any residue from the crystal mountain range in front of him would cause his energy detector to explode. Why is it a little brat? Never mind. He is the first guest of this universe after all. By Donlin's 17th generation. Number JSJ5737. Watched Liyue's stunning poverty, and suddenly felt disappointed. The pawn shop of all worlds has spread to every corner of the Taihao universe. The technological universe is undoubtedly the least suitable soil for the development of the pawn shop. The Jiaxi 009 universe is already the last piece of the expansion territory. Bai Donglin exchanged his own spiritual world for pure energy from the heavens. He had three purposes. The first was for the original reason, to collect energy to strengthen his spiritual world. The second is to prepare for the evolution of the Tao of the heavens. The resources produced by his spiritual world all carry the aura of his consciousness. Through the use of all living beings, they will replace the heavens bit by bit, infect the heavens, and leave his mark on the will of the heavens. If we compare Taihao Zutian to a wooden boat, when a piece of deck on the boat is broken, it will be replaced with a new one. When all parts of the boat have been replaced, is the boat still the original one? The resources of Bai Donglin's spiritual world that contain the breath of consciousness are these pieces of replaced wood. He does this not in order to control Taihao Zutian, but just to facilitate his future actions in Zutian Daoyin. As for the third purpose, when a living being obtains what he has always dreamed of, his consciousness will fluctuate strongly, and the invisible substance emitted will be more abundant, which will help to nurture the fruits of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Wanjia Pawn Shop kills 3 birds with 1 stone, and it is worth Bai Donglin's attention to it. Oh, boss, are you a dimension traveler? Lu Yao was dazzled by the energy crystal. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He swallowed and asked in a serious tone. Although Lu Yao is just a student under the age of 18, he is a citizen of this world. When he was still a fertilized egg, his hazy consciousness was constantly instilled with imprinted knowledge. And he can even inherit his parents' knowledge in genetic fragments. So don't underestimate these little brats. They are all monsters who have played with spaceships as building blocks since they were young. With just one glance, he could tell that Bai Donglin was not a creature of this world, and immediately thought of interdimensional travel. That's right. I come from the origin universe. I'm a dimensional businessman who never cheats anyone and guarantees that every customer will make a profit. His expression was sincere, and his words were honest. He was not lying. In the spiritual world, all businesses were run at no cost. Since the pawn shop opened, there has not been a single bad review. Even the most cunning and mean customers would return with a full load. What do you want, little one? Bai Donglin asked again. As long as a living being with self-consciousness entered this store, it meant that he would not lose out. At this time, he only needed to arouse the other party's consciousness fluctuations as much as possible. This set of processes are done. That is, the best templates are endless in the future. Can everything be? Lu Ya's eyes flashed, and his heart shouted secretly. Is this the opportunity in YY novels? Is he the destined protagonist? That's right. Anything is fine. Just use your imagination as much as possible and think big. Don't hesitate. Bai Donglin waved his hand with great heroism. He thought, it's just a little guy. How can it be difficult for him? In this case, boss, I want to give a way to give low-level black disaster awareness. Well, that's simple. Ahem. What are you talking about? Bai Donglin widened his eyes and looked back and forth at the lure with a strange look. Boss, I want to give the low-order black disaster to give the consciousness wisdom. I don't know what to do. This problem has troubled me for a long time. It is related to whether I can graduate smoothly. Isn't this boy who comes to smashing the scene? Well, interesting. Can you tell me? Why do you want to know this thing? Bai Donglin has a weird look and gives the black disaster awareness. Let's not say that you can do it. But why do you do this? Boss, this is my graduation subject. The name of the main god. My idea is this. Lu Yao was not prepared and projected his design into the void. The densely packed text detailed how to create the Lord God, how to operate it, and how to disintegrate the black disaster from the inside. The concept is easy to understand, which is to use the main god to control the black disaster creatures. Let them perform tasks in various worlds and many timelines. Do evil. Disrupt the long river of time and space, in order to achieve the purpose of weakening the power of the black disaster. How immature. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. Lu Yao was still too young and only saw the surface of the problem. The fundamental reason why the main god's space was not working was not that the low-level black disaster could not be controlled. Boy, do you know the other side of eternity? Of course, I know that the eternal beyond is the most powerful existence in the heavens. They are above everything else. The power, will and absolute spirit are the strong ones on the beyond. Lu Ya's eyes were filled with admiration. Ha! Do you know? There are sitting on the other side of the long river of time and space. looking at the past and the future. Your so-called Lord God wants to destroy under their eyelids. Do you think it is feasible? At the beginning? Perhaps because the Lord God was too insignificant. The beings on the other side would not bother to pay attention to such ants. But when the Lord God's space developed and affected the overall situation, there was no doubt that they would be harvested and killed by the other side with one finger. Young people are still too young. They only know that the other side exists, but have no idea of its boundless power. Not to mention Luya. Even he himself knew very little about their power before he set foot on the other side. For the first time, in the battle of the heavens, he did not even have the qualifications to observe. In the end, although he was used as armor and hid in his future body, he still couldn't see the war close at hand. The information he felt in the future could not be passed on to him. Therefore, until the end of the battle, he was in an aggressive state, and he didn't know what happened outside at all. Ah! Is that so? Luya was struck by lightning, and his energetic eyes suddenly dimmed. He spent so much effort, but he didn't expect that the direction was wrong from the beginning. This is a very thoughtful boy. It is a pity to be silent. It is a pity. Bai Donglin felt compassion, shook his head and laughed, then snapped his fingers in the air and gave Luya a head-splitting blow. Bang! Ouch! That hurts. Boy, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? What suggestions? Luya rubbed his red forehead and looked angry, but forgot his loss just now. You should change your mind. The main god's space may not be used to invade, nor must he be slavery. Bai Donglin talked freely. When he was in the only true world, he also built a huge main god space and had a lot of experience in this regard. For example, before Bai Donglin finished speaking, he suddenly stood up with a frown on his face. Not good. With a wave of his hand, the door of the pawnshop was suddenly closed, and the countless brilliant trails flickered, and the entire shop went to the depths of the dimension. What's wrong? What happened? Looking at the calm, mysterious boss, suddenly his face changed, and Luya, who was not deep, couldn't help but follow. Rumble. The sound of terror, accompanied by endless destruction fluctuations, annihilated the dimension space. The bond of the boundary was affected, shaking, and the defense barrier even faintly cracks. Snort. Bai Dong's eyebrows were shameful, stabilizing the hull, and then broke the dimension space. Back to this world, the walls of Pawn Walk became transparent, and the scene of the external erosion came into sight. Where? What is this place? Luya was stunned. The outside world was filled with a surging tide of destruction. In the pitch-black void, there were tangled, disordered, and twisted lines. Time and space were shattered, and the timeline lost its support, slowly dissipating in a meaningless struggle. This is the Agila Galaxy. No, the entire Karoli Rido domain. But it is already once. Impossible. This is impossible. Luya looked panicked and whispered unconsciously. But at a moment, his hometown was gone. His relatives and friends were annihilating with the vast star domain. The black disaster has invaded. What's impossible? Bai Donglin frowned. He was only a 17th generation clone, the weakest among the group, only at the 10th realm, and could only barely protect himself in the sudden change just now. Buzz! A boundless scarlet vortex slowly emerged in the erosive void, and a large-scale bone-covered handful of thin scales was explored from it. Jia C009 Parallel Universe Time and Space. The Coordinates Anchor. Chapter 764 My True Intentions. The Unknown Domain. The pale bone hand that penetrates the time and space is covered with weird fine scales, and looks at each other. On each of the scales, there is a sorrowful face. The bone hand 5 fingers slightly moved, and the method of leaving the method. An inexplicable fluctuation spread, and the next moment, countless fine scale people's faces opened their mouths and sprayed the thick dark liquid. Crash. In the moment, the weird liquid hovers condensate and turns into a towering monument full of spells. The trembling sparming vortex suddenly stabilized. Boss, are we just going to watch? Do you want to do something? Luya's voice trembled, although the terrifying aura of the black disaster was isolated outside. Just looking at this strange scene made his mind fall into panic. The appearance of the black disaster must mean a disaster. He was weak and could not rely on him. He could only look to Bai Donglin with pleading eyes. This mysterious boss can travel across dimensions, so he must be very powerful. Maybe he is a hidden boss in the gaming world. This is what is written in novels and biographies, and Luya believes it without a doubt. Nothing can be done. Bai Donglin shrugged helplessly. If he were here, perhaps he could do something. But forget it. He was just a worker. Now that this star field had been infected by the black disaster, even running away became a problem. Being able to tear the wall of the heavens only can also form a stable space-time channel. The owner of this bone hand is the supreme side. The other side of eternity. Luya heard that her body was soft, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Bai Donglin frowned. Haizai was making a big move. What he saw was different from what Luya saw. He was synchronized with the memories of many clones. And through different perspectives, he saw that in more than a dozen parallel universes, space-time channels were also opened. More than a dozen black disasters attacked at the same time. A rare grand scene. It's over. It's over. We're dead. The Supreme Other Shore is so powerful that it must have discovered them by now. It is possible that it will slap them in the face at any time and destroy everything. Luya fell into despair. He originally had strong hatred in his heart. But when he heard that the other party was Bayan, he immediately became depressed. Indeed, if nothing unexpected happens, none of us can leave. But you are dead for sure. But I am still alive. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, looking at Luya slightly with a pity. Only 10 realms were repaired. He had no way to open up the drinker who could hide the eyes of the other shore, and could not take away Luya. Boss, you are so ruthless. Luya smiled bitterly, having already accepted his fate. He really had no right to ask others to take risks to save him. And the two of them were not familiar with each other. Huh? Boy, you're lucky. You're saved. Bai Donglin's expression was froze, and his eyes flashed in surprise. The two guys came well, and it seemed that it was really staying in their old nests. Buzz? The dark void trembled slightly, as if there was any horrible existence that was about to appear. The time and space were twisted and blurred. The next moment, the darkness faded away, and all the stars in the eyes were covered by one red and one white. In red like blood, there is a group of red light balls. Majestic, high, and the will of rights. In the pure and soft white light, there is also a mysterious ball of light floating up and down. Pure, supreme, and absolutely spiritual. The will of power and the absolute spirit. Two eternal shores that have proven their truth with the power of science and technology. Have extremely special forms of existence. They do not have fixed forms. What Bai Donglin saw was a ball of light. But in Luya's eyes, it was a blood-red book and a flag fluttering in the wind. My two Taoist friends. Can you help me? This dangerous place is not suitable for me. Luya has been shocked by a blank mind. And the auxiliary wisdom brain in the subconscious has also drew. Bai Donglin looked freely, shocked his will, and conveyed his voice. His gentle gaze lowered, passing through the pawn shop's defense barrier unhindered, and met Bai Donglin's eyes. Dao Yu. It turns out to be you. The gentle and soft voice is biased towards women, containing the inexplicable rhythm. From the absolute spirit, he watched Bai Donglin's avatar. It's a piece of cake. Thank you very much. Bai Donglin nodded with a smile. Bai Guan gathered, condensed into a big hand, and gently stroked it. And it broke the breath of the black disaster of the bone hand. Every time the Tao of the heavens evolves, the black disaster will find ways to destroy it. This has become a routine. The many other side beings in the Taihao heavens have long been prepared. When the space-time channel is opened up, there are people from the other side who will go to deal with it. Bai Donglin knew this, and the source of information had long been angry. So there was no need to worry about it. There was still 1,000,000 years from the completely outbreak of the conflict. At this time, he was on the breakthrough. And with his heritage, once he stepped into the other side, the threat of these dark disasters was just a native chicken and a dog. And he could suppress it with only his hands. Self-consciousness complements each other. And if one prospers, all prosper. And if one suffers, all suffer. The power of the other self. Endless clones. Divine self-thinking. Infinite superposition. Self-seeking eternity between self-life and death. Superego is immortal in false reality. After 9,000,000 years of seclusion, time has accelerated, and I don't know how many epochs have passed. Bai Donglin's consciousness was immersed in the boundless illusion, floating up and down, and realizing the mysterious true meaning of his self. Snap! An invisible and sourceless shattering sound suddenly sounded in the depths of his consciousness. Bai Donglin only felt his consciousness lighten, as if he had broken out of SHL, floating lightly and rising to an infinite height. With a quick glance, he actually saw a huge vortex of black and white in the sky that were intertwining and erasing each other. At the same time, Among the light spots in the sky that looked like endless stars, there seemed to be many eyes looking at him and gazing at him from afar. These mysterious states only lasted for a moment. Their consciousness fell and returned to the body. Consciousness. No dirtless. No dirt. No fell. I realize it. Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes. In the dark temple, it seemed like a brilliant galaxy in the universe, slowly rotating, deep and boundless. The eighth realm of will, creating something out of nothing. He spread out his palms, and with a thought, a vast space was opened up in the palms. In the absolute nothingness, a top-notch world with a diameter spanning 1 trillion light-years appeared out of thin air. It has no basis, no consumption, and is born from empty fantasy and reality in this world. What a magical power! Bai Dong's eyes are surprised. This strange feeling of mysteriousness seems to be a natural instinct. It does not make sense. No logic. And the realm is here. There is nothing. And you are born. The world's uncomfortable discomfort that Bai Donglin felt, the only discomfort in the world was that my consciousness had a huge consumption at that moment. But it was immortal, and immediately became spiritual. In the past, I could also use my fingers to pinch the particles and collide to open up the universe with a magical effect. But such a universe was extremely fragile, fleeting, and extremely low in nature. If you want to create a universe that is perfectly operated by one party, you must supplement a large amount of material energy and the rules of the brand. But this is unpredictable. But it is completely different. It is really breeding from nothingness. All material energy appears out of thin air. The only loss is just my own consciousness. But with a strong consciousness, even if there is no immortality, you can restore the same time for a while. With zero efforts, high returns, completely violate some iron laws. Really, magical and great power. Bai Donglin was amazed and played with the universe in his palm. Everything in the universe changed according to his thoughts. Time was infinitely accelerated. In an instant, an infinite era had passed inside the universe. Countless living beings and numerous brilliant civilizations were born and died. And eventually all returned to nothingness. All that was left in the entire universe was pitch-black silence, and countless huge black holes scattered across the starry sky. It can't be wasted. With a light toss, the dead universe was swallowed into its belly. Under the grinding of the chaotic vortex, it was transformed into vast energy, and was swallowed up by the spiritual orifice. I didn't expect that something out of nothing could be so powerful. It's far beyond my expectations. I was careless. Careless. There was a flash of heart taken by Donglin's eyes. But Shiyu and the ultimate other sure were killed just like that. Thinking about it now, it was really a waste of resources. Wouldn't it be great if he could suppress them and have them produce energy for him all the time? Well, this is a good idea. In the future, if we can avoid killing them, we will. All beings on the other side are treasures. Killing one means one less. It is best to keep them imprisoned and squeeze out their value. Bai Donglin's mouth curled up, and when he thought of the wonderful things, a bright smile appeared in his eyes. The long sealed gate to the divine palace slowly opened, and his eyes swept across Baiyujing and its surroundings. The little cubs of weeping blood are really crazy. Not even home. It's time to fight. Chapter 765. In an unknown time and space, the adventurous Chishua group all shuddered at the same time. What is going on? Could it be that the people from the Space Administration have locked onto our location again? Hey, these line people really have dog noses. They have been chasing us closely for millions of years. Rick laughed at a low whisper. His eyes turned straight, and he didn't know what bad idea was. He had fallen in love with a game of hiding with cats and cats with space-time observer. Rick, should we go back? Come out for so long. Master will definitely not spare us lightly. Liu looked hesitant. They had already resurrected his parents and brought them back to the world. That's why he was very grateful to Rick, and had been following him to make trouble. But it must be said that after traveling through endless time and space, they witnessed many things that they had never dared to imagine before, and also found many treasures and resources. Their strength grew by leaps and bounds, which was much better than just shutting themselves up in seclusion. TSK. What are you afraid of? It will take 1,000,000 years for the master to come out of seclusion. I heard this information with my own ears, so it can't be wrong. When the time comes, we can rush back and pretend that nothing happened. A miracle, isn't it? Uh-huh. The miracle has grown into a big girl. The SHL of Cardamom has a beautiful beauty, but her temperament is even more escape. Big eyes, ghostly ghosts and ghosts. I don't know if they have learned from Rick. Seeing Chi-Chi nod, Liu didn't know what to say. As for Julia, it goes without saying that he definitely didn't want to go back. Hey, it's them. Rick suddenly looked back, and the emptiness of nothingness rippled ripples. The three figures paced out, and the black robe covered the whole body. Under the hood, the nebula vortex made of endless timelines. Space-time observer, commonly known as Line Man. Rick, you are the most cunning time criminal in the history of the administration. You have violated 90% of the provisions of the space-time management regulations. A total of 89,000 timelines have changed due to your actions. Surrender your hands and follow us back to the administration for investigation. Bah! Want to catch me? Maybe in the next life. Ha ha. Rick had been prepared for a long time. Throwing a metal ball, a blue glowing flashed, and several people disappeared instantly. This guy, too powerful. Time and space observer is silent. Like many times before, he can only watch a few people run away. Under the nourishment of energy, weeping blood devoured many ancient wares. The essence has long jumped. It is already an eternal soldier. It can be said that it already has the body of the other side. Once the consciousness and realm are broken through, it will be the 12th realm of the Taoist warrior, which is no different from the eternal other side. Weeping blood, counting your heart. The strength of miracles and Liu is pretty good. Otherwise, Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. His perception was connected to the crying blood. What the other party thought and what he saw and heard. All across time and space. And passed into his mind. In fact, although he has retracted millions of years, he has not been out. When he was conceiving a god and casting a demon for his clone. When he was picking the 7 emotions and 6 desires fruit. And when he was receiving the resources accumulated by the pawnshop of all worlds. He even took the time to return to the one true world several times. A short period of sobriety would not affect his breakthrough, but would make him more efficient by relaxing. This is also the reason why he came out of the customs 1 million earlier than the estimated breakthrough time. The breakthrough of the self-consciousness is rooted in the body, and does not require interaction with the outside world. Therefore, this retreat was done to speed up the flow of time. The actual retreat time was 9,000 small eras, or 900 trillion years. Compared to other 11 realms, his breakthrough speed is already fast, and his consciousness is more special, and he is more powerful after the breakthrough. For example, if he tried his best to create something out of nothing, the world he could create would be nearly 10,000 times larger than the ordinary world on the other side. The 2 prerequisites for setting foot on the other side. My will has been more than satisfied, and as for my understanding of the way of information, I have almost accumulated enough. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered. Over the years, he had used countless clones to drain the knowledge from the source of information. All his understandings and experiences were gathered in his mind nebula, where they were melted, intertwined, deduced, and purified, injecting the essence of the mystery into his own path. Virtual and real. In the eyes of beings on the other side, there is no difference between fantasy and reality. They can be converted into each other. Matter, energy, laws, rules, the source of the great Tao, the consciousness of living beings, the way of heaven, and the will of the great Tao. All of this can be changed from the root with the thoughts of the other side. The so-called information path is to use thoughts as hands in the virtual concept to play with, and tamper with everything within the sight and imagination. For those below the 12th realm, this ability is unstoppable and completely crushing. This is also the fundamental reason why no one has ever been able to cross this realm to fight the enemy throughout history. The only beings who can counterbalance such great power on the other side are beings of the same realm, or even higher. Bai Donglin pondered. He had everything ready. All he needed was an opportunity to make a breakthrough. But this last flash of inspiration was the most difficult. And he couldn't teach him by words or deeds. And even the source of information was helpless. So he could only rely on himself. Don't be anxious. What is coming will come. He calmed down his thoughts and decided to relax his mind, which had been tense due to the long years of seclusion. There was nothing forcing him to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Put the breakthrough first. Now, I still have more important things to do. Bai Donglin's expression was right, and his hands closed slowly. The 7-color divine light that brought me across strengthened my consciousness and gave me 2 great innate abilities. At first, I thought this ability was attached to the soul, but in fact it is not. It should be in the most fundamental self-consciousness. Bai Dong's eyes flickered, and he traced back to his memories, as if returning to the beginning, when the soul shuttled in the dark passage, lonely and lonely. panic, endless despair. Because of his unjust death, he was filled with resentment, and a strong desire burst out from his subconscious. If only I could survive. If I had the power of immortality. My strong desire to survive was responded to by the seven-colored divine light. So I became immortal. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts wandering and agitated. After that, he fell into a deep sleep several times in the dark passage. After traveling for who knows how many years, he saw a series of fleeting pictures. It was an unknown strongman who was strolling in an unknown time and space, destroying the world with just a gesture of his hand. What a terrifying destructive force. I also want to have this kind of power. The power to dominate everything. I was terrified and excited by the destruction caused by the majestic existence in the shattered image. And thus a strong desire was born. A desire for power. Similarly, the seven-color god light responded to me. And it can reverse the damage to the damage, reversing to strengthen the energy. Bai Donglin slowly closed his eyes, and his agitated memories calmed down. He was right. The two great talents did not originally exist in the world, but were gifts I created for myself with the help of the mysterious power of the seven-color divine light. The two talents came from his subconscious desires. If what he desired was not these, but other things, such as the world's richest man, a stunning face, the son of luck, an invincible system, then the seven-color divine light would also give a corresponding response and satisfy all his wishes. After Bai Donglin Minwu, he also wanted to continue to make a wish greedy. But the seven-color god light did not respond. Perhaps he was not enough in his realm at this time, or the power of the seven-color god light had been exhausted. He was more inclined to the former, because as his realm of consciousness broke through, his two major talents were enhanced again, as if his consciousness could bear greater power and his authority was opened up. Destruction. Bai Donglin clasped his hands together, and his figure instantly disappeared and turned into nothingness. The next moment, with Dao Wuzhong as the base point of resurrection, he appeared out of thin air in the only real world. Congratulations, sir. Dao Wuzhong woke up from his meditation and looked at Bai Donglin with joy in his eyes. He could finally return. Congratulations. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. Dao Wuzhong could be said to be the most special one among all his clones. He was the only one who had surpassed his original body in strength. It was he and his original body who completed the Ring of Time paradox together and laid the foundation for everything. The true scripture of conceiving God and forging demons. My lord, before I return, there is one thing I want to tell you. Oh! Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, moved his mind slightly, and directly chose memory synchronization. This was also the first time he completely read Dao Wuzhong's memory. After his ego consciousness broke through, he no longer worried that the endless Tao and the complicated and lengthy memories would affect him. Mother, Auntie, and Bai Li, they all chose to annihilate themselves. Why is this happening? Bai Donglin was stunned, and his originally happy mood disappeared. He didn't even want to take a closer look at the memories that came synchronously. Alas, Master, not long after you left last time, more than 2 million years ago, Qingying and the other two chose this path together. After all, they are just ordinary creatures. You reshaped their origins for them, and forcibly sublimated them into eternal species. But their Tao hearts and self-consciousness cannot be changed. Although less than 10 million years have passed in this world, they have traveled through many small worlds in the one true world, and have also experienced countless low-dimensional universes in the dimensional world, and have lived countless lives. The total timescale on the origin exceeds 1 trillion years. That is, I am tired of living. The weak consciousness cannot carry eternal life. They said, please don't resurrect them. They are all very happy and content. Please let them sleep forever. Is this? Are you asking him? Bai Donglin opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. A sad look flashed in his eyes. Yes. He was too selfish. I see. Wuxing. Come back. Chapter 766. 1 Yuan of the Heavens. Destruction. Dao Wuzhong passed away with a smile on his face. And in the next moment, he was resurrected in his Qi Hai Ling Qiao. Bai Donglin's eyes sank slightly, and his aura suddenly became much stronger. Although his current strength was far stronger than Dao Wuzhong, the other party was also worthy of being the most powerful clone. His powerful power flowed into his body, and his overall strength directly increased by more than 30%. The world that gave birth to the Transcendent is indeed not simple. Although it is a shattered wreckage, Dao Wuzhong only devoured a portion of its energy, which has reached 30% of the total energy I have devoured. Over the past 10 million years, he has devoured a lot of resources, including the remains of nearly 100 battlefields, the energy exchanged in the Taihao heavens, and all the accumulations in the final other side, including the 2 corpses. The heavens are also divided into different levels. Those who can walk out of this realm of the transcendent should be at the top. Destroy. Destroy. Dao Wuzhong's return seemed to be a signal. Many of his first-generation clones far away in the Taihao heavens all destroyed themselves at the same time and returned to their respective spiritual worlds. Bai Donglin's figure trembled slightly, and a trace of surging aura dissipated slightly. The invisible majesty swept across the boundless area in an instant, from the realm of nothingness to the land of Guishu, and countless living beings were filled with panic. Fortunately, his consciousness was strong enough, and the discomfort of the return of strength only lasted for a moment. He slowly exhaled a breath, and the agitated breath had calmed down. "Ha. Wuxing. Long time no see," the evil murmured in a low voice, his gaze crossing the sea of blood and nodding to the endless Tao in the sea of Qi. "Ahmed Ba. Wuxing, you are worthy of being the eternal black hand of the only true world. I still let you take a step ahead and be the first to comprehend the method of opening up the heavens." All the clones had mysterious expressions. They were a group of more than 100,000 people who had been secluded in the depths of Baiyijing dimension for 9 million years, studying the true scripture of conceiving God and forging demons, the creation of the heavens, but got stuck at the last step. Unexpectedly, once Dao Wuzhong returned, the memories were synchronized, and the last missing piece was naturally filled in. "Shishan, you flatter me." Dao Wuzhong shook his head slightly. He didn't dare to take the credit. "It was me who showed me the way forward. Everything is under his control. That's why I became the most crucial link." "Stop talking nonsense." Bai Donglin interrupted the chat and shook his head helplessly. "You are all me. You are all like me. You are like me. It makes me feel like I really like praising myself." "Wuxing, get ready to start." Bai Donglin looked solemn. Everything was ready. The creation of the heavens would begin today. Dao Wuzhong was the most powerful, so it was most appropriate for him to be the pioneer. Once he succeeded the first time, the rest would be much easier. Yes. Dao Wuzhong narrowed his eyes slightly, calmed his mind, and became calm and composed. The other clones also looked serious and focused, not daring to miss any details. We still don't know what strange phenomena will appear when the heavens are opened up. This side of the heavens is shielded by war, isolating everything. Even the side of the transcendent cannot be projected here. It is undoubtedly the safest place. Bai Donglin's body was like an illusion. As he spoke, he took a step forward and arrived outside the only real world. Looking back, he saw that the real world was still constantly devouring the power of the dimension, creating inexhaustible resources for all living beings in the world. Taking another step, crossing an infinite distance, he arrived at the end of the heavens, the realm of nothingness. Similar to the realm of nothingness, all things and laws did not exist. Not even a trace of dimensional power. He casually sat cross-legged, made hand gestures and closed his eyes, his consciousness having sunk into the world of Qi. Qi, also called the lower dantian, is the human orifice among the 3 main orifices of heaven, earth and man. Wuxing, you are the humanity created by Wu Wei. It is reasonable for you to sit in charge of the human world now. The Tao of Wu Wei and the Tao of Tian Wei on the side looked at each other, and then their figures flashed and withdrew from the Qi. It is enough for there to be one clone of him or her in each of the heavens that merges into the will of the heavens, thanks to his initial practice of one breath into 3 pure ones and 3 Buddhas of the past, present and future. After Bai Donglin opens up all the heavens, there will still be 4 clones of himself left. Wuxing, I will take over your body later and add all my strength to it. You just need to complete the most crucial step at the end. Transform the heavens. Everything is in my mind. Master, let's do it. Dao Wu's eyes were clear, and his eyes were slowly closed. When it opened again, his breath had changed greatly and was replaced by Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin's mind moved slightly, and the boundless power in his body flowed violently, instantly blessing his body at this moment. His eyes were bright, and he looked around. Crash. Boom. This is the most original appearance of the world of infinite spiritual awareness. It is boundless and has no top or bottom. Everywhere you look, there is chaotic energy as solid as liquid. Even if you extend your will and perception to the extreme, you cannot find the edge of the chaotic ocean. Moving with thoughts, the usually silent chaotic world seemed to sense what would happen next and began to boil and roar involuntarily. With a vast and majestic momentum, chaos can open up the universe. Infinite chaotic time and space can open up the heavens and myriad worlds. My spiritual world is not much different from the infinite. Bai Donglin's eyes were bright. He knew that in the spiritual world at this moment, the heavens that could be opened up must be the weakest one. But it was not a big problem. As long as all the internal organs were complete and the essence met the standards, it would be okay. He could continue to absorb energy and expand the heavens. This is the reason why some heavens in the realm of nothingness are strong and some are weak. To open the sky, it is still appropriate to use an axe. With a clench of his hands, a giant axe flashing with 10-colored divine light appeared out of thin air. This was made by melting all the bones of his original body, after being stacked up many times to the limit. Its power was quite extraordinary. Snap! With a light step of the foot, the chaotic space trembled violently, and the endless chaotic energy was suppressed by the breath and became still. All the heavens and myriad worlds. Bai Donglin held up his 10-colored giant axe, hesitated to sublimate, and the secret techniques such as the 8 wastes were developed. All the great power was poured into the giant axe. Inexplicably, Bai Donglin's figure, holding the giant axe high, climbed up wildly and expanded infinitely. In just a moment, he had broken through the sky and the earth. His figure seemed to have stepped into a virtual world. The originally boundless chaotic space was now quietly floating in front of him, only as big as his head. The real body is clearly in the chaotic space, but the figure holding the giant axe seems to be above the chaotic space at the same time. The inside and the outside are contradictory, and the real and the fake coexist. The human orifice Qi of heavens, open. Bai Donglin had a stern look on his face, and the 10-colored giant axe that had gathered all his strength vibrated and hummed as he chopped down with a loud bang. An indescribable horrific blow struck fiercely on the chaotic space that was like a chicken egg. All the laws of time and space fell silent, and an instant later, endless brilliant white light engulfed everything. Did you make it? Half of Bai Donglin's body was shattered, but he didn't care about that. He concentrated his mind and carefully experienced the strange changes in the chaotic space. In the infinitely vast chaotic space, all the chaotic energy was wiped out. In the absolute nothingness, a bubble suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then continued to expand. In just a moment, it replaced the entire chaotic space. This was the initial prototype of the heavens. Extremely fragile, and like a bubble that would burst at the slightest touch. It is exactly the same as in the deduction. Bai Dong's eyes flickered, and the first step was successful. The next is the key. If it is not, this bubble can only be returned. He transforms the heavens. My will is the will of the heavens. Bai Donglin put down the giant axe, sat cross-legged in the center of the bubble space, repeatedly pinched the mysterious magic formulas with his hands, and chanted the true scriptures and mantras in the air. His body was expanding until it filled the entire bubble space. Then, his flesh began to disintegrate and all particles turned into nothingness, leaving only the one spiritual orifice wrapped in the light of origin. Buzz! The faint crushed bubbles seemed to be perceived, and suddenly stabilized. The intangible energy particles turned into the endless chaos, and gathered to the spiritual trick like a bee. Success? At this time, Bai Donglin's consciousness had already left and returned to his body. Everything that happened afterwards was operated by Dao Wuzhong. The newly opened up Qi heavens are very weak, and there is only one world in them, the invisible strange power, with Dao Wuzhong's spiritual orifice as its core, transformed into vast worlds. The structures of the heavens are varied. After careful consideration, Bai Donglin decided to build his heavens according to the form of the human body's spiritual orifices. The 3 realms of heaven, earth and man are the highest worlds of the heavens, and below them are the 362 main realms of the next level. As for the remaining hundreds of thousands of worlds, with hidden spiritual orifices as their core, they are the lowest level worlds. Their internal space is relatively small, only equivalent to an ordinary universe, with a length and width of less than 100 trillion light-years. My lord, I succeeded. An unknown amount of time had passed before everything stabilized. The bubble was no longer fragile, but turned into a thick dark blue color. That was the wall of the heavens. Inside the human heavens, there was a world of oneness that was faintly arranged in a human shape. Every world is full of vitality, and has begun to give birth to living beings. Dao Wuzhong used the power of the heavens to condense a figure. His aura became more vast and majestic, supreme, and everything in the entire human world moved according to his will. My spiritual orifice turned into the heavens. And my clone Dao Wuzhong became the will of the heavens. His body merged into the heavens, and his spiritual orifice condensed into vast worlds. Well, that's how the first generation of clones opened up the heavens. The second generation of clones can only open up the heavens within the world transformed by the spiritual orifice. Dao Wuzhong's spiritual orifices did not disappear. They simply became a chaotic spacetime in the core of the world. The second generation clone could still open up the heavens in it. And there was no impact. Bai Donglin counted with his fingers and found that 100,000 years had passed. It only took a moment for him to chop down with his axe. But it took quite a while for the final heavens to form. There are still 900,000 years left for the Tao of the heavens to develop. Hurry up and open up all the heavens. Might power by then. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, clenched his palms lightly, and the time and space in his palms suddenly became silent. With the blessing of the heavens, his strength increased greatly. After his spiritual world was opened up into the heavens, his essence was improved tens of thousands of times invisibly, and that extra power appeared out of thin air. Perhaps I can become the first person in history who can cross a great realm and kill the other side. Bai Donglin's heart was surging, and his consciousness sank into his body again, arriving at the world of sea of blood in the earth's orifice. Ha ha! Come on, master. Use your big axe to chop me hard. Zai had a strange smile on his face, somewhat impatient. Dao Wuzhong led the way, and they all had the same experience. So it was almost certain that they could open up the heavens. Bring it on! Boring repetition. Bai Donglin chopped down with an axe, and without waiting for the ultimate evil to condense the heavens, he rushed towards the world of the divine sea without stopping. 129,600 axes were chopped down, opening up the universe of all heavens. Chapter 767 Talent Transformation. 99,000 years after the creation of the heavens. The only true world. Xianyuan Continent. Jidao Holy Sect. Yujing Dojo. Yujing Mountain was exceptionally lively at this time. The overlords of the universe and the rulers of the human race, who were rarely seen on ordinary days, all gathered together. They all looked excited and looked towards the end of the White Jade Hall from time to time. 10 million years. After waiting for 10 million years, Lord Bai finally came back to fulfill his promise. They are going to be free. Step out of this cage of heaven and earth, and enter the vast and endless world of the heavens. In the back hall, in a small courtyard surrounded by a purple bamboo forest, Bai Donglin was lying on a rocking chair, swaying with a leisurely look on his face. Brother, how long do we have to wait? When do we set off? Xiaozi. No. She is not small anymore. Now she is a tall and graceful beauty. 175 centimeters tall, with sparkling purple hair cascading to the ground and a proud figure. Z. Why are you so anxious? Big brother has his own thoughts. Bai Xiaoxiao still wore the sunglasses, glanced at Xiaozi who was staring at Bai Donglin and almost drooling, and couldn't help curling her lips. Xiaozi fell in love with the eldest brother without hesitation. But it was a pity that it was impossible after all. A bystander can see things more clearly. He knows that the eldest brother only treats Xiaozi as a sister and nothing else. It's been hundreds of billions of years. There's no need to rush. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke casually, gently stroking the ice cat in his arms. The fluffy ice crystal fur was soft and a little cool. Meow. Bing Meow was snoring in comfort, which made Xiaozi so envious that she wished she could take his place. Junior brother. Are you waiting for the Empress sister? Lianxin spoke softly. Her voice was elegant and gentle. She was wearing a white dress and had a transcendent temperament, like a saint or an immortal. The chaos pearl between her eyebrows was shining with divine light, and the jade plate of creation behind her head was hanging like a bright moon. There was a ball of light floating on each of her shoulders. One white and one green. They were Tianluo and Xiaolu. Uh-huh. Senior sister. You understand me. That's right. The only existence in the real world that is qualified to step out of the cage is probably my eldest sister. She would be hesitant, sighing in my heart, the way that Bai Yuanjin cultivated, although powerful and promoted fast, but also very large for himself. If you choose to leave the unique realm, then you have to leave the endless people of the Xia Shenqiao and open up the territory. In Bai Donglin's opinion, it doesn't matter what choice his elder sister makes. With his power, he can protect her from all the storms. Looking around, he saw that all the 12 building masters and 5 city lords of Baiyujing had arrived except his eldest sister and second brother. Call out. A ray of sword light cut through the void and fell into the courtyard. revealing two figures leaning against each other. They were the couple Bai Jianga and Lu Yi. Little brother. Bai Jianga seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. I understand. Since the elder sister has a choice, we naturally don't have to interfere. Bai Donglin nodded in understanding. The fact that Bai Yuanjin didn't show up already explained everything. My elder sister asked me to tell you something. The great Xia dynasty is connected to her mind and soul. All her people are concerned about her. She will not abandon her people. She will continue to seek. One day, she will lead the great Xia dynasty to break out of the cage and step into the outside world together. Bai Donglin remained silent. It was not easy to break the ban that the Transcendent had set at the cost of his life. If he wants to leave now, he can only rely on his immortality. After this breakthrough in consciousness, his talent has undergone new changes, so he can take people out. Moreover, the prerequisite is that the other party must be at least in the 10th realm. Otherwise the consciousness will be lost and dissipated when it leaves. Bai Donglin stood up, looked up, his sight spanning the boundless starry sky, and his eyes met with Bai Yuanjin, who was sitting on the imperial throne in the divine realm of the great Xia dynasty. Let's go! The eldest sister has her own way. I believe she will not stop here. After saying that, he walked towards the front hall first, and everyone followed closely behind him. Here it comes. It's out. It's been thousands of years since I last saw you. Lord Bai is still as handsome, majestic and powerful as ever. That's right. That's right. We have met your excellency. Everyone looked solemn and saluted respectfully, expressing their heartfelt admiration for Bai Donglin. Everyone. You are polite. Bai Donglin had a smile on his face. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, and bowed. He always maintained an equal attitude towards his friends, and would not become arrogant because of the expansion of his strength. This was one of the many good qualities he developed in his previous life. Influenced by Bai Donglin's aura, everyone felt warm in their hearts, and a sense of intimacy emerged. And all the tension and stiffness disappeared. Looking around with his eyes lowered, he saw familiar faces everywhere in the hall, some of whom had fought side by side with him, and some of whom were enemies of him. Huh? This little guy is... Bai Donglin saw an unexpected person and looked into his eyes. Unexpectedly, the other person's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he knelt on the ground with an excited expression. Sir, I'm Gooden. I finally see you again. Bang, bang, bang. The tall and strong man burst into tears and banged his head against the ground, making a dull thud. The noise attracted strange looks from everyone in the hall. Isn't this the martial saint? Is he related to Lord Bai? Gooden. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed, secretly lamenting the impermanence of facts and the wonder of fate. He never thought that a small village boy from a small world could come to this point. At the beginning, he entered the ancient world of Mingyu, and was trapped in the burial zone of no return. He escaped by chance and stayed in a village called Shaowang Village. Gooden was just an ignorant child who brought him chicken stewed with mushrooms every day. When he left, he taught Gooden many mundane martial arts. If you remember correctly, the Mingyu ancient realm was finally taken away by Emperor Mingyu. Right? It is hard to imagine how many vicissitudes this kid Gooden has gone through to get here step by step. With ordinary martial arts, he achieved the title of martial saint and truly changed his destiny. Sharp. Haha. Gooden, you're pretty good. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed drastically, and they looked at the martial saint with serious eyes. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment. Sir. Gooden scratched his head and grinned foolishly. All the hardships he had experienced over the long years turned into sweetness at this moment. He would die without regrets if he could get a word of recognition from the adults. Uncle Master, Mukong, who was standing next to the martial saint, saw this scene with envy in his eyes. He was no longer the ignorant boy he used to be. He had long understood that this so-called Uncle Master was actually a fake. He was asked to enter the Taoist sect as a secret agent, but in the end it seemed that he was of no help at all. Disciple, I have to admit that you have a good eye. You saw right away that Bai is extraordinary. Nian Yin stood behind Lian Xian and whispered to her that, thanks to her beloved disciple, she had entered the realm of dominance that she had never dared to think about before, and was now qualified to climb Yujing Mountain. Master, Lianxin's cheeks flushed. She didn't understand what vision was. She liked her junior brother not because he was strong, but simply because he was her junior brother. Bai Donglin. How could such a crude means of sound transmission be hidden from Bai Donglin's ears? His eyes flickered, and he glanced at Nian Yin. Well, she is still as charming, and has a hot and proud figure. Everyone, Before I leave, I need to make some things clear to you. Seeing Bai Donglin's solemn expression, the eyes of the people below suddenly became stern, and they listened attentively. The outside world may not be as beautiful as you imagine. Indeed, compared to this small cage, the outside world is very big and truly boundless. But on the other hand, it's also very dangerous outside. Even I don't dare to say that I can handle everything. You should have heard about the Black Disaster to some extent. Yes, the Black Disaster really exists, and is very powerful. This cage of heaven and earth restricts you, and the Black Disaster. To some extent, it is actually a paradise on earth. This is a one-way trip. I can't always be at your beck and call. Once I leave, I can never come back. Whether to go or stay, please think carefully about it. The hall fell into silence, and everyone had a solemn look on their faces. If even the adult strength was felt in a world full of crisis, how terrifying would that be? Despite thinking so, no one chose to leave. The only true world is, after all, just a broken universe. And there are only 4 complete sources of the Great Tao left. This makes it extremely difficult for them to break through. Even without the shackles of the Mother River. In the past 10 million years, only 3 people in the only true world have entered the 11th realm, Bai Jiana, Bai Yuanjin who practiced the power of the Divine Dynasty, and Lianqin who replaced Tianqin. The rest are struggling in the 10 realms. Very well. If you hesitate, I won't bother to take you out. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. Those who could grow up in the ruined heavens, and those in the hall, were all extremely extraordinary. At least their wills were very firm. Once they stepped out of the cage, most of them would be able to quickly enter the 11th realm. Relax your mind. I will take you out. The invisible will slowly spread out, enveloping everyone in the hall. Destruction. Bai Donglin annihilated himself as soon as he thought about it. And all the people who were wrapped in his will also died. Their bodies and consciousness disappeared into nothingness. The observer's will is different from before, and it seems to contain a complex and abnormal aura. This is one of the abilities that comes from the new transformation of talent after a breakthrough in consciousness. Go! Go! With a thought, he was resurrected in the Taihao heavens, on Yujing Mountain in an instant. At the same time, balls of light shining with divine light appeared in the void. And vaguely, naked human figures could be seen inside them, gradually appearing from nothing. Chapter 768. See you in the future. War costs lives, cuts off everything, and isolates everything. A powerful band beyond imagination, no matter what is visible or invisible, can escape as long as it still exists in the concept. After Bai Donglin's consciousness broke through, his talent transformed, and his observer's will was able to interfere with the outside world, integrating the self-consciousness of living beings into it, and leading them out of the cage of heaven and earth, out of nothing. As soon as the thought came down, the ball of light suspended in the void shone brightly, and the body was rebuilt from scratch, starting with the light of the origin of life, particles, the origin of the universe, rules, and soul. Next, there were simple external items such as robes, various magical weapons and treasures, including the Jinni ancient artifact. The incomplete ancient artifact that had lost its origin was thoughtfully recast by Bai Donglin, returning it to its peak. When everyone died together, Bai Donglin memorized all the information about their existence and reproduced it perfectly at this moment. For him who could create the universe with his thoughts, it was very simple. All he lost was a little bit of his consciousness, and he could recover in a breath. However, Bai Donglin had no way to replicate the battle monument, lucky ring, wheel of life and death, and other incredible treasures that were suspected to be kept close to the body by transcendence. Creating something out of nothing is not omnipotent. The ancient artifacts may seem powerful, but they are also innate things that can be born in the universe. The reason why they are powerful is not because they are made of materials that come from chaos, but because they are born with the origin of the Great Tao. The ancient ware is also strong and weak. The difference is that there are many sources of the avenue. It is called forbidden by the living spirit. It has a 49th band in the chaos to the treasure. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered as he saw through each ancient artifact that was shining with divine light. As soon as a thought came to his mind, thousands of paths came into being, and dense and complex lines of source slowly emerged in the origins of the ancient artifacts. Lianqin was given special care, and the fragments of the jade disc of fortune that originally contained only the destiny side were directly completed to its complete state. About there, Bai Donglin looked at the people who were completely replicated in the void and nodded with satisfaction. He only needed to inject the most crucial bit of spiritual light, and the job would be done. This my consciousness is the root cause of the existence of the creature. And all the importance cannot be replaced. Although Bai Donglin can also weave exactly the same consciousness. Inject soul. Strands of vague fluctuations were stripped away from the depths of Bai Donglin's will, corresponding one by one with the figures in the void, and automatically returning to their positions. Consciousness is like a spark that reignites the soul, activates the mind, and causes the light of the origin of life to shine brightly. A group of corpses suddenly came to life. Ah! Woohoo! Did I just die? Everyone suddenly opened their eyes. Their breath was agitated. They gasped for breath, and their faces were filled with fear. They could not remember what had just happened. They only knew that they were trapped in darkness, surrounded by a cold, silent, vast and terrifying thing. They spent a moment there, but it seemed like an eternity of desolate and lonely time. Everyone, welcome to the new world. Taihao Heavens, Bai Donglin's gentle voice, like a spring breeze, slowly spread out and dispelled all the discomfort in everyone's hearts. This was the unavoidable sequelae of the intimate contact between consciousness and his will. Is this the outside world? This is the complete avenue. As if by instinct, the incomplete rules in the body began to intersect with the outside world, automatically completing and correcting themselves. There are a few accumulated deep existence, and even faintly signs of entering the 11 border and concluding the timeline. Bai Donglin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at the crowd with bright eyes, staring at Bai Jianga who had his eyes closed. This is quiet. Dead silence. Bai Donglin spread his will crazy, and instantly reached the limit of 10,000 super thoughts. He perceived the countless parallel universe time and space, penetrated the long river of time and space, and watched the past and present. Everything was in absolute stagnation, including the space-time channels opened by the other side of the black disaster, and the eternal other side existences that were confronting each other. It was as if the entire Taihao Heavens had been paused. The only ones who could still move were him and Bai Jiana, who was slowly opening his eyes. Who are you? Bai Donglin frowned. What kind of eyes were those? He couldn't understand or describe them, but these were definitely not the kind of eyes his second brother could possess. Dao Yu. Nice to meet you. I am Tontian. A faint and ethereal sound came from nowhere. While Bai Donglin was half conscious, Bai Jiana had already taken a step forward, walked in front of him, and looked at him with an inexplicable look. Dao Yu? Bai Donglin was slightly stunned. His thoughts were soaring. His thinking was crazy, and all kinds of information hidden in the memory was extracted and analyzed by intertwined fusion. He is the sword wielder of another dimension. By inquiring the source of information, he learned that the sword wielder organization was founded by two transcendent beings, Tontian and Baiming. In the endless heavens, there is only one person who dares to be named Tontian. Recalling his second brother's identity, he knew his second brother's origin better than anyone else. It was not the information that the sword master told him, but came from Dao Wuzhong. In order to explore how to knock down the Mother River, Dao Wu did a lot of experiments. For example, on the world line, he played with the Mother River to peep at his weaknesses. He calculated that the heterosexuality planned Azoso's broken arm to weaken the Mother River and cultivate the heart of the real world to replace the heart of the real world. In addition to these, the ancient where on the bright side is also a very powerful force. Naturally, the Tao will not ignore it. Therefore, Dao Wu finally began to explore the source of the disabled ancient ware. After failure, he retreated and asked for the second time. He wanted to fill the instrument for the ancient ware and achieve some results. The first generation sword master and Zero's ancestor Ling accidentally obtained the mysterious forbidden techniques from Dao Wuzhong. This has the reincarnation body of the 30-3 heavenly wares, and the reincarnation body of the Xianxian array. Bai Jiana's ego consciousness came from the aura and residual traces in the Zhu Xian formation diagram. After merging with each other, they were washed in the Mother River. Bai Donglin suddenly realized that the four swords of Zhu Xian and the formation diagram in the only real world were inextricably linked to the transcendent Tontian. You guessed right. My trace avatar has fallen in the heavens in Jiga. Bai Jiana inherited these traces and became a new trace avatar. Tontian seemed to see through Bai Donglin's thoughts and spoke softly. His inexplicably calm eyes seemed to be focused not on this time and space. Jiga, the real name of the only true world in the ruins of the heavens. Use war to stop war. My second brother? Is he still alive? Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't understand what traces and clones were, nor did he care about them. He just wanted to know the current situation of his second brother. Rest assured, the trace clone is just a means for us transcendents to maintain our existence. Bai Jiangu is still Bai Jiangu, just like you and all living beings. The only difference is just the frontline vitality carried by the super away. Bai Dong heard his words, and his heart suddenly loosened. Although he still had a lot of doubts, he had no need to lie to him. War. Tongqian's eyes finally fluctuated, and a hint of complexity flashed across them. He clenched his hands lightly, and the nameless stone tablet hidden by Bai Donglin deep in the world of the underworld was directly taken in his hand. Bai Donglin's eyes were slightly moved and did not speak out. They were super detached and qualified. Jean, your sacrifice is worth it. That thing is indeed the hope of completely destroying the Black Disaster. Surlocked. The palm of his palm stroked the fuzzy back of the ring monument. And then, Tontian raised his hand and stretched his hand to return the steel to Bai Donglin. Dao Yu, I am looking forward to seeing you in the future. After saying that, Tontian slowly closed his eyes, and the Taihao heavens, which had been completely frozen, suddenly came to life. Endless sentient beings, including the Supreme Eternal Shore, knew nothing about the time they were stolen. Only Bai Donglin witnessed it all. It turns out that he is talking to me in the future. Bai Donglin's mouth was slightly pumped, and the embarrassing color flashed in his eyes, which was too shameful. He was strange in his heart. Why was Tontian so polite to him and called him Dao Yu? Wow! After the absolute stagnation and death, the noise that appeared in the heavens and the earth seemed to be harsh. But it was also the noisy of all things. Only then did it merge the vibrant world. Bai Donglin's tight mind was slightly loose. Since his second brother is okay, he is relieved. But what is the trace of the Avatar? He decided to pay attention to one or two. Everyone, you are still unfamiliar with everything. Just stay in Bai Yujing first. You can also join Bai Yujing. If you want to leave, you can leave after you are familiar with yourself. He had already done his best by bringing everyone out of the cage. It was impossible for him to be everyone's babysitter all the time. Except for a few close people. It was difficult for him to take care of others. At most, it is to let them fight in the bangs of the 1J class. At least safe and worry-free. And there is no problem with clothing and food. Chapter 769 Above the 11th Dimension. Master, you finally went out. Sizzle. The void was scratched by a dark crack, and the crying blood was spoiled. Several miracles followed closely, and they looked a little unnatural. They ran out and crazy for millions of years, and caused a bunch of trouble. They could not be as shameless as crying blood without heart and lungs. Hee. Bai Donglin had a cold face, glanced at Qixue, and then looked outside Bai Yujing. The void was rippling, and three men in black robes stepped out of time and space, and saluted respectfully towards Bai Donglin. Greetings, Lord Bai. I waited for the time criminal Rick, but I couldn't think. He was an adult and your soldier. There are more offense. Please forgive me, Bai Yujing and Bai Donglin, but replace the supreme power of the other side. And the Space and Space Administration will also watch people get off the dishes. This does not need the director of the director. They naturally know what to do. Bah. You guys, stop slandering me. You arrested Rick. What does my crying have to do with you? He cried blood, jumped to his feet, and cursed angrily, with a dark sword light flickering all over his body. The sharpness of his sword made everyone present, except Bai Donglin, feel a chill in their hearts. Although crying blood is a bit of a rogue, he is indeed a very powerful guy. Master Bai, look at this. The line people were in a difficult situation. If it were just some small matter, it would be fine. But Rick was really going too far. His actions invisibly increased the workload of the management bureau, causing the line people who were used to slacking off to complain. This fellow, bloodthirsty, is a bit naughty. I will teach him a lesson. Bai Donglin nodded with a smile. And the face of the Space and Space Administration still had to be given, and he would have trouble with the other party. After that, I raised my hand and held the crying blood, and stuffed it into the bakery of the heavens in the body. Master, don't. The sound of sobbing blood was swallowed by the flames of the bear. This horrible incineration is punishment, which is also a way to improve the essence. It is harmless to the crying blood, but the process is a bit painful. Weeping blood disrupted the timeline and burned in the furnace of the heavens for tens of millions of years as punishment. Is that possible? Bai Donglin's tone was calm, but filled with a message that no disobedience would be tolerated. Thank you for your help. Sir, let's leave this matter at that. We will take our leave. Line people looked at each other. They perceived the terrible heat in the furnace of the furnace. This punishment was not perfunctory of them, but real. It is impossible for them to take away the crying blood, which not only gave by Eugene face, but also maintained the authority of the space and space administration. It was good to achieve this step, etc. Master Bai, do you have any other instructions? The steps taken by the man with lion suddenly paused, and his heart sank. Things really weren't that simple. The strong ones cared a lot about their face, and they would definitely take action against them. Don't you see the difference between them? Bai Donglin raised his hand and pointed at the crowd in front of him. Those who had just come out of the cage blinked their innocent eyes and behaved like spectators. They were still sighing in their hearts that they were worthy of being adults and could get along well anywhere. Well, of course I can see that. They have left no traces on the long river of time and space, and have no time archives. They should all be your original creatures, right? The line man nodded slightly. Some lucky original creatures would receive the blessing of their creator, step into the vast world of the outside world, and become truly free people. This is a very common situation. The creatures born of the origin of the universe in the 11th realm are in relatively independent space-time. If they do not set foot in the outside world, they will not leave trace information in the long river. According to the regulations of the space-time administration, if the original creatures want to settle permanently in the outside world, they need to register for easy tracking and management. Otherwise, once discovered by space-time observers, you will be convicted as a time stowaway. That's right. Bai Donglin happily acknowledged that this misunderstanding removal of many explanations. Use my quota to create time files for them, in order to maintain the stability of time and space and facilitate management. The space-time administration will not allow the 11th realm to endlessly bless the original creatures. Every once in a while, only some places will be delegated. Naturally, there will be many places for big figures of status like Bai Donglin. My lord, as you wish. The people at the head of the line made hand seals, and the time vortex under the hood spun violently. A golden vertical pupil slowly emerged, which was the projection of the pupil of time and space. Golden light shot out from the pupils and swept across everyone, completing the time record. From then on, they could walk freely in the endless heavens. You know, the Time Management Bureau, like the Sword Wielder organization, is a supreme force across the heavens, and its internal information is synchronized in the endless heavens. As expected, you are Lord Bai. The line man was shocked. He actually found two people in the 11th realm among these original creatures. This indirectly demonstrated the powerful strength of Bai Donglin. Sir, we take our leave. Slowed down. With the departure of the space-time observer, the matter of leading everyone out of the cage of heaven and earth has come to an end. Miracle. Liu. Take them down and settle them down. Yes. Miracle and the other two quickly agreed and felt relieved. It seemed that they had escaped. In the end, they still had to bear it all with tears and blood. As everyone left, Bai Donglin was the only one left on the top of Yujing Mountain. His expression was complicated and relieved. Initially, I established Baiyujing and trained talented people, hoping that they would assist me in the future. Now it seems that I was overthinking. No one can keep up with my growth. The countless clones of him and me are enough to share my worries. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. He originally wanted to train a group of helpers, but he didn't expect that he would have to rely on himself in the end. And it was enough to rely on himself. However, this is also very good. The 12 building masters and the 5 city lords had all walked with him in obscurity. The value of emotion transcended the low-level of interests, and gave him some comfort on this lonely road. Boom! Snap! The sudden and terrifying roar penetrated time and space, covering many parallel universes. Bai Donglin slowly stood up and looked around coldly. Is it finally starting? There are still less than 10,000 years until the Tao of the heavens is born. But it is obvious that the black disaster can no longer bear it. Dao Yu? Come quickly! The source of information passed through the long river of time and space, and sent a heavily encrypted information light spot to Bai Donglin's hands. With a thought, he read it and obtained a coordinate. Huh? There was a flash of surprise in Bai Donglin's eyes. The location of the coordinates was not any open space-time channel. He thought that the source of the information was asking him to deal with the other side of the black disaster. This was the original agreement. To erase the final other shore and lose 2 other shores would be a serious blow to the Taihao heavens, and would not be conducive to dealing with the invasion of the black disaster. Bai Donglin promised that he would contribute power beyond the final other shore to help Taihao Zutian and resolve this crisis. Although there are some doubts in my heart. The movement is not slow. After crossing numerous dimensions and going through complicated timelines, we arrived at the end of the Taihao origin universe, the 11-dimensional spacetime. Who would have thought that there is a hidden spacetime at the end of the dimension? Bai Donglin's eyes flickered, and his hands moved rapidly according to the magic formula given by the source of information. Mysterious Taoist characters shot out one after another, condensing into a rune vortex with dazzling divine light in the void. The gate to the higher dimension. Open! Buzz! The rune swirling stagnation flickered down, trembling, and the color became quiet, and the faintness showed the unpredictable atmosphere. Bai Donglin did not hesitate and stepped into the vortex passage. Endless light flashed before his eyes. When his senses recovered, he was already in a strange space and time. For a moment, Bai Donglin thought that he had cast the spell incorrectly and had crossed the wall of the heavens and entered the realm of nothingness. This space and time is so similar to the realm of nothingness. And similarly, nothing exists there. Dao Yu, you are here. The source of the information was waiting on the side, with a serious expression. When he saw Bai Donglin appear, he seemed relieved. The source of information. Where is the source of information? Shouldn't we deal with the invasion of the dark disaster? Dao Yu has something to fight with the dark disaster. Here. They should be almost. As soon as the source of information finished speaking, shocking changes occurred in the space-time rift throughout the important parallel universes of the Taihao heavens. Buzz. In every crack in time and space, there stands an incomparably huge black monument with dense and strange patterns on it. At this moment, they all shine brightly, hum and vibrate. Huge black pillars of light spurt out, crossing dimensions and time from different directions, interweaving at one point, locking the supreme dimension and opening a portal. This is... Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. Behind the pitch-black portal, he sensed many powerful auras, all from the other side, no less than 30 in number. The supreme dimension where the source point is located is not fixed. It is protected by the spells cast by the Transcendents. It moves randomly within the heavens at any time. However, there are also Transcendents in the Black Calamity. They have long mastered the means to lock the source point. The space-time channel opened by the Black Disaster does not mean that it intends to invade the parallel universes of Taihao. Compared to the Tao of the Heavens, these are minor details. Their purpose is to send the positioning monument into the interior of Taihao. The source of the information spoke in a gloomy tone. The other side was too powerful. The leakage of its aura alone was a devastating blow to one universe. They could not stop the other side from using positioning methods, but they had to send people to keep an eye on it to prevent the universe from being destroyed and all lives from being destroyed. What is the source? Bai Donglin was stunned. The development of things was completely unexpected. His strength had skyrocketed at this time, and he did not take the other side of the Black Disaster seriously. However, this so-called source point caught his attention, which seemed to be the key to the evolution of the Tao of the Heavens. The source point. I'll explain it to you later. They are here. Chapter 770 Entering the Origin. Boom. Tyrannical. Cold. Twisted. Confusing. The figure of the great shore was squeezed in from the dark portal, and the indifferent eyes glanced at the world, and scrupulously released their own will, and stirred the emptiness as a smelly mud. This time, it's a bit troublesome. The source of information looked worried, and his figure trembled. Under the stimulation of the Black Disaster aura, his incarnation dissipated, revealing his true body that was like liquid silver. The vortex formed by the information lines on his face kept spinning. Buzz! The void trembled, and behind the source of information, rune vortices were opened, and the existence on the other side of Taihao stepped out one after another. The will of power, the absolute spirit, the sword hunter, the life supervisor, the executioner, the shield guardian, the grand ancestor of Hongming, the director of the Space-Time Administration Bureau. Among them, there are several beings that Bai Donglin has never seen before, including the source of information. There are a total of 15 beings from the other shore, and 2 of them were wiped out from the final other shore not long ago. This shows that the strength of the Taihao heavens is very powerful, and they are not the weakest kind of heavens. After all, there were only 4 other shores in the dark eclipse heavens that he had reached, although their side was not weak. The expressions of the source of information and others were not relaxed, because there were more Black Disaster beings on the other side. Twice as many as them. This is the most severe time in history. The sword hunter's eyes were stern. and the sword of justice in his hand kept buzzing. As expected. After all, it is the Tao of the infinite heavens. It is normal for black disasters to arise in groups. The Tao of the heavens is divided into 3 levels. The lowest level of the Tao of the small heavens occurs once in a small era, and the scope affected is only the heavens within the many spiral arms of the vortex of the heavens. Only the heavens in the spiral arm area will experience space-time collisions and interactions of wills. The great Tao of the heavens evolves once every great deviation era, including the spiral arm area, and extends to the center of the vortex of the heavens. The number of the heavens involved is even larger. The highest level of the Tao of infinite heavens will only be opened once in an infinite era. It involves the entire vortex of the heavens, and all the heavens will complete the interaction of will information at this time. An infinite era is a long period of time of 100 trillion years since the birth of the Taihao heavens. This time is only the 7th evolution of the infinite heavens. Bai Donglin digested the message from the source of the information and nodded in understanding. It turned out that the information he had heard from Prisoner Dragon was wrong. However, that was normal. A little fellow in the 10th realm could probably only experience the lesser universe Dao Yin. Human boy. Is it you? From the other side of the black disaster, there was an angry roar. It was the dark owl that existed on the other side of the dark erosion of the heavens. Bashiyu died at the hands of this boy's future skills. How could he forget the other party's breath? Dark Owl's cry immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all looked at Bai Donglin, with strange looks flashing across their faces. How could a little guy in the 11th realm appear here? Everyone, join me in cutting off the future time and space. After hearing the call from Dark Owl, although the black disasters were confused, they did not slow down their movements. They all raised their hands and slashed lightly. Dozens of extremely terrifying black cracks appeared before the boundary of the future, completely cutting off time and space. After doing all this, and Xiao suddenly felt certain in his heart. Bai Donglin is very strange. He can transcend a great realm and summon his future body without dying. Even Ba Qiyu died at his hands. And Xiao and others on the other side of the black disaster who witnessed all of this should have been extremely cautious about this. However, after Bai Donglin escaped, they did not mention this strange guy Bai Donglin to each other, because they all knew in their hearts that the way to deal with Bai Donglin was very simple. Isn't your future body very strong? I directly cut off the future time and space, so that your consciousness cannot cross the future boundary. How can you summon your future body? That's all. It can be broken with a flick of the hand. As long as you know this in advance. Bai Donglin is not a high threat to them. Fellow Taoist, you didn't tell us about this in advance. The source of information frowned. This was a big mistake. Bai Donglin's future incarnation was indeed very powerful, but it would be meaningless if he could not summon him. It's okay. Don't worry, everyone. I will do what I promised. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. He was not surprised that the Dark Owl suddenly showed up to show off his cleverness. The Dark Erosion heavens were so close to the Taihao heavens, so it was expected that they would join in this invasion. Everyone underestimated his ego awareness. The Black Disaster's method of cutting off future time and space could not stop him. Moreover, the Black Disaster only blocked the future time and space of the Taihao heavens, and they could only do this much. Bai Donglin could go to the realm of nothingness to summon his future body, although it would be a little more difficult because it was close to absolute time and space. It would be slightly easier than directly breaking through the blockade of the Black Disaster. But it doesn't matter. He had no intention of using his future body this time. Otherwise, he would have set up the formation in advance. The 4 extra first-generation clones of him, and he can also summon future incarnations. After these 4 first-generation clones develop for a period of time, they can also summon the future incarnations of the clones. After the other clones transformed into the heavens, they were completely integrated into the original body and were no longer separate individuals, without future bodies, because they all have the gift of immortality. Although the future time and space that consciousness can extend to cannot compare to that of the original body, it is still possible to cross a great realm. Who says that the 11th realm cannot defeat the eternal other shore? Bai Donglin raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes flickering with a hint of tyranny. Woohoo! Crash! While many other sides were confronting each other, in the center of the strange space, endless fog that could block the perception of will began to surge violently and gradually disappeared. The vast universe hidden in it slowly emerged. The sources appeared. Everyone looked over there at the same time. Taihao Baiyan was excited. Hai's eyes showed murderous intent, and Bai Donglin's eyes were full of curiosity, and he also stared intently. An ordinary universe. Countless galaxy clusters. Galaxies. Sun. Moon and stars. As his perception deepened, Bai Donglin suddenly froze in place. This is the Milky Way. The blue planet. There is no mistake. The solar system reflected in our perception, with 8 planets rotating around the sun in the center, is so familiar and intimate. Blue star. My hometown. Bai Donglin's eyes were eager, and he himself didn't even know why he was so excited. After long years of cultivation, and endless vicissitudes and pains, he thought that Lanxing had long been abandoned by him in the corner of his memory. It turns out that this is not the case. When he sees Lanxing again, he will be just as excited and his breathing will be just as rapid. This is his route. I have never forgotten. I just don't want to remember. He forgot about the source of information and others beside him, and also ignored the many black disasters on the other side. He moved and rushed towards the universe where the blue planet was. Fellow Taoist, this is the source. Before the source of information finished speaking, Bai Donglin had disappeared. He was slightly stunned and exchanged glances with Jianshou implicitly. It seems that the time has come to prove their guess. What is this human kid doing mad? Looking at the direction Bai Donglin was heading, Black Disaster beyond was also stunned. Doesn't this person know? The source point is protected by the transcendence. It looks ordinary on the surface, but in fact it is an absolute restriction that cannot be crossed. Even the other side of eternity cannot be shaken in the slightest. How can one think of entering a mere 11th realm? Must one be insane? The strange space and time were boundless, with the source universe standing in the center. But Bai Donglin's speed was so fast that he almost used self-destruction in a hurry. However, he took only a few steps and arrived at the edge of the universe. I never thought I could return to Blue Star. Bai Donglin was very emotional. He didn't know about the shelter of the transcendence, so he didn't think much about it and just stepped in. What? This is impossible. How could he enter the origin universe? What on earth did he just do? Everyone on the other side was stunned. They have lived for countless years and witnessed countless changes in the heavens, but they have never seen any living being able to step into the source universe. Really? Bai Donglin is a source walker. The source of information and the sword hunter could not help but clench their fists, their emotions fluctuating like waves, and their breath dissipated slightly uncontrollably. Being able to confirm this conjecture is enough, and the infinite Tao of the heavens is no longer so important. Why did the other side eventually collapse? Why did Bai Donglin willingly step into this place step by step? From the very beginning, the source of information said the words, "Be careful of the final other shore." All for the present, to pave the way for Bai Donglin to step into the source universe. The source of the information was secretly pleased with himself, knowing that everything was under his control. Finally, the other side could rest in peace, and its destruction was meaningful. Bai Donglin crossed the boundary of the universe without feeling anything unusual. He kept walking and crossed countless galaxies in one step, arriving at the Milky Way, the edge of the solar system. Strangeness. Bai Donglin frowned slightly and murmured softly. Such a vast universe is like a void, without any spiritual energy. The laws, rules, and sources are as solid as stone, obscure and difficult to predict. Moreover, Blue Planet is the only planet in the entire universe that has the presence of living beings. There is also a very strange thing. His will perception can enter the solar system intact, but when it reaches the vicinity of the Blue Planet, it is dissolved by a strange force and cannot advance an inch. The so-called source point? For some reason, Bai Donglin felt a little uneasy, and his eager and excited mood gradually calmed down. Chapter 771, Fighting the Eternal Other Shore. Boom! A small satellite flying at high speed in a straight line hit Bai Donglin and exploded, waking him from his daze. Voyager 1? He reached out and grasped a broken metal record, then read the information on it and nodded. It is almost the same as the Blue Star civilization I know. Whether it is language, culture, or political power, the desire to explore is the driving force behind the advancement of civilization. Unfortunately, the people of Blue Star would never have imagined that the vast universe is dead silent. Voyager 1 is destined not to be picked up by any intelligent life. With a tap of the finger, the shattered Voyager 1 was instantly reconstructed and restored at the particle level, and continued to fly slowly into the vast universe along the escape route. His will perception could not penetrate deep into the Blue Planet, so it was through these man-made things that he determined the existence of life on the Blue Planet. Since the Blue Star is right before his eyes, why would Bai Donglin refuse to enter? Although he had some bad guesses in his mind, he only hesitated for a moment, took a step forward, crossed the mysterious boundary that isolated his perception, and successfully entered the atmosphere of the blue star. There is no sign of weakening of power. The mysterious power that dissolves the will and perception is dissipating, and the perception is gradually recovering. Bai Dongyin paid close attention to the changes in the outside world, and without thinking, he began to do his best to restrain and suppress the boundless power in his body. When he broke through the eighth god's realm, he could burst a neutron star body with the body quality. At this time, if he was a little heavier, he would crush the small asteroid like blue star into the smallest particle soup state. Blue star is too fragile. Although it doesn't seem that simple now, Bai Donglin still subconsciously became cautious. The will perception is fully restored. Bai Donglin's spirit was shocked, and his will spread out, completely enveloping the entire blue planet. Everything. Nearly 8 billion humans. Countless animals and plants. Blue whales. Bacteria and viruses. From the Earth's core to the atmosphere, every tiny tangible particle was reflected in his mind. With a slight movement of thought, everything in perception was decomposed into root information, tracing back to the birth of the blue planet billions of years ago. This blue planet is not my hometown. Bai Donglin's eyes were dim, and he had been thoroughly wounded in an instant. He guessed this worst result, although he didn't want to believe it. The information displayed in front of him would not deceive people. Suppressing his complicated emotions, his figure moved slightly and appeared on a noisy street with people coming and going. The sounds of peddlers and hawkers hawking their wares were endless. Tongzi Lin South Road. Bai Dong's eyes flickered, and the grass and trees in front of him were too familiar. He has lived and worked here for more than 20 years, which is the source of his memory. Strolling on the familiar streets, stopping and starting, the endless stream of people seemed to be unable to see him, and if they collided with him, they would pass through him without anyone noticing. Bai Donglin seemed like a phantom, as if he was not in this dimension. Dongji Barber Shop. Bai Dong has been walking for a long time. At this time, the sunset has stopped. Standing in front of a small shabby shop, groaning for a while, and walking in. Hey! Please sit down. Bro, do you want a haircut? Or a shampoo? The young boss was the first creature on the blue star to see Bai Donglin. Bai Dong's eyes flashed with a smile. He covered his true body and blurred his face. His long hair also shortened his hair. He sat down at will and let teacher Tony give him apron. Just cut it a little bit. Okay. Brother. You look good. Don't look at the younger brother's store. The craftsmanship is definitely one of the best on this street. Hee hee. Click. Click. Even the 11th realm cannot be hurt, and the universe bang cannot break its hair. Under an ordinary scissors, a large blockbuster drops. Hey! Bro. Why do you look familiar to me? Have you been to this shop before? Teacher Tony kept his hands and glanced at the mirror, and asked with some doubt. No. This is my first time here. Boss, where does your store name come from? Bai Donglin's eyes were dim, as if his mind was not here, and he asked the question even though he knew the answer. Hee hee. I haven't received much education, so I don't have much culture. This store is named after me. My last name is Bai, and my name is Bai Dongji. How can you not be familiar with it? Bai Dongji. We look exactly the same. Bai Donglin's eyes looked a little strange. He was sure that this teacher Tony had no connection with him at all. He was not even the so-called another life trajectory in a parallel universe. He was a completely independent individual. The only connection between them is that they have the same appearance, the same orphan experience, and somewhat similar names. The only difference is that he was a hard-working programmer at first, and this one is teacher Tony, who makes a living by his skills. It's not just Bai Dongji. All the friends and colleagues he used to know are completely different now. This shows that although this blue planet is exactly the same as his hometown, they are not essentially the same. What exactly is the source? Bai Donglin's eyes were filled. He originally thought that blue star was just a grain of dust in the endless heaven, but the facts told him that it was not the case. Brother, come on. How do you feel? Do you feel refreshed? Bai Donglin raised his eyes slightly and looked at his almost bald image. He couldn't help shaking. It was indeed teacher Tony, and he really cut 100 million points. Haha. Not bad. No wonder your shop is so shabby. Take care. Bro. Come back often when you have time. Bai Donglin's way of paying was very simple. He raised his hand and activated the power of cause and effect, and transferred 100 million to Bai Dongji's account. As for why a poor boy suddenly became a billionaire, cause and effect would naturally be corrected, giving the world a perfect explanation. Since the birth of Taihao's Zutian, more than 7 infinite eras have passed. This is already the 7th infinite Zutian Dao evolution. The so-called source point blue star has a very strange flow of time. The entire space-time is in a distorted and abstract state. Standing on the street and overlooking Shanghai, his perception is still separated from melting. And the situation at this time in the high dimension cannot be seen. I need to find out what the source is. The mysterious and strange origin universe cannot trap him. With a thought, he linked up with the memories of Wu Wei and other clones who stayed in Baiyujing of Taihao heavens. And the information and thoughts were transmitted. After the consciousness entered the 8th realm, the talent transformed, and the observers can interfere with the outside world. Therefore, Bai Donglin deliberately allocated some of him and me. And he was always in a state of self-destruction. He has in his body. And the highest dimension is also available in the air. The avatars in the state of the observer. The memory is synchronized at any time, ignoring everything that hinders isolation. Taihao, Baiyujing, Wu Wei and other 4 first-generation clones opened their eyes at the same time, with faint light flickering in their eyes. Sir, we understand. Destruction. In the next moment, far away from the empty field of Taihao, there is a state of maintaining an observer. Future. I am invincible. Consciousness penetrates the boundaries of the future and crosses the long foggy time and space. For tall figures lock onto the coordinates of the present world. Go up against the long river of time and space. Break through the boundary barrier with one palm. And step in. Boom. The 4-way to break the twisted figure of the world. The face is blurred. And the breath is different. But they are extremely powerful. Amidba, my 2nd generation of avatars, etc., are about to grow up. And can also call him the future. The loss of his into the heavens will completely disappear. Calculating it. But just lost a generation in me. Shishan. I have planned everything. So how could I do a business that would put me at a disadvantage? Okay. Don't be embarrassed. The deity is still waiting for us. Under the ravages of the horrific backlash, the 4 people's faces turned pale, and their breath became weak. But their eyes were extremely bright. Use your body as armor. Immortality. The future self is the safest fortress at this moment. His body ripples, swallowing Wu Wei and the other 3 into it, providing them with all-around protection. He made hand gestures and recited mysterious mantras. The door to the high dimension. Open! Buzz! The door to the dimension opened by the power from the other side covered the sky and the sun. The future body did not hesitate and stepped into it. The highest dimension of space and time has now turned into a corrupt battlefield. Everything has been shattered. Dozens of powerful men from the other side are fighting desperately. The aftermath of destruction caused by each clash, if it falls into the outside world, will inevitably lead to the destruction of the universe and the suffering of all living things. Ha ha! Sword hunting. Give up. This time the infinite road Yin Yin was taken over by me. So don't you want to dye your fingers? Dark Owl laughed happily. The number of the black disaster beyond shore that he had summoned with great effort completely overwhelmed Taihao's side. And it was a 2-on-1 match. But Taihao is not vegetarian. Almost every other shore. The individual strength must be slightly stronger than the dark disaster. The eternal beyond is difficult to kill, even in a 1-on-2 situation. However, the purpose of the black disasters is not to kill Taihao's other side. Their purpose is only to destroy the Tao of the infinite heavens, to prevent Taihao's will from interacting with each other, and to prevent Taihao's other side from taking this opportunity to spy on the Tao in the endless heavens. Zhutian Daoyan is a supreme opportunity. This is even more for the eternal shore. They must put their own consciousness into the will of the heavens as much as possible, and use their strength to get a glimpse of the mysteries of the endless heaven. This is the only known shortcut for one's will to enter the 9th realm of eternal immortality, and lay the foundation for achieving transcendence. If any being in Luan Hong's Qiji spiral arm were to enter transcendence, it would be an unimaginable dimensionality reduction blow to the neighboring black disaster heavens. Therefore, even if there is only 1/1,000,000th of the possibilities, the dark disaster cannot be ignored. And the cost of all the costs will be destroyed. Huh? Dark? You are too happy to take a break. The sword hunter's eyes were sharp, and he swung the sword of justice in his hand slowly down. The terrifying sword light with infinite power split the dark sea filled with dark owls into 2, returning it to nothingness and extinction. Although Jianshou seemed to be furious, he almost laughed out loud in his heart. The tiny chance of achieving transcendence was insignificant compared to the Source Walker, who had a 100% chance of becoming a transcendent. The source of the source of the source is absolutely secret. The battle on the other side never stops. The black disaster separates time and space, preventing Taihao from approaching the source universe. The will of the Taihao heavens is trembling with fear, unable to step into the highest dimension of time and space, let alone enter the source to complete the exchange of will information. Buzz! Above the corrupt battlefield, the void suddenly trembled, and 4 rune vortexes that covered the sky and the sun slowly opened up. The majestic and boundless future incarnations stepped in one after another, and the violent aura dissipated, instantly attracting shocked gazes from the other side. Avenue Tiandao did nothing, and the Tao was hazy. The past and present are the most perfect, and the sound of Sanskrit is immeasurable. What? This is impossible. How could there be 4 monsters like that? Moreover, we have already cut off the future time and space. The corner of the dark mouth twitched, and the dark face rose to the dark and black inflammation. The vague and distorted breath of time and space on future is the infection of the fog of future, which cannot be concealed. The people on the other side can naturally see through the reality at a glance. The source of information is me. The will of inaction vibrates and connects with the source of information. Fellow? The source of information was moved. He had been in contact with Bai Donglin for the longest time and was very familiar with the other party's aura. Well, this is me. I am available. I want to know everything about the source. To worry about you. Life is so. Down you. Listen to me. Interest communication. Instantaneous. And the origin and role of the source are all known by Bai Dong. Thank you. Above the blue star, Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes and murmured softly. I see. I see. The source of the blue star. The traces of the superb. The information of the will of the heavens. And the chance of the endless spirit of the spirit. Everything is known. Bai Dong is clear and quiet in the heart. I didn't expect that the Tao of the heavens would be so important. It seems that even if I don't want to spread my clones in the endless heavens, I have to do this trip. Infinite epochs. A trillion years. I can't wait until the next time. Although it is only a very small chance to transcend. I can't miss it. Humph. Black disaster. Are you trying to mess up my plans? Court death. Bai Dong's eyes emerged in the eyes, leaving a ray of long hair, and stepped out of the source universe, entering the most high-dimensional space-time, below the other shore. We are all ants. The voices of questioning, mighty, swept the erosion battlefield, and the other side of the fighting, all shocked. Although Wu Wei and the other 4 joined, it only eased the one-sided trend of the battle, and Haizai still had the advantage. This weird boy came out. Dark Owl's eyes lit up. Bai Donglin broke the iron rule that the source universe could not be entered. He didn't know the reason, but he didn't need to think too much about it. There must be a mystery behind it. Take him. Cut the skin cramps. Dissect layers. Expand every particle. And thoroughly keep all the information. Huh? Otherwise? Although some weird. The ants are always ants. And they can kill. Hee. The people of Taihao seem to have lost their minds. Now they are hanging out with ants and calling each other brothers. It's really hilarious. Whether it was instigation or genuine contempt. The people on the other side of the black disaster all had mocking eyes, and looked down upon Bai Donglin. Ants? Today. My little ant? I want to kill the other side. Bai Donglin's eyes were indifferent, and a faint blue light was faintly visible in the depths of his pupils. The boundless power of the one heavens in his body was ready to move. At this time, let alone a dark disaster. That is, the existence of Taihao's other shores also shows strange colors. If it is a strange immortal to call the future to kill the other shore, this is essentially the same realm, which is still common. From the perspective of Bai Donglin's will, it is obviously not the case. He wants to cross the big realm and kill the other shore with the last body of the 11th realm. Looking at the infinite time and space, the past and the present, the endless heavens, even the transcendents have never heard of any existence that can cross the border to kill the other side. This is no longer a simple sentence crossing the border to kill the enemy. The gap between the two is so big that it cannot be described in words. Ha ha ha. Come on. Let me see your ability. The darkness laughed at the sky, and his eyes were meaningful. So he waited for Bai Dong to throw himself in the net. Oh, if you want to die, then it's as you wish. Bai Dong's eyes are cold, and he walks on the chaos in space. Each step falls. There's a kind of anti-sky ban on the sky. Extremely sublimated. The 8 Wasteland War. The ring of the origin of the universe. The power of infinite heaven. This kid. The figures on the other side froze. Their pupils shrank sharply. An unprecedented shock rose in their hearts. And their breath was boiling. By Donglin. What kind of monster is he? Chapter 772. What a terrifying aura field. At this time, By Donglin seemed to turn into an unlimited vortex of one side. The ultimate swallowing and strangling power. And annihilating the perception and eyes of the other shore. Darkness frowned. Facing such a weird scene. Could not help but put away the contempt in his heart. The pupils were quiet. And he constantly turned into the information vortex. Information. Power vision. Looking around. The figures reflected in the dark pupils on the other side of the scene were disadvantaged into chaos. And based on the different information depth of information. The strength was turned into visible intuitive data. How so? Darkness widened his eyes. And the entire eroded battlefield. Even the 4 future body information was displayed in front of him. Only by Donglin. His figure was a twisted dark. And he could not capture the slightest useful information. What on earth is this thing? With all his strength, he mobilized the power from the other side. The highest dimensional space. Except for the source universe that could not be interfered with. Under the gaze of Dark Owl, everything changed from real to editable and tampered virtual information. At this time, By Donglin's twisted dark figure finally showed some changes. A vortex that could not be observed slowly appeared behind By Donglin. And there was a group of shiners in the vortex with the mysterious trajectory. The heavens? The endless whirlpool of the heavens. This vortex of the heavens is too vast and boundless. It transcends the highest dimension. Covers the long river of time and space. And even the Taihao heavens are shrouded in it. Like a speck of dust. I cannot recognize the true appearance of Mount Lu, because I am already in it. And Xiao suddenly realized why he couldn't see through By Donglin. He, as well as all the other sides in the scene, had already entered his body. This is impossible. The will of the heavens. The complete world of the heavens. Just 1/11th realm. How could it be? In just a short moment, Dark Owl's emotions fluctuated greatly. He was stunned for a moment, and his expression gradually became stern. Humph! Although I don't know how this kid did it. He is only at the 11th level. If he doesn't step into the other side, he will be just an ant after all. Information. Dead line. His eyes flickered slightly. And a death line setting was forcibly added to By Donglin's dark and twisted figure. An invisible thread that only existed in the eyes of Dark Owl extended from By Donglin's eyebrows. It is similar to the ability of Mystic Eyes of Death. But its priority is countless dimensions higher. It transcends fate and cause and effect. The source of the Great Way. And is a death line directly rooted in the information of living beings. Everything can be cut off and killed unless it is on the other side. Only one? Naturally. The darkness did not know that By Donglin's existence point was in the only real world. Isolated from the ban on war. And the idiot Tongzu was unable to kill. And this only dead line was By Donglin's active self-destruction. One dead line is enough. The palm of his hand gently slashed across. And the invisible cutting force acted directly on By Donglin's death line. By Donglin's figure froze. His consciousness became dazed. And he was about to put his hands together to extinguish himself. But his powerful ego consciousness suddenly shone brightly. With a scorching white light. Burning away the strange power of information. Dark. The intuition in the underworld indicates the source of the attack. Dogs. From the beginning, I was crooked there. So take your first surgery. It's a long story. But in an instant, By Donglin completed the amplification of his power, and also had an invisible fight with the Dark Owl. 8 realm. This kid has already stepped 1 foot into the other side. But even so, he should not be able to break free from his information power. This is indeed the case under normal circumstances. But at this moment, By Donglin has the power of the one heaven to bless him. The unimaginable wills of the heavens lift his self-consciousness to an unimaginable height. Kill. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Dark Owl, with shadows of the heavens lingering above his raised fist. Snap. The Witty was slightly scattered, and the eternal and immortal high-dimensional time and space were torn away from the dark gully and spread until they perceived their heads. You can't hurt me. My existence is above information. Although the darkness was shocked by the terrible power of By Donglin's outbreak, he didn't panic in his heart. The other shore could tampering with the form of existence at will. Between the two, at this time, it was not in the same dimension concept at this time. To put it in a more understandable way, the concept of existence between the extremely powerful Bai Donglin and In Shao has been tampered with. Although Bai Donglin is powerful, he is just a text description in the book, while In Shao is the reader of the book. It is the highest dimensional spacetime at the end of the dimension. Between being dynamic, several layers of dimensions were added out of thin air. This is the absolute suppression of the realm. Why has no living being ever been able to defeat the other shore? The reason lies in this. The eternal other shore, who has mastered the power of absolute information editing, is too strong. The 11th realm is like an ant in front of it. And it is not an exaggeration at all. Can't hurt you? Bai Donglin punched down without the slightest hesitation. A sneer flashed in his eyes, which was then replaced by a cold blue. The ring of the origin universe between his eyebrows, which was shining with 10-color divine light, suddenly dimmed, and a purple gold vertical pupil in the center appeared. Hachia Yu's eyes. Eye of information. A golden light flashed in the purple gold vertical pupil, and Bai Donglin's vision suddenly changed. He saw through multiple dimensions, ignored the layers of dimensional walls, and keenly captured the information traces left by the Dark Owl. As for the way of information, he has studied it for a long time with the full cooperation of the source of information, and has a very deep understanding of it. He is only one step away from stepping into the other side, so he is naturally not a newbie who knows nothing. With the help of the Eye of Information, seeing through the true location of the Dark Owl is naturally not a problem. As long as you can lock onto the target, the rest will be easy. Leave it all to your fists. Dark Owl. Old dog. Die! How terrifying is this fist that condenses the power of the one universe? All beings on the other side witnessed this historic moment that could be recorded in eternal time and space. A point of brilliant white light cut through everything, and the highest dimension was split into two. The rotten battlefield instantly turned into ashes under the raging aftermath. The people on the other side looked dazed as they quickly hid above the information, encrypting their own existences and isolating themselves from all paths. Those who hesitated for a moment would directly die once and instinctively resurrect in the information. Snap! Several shattering sounds were heard in Dark Owl's mind, and the dimensional wall that he had tampered with the power of information was shattered one after another. Before he could react, the bright white light landed on his chest, then faded, revealing a fist that pierced through his body, and a dark blue gaze that looked directly into his eyes. What a terrifying pair of eyes! In the midst of ruthlessness, desirelessness, and endless indifference, there is an absolute rationality that is terrifyingly quiet. This is impossible. Snap! This final crisp shattering sound resounded only in Dark Owl's heart. His consciousness. His Tao heart. The source of existence that runs through time and space. And the powerful mystery of the eternal other side. The concept of existence that was integrated into the information. Broken. Little by little, it is irreversibly erased, dissipated into nothingness, and completely wiped out from the world. I'm dying? Become the first eternal beyonder to die at the hands of the 11th realm? I was nailed to shame forever, and became a stepping stone for Bai Donglin to break the iron rule. No! A heart full of resentment turned into a desperate wail, which was the last song left by Dark Owl in time and space. Keep barking like a dog? Who is the ant? The dark blue in Bai Donglin's eyes disappeared, but his expression was still cold and cruel. He opened his mouth and sucked, and the towering corpse of Dark Owl, which was as high as several true thoughts, was swallowed into his mouth, chewed and crushed, and swallowed into the great vortex of the heavens. The great whirlpool of chaos has merged into the great whirlpool of the heavens. Its power of devouring and digesting has become increasingly terrifying. In just a moment, a corpse from the other side was completely divided up by the heavens. Died. The Dark Owl was really killed. Even the corpses were eaten cleanly. All the beings on the other side who had escaped into the information had expressions of shock in their eyes, and felt aching in their hearts, and couldn't believe it. Is this the Source Walker? The Sword Hunter and the Source of Information made eye contact and both fell silent. The strength of the Source Point Walker lies in its future potential. No one has ever heard of a Source Point Walker who can fight back to the other side. The key to Bai Donglin's ability to kill Dark Owl was not that he could find traces of the other party's existence, but that terrifying fist, which contained power beyond understanding and broke the iron rules. The power of the one heavens, under the command of the will of the heavens, is perfectly condensed in the fist. This is no longer a simple quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Its strange power completely crushes the shackles of the realm. Break all laws with one force. This kind of low-level and crude concept would one day be used on the other side of eternity. This is something that no living being has ever imagined. Novels, legends, and the imagination of all living beings are mostly limited to the so-called heavens and myriad worlds. They think that the heavens and myriad worlds are everything. Who could have thought of that? Some people can open up endless heavens and worlds in their bodies. Chapter 773, The Sharpness of the Pen. Oh my God! The ants are defying the heavens. After being shocked, the people on the other side of the black disaster quickly calmed down. Their senses intersected with each other, and gradually, murderous intent filled their pupils. This boy is so terrifying. We must not let him stay. Kill him. He was able to defeat the other shore at the 11th level. If he was allowed to continue to grow, what would happen? The infinite Tao of the heavens, and the opportunity to achieve transcendence all seem unimportant at this moment. Instead of worrying about the illusory threat that is less than 1 in a billion, the monster before them is the real threat to them. There is no need for too much. As long as Bai Donglin steps into the other side, tens of thousands of black disaster heavens in the nearby spiral arms will face unprecedented catastrophe. This is a world-destroying enemy second only to the transcendent. Even if we have to sacrifice everything and die in battle, we must keep this person here forever. On the other side of the black disaster, awareness arose in their hearts, and they were confident that they could work together to kill Bai Donglin here. Kill! Die! Time and space were shaking. A torrent of information was surging, and figures with violent and terrifying auras were walking on it. All kinds of heaven-defying methods that could destroy billions of universes in one blow were used, and they surrounded and killed Bai Donglin one after another. On the other side of the black disaster, there are no weak ones, and everyone is a supreme being who can make the heavens tremble. Protect fellow Taoists by. The other side of Taihao's heavens also came to their senses. Sword hunters wielded long swords and spears. Their wills roared. No! We should assist fellow Taoists by and kill all the black disasters here. The source of the information was filled with murderous intent, and he saw it more clearly. They, the indelible black disaster from the other side, could not withstand a single punch from Bai Donglin. It's no exaggeration to say that one punch kills every kid. Right. 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 Cut off the information. Stop the black disaster from escaping. Force out all the traces of their hidden existence, and let fellow Taoists by kill them. The minds of those on the other side were connected instantly. All of them looked delighted, no longer worried, and unfolded their true forms of information, boundless and immeasurable, standing above the source of information, blocking off everything. He. Come here well. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered, and he roared violently in his heart. Taihao and his teammates were very good, and they saw through the key in an instant. Indeed, he can use the pupils of 8 feet to lock down the dark. But one must be. It is difficult for the black disaster to work hard. He has the power of killing the other shore. But if he can't play each other, he will lose its meaning. Now with Bayan assisting him, it becomes much easier for him to kill. Crying blood? With his palm clenched, a scarlet long sword automatically appeared in his hand. Blood was faintly dripping from the blade, and the sharp light of the sword kept flowing. Hey, master, is it finally time for me to show my might? Humph! Which ignorant bastard dares to provoke my blood-crying master? Crying blood? Bear with it. I'm coming in. The boundless power of the heavens surged out from his body, and instantly blesses the weeping blood that had merged into one with him. Ah! I'm dying! I'm dying! Master, please stop. I'm going to be choked to death by you. I'm going to explode. Infinite heavens. Return to the ruins. Cut with one sword. Kill. Groan. Boom. Boom. Snap. The melee between dozens of beings on the other side was extremely terrifying. Even though the attack methods of each being were condensed to the extreme, and no waste of their own strength was made, the aftermath of destruction caused by the collision still ravaged the highest dimension of space and time and shattered it. Fortunately, the source universe is protected by the transcendence, standing in the broken melting pot of time and space, and has gone through countless disasters without any damage. In the broken space and time, time has lost its meaning. Even the existence on the other side, who was in the fight, didn't know how much time had passed. When the violent killing stopped, the figure of the other side of the black disaster had disappeared in the supreme dimension. Few? I didn't expect that a few of them would escape. The sword hunter's aura was weak, and he was surrounded by black air. Even the source of information was left with indelible scars. The big hand that was holding the sword of Guardian of Justice was trembling slightly. It's already very good to have such a record. The source of information had an illusory figure, his tone unable to conceal his excitement, and his eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Bai Donglin. Don't worry. They can't run away. Bai Donglin's tone was firm. Compared to the beings on the other side whose auras were exhausted after a great battle, he was not only uninjured, but full of energy. He fought and devoured the corpses of more than 20 people on the other side, which made him stronger. Master, I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. The situation of the bloodthirsty sword in his hand was quite miserable. The scarlet blade was covered with cracks, and was almost burst by the power of the heavens. After collecting the wailing weeping blood into the furnace of heavens, Bai Donglin took out Yen Su's book under the puzzled gazes of the people on the other side. The book of Yen Su. Fellow Taoist Bai. You don't mean to. All those present on the other side were from Taihao, so they were naturally very familiar with Yen Su's book. And they were also well aware of the strange power it possessed. That's right. Crash. The pure white, seamless pages of the book unfolded automatically, and Bai Donglin turned his thoughts into a pen and began to write quickly. The aura and information of the 5 black disasters that escaped have been memorized by Bai Donglin in his mind. He has depicted their appearance and meaning in a vivid and lifelike manner, making it difficult to distinguish the true from the false. My current value should be beyond the ordinary, sure. Right? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. A look of indifference and coldness flashed across his eyes, and the pen of thought in his hand turned into an invisible sharp blade, slashing at the figures on the pages one by one. Die! Boom! The strange backlash force is even stronger than the backlash of absolute time and space. This is the power from the transcendent, which cannot be avoided at all, and can only be endured. Bai Donglin's face turned pale, and a large part of the heavens in his body disappeared out of thin air. He instantly fell into a near-death state. His immortality was triggered, and he immediately recovered to full health. The 5 black disasters that had already far away from the Taihao heavens suddenly had their pupils shrink, and their eyes became dim. Their frozen bodies seemed to be wiped out by a piece of eraser. It's done! Bai Donglin nodded slightly, and put away Yen Suji's book with satisfaction. He wanted to get away with it after irritating him. It was really wishful thinking. This. Everyone on the other side of Taihao widened their eyes, and couldn't help but take a step back, fearing that they would be affected by the strange power of Yen Su's book. They couldn't help but feel awe for Bai Donglin. This guy is so scary. Even Yen Su's book was used at will, as if it was a game. This also shows that if Bai Donglin wanted to kill them, he only needed to move his pen. The one-sided battle before was not as frightening as this one. Yen Su's book has only 365 pages in total. Bai Donglin would not touch it unless it was necessary. Everyone. The infinite heavenly Dao Yin is about to begin. Bai Donglin's heart moved. The space-time of the highest dimension was shattered, and time lost its meaning. However, he left a clone of himself in the outside world, and knew clearly how much time had passed. Oh, I see. The other bank woke up from the shock, and pressed the complex emotions. All raised their hands and stroked. And the crushed high dimensions of time and space were like time and space. And all traces on the battlefield were wiped away, and returned to the original. The source universe stands in the center of time and space, and remains motionless no matter how turbulent the outside world is. The black disaster has been successfully disintegrated this time, and I have fulfilled my original promise. From now on, everyone will rely on their own abilities to carry out the next steps of the heavenly Tao. Bai Donglin smiled and nodded to everyone. Then, he took a step forward and returned to the blue planet of the origin universe. Envy flashed in the eyes of the people on the other side, and they also moved, stepping closer to the source universe, sitting cross-legged outside the insurmountable boundary, concentrating their minds, and waiting for the Tao of the heavens to open. The heavenly Dao Yin is an endless heaven, and a big chance of countless quantitative beings. The most critical factor that determines the extent of the benefits a living being can gain from this opportunity is its distance from the source. The nearest place is naturally the blue star. Only Bai Donglin has set foot in it. Only the source walker can ignore the isolation of the transcendence. This is something that those on the other side cannot envy. Secondly, it is located outside the source universe of the highest dimensional space. This is also the place closest to the source point in the conventional world. Generally speaking, only the eternal other side is qualified to set foot there. Secondly, there are the various blessed places in the heavens. The reason why the heart of Hongmei attracts so many supreme forces to settle in is not because it is in the center of the heavens, The root cause lies in the Tao of the heavens. This area is an abundant domain for opportunities to come. Although the heart of Hongmeng is vast, there are too many forces dividing the opportunities. There are also some remote nodes that are also the places where opportunities are concentrated, such as the former final shore now Baiyujing, the core area of the four major immortal dynasties of the universe. There are countless forces in the Taihao heavens, which are intertwined and seem to be built without any rules. In fact, they all serve the Tao of the heavens. Behind every precious land, there are countless open and secret struggles and bloody battles. Bai Donglin's expression was leisurely. Step back to the blue star. With a fantasy figure, he sat on the top of Kunlun Mountain. Although this mountain is not the highest in Blue Star, it has all mysterious legends. Its special features are difficult to get right. One person has the source all to himself. Not bad. He tried, but there was no way to bring other creatures and accept him. Even the weeping blood could only stay in the furnace of the heavens. Helplessly, he could only throw it at the edge of the source universe and enjoy the same treatment as the other shores. This is a unique event. Before 10 million years, the heavenly spirit was already preparing for this day. When Bai Donglin had just left the cage of heaven and earth, he heard the Tao of the heaven in the prisoner of the prisoner. At that time, the elder brother of the prisoner represented the empire, and went to the Gu Hongxian dynasty to discuss the relevant matters of the heavens. What are you talking about? Naturally, it is to select peerless geniuses and allocate places. Who is qualified to enter the ancient court fairyland and share the opportunity of the Tao of the heavens cannot be decided casually, but must go through extremely strict selection and competition. This involves countless parallel universe space-time, endless creatures, for the precious quota, the selection battle, which lasted for 10 million years. Just think about it. You can feel the magnificent and ups and downs. I don't know how many touching stories have been born. Bai Donglin was one step ahead of everyone else and stood directly on the source point. The interaction of the wills of the heavens was at hand. His Baiyujing replaced the final other shore, and all his relatives and friends would also benefit greatly. Here we go! His mind was shocked, and he sensed the strange changes in the source universe. The will of the Taihao heavens, which had been forced out by the previous war on the other side, also surged into the higher dimensional space-time as if by instinct, and could not wait to spread towards the source universe. At this moment, endless creatures and expression became solemn. Deep in the heart, the emergence of unstoppable emergence. Chapter 774, The Infinite Tao of the Heavens. The realm of nothingness, a boundless vortex formed by the convergence of endless heavens, has been turning continuously for eternity. Another immeasurable era passed. During the long period of 100 trillion years, countless heavens were born, and a large number of heavens were destroyed. But all this could not stop the endless rotation of the vortex of the heavens. After an infinite number of epochs, the vortex of the heavens made another complete rotation. The moment the beginning and the end overlapped, an imperceptible wave swept across the vortex inside and outside the heavens. The endless heavens were all trembling slightly, as if they had unified some special frequency. The absolute time and space formed by the interweaving of the long rivers of time and space of all the heavens froze for a moment, and a strange distortion appeared in time and space. The sky is suspended in the empty domain, and the distance is separated from each other. It is hundreds of millions of super thoughts, unparalleled distances, and are not strong on the other side. But at this moment, when the Tao of the heavens was opened and the absolute time and space appeared strangely distorted, the long distance between the endless heavens seemed to be wiped out by a big hand. Under some incomprehensible concept of time and space, the endless heavens were like pearls connected by invisible lines, one after another, tightly fitting together and causing slight collisions. Buzz! All the heavens trembled. And the next moment, within their core, a faint blue light began to shine brightly. This light spot is the source point. The blue star. Blue star is both an anchor and a bridge. Crash. The sound of rushing water resounded throughout the heavens. The will of the heavens, which was originally invisible and intangible, was now like a rushing river, pouring into the source point, the blue star. In an instant, through the bridge of the blue star, the endless wills of the heavens intertwined together, and the endless information contained in the wills began to merge and interact. This is how the laws of the heavens evolve. Awesome. Really awesome. Bai Dong's eyes widened, and the shocking feelings were unbelievable. He clearly felt that the will of Taihao's heaven poured into the blue star, and at the other end of the blue star, the will of endless heaven was sprayed, which was mixed with vast information. He couldn't see it clearly, nor could he see it all. Some things in it were beyond his understanding. There was no time to think about it. The Tao of the infinite heavens only came once in a long time. And he couldn't waste even a moment. According to the plan he had made early on, he quickly merged his self-consciousness into the torrent of the will of the Taihao heavens. As expected, the will of the heavens is very close to me, and the degree of integration is very high. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. In the past 10 million years, he had opened pawnshops of all worlds all over the Taihao heavens, and spread the resources containing the aura of his own consciousness. These things would eventually be fed back to the heavens in the form of energy. It is equivalent to him feeding Taihao Zutian. The will of the heavens was infected with the breath of his consciousness, and became extremely close to him. Just like a well-fed puppy. The unintentional act at the time actually helped him a lot at this time. The influx of consciousness was extremely smooth, as if it had the same origin, and was accepted by all of Taihao's wills in the heavens, rushing towards the blue star together. The moment his consciousness entered the blue star, Bai Donglin's mind went blank. His perception was infinitely stretched, and endless bright and sparkling blue light spots emerged in his heart. Faintly, the light spots seemed to draw a strange pattern. Bai Donglin couldn't understand, and he had no time to care about them. At this moment, he had fallen into a strange state. His consciousness was wandering in the torrent formed by the will of the endless heavens. All kinds of mysteries and wonders kept emerging in his mind. His existence was held up to the highest place, with the endless heavens at his feet, displaying all their mysteries before Bai Donglin. Is this the eternal beyond? Bai Donglin's mind moved, and the invisible body transformed by his consciousness took a step forward and directly stepped onto the other side, above the source of information. At this point, the eternal other shore is achieved. Such a breakthrough was actually easier than when he first stepped into the second realm from the first realm. Even he himself was a little surprised. In fact, Bai Donglin's will has achieved the 8th realm, and his understanding of the way of information has reached perfection. He was only one step away from a breakthrough, and all he lacked was an opportunity. And what other opportunities in the world can compare with the infinite Tao of the heavens? What's more, he was directly on the source blue star, with his consciousness completely integrated into the will of the heavens. And he enjoyed the opportunity of Taoism 100% perfectly. Stepping onto the other side is just one of the small benefits. At this moment, Bai Donglin, after being slightly surprised, put the joy of the breakthrough behind him, and immersed himself wholeheartedly in the endless information of the heavens. All kinds of mysteries were in his mind. He was like a bottomless black hole, greedily devouring nutrients that were beneficial to his own path. After a long time, Bai Donglin, who was in sudden enlightenment, reached his limit and realized that the Tao of the heavens was about to end. So he regained consciousness. What exactly is the so-called opportunity for transcendence? Doubt flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Perhaps his realm was too low, or the opportunity had not yet come. He did not realize any chance of transcendence. But he has already rooted everything he has seen, heard and understood deep in his mind and memory. If he looks back on it slowly in the future, perhaps he will gain something else. The welfare time is over. It's time to get down to business. Bai Donglin's expression became serious, and then he thought of self-destruction. Entering the observer state, his strange will rolled slightly, wrapping up and merging the countless wills of his own clones that had been prepared and self-destructed in his body. Walk. The will merges into the torrent of the will of the heavens. Although the will at this time cannot realize the mysteries of the heavens like the previous ego consciousness, it also has other advantages. That is, he can carry external objects, which are invisible and intangible, and are not affected by the torrent of the will of the heavens. He has stronger extensibility, and is directly the same as the will of the heavens. In an inexplicable way, he reaches all source points at the same time. In other words, he can now appear at any of the heavens at will. Go! Anchor the endless heavens for me. Bai Donglin was excited, and began to sow seeds in each source point. One by one, his clones were left behind, becoming the resurrection coordinates for him to set foot in other heavens. The heavens are endless, even far exceeding the number of Bai Donglin's current clones. After a little thought, he came up with a perfect solution. Since it is impossible to anchor every part of the heavens at the same time, then just place a clone of me in an area. When the next regional small heavens are developed, my clone will definitely have grown stronger again. So let my clone spread on its own. A small era is only 1 trillion years, which has little impact on his plan to take root in the endless heavens. After spreading his clones, his tense emotions relaxed. He had concluded this trip perfectly. Looking around, he found that the will of the heavens was gradually fading away, and the Tao of the heavens was about to end. Bai Donglin's heart suddenly moved, and he thought of something. It is said that the transcendents spread traces of their existence through the Tao of the heavens. But I don't know how they do it. Once curiosity rises, it cannot be suppressed. Bai Donglin holds the mentality of trying, and guessing according to his own understanding and guessing. He packaged his own experiences into points of information, some of which were true and some were false, and some even contained only his real name. He threw them one by one into the torrent of the will of the heavens, letting them drift away at will. He did it once in the form of an observer, then resurrected, integrated into Taihao's will with his ego consciousness, and repeated the same action again. He didn't know if it would work, nor did he understand the mechanism involved. Using one more method might increase the chances of success. What am I doing? After Bai Donglin finished everything, he regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. Thinking about what he had done, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. The traces of the transcendent's existence are the secrets that come with it when the source of information tells him the source intelligence. The so-called traces of existence are extraordinary characteristics that are only useful to transcendent people. Even if he succeeds now, it will be meaningless. That's not right. When I achieve transcendence in the future, the traces I spread now will still be useful. I just reverse the order. There is no conflict in terms of results and effects. Super escaping is still very far away. I think it is not good. Bai Donglin pressed his thoughts and stood up. Just at this moment, the Tao of infinite heavens came to an end. Buzz! The source universe trembled slightly, and the will of Taihao seemed to be expelled. Although he was reluctant, he was still excluded. The endless blue star, the source of everything, returned to calm, and the bright and shining blue light gradually went out. In the absolute space-time that was in a stagnant state, invisible waves swept across, and the strangely distorted space-time suddenly returned to its original state, spanning the endless heavens that were tightly fitted into the conceptual space, and were once again separated by infinite distance. The great vortex of the heavens began to turn slowly, beginning the next cycle of infinite evolution. Bai Donglin did not leave the source blue star immediately. He looked at the changes in the blue star closely. After a long time, he frowned. He did not notice anything unusual. Logically speaking, the source blue star is the bridge and core of the interaction of the wills of the heavens, and the most significant changes should have occurred there. Could this be the intention of the transcendent? Moreover, what is going on in the time and space that blue star is in? Why is blue star still so young even though countless epochs have passed in the outside world? Bai Donglin was puzzled. He did not sense any signs of time resetting, nor any signs of reincarnation. There was no difference in the speed of time passing, while keeping his memory synchronized with his clone in the outside world. He could not sense any difference at all. I was away for 10,000 years before. When I came back, I found that there was no sign of the passage of time on Blue Planet. Only after I am here, or after the Taoist Yin starts, will time flow? The source point involves the transcendent, and Bai Donglin cannot see through the strangeness and weirdness of it, so he can only give up meaningless speculation. He took one last deep look at Lan Xing. Then his figure moved and disappeared. He left behind a lock of hair and a permanent clone. So he always has the chance to see through the mystery of the source. An unknown universe. The source point is in the blue star. Tang woke up from his sleep and glanced at his phone. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Late at night is when inspiration is most abundant. Well, what was that dream just now about? What you think about during the day, you dream about at night. Right? Okay. This setting has been lingering in my mind for a long time, so I'll give it a try. How about writing a protagonist with the gift of immortality? It's just right. So I can incorporate my grand unified setting about whether the novel or the fantasy world came first. Just do it when you think of it. Although Tang is just a failed writer, he still has the editor's contact information. He sent the settings and outline over without any delay. Late at night, the editor was still online and responded quickly. Tang, how many words are you going to write? Do you have any drafts saved? Ha. Yes. Does the mental draft count? It's 2 to 3 million words. Kiki, you are awesome. So what is the protagonist? Bai Donglin. Chapter 775 Crazy Black Disaster. The dark and ugly forms were darkened, and they were twisted like twist, seemingly suffering from unimaginable pain. The huge flesh tentacles that covered the surface of the boundary wall were dancing wildly, with countless hideous bloody mouths appearing on them. They were wailing and roaring hysterically. and the harsh sound waves crushed the void. The will of the dark heavens is howling. The dark and gloomy river of time and space stirred up turbulent waves, becoming increasingly deeper and more terrifying. Lord Dark Owl has fallen. Boom! In the towering temple, figures with strong auras fell one after another. Their fiery wills intertwined. Their sharp eyes looked at each other. And the atmosphere in the hall was extremely depressing. Not only Lord Dark Owl, but Lord's great evil source and Scarlet Red also perished. Total destruction? What on earth happened in the Taihao heavens? Silence. No one could answer this question. The eyes of the black disasters flickered obscurely. After Lord Yashia, the dark erosion heavens have now lost all the eternal other shore. The masters have passed away. According to the final procedure, we should also begin. The leader, Black Disaster, slowly stood up, and the aura of the pinnacle of the 11th realm spread out wantonly. The scarlet compound eyes that covered his head were full of warnings. This, Lord, aren't you a little too impatient? Perhaps. The other side can be born among us. It just takes a little time. Right. Lord, your strength has reached the edge of stepping into the other side. Just wait a little longer. For a great evolution era. No, maybe it won't take that much time. And you will be able to achieve eternity and rule over the dark erosion heavens. We will all follow you. Some of the black disasters in the hall had flickering eyes and seemed reluctant to start the final procedure and tried their best to dissuade it. Ruta's eyes were indifferent and did not speak. Together with the many dark disasters in the hall, looking at those poor worms with inexplicable eyes. Since you have the heart to retreat, then flee from the dark eclipse heavens. After hearing the dark disaster, after a hesitant, hundreds of thousands of figures stood up one after another, and they walked slightly, and walked outside the temple. A bunch of idiots. Lurd snorted in his heart, and slowly turned his head away, as if he didn't want to see the next scene. Die. I don't want to die. Information curse. Lord Dark Owl. You are so cruel. The miserable wails echoed throughout the temple. None of the hundreds of thousands of 11th level Black Disaster Realm warriors could step out of the temple. Their towering bodies all underwent strange mutations inexplicably. Either the purple worm in the whole body, or turns into a beach of stinky blood, or swallowed and crushed by a big mouth that suddenly appeared in the void. All attacks are rooted in the source of existence, running through time and space. There is no escape, and one can only wait for death and pain. What a supreme existence is the eternal beyond. Even if it has fallen, how can you slaves disobey it? What a bunch of people who don't know how to live or die. When the wailing in the hall died down, Lurd looked back indifferently, and saw that hundreds of thousands of fearful Black Disaster warriors had all died under the terrible curse. Start the final program. Yes, sir. With an order, the strong disaster in the temple bowed to lead. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were faint. Master, subordinates, follow you. With fanatical eyes, Roll took out a dazzling black crystal, leaped into the bottom of the long river of time and space. A strange map covering all time and space, covering all the boundaries of the heavens. Woke up, glowed, and the evil was extremely different. Boom! Snap! The vast plains of the dark heavens began to crumble and disintegrate layer by layer, and the countless Black Disaster creatures in them were annihilated into pure energy before they could even wail. The tip of the heavens is getting horrible, with a trace of madness. Bloodthirsty. Sizzle. In the realm of nothingness, no one knew what the Black Disasters had done. The dark erosion of the heavens collapsed with a harsh humming sound. An endless blood light dissipated. All the material energy of the heavens, all living beings, all visible and invisible existences, were condensed into a magnificent black arrow that was nearly 100 eternity long. Crash. The dark and profound river of time and space turned into a bowstring, automatically attached to the long arrow. The absolute time and space were activated, as if an invisible giant hand stretched out, drawing the bow and putting the arrow on. The final program is completed. Future time and space are disturbed. The target is locked. Above the extremely different arrow tip of the sharp and evil, Rudd's twisted faces appeared faintly, with a terrible look, and bloodthirsty and tyranny. The arrow of the heavens. Destroy. Call out. This terrifying arrow that gathered all the heavens broke through time and space, and crossed the realm of nothingness at an extremely terrifying speed. In just a moment, it was infinitely close to the Taihao heavens. In the Taihao heavens, after experiencing the Tao of the heavens, a group of people on the other side had more or less some insights. and they all returned to the temple with joy on their faces to meditate in seclusion. It can be said that at this time the entire Taihao heavens were plunged into a sea of jubilation, with rosy clouds descending from the sky, golden lotuses surging from the ground. The spiritual energy was as rich as liquid, and all kinds of naturally generated treasures emerged out of thin air. Those with great opportunities would be hit by magical weapons and materials even when they went to the toilet, and the supreme inheritance would come to them automatically. The will of the heavens is very happy. Invite endless creatures. The source of the avenue showed that the monks, who did not know how many times had made a breakthrough, although the immeasurable creatures were not qualified to enter the blessing place. They personally felt the mystery of the heavenly Daoyin. But the feedback from the will of the heavens still benefited all beings. Bai Donglan returned to the top of Yujing Mountain, and felt that there were a dozen landscapes around the time. And he nodded. Good. In the end, the Daoyin node occupied by the other side was of a very high grade. In addition, Bai Yujing was filled with supreme geniuses, so it was expected that more than a dozen people could enter the 11th realm at the same time. Some are happy, some are sad. Black Disaster must be very worried because he failed to gain anything this time. Bai Donglan shook his head and laughed. He was busy breakthrough before, and he had not taken the initiative to come to the door. These unknown dark disasters dared to touch his mold, and he deserved it when he died. Good. What a ruthless means. Bai Donglin's pupils suddenly shrank. Without time to think, he stepped into time and space and leaped beyond the Taihao heavens. Fortunately, I kept a trick. Otherwise, the arrow of dark erosion of the heavens is not only extremely fast, it can also cross endless distances in an instant. The most important thing is that it is extremely secretive, disrupting future time and space, making it impossible for the eternal other side to peek into the future that will be attacked. By the time it realizes it, it is already too late. Although Bai Donglan did not take action against the Black Disaster heavens, he made a lot of moves in secret. He sent out many of his clones that had broken through the 11th realm one after another to lock onto the positions of the Black Disaster heavens in the form of observers, and secretly monitor their movements. Even the other side of eternity cannot detect this covert means of peeping. The dark eclipse of the heavens was the first place where he laid his hidden chess pieces, when the dark erosion of the heavens melted everything and turned it into terrifying long arrows. Bai Donglan also received the message passed on by his clone. Coming soon. Bai Donglan looked solemn. This was a terrifying method that Eternal Other Side had planned before his death. Not only did he sacrifice the heavens, but he also mobilized the power of absolute time and space. This kind of determination and madness was so decisive that even he couldn't help but look sideways and tremble in his heart. This is the dark disaster. It is absolutely indifferent and ruthless, distorted and crazy. What kind of creatures are the heavens that are obtained by the heavens cannot be counted at all. Now that I am dead, what use is there to the heavens? Let's destroy it together. You want to die together? Dream on. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold. His body moved at will, and the endless eternal particles in his body slowly unfolded, removing the meaning of condensation and compression. The true form of the particles was revealed, showing to the outside world that it was the infinite expansion and elevation of his true body. 99. Always remember, it is not much different from the towering and powerful days beside me. After stepping into the other side, the particle jumping to eternal, the power can soar a lot. Although he said so, he was the only one who understood in his heart that the unlimited expansion of eternal particles was maintained entirely by the blessing of the One Yuan Heaven. For an ordinary person on the other side, it would be good enough if they could reach dozens of true thoughts, hundreds of trillions of light years. But the same thing goes for a strong person. Body size is meaningless. It is at most a side reflection of strength. To judge the strength, many factors must be considered. Bai Donglan revealed his true identity not to show off his skills. His eyes were bright and golden flames were boiling, and he shouted angrily in a low voice. Infinite. Sky vortex. Boom. The vast chest twisted and became illusory. And then the number of the heavens appeared, spinning continuously and turning into a dark vortex. Taihao. Hide first. The will of the heavens was frightened by the breath of the giant in front of it and trembled slightly. But because of its instinctive feeling of closeness to Bai Donglan, it also sensed his kindness. So it let down its guard and obediently allowed the two big hands to push it into the vortex of the heavens. It's a long story, but in an instant. Although Taihao's Zutian was hidden, the arrow of dark erosion Zutian should not be underestimated. And the target directly became Bai Donglan. Snap! Time and space collapsed, and a long black arrow pierced through. with black and red flames swirling around it. Endless hideous figures roared and screamed in the sea of fire, and vicious hatred flowed and spread, even corroding time and space. This kind of pure attack, full of destructive intent, is the strongest Bai Donglin has ever seen in his life. Except for the remnants of the attack aura of the Transcendent, Qixue hasn't recovered yet, so I'm afraid he can't withstand this blow. In a flash, Bai Donglin raised his hand and cut off the neck, pulling out the entire spine. The eternal particles automatically reconstructed and turned into a tin-colored long sword. Unlimited Heaven. Gui Mu. A brilliant sword, gathering immense power, cut through time and space, colliding with the sharp blade of the pitch-black arrow. Clang. Rumble. An invisible ball of light that has corrupted everything and does not even have any information particles is rising slowly in the realm of nothingness. In the concept of nothingness, only destruction exists. When the destruction subsided, Bai Donglin's true majestic body was revealed. The long sword in his hand, which was transformed from his spine, had been destroyed piece by piece, leaving only the handle. He slowly raised his hand, tightly grasped the long arrow that pierced through his forehead, and pulled it out with force. The transparent wound healed instantly, and the wound of information concept also quietly melted away. The original long black arrow had all negative information shattered, leaving only the blood diamond-like arrow body, which was the pure crystallization of energy from the heavens. Yes, I will accept the gift sent from far away. Bai Donglin obviously still had some strength left. When fighting against the arrow of dark erosion of the heavens, he was able to deliberately preserve the opponent's material origin. Snap! Snap! He swallowed the blood diamond arrow in 2 mouthfuls, like eating a popsicle. The whirlpool of heavens grinded and devoured it madly, and his strength increased visibly. Boom! Time and space suddenly shattered again. And a sword, a spear, and a knife, with the same aura as the previous long arrow, rushed towards Bai Donglin. Sure enough, there is more. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. The last time he killed more than just the other side of the dark erosion of the heavens, judging by Black Disaster style. If one thing happens, there must be another. That's why he took the trouble to transfer Taihao. Otherwise, under the continuous impact of the aftermath, even if the heavens were preserved, they would suffer irreparable damage. Ha ha ha. Destroy it for me. Bai Donglin took the initiative to take the energy that was delivered to his door for free. Chapter 776. A catastrophe comes and goes quickly. In just a few moments, Bai Donglin had calmed everything down. In the time it took to put the Taihao heavens back to their original places, a group of people from the other side had already stepped in front of him. Friend Bai. What happened? The space and time in this area were completely wiped out by the aftermath, and it is impossible to gain insight into the causes and consequences by observing past space and time. It was the rats from Black Disaster. They launched a sneak attack, but it was no big deal. I have already dealt with them. Bai Donglin hid his true form and replied with a smile. It was indeed swallowed cleanly. All of it, to satisfy my internal organs. He is in a very good mood now. Although these 4 attacks condensed from one side of the heavens were greatly diminished in the collision, they still provided him with material energy equivalent to that of 2 complete heavens. This is an unexpected surprise. After the heavens digest it, their strength will be further improved. Is that so? The sword hunter and the source of information met eyes, and both saw the others hidden deep shock. They had guessed something through clues. Fellow Taoist Bai, who had just stepped into the other side, seemed to have a strength that had surpassed their understanding. As expected of a source walker, it is destined to achieve a transcendent existence. Alright, everyone, go back. Don't waste your hard-earned enlightenment. Bai Donglin waved his hand slightly, then walked away and returned to the top of Yujing Mountain in an instant. It's rude not to reciprocate, since Black Disaster started it first. I won't be polite either. He is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone. You attack me, and no matter what the result is, you have to bear my counterattack. What's more, it was the Black Disaster that was supposed to kill all the people. Bai Donglin had an indifferent expression. His thoughts were connected with his, and my clones scattered in the void. And the information was exchanged instantly. 182 Black Disaster heavens. The empty domain is too huge, and the heavens are far apart. What is embarrassed by Bai Donglin now is how to lock the Black Disaster in the endless darkness, which is undoubtedly difficult to get a needle in the sea. Originally, almost all the first-generation clones had already transformed into the heavens, and the number of second-generation clones that had entered the 11th realm was not large. Even if they were all spread out to search for the black disaster heavens, it would be like a drop in the ocean, unable to stir up the slightest wave. Being able to lock onto more than 100 heavens in tens of millions of years was already very good. Are you ready for my revenge? Bai Donglin's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt a little strange in his heart. The purpose of slaughtering the black disaster was to nurture the heavens and enhance his own strength. But he could also hold high the banner of justice. Although it was a win-win behavior both in public and in private, there was still a bit of hypocrisy. Hey, hypocrisy? But also righteous hypocrisy. It's the black disaster. Just kill it. It's over. There's no way around it. The thought of self-destruction came alone, and he charged into the spiral arm of the black disaster. This trip has only one purpose: to destroy, ruin, and devour. There is no need to be as gentle to the black disaster heavens as you are to the Taihao heavens. Just annihilate everything and eat them all up. Silent killings took place one after another in the dark and empty area. 10 days later, Yujing Shishan, void, appeared out of thin air. Oh no! He's looking over here. Bai Donglin's face was pale, and his eyes were anxious. He had no time to think, and even forgot his instinct to put clothes on his naked body. He clasped his hands together suddenly. Destroy. This time, he locked on to an extremely distant resurrection coordinate, located in the core area of the vortex of the heavens. Through his own clones that were spread out through the Tao of the heavens, he wanted to stay away from that scary look. In a single thought, with the immortal power of resurrection, Bai Donglin almost crossed half of the vortex of the heavens. This boundless distance cannot be described in words. Call. Is it safe? Bai Donglin was resurrected at the bottom of the deep sea, his slightly narrowed eyes flashing with fear. Isn't it said that the whereabouts of the transcendent are hard to find? I just devoured 100 square heavens. How could I attract such a being? He was very sure that the glance that seemed to have swept over him unintentionally was definitely from the transcendent one. Just a glance almost killed him. He even suspected that the other party seemed to have intentionally spared his life, which gave him the opportunity to escape by himself. The spiral arm area is a remote area for both Black Disaster and their side. It is a small corner that no one cares about. Transcendents generally do not appear in such places, and they will not pay any attention to them. The endless heavens are constantly being destroyed and born for various reasons. It only swallowed up 100 of the heavens, so it would not attract the attention of the Transcendents. Is it really unlucky? I happened to meet the leisurely supermodel? Bai Donglin frowned. It seemed that it would be no good for him to mess around in the Black Disaster heavens in the short term. His breath had been remembered by the unknown Black Disaster Transcendent. Once he left the Transcendent's shelter and stepped into the Black Disaster heavens, he would be walking into a trap. It would not be so easy to escape next time. Now that I know nothing about the power of the Transcendent, I may be restrained by it. I must not capsize in the gutter. It is only one step away from the surpassing situation. Humph. Fortunately, the Transcendents are not all-powerful. They have opponents of the same level to deal with. The fact that I am safe and sound right now is the best proof. The reason why he fled to the central area of the vortex of the heavens was because there were definitely transcendent beings here. The reason why the gaze did not follow him was not because the distance was too far, but because it was concerned and did not dare to go deeper. Now that things have come to this, I can only develop slowly and spread the pawnshop of all worlds. I also have inexhaustible energy to use. I will leave the Black Calamity heavens there for now, and it won't be too late to devour them later. My more energy can be placed on the search for exception. When I step into the Transcendence, there will be no existence to block me. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, but there was still a lingering feeling in his heart. The gaze that automatically appeared in his mind, because of his perception, could not be shaken off. As if the transcendent person could step out from this gaze at any time and crush him to death. The transcendent is above everything. The power of transcendence is supreme and cannot be described or imagined. It is possible that there are hidden dangers. Now, this is the only way. Bai Donglin had a solemn expression as he sat cross-legged at the bottom of the deep sea. His thoughts were turning and shaking. His divine self opened his dark blue eyes and used his fingers as a pen to draw with difficulty in the void. After a long time, the power of thinking was exhausted, and finally wrote a vague and broken text. This word means unknown. Town! The illusory words drifted away, deep into the memory, and landed on that gaze. Effective? Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. He had originally wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect it to actually work. The throbbing in his heart disappeared, and the weird look gradually faded away. Sure enough, the power of transcendence can only be dealt with by things of the same level. He did not try to seal the memory, but it was useless. The eyes would still move to another memory fragment, even if the suppression of immortality temporarily cut the memory, and the eyes would jump wildly in the memory clip. This broken text was obtained from the steel of the Tong Tong's corpse continent, and it came from the blood of the superb. However, that drop of transcendent blood also seems to have come from the Black Calamity. Right? I hope it won't backfire. The crisis was temporarily lifted, and Bai Donglin was relieved and secretly reflected. This time, Meng Lang was too much. He thought that when he stepped into the other side, he could be unscrupulous and lost his caution. What is the heavens in this side? Focusing the attention on the outside world, the will surges into the long river of time and space, sweeping through and reading a lot of surface information. Huh? It's actually the great heavens. The heavens here are formed by the gathering of countless ancient universes, all known and unknown, imagination and reality. Different levels and types of ancient worlds can be found here. There are saints who can take a step of 10 feet. There is the Hong Jun ancestor who was killed by a nuclear bomb. There are saints who will replay the world for the sake of face. There is the fighting Buddha who makes a fuss in the heavenly palace. And there is the Panga god who created the world and attained the great Tao without dying. And the supreme figure sitting cross-legged in glory, towering above the ancient and supreme wilderness, is Tontian. Chapter 777, Primordial Trend. The ancient and supreme wilderness. It is the source of the beginnings of the floods. The dots of its sprinklers have evolved into countless floods. The structure of the supreme wilderness is extremely special. It is located in a boundless primordial space and time. There is no starry sky, no sun, moon, or stars in this space. There is only an isolated continent that exists forever. This continent is boundless and limitless. The sky is infinitely high, and the earth is unfathomable. It is the only overlord, filling the entire primordial space and time, because it is so magnificent. Day and night are no longer rotated by the sun and the moon, but are constant by concepts. Day and night, for seasons, 12 hours, all exist for concepts. Snap. Whoosh. At this time, a total of 33,333 flooding sky was divided, and a time and space of the 10,000 heavens suddenly broke, several of the light lingering, and the luster of the breath was scattered out of the dark cracks. The colorful stream of light, dragging a brilliant tail of light, crossed through layers of space and fell rapidly towards the North Sea in the extreme north of the prehistoric continent. Boom! The stream of light split the dark sea, carrying the terrifying pressure, and penetrated straight into the rock layer on the seabed, buzzing violently, revealing a hint of joy. WTF? Bai Donglin blinked. He had just digested the information he had glimpsed from the long river of time and space. When he came to his senses, several streams of light had already fallen 3 feet in front of him. The flowing light had a majestic and extraordinary aura. If a cultivator who was not strong enough approached rashly, he would only end up being shattered into nothingness by the pressure. However, this little ripple was nothing more than a spring breeze to Bai Donglin. Chant! When Liu Guang was glanced at by Bai Donglin, he could no longer suppress his urgency. He moved slightly and pulled himself out from the rock layer that was as thick as fairy gold, dispersing the light all over his body and revealing his true form. A pitch-black sword, an ancient brass bell, a small crystal bottle, and finally a white jade book. The 4 rare treasures all stuck to Bai Donglin, fawning on him, shaking their heads and wagging their tails, full of flattery. Oh! The treasure surrendered itself? Well, not bad. It seems that my identity as the child of destiny can no longer be concealed. Bai Donglin nodded slowly, looking helpless. He jokingly said it, but he was secretly surprised in his heart. It is worthy of the heavens in the core area, and it has also gone out of the premier. This is undoubtedly the highest category of the endless heaven, and is at the same level as the heavens of the Dugu. It has been a while since the evolution of the Tao of the heavens, but the feedback of the will of the primordial heavens is still continuing. He sensed the pure breath of birth on these 4 treasures. It is obvious that they were just conceived by the primordial heavens, as the other side of eternity. When he stepped into the prehistoric world, the will of the heavens would naturally send him a greeting gift. One was to show respect, and the other was to hope that Bai Donglin would not mess around in its world, or at least would not accidentally destroy the prehistoric continent. These 4 chaos treasures all contain 3,000 Tao sources. They can be said to be the pinnacle among ancient artifacts. Bai Donglin raised his hand and grasped the pitch-black sword. Flicked the sword with his fingers, and a faint sword light flashed by. The underworld sea silently split into two, and could not close together for a long time. Not bad. You know, the acts of creation that Pengi used to create the world only had 300 internal energy sources. Although a magic weapon of this level is of little use to himself, it is still a good gift to comfort relatives and friends. Bai Donglin put it in his pocket without hesitation, and his mind swept over the White Jade Book, which recorded a supreme inheritance, the advent of the 4 supreme treasures, with their aura slightly dissipating, inevitably attracted many prying eyes, not only from the Nether Sea and the islands on it, but even from the primordial continent. There were majestic figures breaking through the air. Hold head high. A strange roar suddenly sounded at the bottom of the dark sea. Bai Donglin only felt a shadow falling, and then he was swallowed by a whirlpool. Ha ha ha! The chaos treasure belongs to me. Boom! Crash! Endless sea water rolled and surged, and a giant creature in the shape of a fish leaped up. Its majestic body covered the sky and the sun, and it spanned tens of thousands of light years from head to tail. On its flat and wide back, a nebula vortex was suspended. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a small universe with billions of suns, moons, and stars rising and falling, and countless creatures living in it. Su-kun! Don't run! Humph! Hand over the treasure quickly. Such treasures should belong to the virtuous. How dare you? Evil creatures! Lay your hands on them. A powerful person, who since the birth of a supreme treasure had arrived, Su-kun, who was about to escape into time and space, was grabbed by the tail by a giant hand transformed from rules. With a fierce pull, time and space were shattered, and Su-kun fell into the present world. Ah, you're looking for death. Su-kun was furious, and slashed down fiercely like a fish fin slanting down from the sky. As he moved, a brilliant golden light shone, and it turned into feathers and wings that glowed with dim light. Its sharpness was not weaker than that of a magic weapon, and even the rules were cut off one by one. The giant palm that captured Su-kun was destroyed, and the figure hidden in the depths of the dimension was forced out, his face pale, with shock flashing in his eyes. Ha ha ha! How dare you? A mere rat. Fart in front of me. Su-kun wanted to move, and his anger gradually subsided. He was not in a hurry to leave, but it was not so easy for him to retreat. He looked around with a tyrannical look, and a series of strong figures broke through the air and surrounded him. Ha ha! It looks like today won't end peacefully. Su-kun's huge body trembled slightly, and the small universe on his back suddenly shook violently. The space twisted, and densely packed dragons were shaken out. They all have 9 claws on their abdomens, and their dragon bodies stretch for hundreds of trillions of kilometers. At a glance, there are no less than trillions of them. They howl in fear and struggle hard, but still cannot break free from the restraints, and are swallowed into the mouth of Su-kun with despair. Baji! Baji! The teeth-grinding chewing sound accompanied by the colorful dragon blood flowing into the Nether Sea. At this time, the creatures in the Nether Sea had already been frightened and fled. Otherwise they would surely rush forward to drink the precious dragon blood. There is a fish in the North Sea, named Su-kun. It leaps and turns into Pung. Pung likes to eat dragons, and in one meal, it can eat trillions of them. The many figures standing in the void all had indifferent expressions, turning a blind eye to Su-kun's tyranny, as if they had become accustomed to it. Su-kun, you are quite powerful, and are qualified to take one treasure away. You can leave the rest behind, and then you can go. A monk in a white robe lowered his eyes and spoke. They all clearly sensed the streams of light falling from the sky. There were 4 of them in total, and their auras were equally strong. It was not unacceptable to let Su-kun take one away. Hee hee. Su-kun swallowed the dragon corpse. Divine light flickered on his body, and golden feathers kept emerging. Bald donkey. Do you want to be the first to die? Are you kidding me? How can he throw up the treasure that has entered his stomach? Ha ha. What more can you say to this evil creature? Killing him is fine. We are still fighting for the treasure. A man wearing a blood-red crown and a colorful feather robe, with sharp and bloodthirsty eyes, and a round object floating behind his head. It is a bright sun formed by the condensation of golden divine flames. Kill. Roar. 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 Cry. Boom. A horrific war broke out above the underworld sea. The horrific aftermath of the collision destroyed all rules and things. Endless waves hit the sky, and then the particles were crushed, releasing brilliant destructive white light before turning into nothingness. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged in a dark space, frowning, as if thinking about something. The abdominal cavity of Su-kun contained the power of corrosion and erasure. But it could not hurt him at all. Why are these little guys so violent? They start killing people over a disagreement. Especially this Su-kun, who even deliberately created a universe and kept countless dragons in captivity to satisfy his appetite. Is this the trend in the prehistoric world? Killing people for treasures is a common occurrence. And of course, there is nothing to be surprised about. What puzzled Bai Donglin was that he read the memories and wills of the people present, which were full of cruelty and malice, as if they were still bloodthirsty creatures even without the temptation of the treasure. Never mind. They are just a bunch of little guys in the 10th realm. They cannot represent the entire prehistoric world. If they dare to covet my treasure, killing them will be considered as getting rid of harm to the world. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, slowly raised his palm, and looked at this familiar scene. A trace of memory flashed through his eyes. The last time a creature dared to swallow him was in the Wugui burial area of the Mingyu ancient realm. Cut! The palm knife slowly fell down. A red line flashed, and the azure sky appeared in the field of vision. Nuh! Su-kun let out a painful roar, his eyes full of fear. He felt his life slipping away. And although he was known for his thick blood and high defense, he found that he was powerless to turn the situation around, and could only let the blood devour him bit by bit. You can't kill me! My ancestor is... The words did not fall. The eyes were dark, and the eyes were gone, and the vitality was extinguished like a candle, and the resurrected particles spread all over the world were also annihilated by a terrible force. What? Su-kun was killed instantly. He? Who is he? Everyone froze and stood there in a daze. Even though they joined forces to attack, they could not contain the violent Su-kun in a short period of time. But they did not expect that the seemingly ordinary man in front of them could step out of Su-kun's belly safely and completely kill him. A bunch of hyenas. They have done all the bad things. Let's die together. Bai Donglin looked indifferent. After reading the memories, all the evil deeds of the people were vivid in his mind. Just like seeing the lines on the palm of his hand. No! Run away. The little fellow in the 10th realm might be able to dominate the prehistoric continent and be honored as the golden immortal by all living things. But in Bai Donglin's eyes, he is no different in strength from an ant. In a flash, his will passed like a knife, and his ego consciousness was cut into nothingness and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Unlucky! Bai Donglin's interest was disturbed by the villains, and his perception of the prehistoric world decreased a little. All the creatures he met were bloodthirsty scums, and among them there was even a compassionate Buddhist. Ding-ling-ding. In the distant dimension, the sound of chains colliding was heard, and two figures, one black and one white, floated out from the ground like green smoke. The ox-headed and horse-faced soul-catcher? When Bai Donglin's gaze swept over them, the ox-headed and horse-faced monsters' bodies softened and they fell to the ground, cowed out repeatedly, and they almost couldn't hold on to the soul-hunting chains in their hands. In a battle above the 10 realms, once death occurs, it will be absolute nothingness and annihilation, and no soul will be left behind. The reason why the ox-head and horse-faced demons appear here is just to gather those souls who died in vain due to the aftermath of the battle. In the ancient world, there is the underworld, which is just a small feature of civilization. Bai Donglin had already seen these in the long river of time and space, so he was not surprised. He just took a glance and walked away. Whoosh! What a terrifying existence! Nyoto, do you think this lord is a supreme being in the 11th realm? Yes. It's possible. Only the great Luo Jingxian, the one and only Saint Master, who has concluded the timeline, can kill a great Luo Jingxian like slaughtering a dog. Hiss. It's too scary. Let's go. Let's leave this damn place quickly. It's so creepy. In the endless heavens and numerous systems, although the realm of cultivation has been unified into the 13 realms of transcendence. But this will only change after all living creatures in the heavens come into contact with the realm of nothingness. The creatures in that world still retain the most ancient name for the realm. Chapter 778. The painting style gradually becomes weird. Kill one person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Bai Donglin had no self-awareness of a murderer. He had an indifferent expression, and did not conceal his breath. He slowly stepped on the prehistoric continent. He wanted to take a good look at this world. I have been exposed to ancient legends since I was a child, and I have always had fantasies and expectations about them. It is interesting to think about those imaginary mythological characters actually stepping into reality, and being able to interact and discuss with them. The ox-headed and horse-faced demons could be considered as such. But their strength was too low, and I didn't even dare to look them in the eye. So I gave up the idea of having a conversation with them. Bai Donglin, who was traveling around, had no idea how big a trouble he had caused by his reckless killing. Many forces, Taoism, Buddhism, demons and monsters, all realized that one of their own golden immortals had fallen. Although it was only a golden immortal, which did not cause any serious damage. However, in the ancient world, there is an unwritten rule, which is to protect one's own shortcomings. Beating the younger one will lead to the older one, and killing the older one will also involve the ancestors. In addition, those old monsters value their face, so it is possible that a trivial matter may trigger an immeasurable catastrophe. Roar! Who is it? How dare you kill my great-great-grandson and wipe out all traces of time and space? This is too much. This is too much. Boom! Snap! In the ninth heaven, the Songhai realm, a golden shadow larger than the universe emerged, causing endless waves. The folds of time and space were continuous and then shattered. The boundless figure shrank into a dazzling beam of light and shot towards the dark sea of the prehistoric continent. The golden light dissipated, revealing the old man with feathers in it. His eyes were filled with anger, and his face was red. His sight spanned the long river of time and space, and caught a trace of residual breath. Don't run away, thief! The figure flashed, and Daping spread out at an extremely fast speed, appearing in front of Bai Donglin in an instant. Face to face, less than a fist away. It was really that Bai Donglin was walking too slowly, as if he was going for an outing. It took him more than 10 breaths to cover a distance of less than a light year, as if he was waiting for his enemies to come. It was reasonable that his position would be locked and caught up in an instant. Old man, why are you so close to me? Your beard is like a steel needle. It's almost piercing me. Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly and took a step back. He was afraid that this bird-smelling guy would kiss him when he wasn't paying attention. You are an 11th realm cultivator. Yet you actually got angry with a junior and completely wiped out my great-great-grandson. You really have no shame. Die! Tai Kuan's eyes were indifferent, and his heart was filled with anger. He did not give Bai Donglin a chance to explain. His sharp palms with ancient claws pierced through time and space, and went straight to Bai Donglin's forehead with an extremely strange trajectory and terrifying speed. Such a strong temper. Such a violent will. Bai Dong raised his eyebrows slightly. This old guy really didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. He was kind enough to help him educate his offspring, but ended up getting beaten up. He really deserved to be killed. His eyes turned cold, and he also stretched out his hand, copying Tai Kuan's moves and attacking back. Humph! Arrogant! Tai Kuan felt mocking in his heart. His claws were the hardest and sharpest part of his body, coupled with a perfect ancient weapon. They were not something that a flesh and blood body could defeat head-on. Snap! A crisp shattering sound was heard. Bones were broken and tendons were torn apart. A trace of astonishment flashed in Tai Kuan's eyes, and then his head was pierced through. The terrifying destructive force went against time and space and acted on the source of his existence. The shattering sound was heard again. The ancient artifact, the sharp claws of the rock, the center of the head's brow, the source of existence, were all destroyed in one blow, as if they were fragile tofu. This is impossible. You are not at the 11th realm. The last thought that arose was fear, and Tai Kuan's consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Huh? Why did I hit so hard? Bai Donglin frowned, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. It was strange that he had not thought of killing the other party just now. With his will, it was absolutely impossible for his power to get out of control. Before he could think deeply, Tai Kuan's huge true body slowly revealed itself due to life and death. Not good. If this real body falls, there will be countless casualties. It is better to eat it. Swallow. Bai Donglin opened his mouth slightly, and a deep black hole flashed by. The true body of Tai Kuan, which was comparable to the universe, was twisted and stretched, and was swallowed up and ground into vast energy. Snap! The void shattered, and whirlpools of time and space appeared out of thin air. Spinning rapidly, figures stepped out one after another, with indifferent eyes lowered, and a murderous will pouring out. Hey! How dare you? You daring lunatic! To slaughter the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas? Come back with me, and be imprisoned forever in the demonic tower. Your excellency is bullying the small with your power, and the weak with your strength. This is truly unbearable to watch. You should be executed. If you kill my child, I will kill you. At a glance, There were many figures in the void, and no one knew how many powerful people from various forces had been attracted. They all exuded the terrifying aura of the 11th realm. And time and space were corrupted. It's never going to end, is it? Bai Donglin frowned, feeling extremely unhappy. His patience was gone, and he felt inexplicably irritated. Presumptuous. Seeing that Bai Donglin was at the end of his rope, he still dared to be stubborn. All the powerful men's eyes widened, and the awe-inspiring aura crushed him down. The void was annihilated inch by inch, and all things in the universe were reduced to ashes. A spherical area of millions of light years turned into absolute nothingness. You? Bai Donglin froze. Are these guys crazy? They actually released their aura directly in the real world. In that instant just now, countless innocent lives died on the spot. Is this the prehistoric time? Why is there such a cruel atmosphere? How is it different from the Black Disaster? The original expectation for Han Wang quietly dissipated, and was replaced by the disgust that followed. The eyes looking towards the powerful people also became indifferent. Although he is the only saint in the universe, he is cruel and bloodthirsty. His existence in the world will do no good to all living things. It is better to eat him. Ha ha ha. How arrogant. Kill. 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 In nearly 11 realms, he used all his means without any worries, let alone stepping into the long river of time and space to fight. Even the aftermath was not restrained, allowing it to wreak havoc on the desolate land and countless living beings. Damn it! Bai Donglin felt a surge of nameless anger in his heart. He slowly clenched his fists, stood with his head held high, and ignored the terrifying attack from the sky. Self-annihilation. Self-abandonment fist slash. 1 round. A complete clone was cut off and burned itself to ashes, condensing into a boundless destructive force that lingered on the fist. Destruction. Although this move is only 1 round, it is trillions of times more powerful than the one that hit the blood palm of you and me, true lord. The golden fist shadow expanded infinitely, and turned into a pillar of light that supported the sky and shot out, covering all the powerful men and piercing through time and space. The source of existence was like a glass bead, shattering into pieces. The massive fist light slashed with unabated force, piercing through the 33,333 heavens layer by layer until it blasted through the boundary of primordial spacetime, annihilating tens of thousands of universes along the way, and slammed heavily on the boundary of the primordial heavens, leaving a dark ravine before slowly dissipating. How could I? Bai Donglin stared blankly at his clenched fist. He lost control again and accidentally used a little too much force, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of innocent people. It seems like something is wrong? Snap! While Bai Donglin was deep in thought, the powerful men who were wiped out in the sky, whose bodies had lost their ego consciousness, began to automatically manifest their majestic true forms and fell rapidly towards the prehistoric continent. We can't waste so many corpses. It's not good if they hit the flowers and plants. Bai Donglin, who was still in deep thought a moment ago, suddenly had excitement in his eyes. He opened his mouth, and the vortex of the heavens in his body turned slightly. The boundless swallowing force spread out, and all the corpses went into his stomach. Comfortable. He rubbed his belly with satisfaction. Although the atmosphere in the prehistoric world is not good, the quality of the strong is not low, and the energy refined is very vast and pure. Bai Donglin secretly sighed, and even had a faint expectation that a group of old guys would come to protect their children and feed him. The terrifying fist blade pierced through the infinitely high sky of the ancient and supreme world, and all 33,333 levels of the heavens were affected. The destructive force of the shock awakened many supreme beings. An angry look, a downward glance, a grand will and awe-inspiring aura followed closely behind. Where did this big but crazy guy come from? Humph! Not from my ancient world, but a creature from another world? Or a spy of the Black Disaster? Capture him and torture him severely. Boom! A big hand covering the sky, tearing the long river of time and space, and grabbing Bai Donglin quickly. Its pawns are open-minded, chaotic, and complicated information lingering. The eternal other side. What happened? Are all the people in the prehistoric world crazy? Even the other side is like this. They just start fighting over a disagreement. And it's in the heart of the world. Bai Donglin's pupils shrank slightly. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He only knew that he was attacked with murderous intent again and again. The invisible anger in his heart became hotter and hotter, difficult to suppress, and could erupt at any time. Humph! I'll fight you if I want to. Am I afraid of you? The last trace of reason was pressed down by anger, and his expression became more indifferent and cold, as if returning to the state of destroying the black disaster. Unscrupulous and unwillingness. Kill. Bai Donglin couldn't avoid, and when he moved his hands, he torn his hands with his hands, and ran away on the sky. Each step came out. The whole time and space of the high floods were overwhelmed and fiercely shaken. Such power is truly terrifying. And the beings on the other side of the heaven all changed their expression slightly. The madness is fierce. My fellow Taoists, please join us in killing this official together. Chapter 779 swallowed everything. Shit together. Huang Wang Dao Yu. Such as the sky thunder. More than 30,000 heaven. And many magnificent shores come out. Especially the highest triple boundary purple. Tai Shang. And heaven. There are all the eyes of the other shore. The complicated will. The gas machine. Such as Han Hai Pao. Drowned by Dong. Under this breath. The long river and space are retreated. I'm afraid I've reached a demon cave. Bai Donglin stood under the heavens. His brows were locked, and he looked at him indifferently. This seemingly supreme residence with a faint fairy light, in his perception, was like a bloody H.L. with endless black light, eerie death, and many tall figures, like twisted monsters. Even the eyes on the other side were filled with weird evil intent. I had been looking forward to this great world, but I didn't expect it to be like this. If the resurrection coordinates were not correct, I would have thought I had entered the Black Calamity's lair. It's really disappointing. He secretly murmured in his heart, and the only trace of goodness was disappeared, replaced by unknown anger and violent killing. Since the beauty and fantasy has been shattered, there is no need for the primitive world to exist anymore. Let it be destroyed. Kill! Kill! Tall and majestic figures came down one after another, all with fierce expressions and keeping their mouths shut. But from their whistling wills, shouts of killing were endless. Ha! Ant, you're looking for death. Bai Donglin sneered in a low voice. A strange black light flashed in the depths of his pupils. He no longer thought, no longer held back, and a purple gold light surged out from between his eyebrows, condensing into a dazzling silk thread, which he slowly slashed from bottom to top. Information deprivation. Light of death. When Bai Donglin stepped into the other side, he used the power of information for the first time and added the terrifying eye technique of Yashiku's pupil. The power of the purple gold thread was extremely terrifying. Sizzle. The magnificent shores that came from the heavenly world were stagnated in place, and there was a stern flash in the eyes, followed by death. Among the tens of millions of people in the 11th realm, the only saint who concluded the timeline was buried with a single blow. The heavenly boundary that is aggregated by 33,333 is also divided into two by the purple gold silk thread. And it is inevitable to reach the high boundary. In the ancient continent, countless creatures looked up at the sky in horror. The sky was broken, and there was an infinite corpse that was comparable to that of the Big Thousand universe. The heavy saint's corpse collapsed the time and space and fell to the mainland. Boom! The devastating collision created a bottomless pit spanning hundreds of trillions of light years on the ancient continent, with every corpse that fell from heaven. Although the corpses of tens of millions overlapped, they still caused a devastating blow to the prehistoric continent. A quarter of the continent was completely destroyed. The land base slowly tilted, and countless lives died under the impact. Even the underworld in soil, in Chao Difu, and the 18 layers of I have been penetrated together, and the 6 reincarnations were broken. The will of the heavens was wailing, and a trace of malice tightly entangled by Donglin. Hey! As expected of the prehistoric world, the core area alone has gathered so many 11 realms. Bai Donglin had a grim look on his face, and he only glanced at the tragic situation of the prehistoric continent with contempt. He could have swallowed these corpses, but he stood by and watched, determined to destroy this world completely. What innocent souls! What does it have to do with him? They are dead. What is weird is that the beings entrenched in the supreme realm and the other side of the underworld just watched coldly, as if they were oblivious to the wailing of the common people, and just stared at Bai Donglin indifferently. Die. Lunatic. Boom. The other side took action, and an 8 trigrams furnace surrounded by chaotic divine light fell upside down, crossing the long river of time and space, and enveloped Bai Donglin from the source of information. Well done. Eternal Taoist soldiers. Prestige cannot be favored by the means of dealing with ants just now. Bai Donglin's eyes were shining with black light. He spread out his palms, and the vortex of heaven in his palms was spinning rapidly, hitting the Bagua furnace hard. Clang. The sound of metal colliding was like a real halo bursting out, crossing the endless distance in an instant. The ancient and supreme wilderness was cut in half like tofu, and the primordial space and time was also broken. The halo swept slowly, annihilating countless universes, and finally slashed fiercely on the wall of the heavens. Snap! A huge incision was torn in the boundary wall, and the sharp halo disappeared into the depths of the void. This is an attack from the other side, erasing time and information. It is the ultimate destruction. Conventional reversal of time and space is difficult to erase this scar. Unless someone transcends, everything remains constant. A deep palm shadow was slapped on the surface of the eternal Tao Soldier Bagua furnace, and the divine aura was completely lost. It fell powerlessly into the air like a kite with a broken string, destroying half of the prehistoric continent again. Endless divine flames poured out, and the remaining prehistoric creatures that survived the terrifying ravages were instantly evaporated into nothingness by the scorching heat. Ha! Interesting. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. He had also suffered some injuries in the previous collision. The bones of his 5 fingers were all shattered. After all, he had borne almost all of the power of the other side. Come on! Attack together. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Snort. As you wish. There are many other shores in the ancient universe. There are as many as 200 of them in the ancient supreme time and space alone. From the heavens, the underworld, the depths of the dimensions, the bottom of the long river of time and space, and above the source of information. With a very old figure, he stepped forward, and the aircraft wasted time and space with information. Outside of the Hongming time and space, a towering temple emerged from nothingness, and the shadow of a sword with the scales of justice and protection hanging on it was looming. Bai Donglin? Such a tyrannical villain is actually the one holding my sword. He should be killed. The sword bearer has the duty to kill him. As it should be. One by one, the sword wielders from the heavens walked out of the temple, cut through the primordial space and time with a sword, and stepped in the hidden quarters of the ancient universe, the dead zones, and the forbidden areas. Ancient beings have awakened and slowly swept over with indifferent eyes. Bai Donglin stood in the vast world, his senses diffused, and he was locked in by the aura of hundreds of eternal shores. Not only was he not panicked, but he sneered grimly, with dark light flickering in his eyes. His will was filled with brutality and madness, and his fighting spirit was overwhelming. He is immortal, and not afraid of consumption. With the power of the One Yuan Heaven, his combat capability is slightly superior to that of the other side. He has never been afraid of defeating the majority with a small force. In the same realm, he is invincible. Kill. A great war lasted for billions of years before the dust slowly settled. An infinitely tall figure appeared in the void, stretched out his huge hands, grasped the broken ancient heavens, stuffed them into his mouth, crushed them, and swallowed them into his stomach. Trick swordsman. It's really terrible. Hundreds of other shores came to support. Almost a little. Just hold me to death. Hey. At this moment, Bai Donglin's aura was extremely dangerous and strange. After devouring many things from the other side and the prehistoric heavens, his strength skyrocketed again, reaching an unimaginable level. Today, the other shore is also ants in his eyes, and it can be killed between his fingers. I am immortal. My fighting power is unparalleled. Even if it is a transcendent being, what can they do to me? The transcendent, the sky high. Even his lair was destroyed by me. But he still dares not to fart. Humph. Nothing more than that. I don't have to be timid anymore. The black disaster cannot fill my infinite heavens. So, Bai Donglin's eyes have been replaced by brilliant darkness, and he can't see the slightest mood. He has broken everything in a 10 million years of battle, and his heart is realized. Everything is my nourishment. Kill. Kill them all. Swallow. Swallow the heavens. Boys. Do it. Endlessly. When he fought fiercely, he had already issued an order that was regarded as an orderly manner. Under the slaughter and plundering he had developed, the first 5 generations of me, all of them have achieved the other shore. At the command, one could see with the naked eye that the heavens disappeared into the void, as if a terrifying abyss was swallowing them up. Bai Donglin naturally would not sit idle. His target was those toughest bones to chew, and those who had walked out of the supreme heavens of the transcendence. After a countless discipline, 1/3 of the vortex of the heavens has become blank. Countless heavens have been swallowed up. And his and my clones have expanded to 1 trillion generations. Everywhere you look, you can see the immortal Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin began to invade the black disaster heavens. Another countless epoch passed, and more than half of the black disaster world was destroyed. Suddenly, a transcendent appeared and attacked Bai Donglin, trying to kill him with one palm. Transcendent? Nothing special. Bai Donglin sat upright on the boundless divine throne. With a thought, 1/5 of his clone destroyed itself and returned to his original self, blessing himself with endless great power. This terrible power has surpassed everything. Die! With a pointing finger, the pitch-black finger spanned the realm of nothingness, crushing the whirlpool of the heavens, and directly killed the black disaster transcendent. Ha. That's it? Bai Donglin's eyes were full of mockery. He was too strong now. When I first met the transcendent, I could only rely on my immortality to survive at his hands. But now I am no match for him. It's really boring. After 100 infinite epochs. Bai Donglin, stop it! You are already invincible. Why do you continue to devour the heavens? The transcendent Tantian appeared in front of Bai Donglin and tried to persuade him. In his hand, he was holding a piece of the heavens. Look at your family and friends. Are you not even going to let go of their habitat? Big sister, second brother, senior sister Lianqin, Shuzi, Miracle. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes and saw all his relatives and friends looking at him with sad eyes. Tantian, who do you think you are? Playing the emotional card with me? Ha. Ridiculous. Pathetic. They are so weak. But never mind. Let them become part of my strength and live forever together. He raised his hand and pressed down, swallowing and strangling Tantian, who had a look of disbelief, along with the various heavens where Bai Jiana and the others were. Is this excess? Bai Donglin slowly stood up. After devouring his loved ones, enlightenment arose in his heart, and he crossed to the other side in one fell swoop, achieving the ultimate state of transcendence. I am invincible. Bai Donglin swept his hand and killed all the transcendents hiding in every corner of the realm of nothingness. Then he opened his mouth and sucked, and all the heavens, including absolute time and space, returned to his stomach. He and I return. Endless. He and me, who destroyed himself, all of his strength attributed to the deity. At this point, there is no area of emptiness. All the heavens are destroyed. The creatures are died, and there are no regions. Only the center of the center is sitting alone. After 1 trillion yuan, Bai Donglin had nothing to do every day. He just thought about the universe and then swallowed it up. Over and over again. I am bored. Is this loneliness? A trace of grayness flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes, and then it disappeared by itself, entering the observer state. At this time, in the realm of nothingness, there was really nothing left. 1 trillion after countless epochs. Time has lost its meaning. I am so miserable and lonely. Bai Donglin's will became more and more strange. Like nothingness, like a distorted and disordered state, and his consciousness had fallen into endless darkness. Who can help me? Or kill me? Tick. The strong desire caused ripples in the depths of the subconscious mind. An array of 7-colored light flashed, illuminating the consciousness that had fallen into darkness. Donglin, wake up! A huge hand stretched out from the end of the darkness, trying its best to hold up the falling phantom of consciousness. Who are you? Bai Donglin's consciousness was extremely weak. He felt desperate, and there was no end in sight for his death. War. Battle. Chapter 780. Dialogue with Transcendence. War. Who is the battle? Why is this name so familiar? Bai Donglin's phantom consciousness was chaotic, and its surface was covered with twisted black lines. It was an extremely terrifying worm of time, which could only be naturally bred after 1 trillion epochs. This worm was different from its usual state, and its aura was even more bizarre and terrifying, as if all the malice, death, and darkness in the concept were condensed in it. Time has passed too long. Too long. So long that Bai Donglin has forgotten his most original memories. Even the existence of something as important as war seems to have been forgotten. He only feels a little familiar. The phantom of consciousness still had no reaction and slowly fell into the darkness. The illusory giant hand tried its best to hold it up. The vague and ethereal figure was heavier than the endless heavens here. The palm was twisted and about to break. Bai Dong Lin, are you going to stop here? Who said he wanted to become the strongest and transcend everything? And who secretly made the decision to exterminate the Black Calamity? And now, you forgot all this. Choose eternal fall to the end? The sound of war, with a hint of regret and a few sighs, roared and shook, but was completely eaten away by the endless worms of time, and could hardly reach consciousness. Ha ha! I have made friends with many origin walkers. Yi, Chun, Shang, Bei Ming. They have all achieved transcendence. No matter which aspect they are in, they are at the top. I am amazed by them. And you, Bai Donglin, as their fellow countryman, a Blue Star native, are the worst origin point walker I have ever seen. That's it. That's it. John was almost unable to maintain the illusory giant hand, and could no longer wake Bai Donglin up. He was powerless, and could only change his tricks, even imitating Bai Donglin's speaking habits, to stimulate the phantom of consciousness. The worst source of the source. Blue Star. The worst Blue Star people. No way. No way. Just this. Just this. Bai Donglin was still trying to salvage information about war from his empty memories, when he suddenly heard a sarcastic taunt. His consciousness suddenly froze, and his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. In the deepest part of the pure darkness, a little white light was faintly visible. Hey, brat. You really won't disappoint me. As the faint white light appeared, John Jing was shocked. This was what he was looking for. A way to break the impasse. Not daring to delay, for fear that the phantom of consciousness would close his eyes again, John condensed his limited strength, which turned into a ray of light that shot out from his palm, piercing through the hideous and roaring time worms, passing through the endless darkness in his eyes, and sinking straight into the white light. This is... A trace of John's consciousness turned into a human form. When he saw everything in the space of the light spot clearly, he was stunned where he was. John, I didn't expect you to be alive. It's our first meeting. But it's such a scene. I'm sorry. Looking at John, who had a puzzled look on his face, Bai Donglin shook his head and slowly stood up. In this small space, there was a pure snow-white color, and he was also wearing a white robe, which was very different from his usual black robe image. Why didn't I lose myself completely? Seeing John nodding in acknowledgement, a smile flashed across Bai Donglin's dark right eye, which contained a complex emotion, while his dark blue left eye remained eternally cold and indifferent. Ha. John, it seems that your power is very weak now. Very weak. And has fallen to the level of transcendence. Otherwise you would not be unable to see through my current state. At the same time, I have a lot of doubts in my heart, and I think we can answer them for each other. Bai Donglin walked up to Jean, and their eyes met. The 10-color origin universe ring that was spinning rapidly between his eyebrows had merged into one color. It was not the black that should have appeared, but pure white that went against common sense and was extraordinary and magical. You kid. It's really weird. John shook his head slightly, then sat cross-legged on the ground. After Bai Donglin sat down, he continued to speak. I thought you were completely lost, but I didn't expect that in the remaining original consciousness, your rationality still existed. It is hard to imagine how you managed to survive for such a long time. After all, you don't have any transcendental characteristics in your essence. Also, when did you know that you were attacked by the Black Disaster Transcendent? After hearing Jean's question, Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with reminiscence. These were indeed long and difficult years. As for when, in the first prehistoric universe, I fought fiercely with the other shores, fighting 1 against 1,000. I fought to the point of madness, annihilating them and destroying the sword wielder's headquarters. I finally realized something was wrong. But by then, it was too late. The superego will and the other egos had completely sunk. Only the ego and the divine self still had a trace of clarity. The means of superb is really terrible. Bai Donglin sighed secretly, full of emotion, helplessness, and hidden admiration. I knew that I had completely fallen into the calculations of the transcendent ones, and was unable to change the situation at that time. So I used the last bit of my mental strength to cut off the only remaining clarity between my ego and my divine self, condensing it into the me of today. I hid in the depths of the origin of consciousness to find a way out of the situation. I thought this was just a terrifying method of controlling the illusion. It was not until many years later that I realized that the methods of the transcendence were not that simple. The passage of time is real. However, after 1 trillion epochs, I was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, I finally used the divine human two-sided way to completely merge my ego and my divine self, standing between existence and non-existence, eliminating the torment from the years. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at his eyes. The two gazes, one pitch black and one dark blue, met in the void, Mysterious and unpredictable. Between existence and non-existence? I see. You are really smart. You can come up with this method to simulate the transcendental characteristics. John's eyes flashed. And in an instant, he understood Bai Donglin's current state. Pity! So what if I know the truth? So what if I can maintain my identity despite the erosion of time? I still cannot fathom the methods of the transcendence. Nor can I find a way to break the situation. I even can't figure out how I got into the game in the first place. As expected of a transcendent one, you are beyond everything. Unimaginably powerful. My realm is still far from that. Bai Donglin was a little depressed. Although he was extremely confident in his own strength, talent, and future potential, he had never underestimated the transcendence. He had already exhausted his imagination to guess. But he didn't expect that there was still such a big gap. Dongli, this is not your fault. You have done a good job. John tried to persuade them. He was a transcendent, and naturally understood the immense gap between them. If he were on the other side, facing a transcendent, he would definitely not be able to do what Bai Donglin did, and still be able to retain a chance of survival by his own strength. I can explain to you how you fell into the hands of the transcendent. Bai Donglin was shocked, and listened attentively. This question has been bothering him for a long time. To be honest, you are a bit unlucky this time. Under normal circumstances, the transcendents will not care about what happens in the heavens. They focus their energy on the beings at the same level. It just so happens that the infinite Tao is spreading. Under such a grand occasion, there may be a chance for a being to realize and achieve transcendence. A new transcendent is naturally qualified to be noticed by them. Therefore, according to convention, the Black Disaster Transcendent will take a look at the vortex of the heavens. And you, by coincidence, were devouring the Black Calamity heavens and fell into the sight of the Transcendent. It's not your fault. There are very few people who know about this secret. John shook his head and laughed, as if he was gloating. Perhaps it was not a bad thing for Bai Donglin, who was doing well, to suffer a loss. All right. Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly. It was too late to regret now. The key was to understand the situation as soon as possible and break the impasse as soon as possible. So, what state am I in right now? Am I in a fantasy? But I feel like it's more than that. That's right. Ordinary illusionary methods, even if performed by a transcendent being, cannot completely eliminate an immortal monster like you. Jean was in a good mood. Or maybe he hadn't communicated with anyone for a long time. So his words were full of teasing. When the transcendent's gaze sweeps over you, all your secrets will be exposed to him. And he will instantly figure out the best way to deal with you. Using a real illusion, I will pull your ego consciousness into the final nothingness and suppress it forever. This method only guides you at the beginning. Every step after that is your own choice and self-destruction. If it succeeds, outsiders will not be able to break through and save you. And you yourself will not be able to save yourself, forming a logical closed loop, unless a logical level transcendent takes action. But, John shook his head. Obviously, this was also a possibility that was so small that it was non-existent. A real illusion? Bai Donglin frowned. He was a cautious person. Even when he first awakened his talent, he did not become arrogant, but instead reflected on himself and listed one by one the ways to restrain immortality. One is suppression and banning, including freezing time and space, reversing cause and effect, and so on. Each of these possibilities has been completely eliminated as our strength grows. The second is a non-subjective illusion, hypnosis, memory flood, personality influence. Regarding illusions, the female ghost among the monsters and ghosts that Bai Donglin first met taught him his first lesson. Although the female ghost was too incompetent to completely confuse his consciousness, she was instead burst by his yang energy. Another time, in the competition of the Wandering Emperor, he encountered the invasion of fantasy monster and sinking the illusion, almost not out. Because of this, he began to consciously improve his resistance in the illusion. After igniting the fire of will, his consciousness was stronger day by day, and it was difficult to be confused by the illusion. Now, he has countless clones scattered across the world, with memories and perceptions interconnected. If you want to pull him into the illusion, you must bring all the clones with you. But, you are right. A part of you, his or her clone, is always in the so-called observer state, and is not affected by the outside world. Therefore, the illusion has no effect on you at all. But the real illusion created by the transcendent is not that simple. John saw through Bai Donglin's thoughts, shook his head, and explained in detail. When you first noticed the gaze of the transcendent, What was your first reaction? Did you seek the Transcendent's protection? And the Transcendent you are most familiar with, and even the one you have come into contact with, is only Tantion. This is the choice made in your subconscious mind. So you destroyed yourself and went to the primitive world. The Black Disaster Transcendent followed your choice and created the primitive world in a single thought. It is a perfect one-to-one replica. And every living being and every speck of dust in it is exactly the same. Bai Donglin was slightly stunned when he heard this. No wonder he didn't notice it at all at the beginning. Is this what they call a real illusion? That's right. Everything you experienced in the prehistoric universe is real. It's just that some things have been added to it. You, as well as many prehistoric creatures, have all had their minds twisted, and their dark sides have been given and magnified. The most important thing is that you have all been hit by a drop in intelligence. Your perception of the outside world and your thinking logic will subconsciously tend to the wrong direction. In other words, you are no different from an idiot at that time. Bai Donglin opened his mouth, speechless, recalling his past actions. All he did was kill and swallow. Wasn't he just a low-energy idiot who ate and drank recklessly? The Transcendent is so cruel and insidious. With reality, I lead you into a perfect illusion. This can no longer be called an illusion, but a strange time and space that exists in the eyes of a Transcendent. From the beginning, you have never escaped the eyes of the Black Disaster Transcendent. His purpose is very simple, and it is about to succeed. It is to pull your self-consciousness into the final nothingness. Moreover, this is your own choice. John spoke in a deep voice as he explained Bai Donglin's situation. Only by understanding everything could they help to break the impasse. Okay, I understand. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a moment, he raised his eyes to look at Jean and said, Jean, now the question is back to you. Aren't you dead? He sacrificed everything, including his life, and sealed the seven-colored divine light forever in the heavens of peace and kept it hidden. Why are you here again now? Deep in my consciousness. And you know me so thoroughly. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered with inexplicable meaning. As a man pursuing absolute freedom, he was very disgusted with such secret gazes. Even if the other party was Jean, or even the only savior who could help him break the predicament, he was outspoken and said whatever he thought. Moreover, facing a transcendent person, there was no need to hide his thoughts. Naturally, he could not hide his strong dissatisfaction from Jean. You little brat. I am a transcendent being. You are talking like this, aren't you? Stop. Jean, you should also understand how many years I have spent in this damn place. To be honest, I can no longer do it at this moment. I can no longer pull myself to a position of transcendence. The difference between the humble and the noble has no meaning to me anymore. Bai Donglin tilted his head slightly, and the vast indifference in his dark blue eyes made Jean, who was being stared at, feel a little strange. Okay, I understand. John shrugged and silently acknowledged Bai Donglin's peer relationship. Actually, you don't have to think too much. Things are not as bad as you think. I was indeed dead at the beginning, and only death could satisfy the means I had set up to turn the heavens of peace into a cage and completely isolate them. But just as it finally dissipated, I saw the seven-colored divine light that I had never been able to find. There was emotion and gratitude in John's tone. It was this strange and unpredictable seven-colored divine light that triggered that horrific war. Countless heavens were implicated in it, and were annihilated one after another. Countless lives turned into ashes, and even 3 transcendents died. It can be seen how tragic the war was. Stop the war. Stop the fighting. Jean, unable to bear to see the war go on forever, and unable to bear the loss of lives, chose to sacrifice himself and end the endless terrorist war at the source. I saw the seven-colored divine light. It traveled at a very fast speed in the dark passage, ignoring my sealing method. At that moment, I thought my plan had failed. So I rushed towards the seven-colored divine light. The seven-colored divine light seems to have undergone an unusual change from the original one. I sensed a sleeping soul in it. Now that I think about it, it should be you. Bai Donglin. Jean looked at Bai Donglin opposite him meaningfully. He guessed that it was because the seven-colored divine light had merged with the souls of living beings that he was able to sense its traces. I was very curious about what this divine light was. So when it dissipated, I immersed myself in it. However, I didn't expect that my self-destruction would actually dissolve. In the outside world, even in the eyes of the transcendents, John is dead. But I am still alive, living in the seven-colored divine light. As a price, I lost my freedom and my perception of the outside world. I was bound in the divine light forever. Until not long ago. By Donglin. Your subconscious desire to survive has touched the seven-color divine light, causing ripples. At that time, I finally sensed the outside world and saw you at first sight, with the characteristics of the super-detached. At a glance, I naturally understand everything about you, and that the black disaster is generally the same. Haha. The difference is, I won't harm you. John chuckled softly, as if trying to lighten the mood. In the future, you are the hope for destroying the black disaster. At the same time, the seven-color divine light is completely moved by you. My life and death are already tied to you. Bai Donglin remained silent, his thoughts flowing. He temporarily chose to believe in the description of the battle. At least for now. A transcendent, who was willing to give up his life for all living creatures in the heavens, was undoubtedly very great. If he were in another position, he believed that he could not do it. Jean, I have another question. Oh. The war raised his eyes that he was willing to solve by Donglin, which is the fastest way to improve each other. I'm not being arrogant. I believe that in the long years ahead, I will definitely reach the realm of transcendence. In that case, I am in a desperate situation right now. Why don't you help me when I achieve transcendent success in the future? Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with confusion. This was also the question he was thinking about. Although his consciousness could not extend into the fog of the future in this ghost place, and could not touch his future body, that was for the other side. A future body of a transcendent level should not be so troublesome. Right? Ha ha ha. John laughed loudly. He didn't expect that Bai Donglin, who was extremely smart, would fall into cognitive misunderstanding. Bai Donglin, first you have to understand one thing. The past is known and can be changed. The future is unknown and can be changed. Only the present is eternal. The present, this moment, is the point of truth for everything. No matter how weak we were in the past, no matter how powerful we will be in the future, we cannot change this fact. The present is unique and eternal. It is the link between the past and the future, and is the cornerstone of the existence of both. Its meaning of existence is supreme and irreplaceable. The future is in a chaotic and disordered state. Without observation, no one knows what is beneath the fog of time. This is why when you summon your future body, you need to probe your consciousness into the future. It was your sight that observed the chaotic future, causing it to collapse into a single result amidst the infinite disorder. This provided the foundation for the future self to step into the present world. As for the future body of the super-detached level, it does exist without relying on observations. It is not so troublesome to enter the world. As for why it does not appear, John stopped talking, looked Bai Donglin up and down, and said meaningfully, maybe he can't get away. Bai Donglin's expression changed, and he seemed to want to say something but stopped. Ha! I was just teasing you. The atmosphere is too tense. Brat, since you will achieve transcendence in the future, it means that the current predicament is not difficult for you. This is also the reason why I can temporarily break free from the shackles of the seven-color divine light. Isn't this helping you? You are destined to have a transcendent self in the future after you have nothing to do. Your future self naturally knows this. So, why did he come to the present world? Do you have nothing to do? John slowly stood up, raised his illusory hand, patted Bai Donglin on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, remember, it is you who are now that make up your future self. No matter how powerful he is, the present, now, this moment, is everything. The order of the two cannot be reversed. When Bai Donglin heard this, a flash of enlightenment came into his mind, and he nodded in understanding. I understand. John, please do it, and take me away from here. John waved his hands, and his distorted and blurry figure became more and more illusory. The power that escaped from the seven-color divine light was extremely weak. Donglin, I still have to rely on you for this. The seven-color divine light will only obey your orders. Let it release one of my arms. One is enough. What the H.L. is this black disaster transcendent? It's just a concept. I can destroy it with one hand. Chapter 781, All the plans finally failed. Can it be destroyed with one hand? When did the supreme, inconceivable and transcendent being become so commonplace? Bai Donglin stood up slowly. His eyes, a mixture of pitch black and dark blue, staring directly at the battle that was agitated and somewhat impatient. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Donglin, you little brat. What are you doing? John was stunned and a little puzzled. Shouldn't Bai Donglin be more anxious than him at this moment? Jean, you are still the same. Too impatient. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, then raised his hand and lightly tapped his eyebrows. The pure white wheel turned from light into a solid, fell into his palm, and slowly expanded. The edges were extremely sharp, and the indescribable nebula mist in the center sparkled brightly. Without saying why, the pure white wheel slowly slashed down, pointing directly at Jean's fatal point between his eyebrows, with tremendous power and murderous intent. What? Jean opened his eyes wide in disbelief and wanted to raise his hand to resist, but he found that his body was like stuck in a quagmire, and his movements became extremely slow. In the void of the snow-white space, countless transparent silk threads spread out at some point and tightly bound his limbs. Phew! It was clean and neat, like chopping melons and vegetables. This scene seemed to have been repeated countless times. Jean was shot through the forehead. His consciousness was destroyed, and until he died, his eyes were still blank. Why did you shoot him? The pure white wheel hummed and vibrated, and returned to his brows. Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly, stepped lightly, and the snow-white ground suddenly cracked into a dark crack, and Jean's illusory figure fell down. Through the crack, a fleeting image can be seen. It is an infinite dark space. In the vast space with unknown boundaries, there are rolling mountains. Snap! Jean fell on the mountain range, adding a new speck of dust to the mountain. Beside him, there was the same illusory corpse, with the same blank eyes and broken brows, densely packed and endless. The entire mountain range is made up of piles of corpses, filling the entire dark space. Hey, Senior, are you coming or not? I'm almost annoyed to death by these guys. Bai Donglin sighed softly, his brows furrowed, and a hint of fatigue flashed across his dark left eye. He remained silent for a long time, then retreated to the edge of the space, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Boom! Snap! A vague and ethereal ray of light pierced through the snow-white space and fell in front of Bai Donglin, twisting slightly and turning into a blurry and illusory human figure. Jean frowned, glanced at Bai Donglin, then looked around and glanced at the white ground under his feet. His sight seemed to see through the dark space below. Donglin, I'm sorry. I never thought you could still retain a trace of sanity. It seems that you... Jean was about to say something but stopped himself. And then everyone looked at him in admiration. This kid is really amazing. Among the transcendents, he is beyond a future time and space. When he does not intervene, the Black Disaster Transcendent has no way to observe his existence from the future perspective. But when Jean made his move and crossed the barrier of time worms, due to his weak power, he was unable to cover up everything and fell into the eyes of the Black Disaster Transcendent. A single move can affect the entire body, and Bai Donglin's hiding place was immediately exposed. This influence runs through time and space. From the beginning of the past, the Black Disaster Transcendent has taken action, creating endless wars with real illusions, constantly invading this pure white space. In these endless years, if Bai Donglin relaxes even once, acknowledges the existence of war, and takes action to break the impasse, then everything will be over. The last bit of sanity will be eliminated, and he will fall completely into the final nothingness, having to endure the torture and erosion of the years, and having to remain vigilant at all times. Bai Donglin's fatigue is unimaginable. Jean was a little embarrassed, with a flash of guilt in his eyes. At a glance, he had seen through everything. He was too arrogant. The invisible game between him and the Black Disaster Transcendent almost destroyed Bai Donglin. Senior, can I trust you? Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes, his fatigue gone, leaving only calmness and rationality. This? Jean opened his mouth, speechless. The methods of the Transcendent were so incredible that it was difficult to distinguish the truth from the false. He had no way to prove himself. Haha. Senior, I believe you. Bai Donglin suddenly smiled softly and stood up. He did not call Jean Ji's real name directly, but called him Senior, which meant that he determined whether Jean was real or not at the first sight. Oh! Jean raised his eyebrows, wondering how Bai Donglin did it. Bai Donglin shook his head and said nothing, without any intention of explaining. Only he knew that in his sight, he saw an invisible light faintly visible on the surface of Zhang Qihuan's figure. It was the ashes of the seven-colored divine light. There were countless figures gathered in the dark space, but there was no such thing. Is there anything in this world that a transcendent being cannot forge? Naturally, it is the seven-colored divine light. The transcendents control everything. Jean, as a being at the same level, can jump out of the game and avoid being watched and controlled. The The seven-color divine light is the only means by which Bai Dongling can fight against the transcendence. In that case, shall we start to break the impasse? Good. The reason why John was so decisive was that there was nothing left for them to communicate. In the real illusion, countless fake John had communicated with Bai Dongling countless times. Although the person is fake and is a means of transcendence, the dialogue is real. It is a conversation between him and John taken from the future present. Except for the last sentence, I can destroy with one hand. The seven-color divine light has begun to loosen slightly. This is why you are here, Senior. The reason for this should be due to my subconscious desire to survive. However, he has sunk into depravity, and this will is extremely distorted and vague, so the response he can get is minimal. After a long time, I have found a way to break the impasse. Senior, you only need to break the barrier of the time worm for me. In just a moment, I can burn everything and regain control of my original self. It only takes a little time to open this seven-color divine light and help you escape from trouble. After that, I will give it to your predecessors. Bai Dongling's expression was solemn. On this day, he had waited for how many years? When he stepped into this place from the first war, he almost cheated him. And he also knew the existence of the war, and thought about breaking the situation. You only have one chance. As one of the few clear minds in the main body, although they share the same origin, only by completely burning himself can he temporarily control his self-consciousness. If he fails, there will be no chance to start over. And John will not be able to escape. So he can only fall into the end of nothingness forever. I understand. John Jung nodded. And naturally, he also understood all kinds of care of this matter. He could understand how bad the other person was in the current state than Bai Donglin. He was helping Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin was also helping him. At the same time, it was the battle of outpash by the two. One wanted to escape from the calculation of the black disaster beyond the alienation. Boom! Before Jean finished his words, the illusory and blurry figures suddenly exploded and turned into colorful bright spots of light. This was a weak transcendent power that slowly enveloped Bai Donglin, like a robe of light. Walk! With a hard step of his foot, the snow-white space suddenly collapsed, and Bai Dongling's figure was like an arrow, shooting towards the end of the endless darkness. Along the way, the endless twisted and terrifying time worms were shattered one after another under the crushing of the transcendent power. It was a brief moment, but it seemed like eternity. A bright light quickly escaped from the depths of Bai Dongling's slightly open pupils. God! Bai Dongling's eyes were shining, and while he was galloping, his hands were quickly making inexplicable seals, and his phantom body was also burning. People, between existence and non-existence. Wang is true. No filth. No obscure. Rotate. The only remaining clarity burned out, and all merged into the pure white wheel between the eyebrows, tinging the pure white with a bit of color. The halo leaped slightly, and instantly appeared above Bai Dongling's brow. His slightly narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and the darkness in his eyes dissipated, returning to clarity. A vast and extremely bright white light bloomed from his brows, temporarily forcing back the endless darkness. The phantom of his ego consciousness, that was constantly falling towards the end of nothingness, suddenly stagnated, and then he sat cross-legged in the air. Open. The opportunity is only for a moment. Bai Dong is too late to think about hesitation. His hands are tens of, and there are seven-color halo appeared behind the back. An indescribable seven-color divine light was slowly spinning, and an illusory portal appeared at its core, and slowly opened. Battle. Come back. The bright figure. The truth is uncertain. Stepped out of the depths of the portal. Break. John's eyes were cold and fierce. He raised his finger like a sword and slashed down slowly. The strange time and space created by the gaze of the transcendent was cut apart from the source. All illusions and all reality disappeared. Bai Dongling's expression was stunned. Looking back, seemed to cross the endless time and space, and saw the black disaster who persecuted him at this time. One day, he would return these pains tens of times. Destroy. The moment when the super-escorted eyes were imprisoned, Bai Donglin immediately destroyed himself, and escaped without a trace. Huh? In an unknown land, the black disaster transcendent had a look of surprise in his eyes, and his gaze was cut off. John, you are not dead? That kid. Why can't I sense his whereabouts? I see. That's why. Trouble. Trouble. Those who were overwhelmed by the black disaster did not know what to think of. Suddenly, they changed, and they were unwilling to look at the endless heaven. Roll. A sword light split the absolute time and space, and wiped out the eyes of the black disaster. Tantion. Chapter 782 Perfect Heavens. Anonymous Star Domain. On the dead star. The void shook slightly, and Bai Donglin appeared out of thin air. In the depths of his deep eyes, a seven-colored light was faintly visible. Isolation. Transcendent light. Buzz. In the depths of my consciousness, the light of the seven-color god slowly rippled, covering the existence of Bai Donglin, jumping out of all perceptions. At the same time, all the resurrection of him from the self-destruction, and the body of the body flashed with a trace of glory. After doing all of this, Bai Donglin finally relieved. His expression relaxed, lying lazily on the ground. His eyes were empty. Senior, please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. The transcendents are too terrifying. Before you achieve transcendence, I don't want to have any contact with you, whether you are an enemy or a friend. If you have not experienced it yourself, you cannot imagine that feeling. Powerlessness. Absolute powerlessness. Everything you have is meaningless in front of the other party. All your clever calculations, all your trump cards and tricks are false. Under the absolute control of the transcendent, Bai Donglin felt so uncomfortable from being completely deprived of his freedom that he felt so depressed that he vomited blood. Misfortunes often come with blessings, and blessings often come with misfortunes. This time, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Bai Donglin sensed the surging strength in his body, and a smile appeared in his eyes. In the real illusion, the ancient heavens that he swallowed were completely real, including nearly 1,000 beings from the other side, which directly nurtured the first generation of heavens to perfection, and could already open up the second generation of heavens. These are just details. The real game lies in the breakthrough of self-consciousness. The long years spent in the real illusion are true. In the endless desperate loneliness, the consciousness becomes extremely powerful in the sharpening, and realizes the alternative whether there is no between the characteristics. This is the 9th level of will, the key to eternal immortality. Consciousness is only one step away from breaking through. The growth of my consciousness has an essential improvement of the control of the seven-color godlight, and once again awakened a talent. This talent is called the light of transcendence. The ability of the Shai light is very single and very powerful. It is to disperse the 7 colors from the consciousness of my consciousness. That is, a characteristic of the state of the observer is constant on the body of this world. Although this talent does not improve his strength at all, it is extremely important to Bai Donglin now. It is the basis for him to deal with transcendence. After this incident, the 7-color divine light was exposed, and Heizai knew about it. John's return naturally meant that all the transcendents in the endless heavens also knew about it. If you cannot hide your tracks, you will inevitably run into trouble in the future. It will be difficult to move, and every move will be exposed to the eyes of the transcendent. It's hard to imagine that it has been so long in that eye, and the outside world is just the past instant. Bai Donglin shook his head in admiration. The moment his thoughts and time and space intersected, he had already determined the time node at this moment, which was just a short time away from the Tao of the infinite heavens. I didn't expect it to be the heavens. Slowly got up. Bai Dong flashed a little surprise in his eyes. He was too anxious to escape, and he had no intention to choose his destination. But he randomly chose a resurrection coordinate. Perfect heavens. This part of the heavens is very special and powerful. It is one of the rare heavens that has produced 2 transcendents at the same time. It is located at the core of the vortex of the heavens, and is very famous. Even in remote areas, like the Wanhong Chiji spiral arm, there are legends about it. It is said that the perfect world was the same as the Taihao world at first. No, it was even worse. It was also located in a remote area of the spiral arm at the beginning, and was very weak. It was not until the 2 transcendents Yi and Huang emerged that it began its rapid promotion path, until it stepped into the core of the vortex. Bai Donglin is now shrouded in the light of transcendence at all times. He is no longer afraid of the transcendent's prying perception, and can let go of his thoughts without worrying about being targeted by the transcendent just by thinking of his name. Emperor Yi Tian. Emperor Huang Tian. Hey. Amazing. Amazing. The rise of the perfect heavens is comparable to the invincible epic described in novels. Anyone who hears about it will be amazed. Oh right. That woman. Bai Donglu's frowned. Thinking of the white skirt woman, who was suppressed under the stone monument. This person's status should be second only to leaves and waste. But now we are strangely trapped. And the things in it may not be so simple. It is impossible that the 2 transcendents did not want to save her. The reason they did not do so was probably because they had no choice. Well, there are many transcendents involved in this matter. It's a huge vortex that can strangle everything. From the special mask worn by the woman, Bai Donglin could confirm that she was the ruthless emperor, and that she was trapped in a place where she was suppressed by the transcendence. Not many people knew about it, and he only accidentally saw it by relying on the characteristics of the observer state. Bai Donglin was a little hesitant, not knowing whether he should step into this vortex. After all, he had just escaped from the hands of the transcendent with great difficulty, and had just decided not to have any more contact with the transcendent. Forget it. Black Disaster took great pains to trap this ruthless man. His plan must be big. Since it was Black Disaster's plan, I will naturally destroy it to relieve my hatred. Moreover, the two super-escorted people of Yahuang are all kinds of justice and all kinds of legends. Naturally, they will not report virtue. Bai Dong's eyes flickered. He couldn't help but think of the novels he saw on the Blue Star. It was so clear that the life experience of Yahuang's life was depicted in the text. It was obvious that this was a means of actively spreading the traces of the existence. This matter is not urgent. I need to think about it carefully. It just so happens that I heard that there is a very popular business in every heaven where the transcendents have walked out. It would be good to go and take a look. Does this count as paying homage to a great man? After a little thought, Bai Donglin made up his mind. His perception spread out, locked onto a piece of time and space, and stepped forward. He is quite free now, and he cannot go to the Black Disaster heavens for the time being. Even if he wants to go, he has to mingle with the counterattack army of the endless heavens. After all, if he is alone, no matter what he does, the target will be too big, and he can only fish in muddy water. At this time, all the endless heavens were busy with the affairs of the heavens, and there were no major external wars. As for collecting energy, it is enough to leave it to my countless clones. Now that the pawn shops of all worlds have blossomed everywhere, most of the collected energy is used by the clones themselves. All sources flow together, and will eventually converge on him, and become part of his power. Now he only needs to take time out from time to conceive gods and forge demons for me. This matter is irreplaceable, and only he can do it personally. Bai Donglin walked on the long river of time and space at an extremely fast speed, crossing one universe after another and coming to the perfect world. The core area of the perfect heavens, the forefront of time, and the origin. Here, as in the Taihao heavens and the endless heavens, there also stands a magnificent and majestic temple, above which floats a golden vertical pupil, the eye of time and space. The Space-Time Administration Bureau is the supreme force in the endless universe. Its purpose is to integrate and manage the long river of space and time. The ability to establish a branch in the perfect universe obviously has been approved and allowed by the transcendent Yi Huang. This pan-universe force serves the entire human race, and the ruler behind it has a very high status in the transcendent. It's really lively. The atmosphere in the supreme heavens is just different. There are as many people as dogs on the other side, and true strong men are running everywhere. Bai Donglin looked around and saw figures flashing in the long river of time and space from time to time. Those who could walk on time and space were at least at the 11th realm. The existence of overlords that are rarely seen in normal times actually formed an endless stream here. Their purpose was the same, which was to walk towards the space-time administration. Bai Donglin followed the flow of people and entered the temple. The hall with infinite space was covered in snow white. There were many space-time observers with time vortexes walking around, providing one-on-one service to every being who stepped into this place. Seeing Bai Donglin walking in, an observer raised his hand and waved, pulling out a past body from his own past timeline to deal with the 11 realms in front of him, while his real body in the present world took a step forward, came in front of Bai Donglin, and bowed. "Sir, what do you want me to do for you?" The eternal other side. Many powerful people in the hall were surprised. The reason was self-evident that the observer who was indifferent to them was so respectful and enthusiastic to this person. "Greetings, sir." Everyone looked solemn and bowed to Bai Donglin. "It would be fine if you didn't know, but now that you know the other person's identity, you must not be impolite. If you accidentally offend him, it will be very bad." You are too polite. "Excuse me. I want to take the ancient road of transcendence. Please wait a moment." "Sir, I will do it for you right away." Chapter 783, Transcend the Ancient Road. Transcend the Ancient Road. Most of the people who stepped into the space-time administration at this time came for this purpose. So Bai Donglin's orders did not seem abrupt, but rather seemed ordinary. The so-called ancient road of transcendence is something that only the supreme gods who have transcended can have. As the name suggests, It is the road that the Transcendents once walked. After just a short wait, Bai Donglin and a group of people at the 11th realm were led into a side hall, where a time and space observer explained the precautions. Please remember to abide by the space-time law in Article 9. When observing the deeds of a Transcendent, you must not pry into their privacy, interfere with space-time, step out of the space-time frequency band designated by the administration, or destroy the space-time observation barrier. Every word and sentence is unacceptable, which shows that the path to transcendence is not so easy to embark on, and all the rules are extremely strict. Although we, the space-time administration, have obtained the authority granted by the Transcendent, please be absolutely respectful to the Transcendent, and do not make any offensive or blasphemous remarks or actions, even if you have the thought of doing so. This is for your safety. You should know that the power of the Transcendence is boundless and beyond imagination. If you make a mistake, you can't blame others if you die. The administration has the highest right of interpretation. The space-time observer spoke harshly, treating all beings in the hall equally at this moment. We understand. All beings had solemn expressions. When it came to the Transcendent ones, no one dared to slack off. Bai Donglin stood among the crowd, looking calm. He used the light of transcendence to conceal all traces of his existence and changed his aura and appearance. Even the Transcendent, who was familiar with him, Jean, could not recognize him when he stood in front of him. The road to transcendence is the matter that the space-time administration attaches the most importance to, and they have used various means to support it. If Bai Donglin wants to bypass it and go there alone, it will be full of difficulties. It is almost impossible to do it without alerting the administration, so he can only take a group tour. That's best. The space-time observer nodded slightly. Although with the various measures prepared by the space-time administration, there is no fear that any existence will disrupt the path to transcendence. But the emphasis before each departure is already a special regulation clearly stipulated in writing and cannot be skipped for the sake of saving trouble. Buzz! The void vibrated, and whirlpools appeared. A silver bracelet fell out of it, and was automatically worn on the wrist of the person in the hall. This is the credential for entering the ancient path of transcendence. Everyone looked delighted and excited. You know, the road to transcendence is not one that can be easily embarked upon. Each of them has paid a huge price, either in the form of contributions from the human race or rare treasures, the value of which is no less than an ancient artifact. Naturally, they are looking forward to this journey and cherish it very much. Of course, it is just an ancient artifact. For the wealthy Bai Donglin, it is not even a drop in the bucket. It is just a snack that will make him ache. The time administration has made a fortune by doing this. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered, and he lowered his gaze, seeing through the essence of the silver bracelet. He nodded secretly. It was a very powerful means of containment. Even if it was the other side, it could not mess around in the past time and space under the restriction of the bracelet. It can be said that everyone at this time has been deprived of the ability to travel through the long river of time and space, and can only rely on the arrangements of the space-time administration and walk on fixed space-time grid nodes. Set off. The time observer raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, a huge chaotic vortex of time and space appeared in the hall. Its color was mysterious. Its aura was vague, and it was deep and boundless, reaching the end of time and space. The road of overbearing. The first stop. The beginning of the perfect heaven. Above the source plateau. While the observer was speaking, he took the lead and stepped into the chaotic space-time vortex. Everyone was shocked and followed closely behind him. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and felt the light and shadow passing by rapidly. When the confusion of time and space dissipated, everyone had arrived in the past, and a gray and silent scene came into his eyes. Everyone looked around and saw only the vastness of nothingness through the illusory barrier of time and space. They did not see the figure they were expecting, and could not help but show doubts. The observer naturally saw what everyone was thinking. He raised his hand and pointed, like a responsible tour guide, and said, "The reason why this place is the beginning of the road is naturally because of the origin of the perfect heaven that is approaching the perfect heaven at this time, but also because of what happened here. It is almost the source of the perfect two super-detached adults." When everyone heard this, their eyes widened. Could it be that they could also get a glimpse of the opportunity to achieve transcendence here? Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. These guys were really naive. Even if the scene was recreated and everyone including him were thrown in, there would be no possibility of achieving transcendence. The reason why a transcendent person is transcendent is not because of the things he has experienced, but because of himself. The so-called transcendence is not to say that walking can understand the opportunity to escape. But it is just a gimmick. The 11th realm is too young. Maybe it is impossible to see this. But the existence of the other shore knows that there are rarely appeared here on the other side. Did you see that? That old man? Everyone was wrapped in time and space barrier. Even the will of the will cannot be dispersed. They can only be perceived by their eyes. Wearing the direction of the observer's fingers. On the boundless plateau. They saw a withered old man. What is he fiddling with? The old man with a strange smell was fiddling with a copper coffin and pottery jars. And his strange behavior attracted people's questioning. This person is the source of weirdness. When the perfect universe was first created, he was very weak. He was the first to enter the 11th realm. He could walk through the universe and step into the long river of time and space. But he stopped there. I can't see the way forward. I can't reach the other side. I don't know the vast world beyond the heavens. I'm lost in the endless years. It's just like this. This was obviously not the first time the observer led a tour group. His voice was calm, and he had repeated the same general explanation countless times. The perfect heavens were originally located in the 9 heavens UNG spiral arm, which is the outermost area of the heavens vortex and borders the black disaster heavens. Everyone knows how dangerous this area is. Not only may it be attacked by the black disaster at any time, but there are also negative effects that may be brought about by various battlefield relics. Unfortunately, a piece of flesh and blood from the other side of the black disaster floated over the orbit of the perfect universe and broke through the wall of the universe. Although the will of the universe tried its best, it was not completely destroyed. There was still an eternal particle that fell into the old man's brow. He was contaminated by it. He knew that since he had no hope of reaching the other side, if he did not respond quickly, the heavens would face a catastrophe. However, it was only the 11th realm, and it was such a remote and desolate place. The way of cultivation was not very complete. How could he think of any perfect solution? So he buried himself. While the observer was speaking, the withered old man had completed the sacrifice in full view of everyone. The flesh particles infected by the black disaster were burned into ashes and put into pottery jars, which were then placed into bronze coffins, which slowly sank into the depths of the plateau. The scene before their eyes ended without revealing any mystery. Everyone looked disappointed and indifferent. They did not care about the source of the weirdness. They came to see the transcendent. And this scene was not worth the price of the ticket. The observer shrugged his shoulders, as if he had expected this, and with a point of his finger, the bubble formed by the space-time barrier leaped into the long river of time and space and sped away. The road of overbearing. The second stop. Kowloon's coffin. On the top of Mount Tai. The bustling tourists are unaware that in the unobservable time and space, there is a group of beings with golden eyes staring at them. Gulu. Is the Supreme Transcendent One about to appear? Except for Bai Donglin. Everyone seemed nervous. Their eyes were wandering, with expectations and fear flashing across their expressions. Coming! This person is. The observer looked solemn, opened his mouth, but didn't dare to utter that word. He bowed respectfully to the young man, who was climbing up the mountain across the barrier of time and space. We meet the Transcendent One. The crowd was frightened and dared not slack off, regardless of the barrier across the time and space. Whether a mortal who had no traces of practice could see them. They bowed themselves, and even kneeling directly on the ground, scratching their heads. Bai Donglin stood straight, unmoved, staring at the young man. At this moment, he was so ordinary, just with a slightly stronger bloodline. Who would have thought that he would achieve transcendence in the future? It was really hard to imagine. Leave. The young man frowned slightly, and suddenly turned his head to look into the void. A strange color seemed to flash in his originally calm eyes. The other side? That's rare. Ah! Look here. Look here. Master Transcendent is looking at me. This. Oh my god. Everyone is at least 11. And the caves are completely small. Naturally, there will not be a trace of details. The abnormal movements of the youth are seen by them. This. The observer trembled. He took a lot of groups, but he hadn't encountered this situation. He couldn't help but glance at Bai Donglin, which could cause the existence of the presence of the presence. I am afraid that there was only this alternative side of the other side. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed, and compared with the excitement of others, he was very calm, but he showed slightly. He is very confident in the light of the detachment. What Yi-Wan can see is just what he takes the initiative to let the other party see it. The eyes of the youth just swept away, as if they had never happened, and paced to the top of Mount Tai. Kowloon's coffin arrived, and a group of blue stars were taken and went to the air. Huh? This coffin is not in the hands of the old man. That's right. The two transcendent masters are both inextricably linked to the source of the strangeness. So the first stop will be there. The observer nodded in response, confirming everyone's guess. I see. The beginning of the transcendence will naturally be described in greater detail. Everyone stands in the barrier of time and space, moving with the 9 dragons. The journey of Mars is just a passing glance. It is ordinary. The so-called crocodile ancestor is not even an ant in the eyes of the 11th realm. Everyone didn't even look at it. All of their eyes were on the youth. They kept talking, and all kinds of praise was endless. What kind of bravery? Witty, selfless and bloody love. He heard Bai Dong's eyes rolled straight. Finally, the group followed Jiolong and came to Beidou. Coming! Bai Donglin was shocked and ignored the minor fights outside. His will spread, and he actually broke through the shackles of the silver bracelet in front of the observers. He silently crossed the barrier of time and space and explored the core of the ancient Forbidden Land. The purpose of his trip, in addition to seeing the transcendent and coupling his own experiences and fantasy with reality, the most important thing was to meet the ruthless person to confirm whether her current state was normal. Based on this, the identity of the woman under the stone tablet was finally inferred. Chapter 784: A Wonderful Forbidden Area. The methods deployed by the Space-Time Administration are very powerful, and even the eternal other side cannot break through them. As for those who are transcendent, they are not among the objects of defense, which is impossible to do. Bai Donglin's consciousness is strong and special, but he can cross the time and space barrier. But the person he sees involves the hyper-escorting person, and does not want to leave any traces on the road of detachment. Therefore, he mobilized an avatar from his body, and he was consciously entered into the depths of the ancient Ban land. The vague and invisible figure was surrounded by 7-colored light, transcending everything. After taking a few steps, he arrived at a 5-colored altar. Ding-ling-dang. A chain made of fairy gold stretched out from nothingness and bound a figure in a white dress, with imperial patterns shining brightly. Is it really her? Bai Donglin shook his head secretly. Although he only saw her back, he was certain in his heart that the woman suppressed by the stone tablet was the same person. What is left here is just an illusion. The source of existence and all traces of information have been taken away. A ruthless person has surpassed the weird source and stepped into the eternal shore. Unfortunately, she met the Black Disaster Overlord, and it was obvious that the game between those who escaped, latest hostage, or other. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with thought, and he was very cautious about the matter. The horror of the situation that even Yi Huang and the other two transcendents couldn't handle was self-evident. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. Bai Donglin, who could not see anything unusual, did not linger any longer and thought about returning to his original body. The ancient road of transcendence is composed of major events involving transcendence at many time nodes. The space-time observer drives the space-time bubbles and wanders on many timelines, showing everyone the scenes of the two transcendents, Yi and Huang, from the beginning of their practice to their stepping into the other shore. Several years later, the ancient road came to an end, and the observer led everyone across the vortex of time and space and returned to the present world. The talents of these two are truly admirable, Bai Donglin murmured in a low voice, then returned the silver bracelet and prepared to leave the space-time administration. He had to think carefully about how to deal with the ruthless man. Adults, please stay. The figure of the space-time observer swayed, and he walked a few steps to Bai Donglin. Then he resumed his respectful appearance and bowed while speaking. Anything else? Bai Dong frowned. His eyes flickered, and when he saw a scene in his fog in the future, he could not help showing something thoughtful. The future is uncertain. When there is a level at the same level as him, or if a premium person intersects him, it will change in the future. Being able to command a branch of the Administration Bureau in the Supreme Heavens, this director is very powerful, at least much stronger than the director of Taihao. Adult, our director wants to see you. Don't you know? Lead the way. Seeing that Bai Donglin was so easy to talk to, the observer felt relieved and quickly raised his hand to tear open a vortex of space and time. The director is waiting for the adult. The villain will not bother you anymore. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. He was absolutely confident in his own strength, as long as they were not transcendents. He was not afraid of anyone. With a little curiosity, he stepped into the vortex of time and space with a calm expression. The light and shadows flowed, and when my vision returned, I was already in a sea of flowers covered with 7-colored crystal flowers. In the middle of the endless sea of flowers, stood a lonely emerald green wooden building. 7 souls divine flower? Bai Donglin raised his hand slightly, and a 7-colored crystal flower floated into his hand. This was a very rare treasure. He first saw it in the depths of the sacred pool of the holy palace of ice and snow. At that time, Yuji almost lost her life in order to pick this flower. Such a rare flower is like roadside weeds here, growing wildly and endlessly. Any strange treasure, under the huge world view of endless heaven, will become insignificant. Bai Donglin was already accustomed to this kind of thing. He threw away the gorgeous crystal flower in his hand and walked towards the wooden building. Crunch. Dao Yu, please come in. A gentle voice came from deep inside the wooden building. With the exchange of breaths, Bai Donglin saw the other person's figure. He was an ordinary old man wearing linen clothes, with wrinkles full of frost. Just like an ordinary person. Excuse me. Bai Donglin made his hand, stepped into the wooden building, and saw that there were no tables and chairs in the rude room. And he didn't care. It was like an old man. He sat on the ground casually. Among the countless living beings in this world, no matter how powerful they are, there will be all kinds of different temperaments. There are strong ones who like splendor. And naturally there are also those who are keen on returning to nature. This old man is probably such a person. Speaking of wealth, just picking a 7 souls divine flower outside the house can easily exchange for 100 life stars. My name is Shui Yun. Nice to meet you, fellow Taoist. The old man named Jiayun looked mild, and he was holding a ceremony. Bai Dong saw this eyebrow, and he returned to the gift with one hand. This is one of the most ancient Taoist rituals, and is rarely seen in the world. From this, we can know which path this person is practicing. Dao Yu's strength is unpredictable, but he has tight face, and the old eyes are clumsy. He can't understand your origin, so you can see each other. There is no malice. Please don't blame. No problem. Bai Donglin's expression was faint. He had never seen a scene at this time in the future, but the things involved seemed very special. He didn't really see it, and was ready to see his change. That's good. I'd like to ask you, where are you from? Where are you going? Come from where you came from. Go to where you are going. Bai Donglin smiled. He was not trying to be witty on purpose. He just didn't want to lie. When one's strength reached a certain level, one would naturally disdain such things. But now his identity should not be revealed, even if it was just a name. So he could only shirk it in this way. I see. Shui Yun nodded with a smile, from the bottom of his heart, without the slightest hint of anger. Since they were both on the other side of the world, he still had some magnanimity. Fellow Taoist Shui Yun, you can just call me Bai. Just tell me what you want to say. As long as there is something to gain, I will consider it. In front of the other side, there is no point in being hypocritical. There is no friendship between the two, so it is better to be straightforward. Ha! Fellow Taoist Bai, you are indeed a strange man. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. After Shui Yun finished speaking, his expression gradually became solemn. He gently slapped the ground with his palm. An illusory light and shadow flashed by. And then, the wooden building became distorted and blurred. The basis of its existence was isolated from the source of time, space, and information. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered. He was so cautious. It seemed like it was no small matter. Bai Dao Yu, I wonder if you heard of the A Wonderful Range. Welling Yun's tone was inexplicable, and gentle eyes became deeper. A meow forbidden territory. What is this place? Bai Donglin showed a puzzled look. He had indeed never heard of this thing. He had just stepped into the endless heavens, and had been hanging out in the remote place of Luan Hong Chiji's spiral arm most of the time, looking at the whirlpool of the heavens. There were endless secrets, and it was impossible for him to know them all. The secrets that even the existence on the other side is cautious about will naturally not flow on the surface of the long river of time and space. The information that can be read freely is generally superficial and cheap. A wonderful forbidden area. Shui Yun had a complicated expression. One that contained sighs, expectations, and a hint of hidden fear. Spreading out his palms, endless spots of light appeared in Shui Yun's palms, slowly condensing into 2 dazzling whirlpools of heaven. One black and one white. Bai Donglin's expression was indifferent. He naturally recognized what it was. He had seen it more than once. Moreover, it was a real and complete vortex of the heavens that could be seen in its entirety. What Shui Yun had condensed in his hand at this moment was just a slightly blurry model. Fellow Taoist, please look. Shui Yun pointed his finger and marked out a red area below the vortex of the heavens. This is the place where all the heavens return to their ruins. It is the final destination of all the heavens that died naturally. There are countless remains of the heavens buried here. Some are dead. Some have failed to advance. And some have taken the wrong path and collapsed on their own. Natural death means that one is not destroyed directly or indirectly by the black disaster, but is destroyed by the internal crisis of the heavens. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. He had heard of this place. It was also one of the areas he planned to visit. In the heavens of stopping war, there is the place where all heavens and myriad worlds return to the abyss, while the one now is the place where all heavens return to the abyss. Although there are only two more words, there is a world of difference. One is the tomb of the universe. The other is the tomb of the heavens. They are not of the same dimension. And the wonderful forbidden area. It's here. Zhuo Yun moved his finger and touched a scarlet, barely visible spot of light in a corner of time and space that separated the place where all heavens return to their original state and the vortex of all heavens. Fellow Taoist Zhuo Yun, is there anything special about this place? Bai Donglin frowned. Just now, his future had experienced a violent shock. The fog was so thick that even the blurry picture could not be seen. With his strength, there was only one possibility for such a situation to occur. A wonderful range involves the over-escorted person. Bai Daoyu, a wonderful range is very dangerous. There is also a great chance. At this moment, there are many life and death killing. Zhuo Yun slowly stood up, suddenly bowed, and saluted Bai Donglin. I want to go in and save people. Please, Brother Bai, lend me a helping hand. Chapter 785, The Grey Silence After Eternity. How big is this indescribable, unimaginable realm of nothingness? This is a question that over-escaped people cannot answer. There was once a transcendent named Infinity, who wanted to get a glimpse of the boundary of the realm of nothingness. So he randomly chose a direction and escaped with all his strength. With just one thought, he could travel an infinite distance of 1 trillion transcendent thoughts. After 300 and 900 trillion infinite epochs, Infinity returned. After such a long period of time, he kept escaping at full speed without stopping for a moment. Even the transcendents became tired. He only left one sentence to the outside world. The realm of nothingness. The void is vast and has no boundaries. From then on, no one would think of spying on the size of the realm of nothingness. And therefore, they paid more attention to the endless vortex of the heavens, which is the core of the realm of nothingness and the only foundation of everything that exists in the world. This is the only home for all living beings. Facing the invasion of the black disaster, there will be no room for retreat. Every inch of land and every drop of blood will be lost. Once lost, it will be impossible to find a foothold in the vast void, the whirlpool of the heavens where the black disaster is located. The absolute time and space formed by the interweaving of the endless river of time and space is pure black, and the darkness swallows up all light. As for the vortex of the heavens ruled by the human race, the absolute time and space are invisible and transparent, with a faint white glow. One black and white, the huge vortex of the two sides gathered from the endless heaven, standing at the core of the empty domain, hanging and colliding with each other, unchanged. There is no distinction between up and down, left and right in the realm of nothingness. Below the vortex of the heavens that was forcibly defined by living beings, there is a special area where the absolute black and white time and space converge. The strange power generated by the rotation of the vortex of the heavens pours here, forming a special time and space, which is called the gray and silence land by the strong people of all races. The interweaving of black and white is gray. The endless strong men fighting each other, and sleeping here forever is silence. Fellow Taoist Zhuo Yun, is the land of gray and silence ahead? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, walked on absolute time and space, looked intently, and spread his perception beyond tens of thousands of eternal thoughts. He saw a huge metal roulette wheel. Even at such a long distance, one can see its vague outline with the naked eye, which shows that this roulette wheel is very large. Moreover, they were casting their gaze above the long river of time and space. This roulette wheel standing in the real world was actually reflected in time and space. Yes, that is the portal to the land of silence, the eternal gate that is said to be absolutely indestructible. Zhuo Yun had a solemn expression, and his eyes looking towards the gate of eternity contained a hint of reminiscence and a barely perceptible sense of guilt. Oh! Bai Donglin's heart was moved. This reputation was not small. It was obviously not a lie that could be praised so highly by someone from the other side. So he asked tentatively, could this gate of eternity be made by the hands of a transcendent? Of course, Brother Bai. You don't know that this gray and silence land is very special. It is formed by the interweaving of time and space of the two whirlpools of the heavens, and is blessed with the power of the whirlpools of the heavens. Whether it is us or black disaster, we can pass through the gray and silenced land and reach any area of the other party's whirlpool of the heavens. I see. Bai Donglin nodded in understanding. It was normal for a transcendent being to build a suppression portal for such an important strategic location that concerned the life and death of the endless universe. Let's go! The sooner you get in, the better chance your friend has of survival. Good. Shui Yun nodded heavily and walked away first. He had been waiting for this day for a long time and had sought help from many people on the other side of the river, but was politely rejected every time. After all, that is a wonderful range. It is the terrorist land that can be lined up in the place of gray silence. If there is not the purpose of entering, few existences will risk. Bai Donglin followed behind Shui Yun, his eyes filled with thought. The reason why he agreed to come and rescue people was not because he had a change of heart and wanted to be a good person, but because there was something worth his trip. This wonderful area was inextricably linked to that research master. The existence on the other side escaped at an astonishing speed, and they crossed the distance of tens of thousands of eternal thoughts in a few breaths. The two came to the area suppressed by the gate of eternity. The long river of time and space here had been completely solidified and blocked, and they could not travel to the other side, so they could only step into the present world. The majestic and towering gate of eternity is infinitely large and heavy. Its immeasurable mass crushes the concept of matter. The flow of time in this domain is greatly affected by the collapse, and becomes very slow. When one day passes in the gray and silent land, 10,000 years have passed in the whirlpool of the heavens. Bai Donglin looked around and found that the area near the gate of eternity was not empty. Instead, there were many things with strong auras, such as temples, continents, universes, and huge sacred mountains. The area near the eternal gate was almost packed with people coming and going, and there were countless figures moving at high speed. At a glance, each creature is at least 11, and one or two can be seen from time to time. The place of gray silence is full of weird and fierce land. Only the strong ones of more than 11 realms are qualified to walk in it. Therefore, it has become the supreme battlefield with the black disaster. The figure of Shui Yun disappeared, waited for a moment, stepped out of nothing, and handed it to Bai Donglin, a bronze token full of mysterious lines. This is the eternal token. Only with this token can you cross the eternal gate. It is also the certificate for returning. Please keep it well, Brother Bai. Bai Dong's head was picked up. His eyes flickered, and the essence of eternal order was seen. Its breath was the same as that of the eternal door. There was a form of existence. It was similar to the original battle monument. If you want to re-engrave this small token, you must penetrate the gate of eternity. Boom! At this time, the time and space suddenly fluctuated, and the huge vortex channels emerged. A silver light and vague shape of the battleship slowly scratched. The violent atmosphere attracted countless eyes. Bai Donglin was surprised. Such a huge battleship was only seen in his life. And it didn't matter that the size was. The key was that the opponent's breath was very strong, far exceeding the existence of the other shore. This is battleships of the heavens. Shui Yun glanced at the silver warship passing by at high speed, and saw Bai Donglin's confusion. So he continued to explain, I wonder if you know the materialistic heavens and the idealistic heavens? They are the only two heavens that have emerged from the transcendent world with the power of science and technology. Their technology has reached the end of everything and is extremely powerful. The silver warship just now was made by the materialistic heavens. They salvaged the wreckage of the heavens from the land of return and transformed it into a terrifying weapon comparable to the eternal beyond. Its structure is so complicated, and the truth technology involved is so powerful that it is difficult to describe. Because the roads that I have taken are different. Even if the internal structure is directly displayed in front of them, many of them can't understand. No wonder it is so huge in size, lasting for dozens of eternity, with boundless divine power, which is half as powerful as that of ordinary gods. Its original body was transformed by the gods, with the power of science and technology. One constant thought is equal to 1 trillion light years. Bai Donglin murmured in his heart, and could not help but think of the existence of the rites, and absolute spirit of the rites, and absolute spirit of the Taihao heaven. The route they took should be ideal science and technology. There are battleships in the sky entering the place of gray. It seems that a war has occurred recently. Well, it is just a convention on the occasion of the dark disaster. Jiao Yun shook his head slightly, and then paced with Bai Donglin to the gate of eternal. The towering wheels seemed to be close to the eyes. But it was just the illusion that it was too huge. Fellow Taoist Zhuiyun. How many of the heavens were attacked by the black disaster this time? Bai Donglin thought of the scene in Taihao. This was definitely not an isolated case in the endless heavens. With such a huge base, there must be many heavens that have suffered unexpected disasters. According to statistics from the Space-Time Administration, at least 10% of the heavens in the area have been attacked by the black disaster to varying degrees. And most of them are located in the spiral arm area. Zhuiyun did not say the specific number. But Bai Donglin naturally understood that this was definitely not a small number. The war that broke out in this gray and silent land at this time is probably a counterattack against the invasion of the black disaster. Right? Uh-huh. Brother Bai's guess is correct. This is indeed our counterattack. Huh? Black disaster, these lunatics. If you don't knock well, we'll get more and more. While the two were talking, they had already arrived in front of the gate of eternity. It was solid, heavy, and immeasurable. Many complicated and vast atmosphere rushed to the face. Even if they had already stepped into the other side, they couldn't help but be solemn at this time. It was this portal that separated the invasion of the black disaster and enabled the core area of the vortex of the heavenly vortex to enjoy peace and peace. Buzz, the battleships of the heavens, one step first, has begun to cross the gate of eternal. I saw the huge hull comparable to the heavens. In front of the eternal door full of tunnels. It was as small as the dust. It hit the wheels straight and ripped endless wave patterns, like a layer of water waves. And the whole of the entire innard was disappeared. This thing. It is estimated that it has involved the power of detachment. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered, and he tried his best to sense. But he couldn't see through the operating rules of the eternal gate. This should be a power that transcends information. A conceptual power that only transcendent people can control. Friend Bai, I'm counting on you. Jiaoyan bowed again, knowing that once he crossed the gate of eternal, it was really life and death. And he could meet the falling crisis at any time. Haha. Let's go! Bai Dong was smiling with a smile. And he couldn't die again. What was fierce was overwhelming and smoke. He didn't hesitate at all. He took the lead and step, and entered the door of eternal. Good person. What a noble and kind person this is. Zhuiyun was excited, his withered hands trembling slightly. And he hurriedly followed. Chapter 786. Is this the land of grayness? It's really weird. Bai Donglin passed through the eternal door of water waves, and his eyes were bright and dark. And he had come to the time and space of the other side. The strange and special land of gray. The world was only one. Fellow Taoist, please be careful. Buzz. Ripples appeared in the void, and Zhuiyun appeared on the side. At this moment, he looked serious, and the armor on his body was flashing with a hazy divine light. In his hand, he held a pure and rotating orb. Both of them had a mighty aura, and were eternal Taoist weapons that were more powerful than ancient weapons. No problem. Bai Donglin waved his hand. He was very confident in his own strength. Being the number one person under the transcendence was not just a talk. Although he was in a gray and desolate place full of crisis, he really couldn't pretend to be facing a powerful enemy. It is indeed a unique and special time and space. The spread of will, compared with the outside world, the coverage of the coverage has been reduced by 10 times. The scenes are reflected in the mind. And Bai Donglin finally understands the peculiar place of the space at this time. Black and white absolute time and space are intertwined, supplemented by the power of the vortex of the sky, which was born to the place of gray. How magical is it? For example, not far from the side, there are black and white streamer colliding together. The power of time and space that should have melted with each other, but under the action of a strange force, it becomes a fog. The gray fog exploded, and a strange particle appeared out of thin air, then exploded and shattered. A colorful purple flower grew out of it, but it matured in an instant, swaying slightly, and emitting an incomparable fragrance. Hongming purple leaf orchid? It can only be bred in the most brilliant Hongming purple chi with a very low probability. It is a rare treasure comparable to the 11th level. What kind of power is this? Bai Donglin was shocked. He watched the process from scratch, but he couldn't see the mystery at all, and completely violated the common sense cognition. Friend Bai, this is the magic of the gray silence land. Danger and opportunity coexist. This is also one of the reasons why countless strong people come here one after another. Not only to fight with the dark disaster and find opportunities. The opportunity to make a breakthrough is the top priority. Bai Donglin remained silent, raised his hand to pick the purple flower, confirmed its true nature again, opened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach, Treasures of this level were not enough to move him. Ever since his will entered the 8th realm of creating something out of nothing, he had been constantly thinking about the universe. Constantly sending vast universes spanning trillions of light years into the vortex of the heavens to be crushed and devoured. In every instant, the universe is being devoured. Correspondingly, he can also produce an 11th level treasure, like the homing purple leaf orchid in a single thought. But the thought of creating the universe is not omnipotent. One of the limitations is that the things created out of thin air must be things that you know and understand thoroughly. Just like copying and pasting. You must first have an object to copy. This involves the information of all things. Things at different levels have different information depths. If Bai Donglin wants to create all things, he must master the information of the other party. The magic of the gray and silence land lies in the fact that it can give birth to new things that do not exist in cognition. They do not exist in the information Bai Donglin has collected now, and have a high reference value. Haha. This is the right place to come. I can try my luck and deepen my knowledge. No wonder even the other side likes to come here. It is really a treasure land. Bai Donglin's eyes were bright, and his interest was heightened a lot. Ahem. Fellow Taoist Bai. This is indeed a treasure land. If it weren't for so many terrifying dangers. Fellow Taoist Shuyan. Please lead the way. I will go with you to see the 10th dangerous place. The one wonderful forbidden area. He waved his hand to interrupt Shui Yun. He was anxious to go to the core of the gray and silent land. The collision of some black and white space-time streams on the periphery could give birth to the homing purple leaf orchid. If it was in the deep place, where endless streams collided with each other, what kind of strange new things would be born? Shui Yun was actually more anxious than Bai Donglin. Hearing this, he said no more. He took out a golden needle engraved with spells, and while making hand gestures to activate it, he explained aloud, "The time and space in the gray land are strange and changeable, and they are constantly flowing irregularly. The location of the forbidden area is not fixed either. This object is the golden light mother and child needle, which can lock it for us." Buzz! The golden needle trembled and burst into dazzling golden light. Brilliant flames lingered all over the body. It automatically flew out of the hand and shot out extremely quickly. Walk! Both of them's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly followed. This area was on the periphery, and close to the landing place of the Eternal Gate. The safety level must be much higher than other places, so there was no need to be too careful when escaping. But we can't completely relax. The time and space in the gray and silent land are flowing unpredictably. There's no telling if horrible things from the core area will flow to the periphery. It would be bad luck if we encounter them accidentally. Ah! In a pitch-black swamp, colorful poisonous fog was floating in the void above it. In the sticky fog, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened, looked into the void, and saw a golden light rushing past. Rare treasure? Without any hesitation, with a roar, the figure flashed out of the fog, and the huge body covered with bright scales covered the sky and the sun. It instantly appeared in front of the golden light, and grabbed it with its sharp claws. Phew! A flash of golden light appeared, and without slowing down, it pierced through the beast and sped away. Snap! The body that obscured the sky was like colored glass, shattered into tiny specks of light. Every speck of light that fell to the ground corroded a deep pit spanning hundreds of billions of kilometers, and was extremely toxic. Bai Donglin and the other person walked across the devastated continent, their eyes never wavering for a moment. He was just a little guy who had just entered the 11th realm, and was ignorant of the danger of life and death. The gray and silent place that can accommodate the life and death fights on the other side is naturally huge. And because it is formed by the interweaving of absolute black and white time and space. Time and space are extremely tough and difficult to break. The location locked by the golden needle is very far away. The long distance that needs to be crossed will inevitably lead to dangers, which may be bred naturally in the gray and desolate land, or come from black disasters. Above an endless blue ocean, there floats a piece of pitch-black metal that is several light years long. It is thick and eerie, with spikes densely packed on it, and no one knows how many there are. On each of the spikes engraved with strange patterns, there is a figure piercing through them, and they are tightly bound by chains condensed from black air. The powerful sealing force suppresses all magical powers. Sizzle! Boom! The dense patterns of spikes flickered, and every moment, there were terrifying and strange attacks coming, all acting on the suppressed creatures. Ah! Roar! 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 You black bastard! Bitch! If you have the guts, just kill me. What's the point of using all these tricks? It's a waste of your life that you are still on the other side. The black metal was covered with corpses, piled up to form mountain ranges. At the intersection of the dragon-like mountains stood a towering throne, on which lay an undulating, graceful, and extremely attractive figure. The morning of the week is like a barking of a dog. As she spoke, she slowly stood up. Her long dark blue hair slightly spread out, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Her eyes looking down were like a sea of stars, deep and bright. Humph. Scream. Scream. The more you scream, the more harshly you curse, the happier I will be. The chin was supported by a slender hand like crystal white jade. The corners of the mouth were raised, and a sickly blush appeared on both sides of the cheeks, as if he had reached some kind of climax amidst the endless scolding. The other side of the human race. The woman in black disaster was suddenly stunned, and stood up abruptly. The strange smile on her face disappeared, and she became indifferent and cold. Call out. Golden light flashed across the dark blue sea. The woman in black disaster remained expressionless, still gazing at the end of the sky. The big prey has come to our door. She only sensed the breath of the other side, relying on her confidence in her own strength. She was not afraid of a fight with the other side. Even if she was defeated, she could still retreat safely. What a vicious woman! Before Heizai sensed them, Bai Donglin had already locked onto Heizai's breath. He was shrouded in the light of transcendence, and even the transcendence could not see him, let alone the other side. Kill. Bai Donglin had an indifferent expression. Most of those creatures skewered on the spikes like barbecued meat were powerful humans. Looking at the mountains of corpses, one could imagine how many humans this bitch had killed. Without hesitation, and without giving Zhui Yun a chance to attack, he took a step forward and came to the throne, almost face to face. You. Heizai was horrified. Her pupils shrank sharply. The other side of the human race that she had sensed was clearly still far away. So who was this person who suddenly appeared in front of her? Why couldn't she see through the other person's depth? Bitch. Have you ever heard the saying that a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated? As someone from the other side, you take pleasure in abusing the weak. TSK. Forget it. This is what the black disaster is like. Why am I telling you this? Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly. In a fit of anger, he almost forgot that the black disasters were born evil. It would be strange if they could be normal. They would only become more and more outrageous. Die. Humph. Arrogant. We are both on the other side. Do you think you can kill me? The black disaster woman's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a dangerous light. Although the human race in front of her was weird, she calmed down immediately. In any case, it would never be a superior person. Ignorant stupidity. Bai Donglin's eyes were stern, and he slowly pressed down his big hand. An infinite force gathered in his palm, penetrating time and space, and slammed down hard at the source of the information. The number of people who died at his hands exceeded 1,000. Every moment, his strength is steadily improving. And now, he is so powerful that even the other side can hardly imagine it. No! The woman from Black Disaster sensed the crushing force coming from the source of information. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, and her extremely beautiful face became distorted. Can't resist. Unable to avoid. The traces existing on the information were slapped into nothingness. Boom! The graceful body exploded with a loud bang, like the most dazzling fireworks. And endless eternal particles shattered and collapsed, like a meteor across the sky. Crash. The palm wind dissipated, splitting the boundless blue ocean into two. And the seabed, which was harder than fairy gold, was broken into countless gullies. Gurgle. Good. So strong. The tortured creatures pierced on the spikes were all stunned. They forgot the pain and howled. The brilliant fireworks slowly blooming in the sky were reflected deep in their pupils. That bitch is the real eternal other side. Just slapped to death like that. Chapter 787 Transcendent Experimental Base. You are free. Bai Donglin stood on the towering throne, his eyes lightly sweeping across the dark continent. His tone calm as usual, as if killing a supreme being who had stepped into the other side was just a trivial matter. Such momentum made all the already shocked creatures stunned. A black light flashed, and the continent, which was made entirely of black evil fairy gold, suddenly turned into black liquid, gathered at Bai Donglin's feet, and was swallowed up by a whirlpool. As for the mountains made of corpses, Bai Donglin did not devour them. Instead, he burned them to ashes with golden flames, and the dust returned to dust. After all, he died fighting against the Black Disaster, and should not be desecrated. Thank you very much for saving my life. With the magical power of the 11th realm, as long as the suppression and ban are broken off, and the strength is restored. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as the source of existence is not touched, it can be restored to its original state in an instant. Dense figures, with different appearances and from different races, stood on the dark blue waves, bowed to Bai Donglin, their gratitude beyond words. Please give us a name, so that we can build a statue of you and worship it day and night. A human creature stepped into the void. His words were sincere, and his expression was extremely excited. He sensed a familiar aura from this adult, and there was no mistake. He was the supreme powerful being from the other side of the human race. No need. Bai Donglin waved his hand, and refused decisively. First, he disdained these empty things. The power of faith? This low-end power had long been abandoned by the endless heavens. The so-called statues are just a means for the transcendents to spread the traces of their existence. Gradually, they have spread into the world and have changed their meaning, becoming a way for living beings to express their respect. Even for the afterlife, they are of little use, unless one can achieve transcendence in the future. Another reason is that Bai Donglin's name, appearance, and even the traces existing in the information at this time are all false. And the statue has nothing to do with him. Friend Bai, what just happened is, Zhuo Yun arrived late and stood beside Bai Donglin, looking around the void in shock. At the source of the boiling information, he sensed a terrifying sense of death, which was the trace of the fall on the other side. Nothing. Just swatted a bug. Pretend? You are so good at pretending. Zhuo Yun's brows trembled slightly. This fellow Bai Daoist not only had terrifying strength, but unexpectedly, even the invisible aura he exuded was so terrifying. Let's go, and continue on our journey. Bai Donglin stepped away, leaving behind a group of grateful creatures who kept worshipping him. Zhuo Yun smiled awkwardly and hurriedly followed. His anxiety gradually disappeared. Through the glimpse just now, his confidence in this trip suddenly soared. The golden mother and child needles were shining with divine light, and surrounded by golden flames. They moved at an extremely fast speed, passing through one dangerous place after another. All kinds of existence that could endanger the other side dared to show up and block the way, but were easily destroyed by Bai Donglin. View? The golden needle suddenly pierced through the void and disappeared. Arrive. A wonderful range. Zhuo Yun stepped out from nothingness, his eyes shining, looking at the calm void not far away with an unusually solemn expression. It really is a very dangerous place. Bai Donglin held his hand and squeezed a few twisted black lines. It was full of corruption and death. It was the product of the source of information that the other side was obliterated. It can be seen that there are not a few on the other side of the fell in the band. Friend Bai, there is no barrier blocking the Emiao forbidden area. You can enter by simply breaking through the void here. But there is only one exit. Zhuo Yun explained in a serious tone that although he was hoping Bai Donglin could go in and rescue his close friends, his conscience would not allow him to harm others. And he had to explain the dangers clearly. Okay, I know the danger of a wonderful range. Entering it is my own choice. Helping you just do it. After saying that, he shattered the void with one step, and his figure moved into it and disappeared. His and Zhuo Yun's trip was mutually beneficial. Without each other's guidance, it would be very difficult to find a forbidden area. So there was no need to earn the gratitude of others. Dao Yu helps fist. I dare not forget. Zhuo Yun looked determined and followed quickly. Buzz! The golden needle crossed the void and landed under the scarlet sky. It trembled slightly, and the tip of the needle kept swaying, as if it could not determine its position. It froze for a moment before rushing off in one direction. It had not fled far when a purple-black beam of light suddenly shot out from the ground, predicted the flight trajectory of the golden needle, and directly fixed it in place, making it unable to move. Analyze. Golden light needle. Unfold the source of information. Trace back. Human race. Eternal beyond. Zhuo Yun. Has research value. According to Article 7. Lock on and capture him. Snap. The mainland trembling. The deep gaps were cracked, and the smooth metal planes on both sides were covered with strange lines. And the endless purple light flickered. It seemed to be tangled by the thunder. A vortex passage was opened in the depths of the gully. The four dark figures came out. What's strange is that these figures formed by condensed metal liquid are all wearing identical scarlet robes, which seem to be standard uniforms. Before Bai Donglin and Zhuo Yun, when they stepped into a wonderful range, they perceived the intangible maliciousness. The gas machines spread from the continent below had locked them. Oh! It is indeed a fierce place that can be lined up. As soon as I entered, I was stared at. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, looked down, and scanned the four strange figures with a sharp gaze. He did not sense any breath of life from them, and even the fluctuations of consciousness did not exist. They must be dead objects without a doubt. No information? In the field of vision on the other side, everything should have information, even if it is just a stone. Although the information depth is extremely shallow, it is also exactly the exact information. Information is the description and definition of the existence of things. And these four weird guys dry up and down, and do not even have the slightest information. It is reasonable that they should not exist. They are absolutely none. Interesting. Won't be wrong. This is something left by the Super Eskins. No information exists. Does not mean the strength of strength. What can be threatened to the other shore? Bai Donglin slowly leaned out of his palms and shot it. The layers of time and space over again and again, as if the entire sky collapsed and crushed it to the mainland. Bai Daoyu. Do it carefully. These monsters are invisible hunters. Buzz. For figures in scarlet robes raised their heads at the same time. The dark and deep liquid metal heads rippled and split apart, revealing eyeballs as crystal clear as amethyst deep inside. Their pupils contracted and dilated, looking directly at Bai Donglin. Analyze. Human race. The eternal other side. Beep. Unknown. Unknown. The creatures shrouded in fog cannot be seen. They are of great research value. Capture them. One of the invisible hunters. Spread out the palm. A crystal ball with a colorful and fog inside slowly emerged from the palm. At this time, Bai Donglin's palm has spanned time and space, pinching on the head of a hunter. Snap! The crystal ball shattered with a loud bang, and a strange wave swept across. Shui Yun's expression changed slightly, revealing a look of horror. Deprive of time and space. Isolate information. Bai Donglin frowned and glanced at his arm that was cut off at the root. The moment the strange wave swept over, his arm along with the space and time were wiped out. Time and space are the only most important characteristic forces of the true self in the 11th realm. Information is the key force to the eternal other side of the 12th realm. The unknown crystal ball could completely deprive time, space and information, forming a strange realm of nothingness. For an existence that relied on these two properties, it was undoubtedly like cutting off both arms. Do you have the power that you don't have to pull us to the level with you? Hee hee. Very interesting way of fighting against the enemy. Compared with the shock of Zhuiyun, Bai Donglin does not matter. The core of his power is the power of the heavens in the body. The characteristics brought by the realm are only a kind of ingenuity that allows him to deal with the existence of the same level. It can also do many things that cannot be done by brute force, such as information editing settings. Friend Bai. This? Zhuiyun looked embarrassed. The Yimiao forbidden area was very large, and there were all kinds of strange research institutes hidden in it. The information he had could not include everything. At least, he didn't know about these red-robed hunters in front of him. And he had never heard of the crystal ball that could deprive him of time, space, and information. Want to compete in pure strength? In this regard, I have never been afraid of anyone. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with coldness. The crystal ball could easily deprive the other side of its special powers. It was probably the research result of a transcendent. This wonderful forbidden area was indeed, as described in the legend. Capture. Suppress. Rumble. The boundless continent was shattered into the tiniest particles of matter by the red-robed hunter's fierce stomping. The particles began to fission in the constantly triggered violent collisions, and the matter was released as pure white light of destruction. For scarlet beams of light cut through the white light, and the liquid arms twisted into sharp spikes, stabbing fiercely towards Bai Donglin's forehead. Comparing strength with me? Bai Donglin stood in the void. The madly expanding white light of destruction contained the material energy of the entire continent. It swept past him without even touching his hair. The same was true for Zhuiyun, who was standing beside him. He ignored the white light and just watched vigilantly at the four scarlet beams of light that were shooting towards him. Die! With a slap, some of the power of the heavens lingered in the palm of his hand, turning into a vortex of the heavens. The speed and strength reached the peak, and he arrived first, slapping the four red-robe hunters almost at the same time. Snap! Boom! The scarlet light collapse was dispersed, revealing the hunter who was padded in, and the great power of the destruction was spreading rapidly. The liquid body with unknown materials was fiercely twisted. It changed from liquid to void gas, and then condensed into a solid body. Fine cracks instantly covered its body surface. Finally, it exploded like a porcelain doll, turning into four scarlet balls of light. dyeing the sky with a rich blood color. Unbreakable. Bai Donglin casually scooped up the marbles that were deliberately left out from the red-robed hunter's body, held them in his hand, and concentrated on sensing them carefully. Shui Yun on the side opened his mouth, but could not say anything. He had become numb from the shocks again and again. He might be able to kill the 4 hunters if his information characteristics were deprived. But it would also come at a great cost in terms of energy. It would be impossible for him to kill them instantly with one strike as easily as Bai Donglin. I see. That's a very clever trick. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered as he saw through the details of the marble in his hand. Inside it, he actually saw an inverted pyramid made up of the entire universe. At every moment, the universe is releasing enormous power, which first gathers together, and then after a series of strange fusions, finally becomes the source of the hunter's power. Is the triangular structure the most stable? Without the will of the heavens to control everything, so many universes piled together, there is no sign of collapse at all. And the feedback rate of power is also very large. More than 50%. Bai Donglin's eyes showed admiration. Although this thing was not as good as his whirlpool of the heavens, which was 100% perfect, it was much better than those crazy people on the other side, who only knew how to stack boxes endlessly. After a little contemplation, he raised his hand and threw the marbles into his mouth, and crushed them like eating broad beans. For extremely majestic pyramids were swallowed into the vortex of chaos. Another large amount of energy enters the stomach. Although these pyramids, like the hunters, had their information erased by unknown means, Bai Donglin was unable to engrave it on the information. Without specific data, he could not replicate it in a moment. The only way is to use the clumsy method, which is to crush the pyramids one by one, penetrate every inch of them, and then use the collected details to compile information for yourself, and use the means to maintain the stability of the pyramids for your own benefit. What are these things? He spread out his other palm. And in addition to the marbles, 3 other items exploded out of the red-robed hunter's body. Since they could be carefully kept in the body by the hunter, they must have strange powers, like the crystal ball. However, before he could use it, it was terminated prematurely. Bai Donglin has always been like this. As long as he has the ability to kill the opponent instantly, he will not leave any room for him, and will never give the enemy a chance to reveal his cards. Judging from his own experience, he knew that all intelligent creatures like to hide their cards. Friend Bai, I am ashamed to say that although I have stepped into a forbidden area before, I have only been to less than 1/10 of it. I know nothing about the red-robed hunters and these things. Shui Yun shook his head slightly, looking at the 3 peculiarly shaped items in Bai Donglin's hands. A hint of relief flashed through his heart. Fortunately, he met fellow Daoist Bai, who was willing to help him. Otherwise, he might have become an experimental specimen in some research institute just after entering this area. Just like those close friends who had suffered unexpected misfortunes. Alright. Bai Donglin weighed his hands. The information on the items was completely erased. He couldn't see through their essence in a short time. He could only temporarily store them in his internal heavens. These heavens were also added with uninterrupted characteristics when they were first created. They were used as storage spaces, which were very safe and easy to use. Buzz! The void trembled, and the strange fluctuations reappeared. From nothing to something. All the fluctuations gathered together and turned into a colorful ball of light, which flickered slightly and completely dissipated into nothingness. Everything is fair indeed. The crystal ball is so scary and weird. But it is just a one-time consumable item, and its effect only lasts for 10 breaths. Shui Yun felt that time. Space and information were back under his control, and he felt relieved. Only strength can be the best reassurance. It's amazing to be able to achieve this level. 10 breaths of Immortal and 10 breaths of the other side are 2 different concepts. The victory or defeat between the strong often happens in an instant. If it weren't for him, Shui Yun's ending would definitely not be any better. Can the golden light needle still be used? Bai Donglin snapped his fingers and shot out the captured golden needle. Shui Yun raised his hand to take it, pinched the magic formula, and chanted the spell. The dull golden needle became bright again, surrounded by golden flames. It swayed for a moment, and then rushed off in one direction. No problem. Shui Yun nodded seriously. This golden needle was of extraordinary significance. For a long time, he had been relying on this thing to determine the life or death of his loved ones. Although he was very puzzled that his loved ones, who were captured by hunters, were still alive in such a horrific and dangerous place. As long as he confirmed this information, it was enough for him to come to the rescue without hesitation. Bai Donglin followed the golden needle and fled at a very fast speed. A thoughtful look flashed across his slightly narrowed eyes. Through the battle just now, he has confirmed that there are indeed traces of transcendence in the Immortal forbidden area. In other words, those legends and secrets are credible. Legend has it that in the unknown years of the past, there was a black disaster transcendent who stepped into the gray and silent land and captured creatures of all races and used them for various research experiments in order to achieve the goal of understanding the essence of all races, especially human creatures, in the hope of obtaining something to target the endless heavens, or even the transcendent. After all, transcendent people are not born that way, but emerge step by step from weakness. Logically speaking, this idea has implementation value. To take a step back, even if we cannot use this to find the weaknesses of the transcendence, we can still produce some results that can be used to deal with all races. Everything started from this. The Black Disaster Transcendent, who was good at this, lived in a dark and silent place for a long time. In a short period of time, countless strong people fell into his hands, were tortured in various ways, and died painfully. This was a one-sided killing. For a long time, no living creature dared to set foot in the gray and silent land, and the countless resources therein had to be handed over to the Black Disaster, until a transcendent person among the human race stood up and retaliated in their own way. In the same way, they captured a large number of powerful Black Disaster masters in the gray and silence land, and used them for their own cruel research experiments. His name is Qin, which comes from the fantasy heavens. This game lasted for a long time, until the Black Disaster Transcendent voluntarily retreated. That area, which was filled with strange and terrifying experimental objects, has undergone changes over time, and has become the 10th most dangerous place today. The one wonderful forbidden area. Dr. Chen. We should be the same kind of people. Right? Haha. Others may not know that the reason you stood up to confront the Black Disaster Transcendent is not for the sake of justice for all races and sentient beings. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered as he followed the golden needle and flew to a hot continent formed by endless volcanoes. If I'm right, you just want to study the Black Disaster creatures. Right? But I don't know if you left any experimental data. Chapter 788, Self-Awareness. The endless volcanoes that stretch as far as the eye can see are extremely hot. Each volcano looks ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one will find that they are actually made up of countless twisted runes that overlap, interweave, and fuse together. The crater was bright and brilliant, spewing out colorful divine flames endlessly, and the long river of time and space had dried up under its scorching heat. The past time and space of this area was burned up. Such a huge amount of flame energy is actually just the waste produced by various research institutes in hidden laboratories deep underground. And the endless volcanoes are the outlets for it. Deep underground, a faint red light flickered in the dark space. An indistinct figure lay flat on the altar, its body filled with flesh and blood tubes extending from the void. They twisted and squirmed like a living creature, constantly infusing unknown substances into its body. Shui Yun. His eyes slowly opened, blossoming in the darkness, appearing increasingly scarlet, with an extremely complicated look, as if he was using his remaining sanity to do his best to suppress the evil thoughts in his heart. Why did you come back? You shouldn't have come back to this damn place. I don't need you to save me. Snap. The golden needles were forced out from the depths of his consciousness, and his scarlet eyes swept over them, cutting them off in midair. He never thought that Shui Yun would make such a stupid mistake and return to the Immortal forbidden area, so that he did not crush the golden needle at the beginning. It was already a little late now. He sensed Shui Yun's approach, so he thought about destroying the golden needle to give the other party a warning and leave quickly without being confused. Drop. Subject 908,241. Abnormal fluctuations in consciousness. Analysis. Tracing the source. Black fog filled the air, and several figures in black robes stepped out from it. They glanced at the test subjects on the altar with indifferent and cold eyes, and all the information was revealed before them. Intruder. Boom. In the underground world, a huge research institute occupying the entire space was flashing with dazzling red light. Sleeping figures were awakened one after another. They stretched out their hands to tear off the flesh and blood hoses, slowly stood up, and looked out to the outside world with eyes filled with pure murderous intent. Above the endless volcano, Shui Yun's figure suddenly froze, and his eyes turned slightly red as he looked at the golden needle in his hand that had dimmed. Yumi Tian, why do you have to do this? If you hadn't covered my back, we wouldn't have fallen here. I should be the one who suffered so much. And you bore all this for me. I'm late. This time. Even if it means death. I will not run away again. Sizzle. Shui Yun's eyes were stern and his expression was firm. He raised his hand and tore off his linen robe, revealing a piece of armor that was shining with divine light. His withered body instantly returned to the appearance of a young man. Endless great power spread out behind him, with information and time and space lingering on it, and thousands of ways floating in it. Majestic and unpredictable. Seeing this scene, Bai Dong'an couldn't help but nodded slightly, with a hint of recognition in his eyes. There is affection and righteousness on both sides, and both sides are willing to give their lives for each other. If lower-level creatures knew that the supreme other side that transcends the heavens also has such emotions, they would probably be extremely surprised. That is why it is so precious. Moreover, this is also the most essential difference between all living beings and the Black Disaster, which goes beyond the differences in the forms of life existence. In the eyes of many low-level cultivators in remote areas, when one's realm reaches a certain level and surpasses everything, such a strong person will become indescribable, without emotion, desire, thoughts or ideas. In fact, this is not the case. This kind of practice does exist in the endless heavens. It cuts off all emotions and desires. And in the end, it can even become the will of heaven, the great way, and the will of the heavens, a state of emptiness and selflessness. Because of the extreme road, the growth rate is much faster. But compared with the perfect practice system of endless heavens, it seems very clumsy. This is a long time that have been abandoned by countless strong people. Be emotionless and desireless. Have no thoughts or ideas. Be lawless and selfless. And completely cultivate yourself into nothingness. So, is this really the ultimate pursuit of all living beings? After going through countless hardships, enduring endless sufferings, and practicing for a long time, what you are pursuing is nothingness. To refine yourself to nothingness? Is that still yourself? What is the difference between life and death? Existence and non-existence? From a logical point of view, giving up oneself for the sake of power is undoubtedly an act that goes against the original intention and will not be accepted by all living beings. They have better and stronger paths of practice. My consciousness, as the foundation of the 13 realms of transcendence. The self, divine self, other self, and super self in consciousness. Self is always the core and ranks first in importance. The existence of self can enable the strong to maintain their original true self under infinite power. No matter how changing the vicissitudes of the sea, even if you step into the transcendence from the weak, you will always be the first you. There will be no change. And it is only the means of mind. Your thoughts and your personality are eternal, and will not be lost in power. They will not quietly turn into a monster that even you do not recognize. This is true for Bai Donglin and Shui Yun. Although they both possess boundless power that can override the heavens and destroy countless lives in the universe with a single thought, they are still affectionate and loyal, maintaining their true selves and are living people. The so-called heartless and desireless gods are nothing but poor creatures who have lost themselves in power. The endless heavens and all living beings have the most perfect way of cultivation, so they naturally disdain such clumsy things. Rumble. As Bai Donglin thought, the endless volcanoes trembled violently. The divine flame surged 1,000 times, and the entire continental plate split into two from the center, revealing the dark space underground. With countless strangely shaped buildings standing tall, there were many figures with strange auras, looking up at the sky, with scarlet eyes without any emotion, indifferent and cold, but with murderous intent. Intruder! Die! Roar! 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 Shui Yun! Run away! Yu Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and he slapped his head hard with his sharp claws. His eyes were flashing with ferocity, and he was almost unable to control himself. The ego consciousness became tattered under the erosion of a strange force, and the self became the last ray of light in it. But it was like a candle in the wind, and could be swallowed by the darkness at any time. Etienne. Shui Yun widened his eyes, looking at Yu Tian's miserable appearance that was no longer human, and his deformed body that looked like a monster. And his fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly. Miserable. So miserable. It is hard to imagine what kind of cruel torture Yu Tian suffered during these several small epochs. You know, Yu Tian is famous among all the people in the heavens for his handsomeness, elegance and charm. He has always been disgusted by ugly things. No one expected that he would become like this now. This is not a simple body distortion, but from tampering above the source of information. The original information has been polluted, and it is difficult to restore the original state. Damn! You, the relics of the Black Disaster, are truly hateful. Kill! Kill! All of you. Die! The Guild of the Clouds was full of anger instantly. Although the reason still exists, the power has skyrocketed without unprecedented power, and the vibrant atmosphere has completely crushed the boundless sky. A wonderful forbidden area is a world similar to the primitive continent. In the strange time and space, there is only one continent standing alone. It is boundless and extremely vast. Even if the whole universe is smashed on it, it will not cause the slightest ripple. From this we can see how high the sky is, and how boundless the earth is. In a rage, Zhuiyun actually tore the entire sky apart, and his great power on the other side was undoubtedly demonstrated. Information. Invincible. Zhuiyun's eyes were shining, and he added the invincible setting to the source of his information. His aura surged again, reaching his strongest state. Eternal, on the other hand, playing information with applause. The level of its realm is determined by its own information depth. For example, two people on the other side are fighting. One of them adds the invincible setting to himself, while the other adds the one level higher than you when we meet setting to himself. At this time, there is a logical conflict. Who has a higher priority depends on the depth of their respective information. Bai Donglin stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. Seeing the strength displayed by Zhuiyun, he couldn't help but nodded slightly. Yes, you are worthy of being the director of the Spacetime Administration, the Perfect Universe branch. You are quite capable. You are already 1/10,000th of my strength at full strength. Intruder. Capture. Eliminate. Yu Tian also completely lost his mind. Under the control of a strange force, he and many experimental subjects rushed towards Zhuiyun. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes and saw through the details of this research institute. This was not the same group of invisible hunters they encountered at the beginning, and they did not use the crystal ball that could deprive them of information and time and space. However, they should not be underestimated either. These modified test subjects are real beings on the other side, and their original power is still intact. Under siege, Zhuiyun is in great danger. This guy. When the fierce battle broke out, Bai Donglin's eyebrows moved, and he sensed several waves of prying passing by. It was Zhuiyun's outburst just now that attracted the attention of other nearby research institutes. In a wonderful forbidden area, the research institutes hidden in various places can be divided into two factions. One from the Black Disaster, and the other from Dr. Chen. They are completely hostile to each other. Even if they are abandoned, they still operate according to the will of the Transcendent. Zhuiyun was not trying to vent his anger just now, but wanted to use the power of another faction's research institute to deal with the Black Disaster. It seems you still don't have enough confidence in me. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed, looking at Zhuiyun, who was engaged in a tough battle. He stopped watching the show and walked into the battlefield. Little guys, it's time to get going. Grasp the whirlpool of heavens with your hands and press it down slowly. Chapter 789, Invincible in the Other Shore. Transcend the 13 realms and implement all systems of the endless heavens, whether it is the mysterious and supernatural or the truth and technology. The 13 realms include everything. There are 9 major realms under the 10 realms, and there are also small realm divisions of heaven, which together are divided into 9 heavens. Why 9? This involves a mysterious power called Forbidden Realm, which generally only exists among true evil geniuses, and is the coordination of all those with cross-border combat capabilities. As commonly known to living beings, the Forbidden Realm is divided into only 9 levels. Every time you cross a small realm, it is a level of Forbidden Realm. The one who can cross a large realm is the 10th level of Forbidden Realm that only exists in legends. This phenomenon of possessing cross-border combat power will only exist below the 10th realm. The 8th realm can kill the 9th realm, but the 9th realm will never be able to kill the 10th realm. Therefore, the domain of taboos loses its meaning on the top 10. And there is no need to divide the small realm above 10. The 10th realm is already above the universe, and is also known as the multiverse level. The 11th realm travels through the heavens and all worlds, roaming the long river of time and space. And tampering with the past is easy. The 12th realm is already above the heavens, and the thoughts and ideas are even loftier, and the gaze has already been set on the endless heavens. For a being of this level, how easy is it to kill the enemy across borders? Therefore, the loss of the forbidden domain has become a factor in the separation of small realms. Another important reason is that the power of such existence is too strong to be described and measured. In short, at the end of the practice, it becomes increasingly difficult to cross borders and kill enemies, and it is almost impossible to happen in reality. When Bai Donglin was in the 11th realm, he was able to kill the other shore. In addition to relying on the power of the heavens, he also relied on the power of the other shore. Whether it was Basashi Yuzatong or other assists from the other shore. This was actually cheating. It is already so difficult to cross the border in the 11th realm, and to reverse and transcend in the other shore realm. Haha. Just think about it. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. He had secretly deduced that if he wanted to pursue this possibility, the only way was to continuously open up the heavens in his body and nurture and strengthen them. The energy consumed would have to swallow at least one of the black and white heavens vortexes. Only with such a horrific accumulation can there be a leap in essence, threatening the transcendent. Forget about thinking about it now. It is impossible to cross borders. One can only be absolutely invincible in the same realm and barely maintain life like this, infinitely widening the distance between oneself and the beings in the same realm, until they become as weak as ants in one's eyes. Bai Donglin is working towards this direction, and has achieved remarkable results. Shui Yun was able to stand out in the space-time administration, and his strength is definitely not weak, and he is one of the top-notch ones in the other side. But in his eyes, he is just SOSO, barely possessing 1/10 of his strength. It is conceivable that these modified experimental subjects, strange weapons, researchers, and hunters are so weak when faced with a strength that absolutely crushes those of their peers, even though they are like nightmares in the eyes of the other side. And Bai Donglin's view, they are just slightly stronger ants. Die. The slowly clapping hands crossed the long river of time and space and reached directly to the source of information, completely transforming each experimental subject into a dark self-consciousness, and directly annihilating and erasing them. Only corpses were left in the void. But Bai Donglin did not mind their ugly and disgusting appearance. He only cared about the material energy existing in the many universes in the other party's body, as well as high-energy things such as eternal particles. The light of the chest flickered. The vortex of the heavens slowly emerged, and the horrible swallowing power broke out, swallowing many corpses. Comfortable. Pinching the fist, the speed visible to the naked eye once again, and the tunnels and rationality remaining in these corpses turned into rolling information torrents, gathered on the source of his information. And the depth of information that existed was even more unpredictable. This is one of the ways to improve the strength of the eternal beyond. Although this method is simple and efficient, it actually has a hidden danger. If the swallowed information torrent conflicts with one's own information, it will not only fail to improve the realm's strength, but will pollute and weaken one's own information source. Therefore, when the other side swallows up information, it will be very careful and selective to ensure that all negative information is removed. But it cannot be absolutely foolproof. After all, it is also the other side, and the information is very obscure and difficult to fully understand. In the face of this kind of problem, there are cautious on the other side, and even give up this way of rapid improvement of strength. Choose self-perception Taoism. Enrich the depth of information, and slowly, but it is safe. Bai Donglin has no such concerns. If he devoured negative information, he could completely destroy himself. He completely peeled it under the state of the observer, and then resurrected it, leaving only beneficial information to deepen the source of the information. Boom! Snap! The void exploded. Time and space were shattered, and endless black cracks spread across the sky. Two blurred and distorted figures shuttled back and forth in the spiderweb-like ravines of time and space, punching and kicking each other. And the eternal Taoist soldiers collided with each other. The terrifying aftermath of destruction spread wantonly, turning all visible and invisible things in the boundless area into ashes. Mitian, wake up! Don't give up! Don't give up! Shui Yun's eyes were red as he fought Yu Mitian on equal terms. He was so absorbed in the battle that he didn't even notice that Bai Donglin had single-handedly taken control of the Black Disaster Research Institute deep in the endless volcano in an instant. You me! Shui Yun roared loudly, trying to awaken the other party's ego. He could not harm Yu Mitian's life, but the controlled Yu Mitian tried his best, and was restrained in the fight, and even fell into danger several times, not knowing what he was thinking of. Shui Yun's eyes moved slightly, and he once again used his will to vibrate out a roaring sound of Taoism, breaking through layers of obstacles and pouring into the depths of Yu Mitian's consciousness. Mitian, the Sunset Fairy, she is still waiting for you back, she said. She promised to marry you. Before he finished speaking, Yu Mitian's figure suddenly paused. A faint light burst out from the depths of his dark consciousness, and a strange color appeared in his cold scarlet eyes. You are really true? She has forgive me. Yumitian had a ferocious look on his face, and it was obvious that he was having a fierce struggle in his mind. Although it was extremely difficult, he still opened his mouth to ask with difficulty. It's now! Shui Yun's eyes lit up, and the clear and flowing beads in his hand twisted and turned into a character with a vast aura, which shot out, crossed time and space, and stuck tightly to the forehead of Yumitian, who had given up resistance. Suppress! Seal! Countless white light chains were sprayed out of the eyebrow character, and they were entangled and restrained. And even the source of the information was completely suppressed, and it was no longer possible to display the power of the other side. Shui Yun, answer me. Wanxia. Yumitian ignored the fact that he was sealed off and still eagerly asked Shui Yun about the woman named Wanxia, who meant something extraordinary in his heart. Oh! You guy. Still this ghost. Know the sunset and sunset. Let's leave this ghost place first. Jiao Yun looked at his look of dull Yumi, with a helpless look, reached out to capture it, and stepped out of the erosive time and space. He had to converge with Bai Daoyu to help him. He can fight with Yumitian for so long. It must be that Bai Daoyu stops those enemies alone. At this time, it must be extremely dangerous. This. Shui Yun looked around and saw the empty void. Only Bai Donglin was standing alone, looking at him with a smile in his eyes. Friend Bai, where are those monsters? Oh, they were solved by me, and now they are in my stomach. Bai Donglin had an indifferent expression and patted his stomach nonchalantly. Then he looked at the suppressed Yumitian, his eyes reaching deep into his dark consciousness. After seeing the faint light, he nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Shui Yun, your friend is lucky and can be saved. The light fluttering sound was like a thunder bombing, and Shui Yun suddenly had a spirit of excitement, returning from the shocking dullness. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. What level of strength has fellow Taoist Bai reached? It has only been a short time, and he has already dealt with those monsters. Oh. Shui Yun's eyes flickered, and he forced himself to suppress his agitated emotions, focusing his attention on his friend beside him. Friend Bai, are you serious? Is there really any hope for me, Tian? When he was suppressing Yumitian, he also saw the terrible look in the other party's deep consciousness. He had never seen such horrific injuries, which was almost the same as death. If you delay any longer, this guy might really be beyond saving. Bai Donglin was not exaggerating, nor was he omnipotent. The reason why he said Yumitian could be saved was because the only difference between him and the other experimental subjects was that his ego consciousness had not completely collapsed, and there was still a trace of self remaining. As for the other experimental subjects, they are completely hopeless. Their ego consciousness has completely dissipated and been replaced by darkness. They are nothing more than puppets with the fighting power of the other side. Fellow Taoist, please help me. Shui Yun looked solemn and even used honorifics subconsciously. After placing the Yumitian ping in the air, he bowed deeply again. For Yumitian, Shui Yun has done his best. You know, he is in existence in the Supreme Other Shore and a big man with supreme power in the space-time administration. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, paced forward. His fingers gently tapped on the heart of Yu Yintian. In his body, he was destroyed by him, and the observers poured in. The invisible and intangible will, ignoring everything, instantly came to the depths of consciousness. All he saw was darkness, spreading endlessly. In a corner deep inside, he found a faint white light, which seemed to be swallowed by the darkness at any time. I don't know what kind of strong obsession it was that allowed him to persevere. As long as my consciousness has not completely dissipated, there is still a glimmer of hope. Bai Donglin controlled his will, and he pulled the cocoon, and gently wrapped the weak white light all round wrapped, and then peeled out from the endless darkness. Only after the consciousness breaks through, and the talent is promoted, the observers can affect the outside world. Otherwise, it will not be so easy to save Yumitian. Bai Donglin looked at him. When he swept back and forth the darkness, he suddenly realized a little familiar trace. This situation is similar to the real illusion I experienced. And the consciousness falls to the end of the end? It seems like it is the Lavitard version weakened. Could it be? Dr. Chen and I are facing the same black disaster transcendent. Chapter 790, The Head of Tai. Black disaster. The bottom of the vortex of the heavens. In the endless and dark absolute space and time, ripples were rippling. Three blurred and twisted, indescribable shadows stepped out. Their dark red eyes slowly scanned and locked onto the towering and hideous head standing in the darkness far away. What this trip did was ordered by the Emperor of the Pawan. He stared at me and waited for me. Everyone, make all the preparations. Otherwise, the solemn tone was filled with undisguised warnings. Lord of Death and Darkness. We understand. The blurry shadow nodded heavily, his eyes hidden in the mist, full of piety and solemnity. The Lord of Death and Darkness is completely wasting his time. What a joke. With orders coming from the Transcendent, how dare they not do their best? That's good. The Lord of Death and Darkness nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, and then took the lead to flee, rushing towards the huge head. Although he could see the details on the head with his eyes, the two places were actually very far apart, a distance of tens of thousands of seconds. The reason why he had the illusion that it was so close was because the size of this hideous head was beyond his imagination. The strong man on the other side was extremely fast. He crossed the chasm in just a dozen breaths, and was not far from the head. This head has a lot of history. Named Taiya. It is said that an extremely long time ago, there was a ferocious beast named Tai, which was born in the depths of the Guishu land of the Black Disaster Heavens. It was an aggregation of evil thoughts. And as soon as it was born, it opened its mouth and swallowed up tens of thousands of debris from the heavens. After devouring countless heavens, the Tai beast's body can grow infinitely. It has become so huge that it is rarely seen in the world. Its strength is even more terrifying. Ordinary people from the other side are no match for it. It is a pity that the violence of nature was not rational, and inadvertently collided with the Black Disaster beyond the escape, and was cut off the skull by a finger. The corpse fell here, and the body turned into a boundless dark continent. The head was sacrificed and turned into a door, standing at the bottom of the vortex of the heavens for endless years. After the head of Tai was refined into a portal by the hands of a transcendent, its essence became even more terrifying, and it was endowed with the power of concepts such as infinity, infinite weight, and boundless hardness. Because of this, the absolute time and space of this area was suppressed by the portal, and was completely in an absolute solidified state. Even the strong people on the other side could not travel across time and space here, and could only escape from a long distance. The Lord of Death and Darkness and his entourage slowly landed on the pitch-black Tai continent. With solemn expressions, they walked towards a tall tower in the center. Stop! Duh. A burly figure covered in scarlet armor, with only green eyes showing, walked out of the high tower, stepped on the mirror-like void, and created numerous ripples. Who are you waiting for? What is here? Tai continent is an important place for Black Disaster to deploy troops. On this boundless land, there are fortresses, strongholds and military bases scattered all over. In the endless Black Disaster heavens, only the most powerful armies can be stationed here. At first glance, there were endless towering buildings in the dark fog, with an eerie and silent atmosphere. This was completely different from the ordinary Black Disaster army. This is because the Black Disaster creatures below the 10th realm have not awakened their self-consciousness and reason. They are crazy monsters who only know how to kill and destroy. Even the army is a mess, a place of fighting and noise. But it is different in Tai continent. The troops stationed here are extremely quiet, like a dead end. This is indeed the Tai battlefield. You discovered us the moment we entered. The Lord of Death and Darkness let out a low laugh. The army that could be stationed here was extremely powerful. They were the trump cards of each of the universe. Even the soldiers among them were strong men in the 10th realm. Only those in the 11th realm had the power to command. The army lord was from the other side of eternity, and there were also many of them. Any troop you pull out can sweep across the heavens and destroy all the worlds. It is a military stronghold, so the defenses must be strict. The armored figure looked at the three people slowly with a cold gaze. If they were not all from the other shore and their auras were not the same kind of creatures, he would have taken them down long ago. Do you want to enter the land of Grey Silence? The quota for this era has been redeemed. There is still some time before the next application cycle. You are here too early. He did not sense the aura of military talisman from the Lord of Death and Darkness, so he presumed that the other party was not here for military business. Then there was only one possibility, that he wanted to pass through to the Land of Silence. There are only two entrances and exits to the Grey and Silent Land. One is the Eternal Gate at the bottom of the vortex of all races, and the other is here, at the head of Tai. Compared to the caution of the strong men of all races towards the Grey and Silence Land, the Black Disaster is much more crazy. They are not afraid of danger at all. If the head of Tai is fully opened, there will be no doubt that countless Black Disaster strong men will rush in order to fight for the treasure. There is no kinship among the Black Disasters, and they can only fight to the death. In addition, The danger of the gray silence itself has caused the casualty rate of the black disaster warriors to remain high. In order to avoid meaningless internal friction, a limit on the number of places is set. Guess right. We are going to the place of gray. As for the quota, the Lord of Death and Darkness had a slightly cold look in his eyes. He raised his hand and took out a pitch-black token. The smooth surface had no words or patterns on it, except for a weeping pupil carved in the center. It looked like a living thing, staring coldly at everything around it. One glance at it made one feel creepy. This is... The tall armored figure froze in the void. His green pupils suddenly shrank and disappeared. He knelt down and kowtowed devoutly to the token. I am Mongoose E, the commander of the 9th Army of Tai. I am honored to meet you. Your Excellency, please forgive my sins. My lord, please forgive my sins. After waiting for the Lord of Death and Darkness to take back the token, Mongoose Evil dared to stand up after a while. Without saying another word, he turned around and went back to the tower. Buzz! Boom! The twisted lines on the tower shone brightly, and a ray of dark light shot out from the top of the tower, crossing the void and sinking straight into the head of Tai. A rich scarlet light flashed in the huge, ferocious and angry eyes. Then, Tai opened his boundless mouth, and a gray vortex emerged between the jagged white teeth. Walk! The Lord of Death and Darkness narrowed his eyes, took a step, and shot into the vortex first, followed closely by two twisted shadows. Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes, took his fingers away from Yumitian's eyebrows, and nodded slightly. The other party's self-awareness was finally successfully preserved. That's enough. Shui Yun, your friend is fine now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumi Tianping's figure lying in the void suddenly twisted, and his deformed and horrible body continued to rot and decay, turning into nothingness and dissipating. In just a moment, the previously towering and ferocious body had shrunk to the size of a child. The hazy light dissipated, revealing Yumitian with his eyes closed. At this moment, he looked like a 6-year-old child, and his aura had also fallen to the bottom. Although his realm had temporarily fallen from the other side, the sense of eternity still lingered around him. In order to survive, this is unavoidable. Yumitian's source of information has been eroded by darkness. After being stripped of his only self-consciousness, he was easily destroyed by Bai Donglin, which is equivalent to the destruction of his great power from the other side. But after all, I have once set foot on the other shore. The eternal essence is still there. The realm and consciousness are all there. It won't take much time to rebuild. Sunset. 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 Yumitian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze pierced the sky. Excitement flashed across his face, and then turned into confusion. He had no idea of the current situation. Ahem. Jiaoyan made a cough. His face was embarrassing, and his eyes were squeezing at Yumitian. This Wang Ba egg really took him, and through his old face. He didn't know how Bai Dao would see them. For a woman. Alas. Shuiyun, I won't disturb you guys from reminiscing about the past. Bai Donglin didn't have any opinion on this. As a man, he would understand that a man is young until he dies. And the same goes for the other side. After saying that, Bai Donglin walked down the void and headed towards the endless volcanic underground world. His attention had long been focused on the research institute below. The enemies had been eliminated, and now it was naturally time to reap the fruits of victory. In the dark underground space and time, all living things died in the battle just now, leaving behind only continuous buildings and many objects of unknown function. The research institute that blooms everywhere in a wonderful range should be the experimental base established by the initial Super Eskins. These tools are originally born because of research, and they will only engage in strange experiments. They follow the instincts engraved on the source of existence. They are scattered and established one by one. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered, and he picked up a crystal ball that fell on the ground. The idea did not enter it, and he saw the ocean of information. The endless runes recorded the results of a certain research, which was about a race called Goblin. It analyzed the existence of a race called Goblin from the very beginning, including its strengths, weaknesses, and transformation plans. Interesting. Bai Donglin pondered for a moment, and saw some interesting things in the complicated information, which fully demonstrated the ability and wisdom of the research leader. The way and the principle are contained in all things, in the wisdom of countless living beings, in fantasy, reality, and in the new things that are born from the characteristics of the Grey Land. This unknown information can enrich and broaden my depth of information. This is another way to improve your strength besides realm breakthrough and energy absorption. Bai Donglin's thoughts fell, and a vortex flickered from his chest, wrapped the entire huge research base, and the light was scattered, and everything was swallowed. Matter turns into energy, and information is read and digested, leaving only a spherical hole in its place, with the cross-section of the boundary as smooth as a mirror. Chapter 791, The Relics of the Balang Kshatriya. Thank you for saving my life. Mitian will never forget it. If you have any orders, I will do my best, and will not refuse even if I die. As soon as Bai Donglin walked out of the cave, Yu Mitian, who was waiting on the side, immediately ran over and bowed respectfully, with gratitude on his young, yet mature face. She was grateful to Bai Donglin for his rejuvenation, and at the same time, he also grateful that Bai Donglin rescued his stupid friend Shuiyun. How dangerous is a forbidden area? If Shuiyun had not been lucky enough to meet a master, he would probably be lying on the cold altar like him, undergoing inhumane experiments. It's just a small matter. No need to mention it. Bai Donglin waved his hand indifferently. The deal between him and Shuiyun was a fair one. The other party brought him into a wonderful forbidden area, and he saved Yu Mitian. That was all. Friend Bai, do you want to stay and continue exploring the forbidden area? If there is anything you need from us, please let me know. Shuiyun glanced at the empty hole in the distance. The entire research institute was packed up and taken away. After a little thought, he guessed the purpose of Bai Donglin's trip. No need. Leave here. What I do? You can't help it. You should not be busy. And you should not be busy. Your friend is very weak at this time. It is the right thing to go back and recover well. It is a bit of carelessness to stay in this crisis. Bai Donglin shook his head and rejected Shuiyun's kindness. Although the two were quite powerful, they could not help much in this place, and he needed to be distracted to take care of them. Jiao Yun was hesitant and glanced at the children of children next to him. At this time, the combat power at this time could only be bullied, and bullying the 11th realm by high essence. He couldn't help sighing. They were really burdensome. As the other side, how could they not hear the potential meaning of Bai Dong's words? Friend Bai, if that's the case, then we'll leave first. You, please be careful. If there is something in the future, you can send me a message through the Space and Space Administration. Jiaoyan bowed with Yumi, and his eyes were calm. The words and deeds on the other side were more than 1,000 borders. It was by no means an empty white teeth. There was no vow in this world to restrict the other side. Only the personality constraints from the self are stronger than all vows. Chant. Jiaoyan took out an eternal order and urged him. The token trembled lightly. A group of fans in glory, and slowly shrouded his body. Yu Mitian's eternal order was lost when he was captured, so he could only leave in this way. The gates of the eternal gates are extremely powerful. No matter what the black disaster is hidden, it is impossible to conceal its perception. Therefore, there is no need to worry about that there will be a black disaster to use this method to smuggle. Take care of yourself. Oh, goodbye. Bai Donglin nodded with a smile, and Biaoyun disappeared into a fans in glory. Then, his expression gradually became cold and looked around the void. How long are you going to hide? Little brats? Take action now, or you won't have a chance anymore. Snap! As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding void collapsed in constant tremors, and a series of strange and ferocious figures stepped out, staring at Bai Donglin with scarlet eyes and cold eyes, and murderous intent poured out like a real galaxy. Roar! 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 With a ferocious roar, the sky was opened, and strange waves radiated out, cutting off and shattering the space and time of this domain. The power of information was isolated and eliminated, and even the 10,000 paths were not spared and were all repelled. In an instant, the continental area with a radius of 1 trillion light-years centered on Bai Donglin became a place of absolute nothingness. Zhao Yun. Zhui Yun. The luck of your old boy is really good. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. And Jiao Yun wanted to attract the hostile forces of the Black Disaster Research Institute before. But he did not think all the people nearby were Black Disaster. However, for Bai Donglin, this is not a bad thing. He needs the experimental data from these research institutes to enrich his information. At the same time, he also needs to use them to lock on the core base where the Transcendents once stayed. The things left there are what really make him excited. Ha ha ha. Since you take the initiative to come to the door, I am not polite. Kill. Bai Donglin's eyes were indifferent, raising his hands and feet, and the power of endless heaven moved. In a wonderful region, the crisis is heavy, but no matter how horrible, the upper limit is also constant, and it will never reach the point where the over-escape is premier. Based on this, Dongling can run rampant in this domain. The Lord of Death. Are you sure? Is the wonderful field ahead? There was a hint of impatience and fatigue in his words. After they stepped into the gray and silence land, they kept traveling non-stop. Their luck was not very good, and they encountered many troubles. They even accidentally broke into the fifth dangerous place, the Black Death Realm. After escaping from near death and paying a huge price, they finally escaped. Now quite a bit of time has passed, but they haven't even entered the destination of the mission, the Forbidden Zone. This made them feel dissatisfied with the Lord of Death and Darkness, who led the way. What a panic! Do you think? Am I willing to step into the ghost place in the Black Dead world? The Master of the Dead and Dark looks gloomy, staring at the paint-dark stone balls held in his hands. And the ground of gray is too strange. Almost every time you come in, you are facing a new environment with an unknown face. As for a wonderful range, it is also difficult to walk in time and space. Huh? This is the task of Emperor Polymali Emperor. So continue to delay. Shut up. The Lord of Death and Darkness frowned. All his thoughts were concentrated in the stone ball. His mind was calm. He listened carefully and sensed the changes in time and space. Crash. The sound of time and space is stunned, as if there is a behemoth hidden in the shape of the body, quietly passing. After capturing this faint abnormal noise, the eyes of the dead and darkness instantly became extremely bright, and the palms were gripped, crushing the stone ball, and a thick deep black light screwed out. In the vastness, the behemoth was anchored. Hey, I finally found you. Walk. The distorted and blurry figure, with a hint of impatience, stepped along the black light, as if passing through an invisible film, and successfully entered another time and space. A wonderful forbidden area, without the restriction of barrier boundaries. The only difficulty lies in locking its coordinate position. Those who don't want to enter it without intention will be unlucky, and may fall into it just by walking on the road, and become samples on the experimental table. Those who want to enter it intentionally, like the Lord of Death and Darkness, have to spend a lot of effort to get what they want. Master Pawan Emperor, who used to confront the human race here and compete for wisdom, all wanted to thoroughly complete the essence of the other ethnic group, peek at its weaknesses, to destroy its roots. Under the influence of the will of the two transcendents, the forbidden area has become what it is now. In order not to arouse the vigilance of the human transcendents, Lord Balanchati and the others cannot directly intervene in this matter. Therefore, this task falls on us. The Lord of Death and Darkness spoke in a deep tone, as if with an inexplicable glory. Indeed, being able to work for the Transcendent was something that many people on the other side, who had never even seen the Transcendent, could not envy. Entering a wonderful range. The next thing is simple. After saying that, he reached into his arms, and with a pious look, he took out the token engraved with a weeping blood pupil. Lord Balanchati, I am your most humble servant. Please guide me. Buzz. The tokens trembled slightly, and the crying blood pupils turned weirdly, as if it was instantly seen to see through the whole wonderful region. The next moment, the Master of Death felt a sense of hot eyes, and strange changes in the horizon. A fantasy scene came from the token pupils, and it was added to his perception. I saw it. The remains of the Brahma Emperor will bring disaster to all races. The intended to be a thorough nationality and extinction of all ethnic groups are the calamities of the men. The Lord of Death and Darkness holds the blood order in his hand and follows the guidance from the unknown. He steps through the dimensions of time and space, shattering the light and shadow of his vision, and walks directly from illusion into reality. The scene that was previously superimposed in his vision now appeared before his eyes. This is... The pupils of the dead and darkness were shrinking, and everything was shocked by everything, and a ruthless black disaster. At this time, the body of Wei Yin was trembling faintly. Master Pawan, Lin Li's body. Horrible atmosphere. Under the pressure of speechless aircraft, the Master of Death shuddered to kneel on the ground. Fear. Great terror. As long as these monsters are released, countless lives in the Grey Land will be destroyed, and the eternal gate that is said to be unbreakable will also collapse. Chapter 792. Dr. Chen smiled. Snap! A deformed head made entirely of colorful fairy gold. Majestic and immeasurable. Larger than a supercluster. But the concept of size was reversed and turned into ashes under the kneading of 2 fingers. Bai Donglin bounced his fingertips. His face was disgusted, as if he wanted to bounce the ember of the corpse. The corpses under his feet stretched to the end of his sight. The huge base hidden in the dimensional interlayer had become a ruin. Under the devouring of the black light, it instantly turned into nothingness. Strange. Where on earth is the experimental base left by the Transcendent hidden? Why can't we find any trace of it? During this time, he has traveled to the west, and his footprint has traveled to a small half of the sample. And Dr. Chen's institute also met a lot. Like the legend, the existence here was not malicious to him, so he did not destroy it. He only read the preserved experimental data. But still no useful information about the base left behind by the Transcendents has been found. The only thing we can be sure of is that no matter it is Black Disaster or Dr. Chen, their abandoned laboratories are all in a wonderful forbidden area. The Forbidden Land is not too big, but it is not too small either. However, with the means of the Transcendents, their palaces and residences are definitely not accessible to anyone. They may not even exist in the world and are difficult to see. Bai Donglin frowned, with difficulty in his eyes. Although he had made a fortune from the killing spree, he admitted that he was greedy. He was very unhappy that he had not achieved his goal and obtained the experimental data of the Transcendent, myriad races and the Black Disaster, as well as research on new things born in the Grey Silence Land. The amount of information contained in this data is absolutely beyond imagination. If I swallow it all, the depth of my information. Bai Donglin calmed himself down, but was still unwilling to give up. The flow of time here was 10,000 times slower than that in the Grey and Silence Land, and 100 million times slower than that in the endless heavens outside the area suppressed by the Gate of Eternity. He had no time to hesitate and waste, so he randomly chose a direction and sped away. He was determined to find it, even if he had to turn the entire forbidden area upside down and devour everything. Huh? Not long after he started, Bai Donglin suddenly stopped, turned back and looked into the distance, with a look of doubt in his eyes. This fluctuation is, when something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. The doubt in his eyes was instantly replaced by excitement. He stomped his feet hard. Time and space exploded, and his figure shattered like an illusion. And in an instant, he appeared hundreds of miles away. The destructive force brought by the terrifying speed directly toward a dark abyss in time and space that would take a long time to heal. This is it. Bai Donglin's eyes were as sharp as torches as he scanned the nothingness in front of him. It was ordinary, with dimensional space, multiple dimensions, time and space, and underlying information. Even the fantasy land that was based on reality. Every corner unfolded in his field of vision, although there was nothing unusual to see. The wave of palpitations in his heart was real. There is some unknown mysterious force calling him. Interesting. This thing suddenly appeared. Did something happen? So, which one will it be? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly clenched his fists, and the whirlpool of the heavens in his body began to burn fiercely. His boundless power was hidden and unreleased. A wisp of breath fell like a silk thread, and a dark ravine of nearly 100 millennia was cut open in the boundless continent below. Break. Boom. Brilliant white light cut through the sky, and the space and time of the entire forbidden area was pushed by this punch and began to tremble violently. Numerous research institutes sounded the alarm and entered the highest alert. Their bright eyes swept across the world, trying to capture the source of the destruction. All of this was just the result of a small amount of aftermath. Bai Donglin followed the call of the mysterious power and shoved his fist into the void in front of him. A mustard seed, hidden at the junction of reality and illusion, was directly hit by the fist shining with bright white light and shattered with a snap. A strange suction force emerged and enveloped his body. Bai Donglin hesitated for a moment, then gave up resisting and obeyed the suction force, disappearing into reality. Snap! Bai Donglin only felt as if he had stepped over a layer of cold film. His body sank and floated down from the void, landing steadily on the bright silvery ground. It seems that I am lucky. Bai Donglin's heart moved, and after looking around, he confirmed a lot of information. From the surrounding architectural style and the peaceful atmosphere, he could be sure that this place had nothing to do with the Black Disaster. He had seen many Black Disaster research institutes during this period. They were all gloomy and extremely evil, and could be identified at a glance. This is a spacetime dominated by silver-white tones. The distance is shrouded in fog, and the edge cannot be seen. All perceptions are blocked outside the white fog. The only real object that can be touched is the ground made of unknown substances under the feet. Clang! He lifted his foot and stepped lightly, which actually produced a crisp metallic humming sound. He looked carefully and found that the surface was as smooth as a mirror, without even a trace left. Sharp. Bai Donglin slightly widened his eyes. Although he only stepped lightly, the destructive force he unleashed was enough to make a big hole in the wall of the heavens, which was known for its hardness. However, the ground did not react at all. There is no doubt that this is the experimental base left by Dr. Chen. Woohoo! As if affected by Bai Donglin's rash action, the fog in the distance suddenly rolled up. And vaguely, a figure flashed through it. Dr. Chen. Is that you? Bai Donglin, whose strength had skyrocketed and whose identity was concealed by the light of transcendence, felt that he was capable again, and completely forgot his previous plan not to meet Xiaotuo. In the final analysis, it's all about interests. If the experimental data hadn't been so tempting, Bai Donglin would definitely not have chosen to take the risk. After all, Dr. Chen was not someone who was easy to deal with. As the figure swayed, it had already shot into the depths of the fog. With a glance, he saw a blurry figure flashing in the distance. Without hesitation, he hurried to catch up. This white fog that could block perception seemed to have no end, and it was like a maze. Following the looming figure, it was unknown how long he had been hiding. Finally, the light came on. The fog dissipated, and a wide silver-white square appeared in front of Bai Donglin. In the huge space, silver-white platforms are neatly arranged, and on each platform, a figure lies quietly. There are all kinds of strange things. Some figures are only the size of dust, but they have millions of heads. Some are as huge as the heavens, but they are like dolls on the platform, sleeping obediently. There are suspended balls of light, and in them are layers upon layers of endless real worlds, which together constitute a strange aggregate of life. At a glance, there were endless metal platforms. Around each platform, there were many figures wearing white coats. Their faces were blurry, and Bai Donglin couldn't see clearly even with his full gaze. Bai Donglin didn't have time to take care of these things. His attention was already immersed in those platforms. As long as he probed his thoughts into them, detailed data of each experiment would flood into his mind. Endless information would expand the source of information madly. Compared to the complex and hidden dangers in the data recorded by the Black Disaster Research Institute, the information here is extremely pure and clean. You only need to accept it in its entirety, and there is no need to eliminate impurities by self-destruction. Endless knowledge and infinite information are temptations that are hard to resist for any intelligent creature. The depth of information continues to deepen, moving towards infinity and breadth. This is an improvement in strength on the realm side, and is the necessary accumulation to enter the realm of transcendence. Just as consciousness needs a breakthrough, and will needs to achieve eternal immortality, the strength of information is also the key to the breakthrough, which is required to reach the realm of infinity. What is information? Information is not as simple as its superficial meaning suggests. It is a general term for a certain type of thing, and can be simply understood as the cognition of living beings about themselves and the outside world. Laws, rules, and the source of the Great Way are the interweaving of Tao and reason, and are all information, the composition of the heavens, all things, all races, black disasters, the composition forms of countless existing and non-existent things, and so on. Everything can be summarized in information. Use, control, edit. The strength of a living being depends on the use of information. If you want to control it, it will. The most basic thing is to first recognize this information, which is what Bai Donglin is doing at this moment. Time passed, and no one knew how much time had passed. Bai Donglin was completely immersed in the ocean of information, feeling so comfortable that he couldn't extricate himself. Ha, little comrade. You have quite a big appetite. It was not until he heard a low laugh behind him that Bai Donglin was startled and instantly woke up. Looking back stiffly, the first thing that attracted me was a pair of smiling eyes. Beneath the calmness, there was an infinite depth and coldness. Ahem. Well, hello, Dr. Chen. Oh my god. As expected, I met this monster. Chapter 793 Grey Silence Riot. Can you please stop laughing? Bai Donglin's eyebrows trembled slightly, and his scalp was numb because of the creepy smile. It seemed that he was lying on a cold metal platform, and his body was dissected layer by layer under the sharp scalpel. Even the tiniest particles were completely unfolded. Dr. Chen? Interesting. I haven't heard this name for a long time. Boy, you seem to know me very well? There was a flash of surprise in Dr. Chen's eyes. He was actually just the central intelligent brain of this experimental base. an authority manager casually fabricated by the original body. Although he was a special creature existing in the concept, he had nothing to do with the original body in essence. It can be said that he is just one of the countless subconscious projections of the original body, with the same memories and a little bit of wisdom, and is the most stable clone of the existence trace. That's right. Bai Donglin looked solemn. He could not see the true background of Dr. Chen in front of him, and could only treat him as a transcendent person. So, according to the original plan, he told him the identity he had fabricated using the light of transcendence. Dr. Chen, when I was weak, I once read the traces you spread. Well, it was called a journey through the fantasy world. After I achieved eternity, I traveled through the heavens and learned about the fantasy heavens and the fact that you existed. To show that what he said was true, Bai Donglin tapped the air with his finger while speaking, and the novel deep in his memory turned into a light spot of information and displayed it. Dr. Chen glanced up, finished reading in a flash, and nodded slightly. So, you are also a source walker. We can be said to be from the same hometown. Both from Blue Star. Although not the same Blue Star. Dr. Chen was a little surprised, and his eyes towards Bai Donglin became much softer. For some reason, very few creatures could walk out of Blue Star. Over the long years, there have only been a handful of origin travelers. But he didn't expect to meet one here. Yes, Dr. Chen. You are much luckier than me. Unlike me, I am trapped in a vast universe, and have to work hard to achieve the 10 realms before I have the opportunity to explore the heavens. You can travel back and forth between the myriad worlds in your own universe from the very beginning, completing your original accumulation at an extremely fast speed. Breaking through is as easy as drinking water, laying a solid foundation for achieving transcendence. Bai Donglin spoke intermittently, but he felt something strange in his heart. He also noticed that something was wrong with the other party. It seemed that he did not have the power of a transcendent. The original body cannot be the original body. From the beginning, he never thought that he would meet the real body of the transcendent. At most, it would be a clone or something like that. But now it seems that the other party is not even a clone. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to see through his hidden identity. Dr. Chen, why did you bring me here? Bai Donglin pondered for a moment, stopped talking nonsense, and went straight to the point. Lead you here? Dr. Chen was slightly stunned, then shook his head and denied it. You misunderstood. I didn't mean to lead you here. You should have sensed the fluctuations emitted by this place when it was revived. Recovery. Bai Donglin's eyes darkened, and he realized the problem. Dr. Chen, the experimental base you left behind has been dormant in a forbidden area for countless years. I tried to find it, but couldn't find any trace of it. Why is it reviving now? Bai Donglin didn't think that all this was because of his appearance. His face was not big enough to let a transcendent arrange things in advance. I am the authority manager of the base, and follow the rules set by the master. The reason why I woke up now is because I sense the unusual movement of the tribulation of all races. You should also know that the reason why I set up the experimental base here is to deal with the Black Disaster Transcendent, the Brahma Emperor. After he took the initiative to retreat, I also left, leaving only me to guard the calamity of all races. Bai Donglin couldn't help but frown when he heard this. It seemed that while he was on a killing spree, a shocking change happened silently in a wonderful forbidden area. The calamity of all races was also the target he was looking for. Dr. Chen, logically speaking, with the power of a transcendent, even if you are just an illusion, you are the work of the deity, and there should be a connection between you and the deity. But why? The meaning of Bai Donglin's words was very clear. With the terror of a transcendent, there was no need to worry about the calamity of all races. With just a glance, he could wipe them out. You are right. Transcendents are omnipotent. Under normal circumstances, I am indeed an extension of the original deity. Everything I see, hear, say, and do is the same as the original deity. Dr. Chen shook his head slowly, changed the subject, and continued, however. All of this must be based on the absence of interference from external forces. This external force only refers to the existence of the same level, the Black Disaster Transcendent. I am currently in absolute isolation from this deity. From this, it can be seen that this deity is being restrained by a being of the same level. The future is blocked, and everything I see and hear is shrouded in fog. Black Disaster. You are trying to cause trouble. Dr. Chen's eyes were dim. Although he was only a projection and his wisdom was not even as good as that of the original body, he was not a fool. The inexplicable changes in the calamity of all races explained everything. Dr. Chen is confronting the Black Disaster Transcendent? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. The Black Disaster has existed until now, and it will invade the heavens of all races from time to time, making many transcendents helpless. Its strength is more terrifying than imagined. Dr. Chen, I have always had a question in my mind. As a phantom of a transcendent being, do you know who has the advantage now between the 10,000 races and the Black Disaster? This so-called advantage naturally refers to the most top-notch transcendent combat power. Such a secret is impossible to know unless you are at that level. Upon hearing this, Dr. Chen fell silent, with a complicated expression. In terms of strength, there is not much difference between us and the Black Disaster. But from ancient times to the present, the myriad races have always been at a disadvantage and invaded. And there have been very few counterattacks. The reason is simple. The Black Disaster is not the same as us. They are ruthless, unreasonable, no reason, respect for death and destruction, and have the determination to sacrifice everything if they can use the extinction of their own vortexes to exchange for the silence of the one nationality. The Dark Disaster will not hesitate to do it. But we are different. In the endless universe, every intelligent being is innocent and should not die in the aftermath of a battle without knowing anything. Dr. Chen shook his head slightly. This was the drawback of all races. The Black Disaster could do whatever it wanted, but they couldn't. Bai Donglin remained silent upon hearing this. He thought of the great war caused by the seven-colored divine light. Countless beings were annihilated in the aftermath of the Transcendent War. In order to prevent death from spreading further, John forcibly ended the war at the cost of his life. He thought of the dark eclipse of the heavens again, and without hesitation melted everything, transforming it into arrows of the heavens in an attempt to perish together with the Taihao heavens. This is the difference between the two. Realistic, cruel, and extremely helpless. I see. Bai Donglin nodded and figured out the key. The Transcendent might have the ability to protect the endless heavens, such as swallowing them into his stomach like he did. But if we do so, the Black Disaster Transcendent is not a fool and must have ways to deal with it. Or even directly kill the Transcendent and destroy the endless heavens under his protection. He suppressed his thoughts. It was too far away to think about these things now. It would not be too late to worry about them after he entered Transcendence. The focus now should be the abnormally resurgent calamity of all races. Dr. Chen, what is the tribulation of all races? Is the Black Disaster planning something? I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Dr. Chen looked up, his sight transcending the void and looking straight towards the calamity of all races. Halfway through, his gaze was torn to pieces by a scarlet blood claw. The opponent was also a transcendent being, and the power he possessed was no less than his. So it was difficult to see through his true intentions. We could only wait and see. Boom! Snap! Before Dr. Chen finished his words, a horrifying roar resounded throughout the forbidden area. The earth collapsed, the sky shattered, and endless black cracks extended to every corner like a tangled mess. At this moment, the forbidden area was like a shattered glass ball, only a millimeter away from complete annihilation and collapse. A huge dark red city slowly emerged from nothingness. The unspeakable heaviness became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Snap! A wonderful forbidden area was broken. Roar! 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 Hold head high. On the fragments of time and space, hidden research institutes were opened one after another. Ferocious and extremely ferocious figures stood densely, roaring to the sky, staring at the dark red ancient city in the center of the chaotic time and space with red eyes. And the excitement and cruelty in their eyes became more and more intense. Kill! At some point, above the dark red ancient city, a weeping blood vertical pupil appeared, looking around with cold eyes, and a voice full of murderous intent resounded through time and space. It's the Lord of Death and Darkness. For some unknown reason, he turned into a vertical pupil, which was exactly the same as the one on the token. Roar! 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 Kill! This voice, like the highest command, was engraved above instinct. The deformed figures that had been roaring incessantly moved at the sound, gathering into an invisible river with a ferocious aura, crossing the broken time and space, and surging towards the present world. The wonderful forbidden area was destroyed. And outside this broken time and space, there was naturally a gray and silent place. Not good. The phantom left by Dr. Chen witnessed everything that happened in that instant, and his expression changed slightly. The target of these black disasters is the gate of eternity. The gray silence land is very special. It is formed by the intersection of the vortex force of the two absolute time and space, and the vortex of the heavens. It coexists with the endless heavens, and even the transcendence cannot destroy it. Or if it is destroyed, it will be regenerated in a short time, unless the black and white vortex of the heavens is wiped out together. From this we can know that the target of the riot caused by the calamity of all races is not the Land of Silence. And naturally it cannot be the head of Tai on their side. So the only target is the Gate of Eternity. Isn't it true that the Gate of Eternity cannot be broken without transcendence? Bai Donglin's eyes trembled slightly, and he was also frightened by the riotous atmosphere in the outside world, especially the dark red ancient city, which seemed to weigh heavily on his heart, making people involuntarily feel depressed and bored. No! Dr. Chen shook his head slightly, and his illusory figure floated into the air. A bright white light bloomed from his brows. Endless fog rolled and surged, and in the depths of the white fog, there were many figures standing in a forest. They were all majestic and unpredictable, and under the illumination of the white light, there seemed to be vitality looming. I don't know what is hidden deep inside the calamity of all races created by the Brahma Emperor. I cannot rule out the possibility that it may threaten the Gate of Eternity. Fortunately, I did not do nothing. In order to suppress the calamity of all races, I left them behind. Bai Donglin's eyes were wandering, and in the chaos when the fog disappeared, his hands made a lot of small movements. The isolation of his will disappeared, and in an instant, he imprinted all the experimental data of each metal platform and engraved it deep in the information, leaving it for slow digestion later. This is not the case with the impending war. He is worried that this place will be destroyed and Dr. Chen's precious experimental results cannot be burned. This is not stealing. How can protecting brilliant knowledge be considered stealing? Dr. Chen's phantom may have noticed Bai Donglin's little movement, but he didn't say much. His attention was now focused on how to deal with the calamity of all races. Having said that, Bai Donglin, who was guilty of a crime, still felt a little awkward. In order to cover up his criminal behavior, he couldn't help but cough twice. Ahem. Dr. Chen. How strong are these black disasters? Don't worry. As long as they are still above transcendence, leave it to me. I guarantee that these bastards won't be able to cause any trouble. Chapter 794. Helpless and Sad. A gray and silent place. A dark and bloody plateau. Throughout the ages, countless gods and demons have been buried here, and the flowing blood has infected every inch of the land, with a blinding crimson color that stretches as far as the eye can see. At this time, the original bloody soil had become withered and pale after the baptism of a battle on the other side. The soil with divinity and extremely high essence encountered the ravages from the source of information, and its existence form was tampered with. The boundless sky was cracked by the aftermath. Giant black cracks looked like bottomless abysses, like a tangled spider web, connecting the sky and the earth, blending with the pale plateau with an eerie atmosphere. The severed river of time and space was mixed in with it, interweaving into a strange abstract picture. Ahem. Old Devil Gusha. You are so cruel. An old man, with a withered body and only half of his body left, lay on the pale ground. His breath was falling madly, and his eternal essence disappeared into nothingness. These were only injuries visible to the naked eye. The real fatal injury came from the source of information. A cloud of dark green smoke was about to completely devour all the information about its existence. Ruthless? Gushi raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not even look at the dying man beside him. His eyes were fixed on the pure white ball of light in his hand. Desire, madness, and all kinds of exciting emotions flashed through his mind. Killing a Bienin, even if it was taking advantage of someone's misfortune and a shameless sneak attack. He was also seriously injured, and it would take several Dian-Ji to recover. But compared to the gains, it was all worth it. I follow my heart and act in a detached way. What does a little sacrifice mean? I don't even need the so-called comradeship. Ha ha ha. You old thief Gusha. What a hypocrite you are. Do you think you can achieve transcendence? You're dreaming. When the old man was dying, he seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. A hint of bright red appeared on his dull face, and he laughed uncontrollably. The five of them, all from the eternal other side, risked their lives in the second dangerous place to obtain the opportunity left by a person who was suspected of transcendence. Two of them stayed in the dangerous place forever. When they reached the bloody plateau, they didn't expect that this old thief Ingusha. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. Rest in peace, old man. When I achieve transcendence, I will credit you for my achievement. Gushi had an indifferent expression. He put away the pure white light ball, and was about to turn around and leave. But just as he took a step, his figure suddenly stopped, and he suddenly looked up at the sky. Huh? This is... Boom! Snap! The sky, which was originally full of tangled cracks and extremely fragile, suddenly shattered with a terrifying roar, and the sky collapsed. Pieces of space-time fragments spanning millions of light-years fell like raindrops. And under the pull of an inexplicable great force, they gathered into a violently rotating endless vortex. A boundless river is rushing out from it. The shadow of the dark red city stands up. The complex, eerie, cold and terrifying aura was so powerful that it swept across the world in an instant. Gushi was stunned by such a vast aura and stood still. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. The future and time had been turned into a mess, and he could not see clearly. However, an extremely repressive sense of crisis lingered in his mind. Thick and sticky, and difficult to dissipate. Not good. In a short period of time, he had experienced the second most dangerous place, the Hunho Blood Earth Plateau, and had been severely injured in the 2 battles. His strength was only 70% left. Now he was unable to resist this sudden hostility. Frightened and horrified, Gushi did not hesitate and wanted to escape immediately. However, before he finished his thought, a trace of misery flashed in his eyes. His body, which was frozen in place, began to show dense cracks like a broken porcelain doll. A scarlet gaze shot out from the dark red ancient city above the vortex, fixing the source of the information from the ancient house. A pitch-black bone claw wrapped in pale flames, with its sword finger raised, directly pierced through the inescapable source of information. The cold white flames erased the information about Gushi's existence at an extremely fast speed. No! Reluctant, terrified, and shouting at the top of one's lungs, the ancient house was shrouded in the shadow of death, and all its demeanor was lost. Ha ha ha. Okay. Okay. Old dog Gusha. I didn't expect you to die before me. What a relief. Ha! The moving corpse lying prone witnessed all of this, and its hearty laughter came to an abrupt halt. A red foot stepped out from the whirlpool, and crushed the dying old man and the bloody plateau into nothingness. Gushi was about to die. As his life faded away, the original universe in his body also began to collapse and disintegrate. The Shirikon universe is vast and boundless. With 9 true thoughts spanning time and space, 1 true thought is 1 trillion light years. At the very center of the universe stands a majestic sacred mountain, whose height is unknown, but it is known that countless galaxy clusters are lingering on it, like decorations. At the top of the sacred mountain, in the square surrounded by temples, there were dense crowds of people, all with respectful and pious expressions, gazing at the figure sitting cross-legged on the high platform with the most sincere eyes. Consciousness is the essence of life, and the body and soul are just ls. I am in the dark, obscure and bright, with a clear and bright mind. The self is formless, invisible, and without substance. In the midst of nothingness, I seek the eternal truth. The sound of Tao flowed in waves. Golden lotus emerged from the ground, and flowers fell from the sky. The creatures who could stand here and listen to the great Tao were at least in the 10th realm, the overlords of the universe, who could intimidate one side. But at this moment, they appeared in the most humble manner, trying their best to remember the old man's teachings. The relic transmission that happens once every 100 million years ends here. Please go back. The sound of Tao disappeared, and the old man slowly opened his eyes, clear and spotless. We thank Ancestor Kongwu for teaching us and clearing up our doubts. Everyone came back to their senses after their enlightenment, with a look of reluctance on their faces. Although they were reluctant to leave, they could only bow and take their leave. No! Suddenly, a terrifying roar resounded throughout the universe, shocking everyone in the square who were about to leave. Boom! Snap! The next moment, endless cracks in time and space emerged from the center of the universe and spread wildly in all directions. The Shirikon universe collapsed and disintegrated at a speed that was faster than the blink of an eye. This is... The old man who was preaching on the platform stood up suddenly, his face full of panic. Endless complex emotions flashed through his eyes, and finally turned into miserable helplessness, sorrow and desolation. My lord, the creator god of Gusha, has fallen. Snap! The many 10 realms in the square, as well as the countless living beings in the vast universe and time, were annihilated together with the Shirikon universe and returned to the abyss completely, as the most powerful 11th realm in this world. Although the old man has transcended the universe, as an original creature born from the world inside Gusha's body, his life is bound to Gusha and he still cannot escape death. He just holds on for a moment longer than ordinary creatures. The source of existence was destroyed along with time and space. The body was shattered, and the original universe within the body began to collapse and disintegrate. The Sherikong universe is the original universe of Gusha. In addition to this, there are millions of slightly smaller universes within the body that also return to the abyss at the same time. The vast universe, a world of some size, is no more than 150 trillion light-years long and wide. Shinhao Academy is the most powerful force in this world. Over the long years, it has produced countless powerful people who are spread all over the universe and dominate the vast star fields. Today is the promotion martial arts test held by the Academy once every 100 years. On the dimensional arena, many young heroes are fighting fiercely. People are crowded in the stands, watching with great interest. Huh? Who is that person? The strength is good? You don't even know him? He's a very popular figure these days. He's jumped several levels in just 2 years. And today, he even threatened to become the top senior student. Wow! So cool. What's his name? Long Outyin. Long Outyin looked proud. The sword in his hand was shining with divine light, the power of law lingering on it. With the force of wind, thunder and rage, he cut through the opponent's defensive shield and knocked him off the stage with one palm. Humph! No match for you. You? Long Outyin raised his head, not even looking at the frustrated defeated opponents in the audience. He narrowed his eyes slightly and enjoyed the warm cheers. Me? I'm so strong. The mere Shinhao Academy is only the starting point on my road to invincibility. Long Outyin. All the glory is not worth mentioning. Boom! A loud thunderclap suddenly resounded throughout the universe, and the huge academy fell into silence. Many terrifying figures stepped into the void, and panic spread in their bright eyes. My lord, the creator god of Gusha, has fallen. Snap! The rumbling thunder spread throughout the universe, and the next moment, the universe began to collapse and disintegrate rapidly. What's wrong with me? Long Outyin looked dazed, looking at his body that was shattered like glass, completely unaware of what was happening. System. What happened? Am I going to die? Long Outyin spoke in an urgent tone, constantly calling the system in his mind. He felt very bad, and a terrifying sense of death was spreading wildly in his heart. Drop. Host. My creator. The old ancestor Kan Wu has fallen. This world and all living things originated from him, and will also perish with him. I'm sorry. Host. I can't help you. My existence is about to disappear. I'm dying? As the last thought came to his mind, Long Outyan's road to invincibility ended before it even began. The ancient houses died, and at the beginning of the riots of the Grey Silence, the remaining wave of the nation, behind every fall of the other side, beneath the calm surface, is the extinction of many vast universes, and the silent annihilation of countless original creatures. They are all wise creatures. They have 7 loves and 6 desires, love and hatred, and countless entanglements. But this is the fate of the original creatures. Life and death are all entrusted to the hands of others, either the true self or the eternal other side. Helpless and sad. Chapter 795. The Tribulation of All Races. Fellow, you are too confident. Dr. Chen was speechless and glanced at Bai Donglin with a strange look. The calamity of all races was caused by the hands of a transcendent being. Even he didn't know how powerful the monsters were and how many strange powers they possessed. However, he understands that this is not a confrontation that can be confronted by the other side, because through what the deity is left, it can be roughly inferred as the same level of Pawan Emperor. The lethality of things created by things is. Hee. Can you know if you can try it? Bai Donglin smiled, when he knew that Dr. Chen in front of him was a special life form without transcendental powers. He felt much more relaxed, and his words and actions were no longer so restrained. Well, a little more strength is always good. Dr. Chen nodded slightly and said no more. He spread out his palms, and a set of armor like crystal emerged, shining with divine light and rays of light. There were endless Taoist principles intertwined in the crystal clearness, and the vast and ancient aura was boundless and infinite. This treasured armor is called Immortal Glaze, and belongs to the level of the other sure source weapon. Take it. We are both from the Blue Star. This is a greeting gift from a fellow countryman. It will be helpful to you in the next battle. At least you can keep you from death. Dr. Chen murmured secretly. Bai Donglin looked a little hesitant when he heard this. This was the source weapon of the other shore. the most powerful weapon under transcendence. It was good enough for an ordinary person in the other shore to have an eternal Taoist weapon. Source weapons were hard to come by, and they were made by a transcendent person, so they must be more powerful. Ha ha ha. Dr. Chen is so generous. I won't be polite then. Well, it can be pinched into a source device for grabbing a handful of soil. For Dr. Chen, this is a small toy. There is no need to have a psychological burden. After figuring this out, Bai Donglin reached out and took the immortal glaze. It was worthy of being the source of the other shore. A divine light flashed, and it took the initiative to attach itself to the source of information. The other shore's support for itself is no longer on the dwarfing body of the body, but on the source of the most root information. The glazed divine light enveloped the source of the information, and an indestructible sense of security arose spontaneously. Bai Donglin did not care much about it. Being immortal, he did not care about defense at all. He just accepted it with the thought that it would be a fool not to take advantage of an opportunity. Dr. Chen, the tribulation of all races is wreaking havoc in the land of silence. I will go and put an end to their arrogance first. You will activate the methods here. Bai Donglin's expression was indifferent, and the horizon rotated, and he saw the scene where the native robberies descended to the land of gray. The torrent of the black disaster is rushing towards all directions. Killing black disaster is for both justice and resources. So how could he not slaughter them indiscriminately? Okay. Be careful. Bai Donglin nodded imperceptibly, and with a move of his body, he broke through time and space and left. This kid. Dr. Chen's eyes narrowed, and a trace of strangeness flashed on his face. The blue star. The source of the source. In addition to these 2 points, he also faintly saw other special features on Bai Donglin's body. He is just a phantom left behind by the original body. Apart from suppressing this place and guarding against the calamity of all races, he should not interfere with things outside the established rules. If it were an ordinary creature, it would be fine. But Bai Donglin is a source walker, which is of great significance. He cannot do things that will affect the future in vain. Fortunately, he was also the phantom of Dr. Chen, and he knew the original body's temper well. So he sent him the immortal glaze. With this cause and effect, the original body could naturally see through everything. You can't take this thing. And you can't not take it either. After accepting treasures, cause and effect. Unacceptable. An unacceptable cause and effect. This is the unsolved solution of the superb. He has done a good job of this. After all, the deity has not yet expressed his attitude. It is mostly good for Bai Donglin to come. The possibility of both parties is very small. Dr. Chen pressed his thoughts, and his figure disappeared for a while. And the fog rolled. Many of the figures standing open, their eyes opened. The breath was tyranny, and the killing was dull. Hey, Doc. Still want to trick me? Bai Donglin stepped into the gray and silent land, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and there was a transcendent light covering everything. Even if Dr. Chen himself cast his gaze, he could only see what he wanted the other party to know. Ha ha ha. Bai got a source of the other shore. Rumble. Snap. The gray and silent sky was covered with dark cracks. All the Black Disaster Research Institutes, the controlled deformed creatures, and non-living things in the Forbidden Land formed a torrent that flowed across time and space and diverged downwards. The powerful warriors of all races, who were searching for treasure in the gray and silence land, were thrown into confusion by this sudden scene. Not only did they have to deal with the dangers that the gray and silence land had created itself, but they also had to resist the invasion of the calamity of all races. There were heavy casualties in a short while. Roar! 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 Fellow Taoists, follow me and break through together. The ancient savage bear roared towards the sky. Its majestic body expanded wildly, and in an instant its head broke through the sky. A murderous aura lingered around. Its sharp claws tore fiercely, and all things were annihilated. The already broken river of time and space was suddenly split into two, temporarily isolating the Black Disaster torrent. Okay, let's lend a helping hand to Brother Xiong. The void rippled as majestic figures flashed one after another and landed on the huge head of the ancient savage bear. The ancient artifacts in their hands flickered with divine light, and supernatural powers poured out. The destructive light stream surged like a galaxy. As the light streams collided, they crushed the particles suspended in the void and opened up countless fleeting micro-universes. Hee hee. A group of ants dared to stop my army? A pitch-black bone claw stretched out from a branch of the torrent. With a flick of the finger, the destructive light stream was like a bubble. instantly shattering into empty light fragments. Oh no! It is the existence of the supreme beyond. The ancient savage bear was horrified. Above the sky, there were countless dark streams flowing in all directions. Unexpectedly, any one of them had the other side guarding it. Are they just unlucky? Or is this weird black disaster invading? There are too many strongs on the other side? They are just a group of 11 realms. Facing the pitch-black bone palm that was slowly coming down, everyone felt despair. They could not escape, let alone resist. This was the power of the other shore. The absolute suppression of the realm. And they could not even think of resisting. It's over. My life is over. Some creatures calmly faced death. Some roared in anger. And some held the eternal order in their hands, urging it again and again, trying to escape from the gray and silent place. Unfortunately, the black disaster invaded at this time. And the source of their existence was contaminated by the information from the other side of the black disaster. This was not allowed in the judgment of the Eternal Gate, in order to prevent the black disaster creatures from using the force to cross the Eternal Gate. This is an iron rule, and everyone knows it. But when you are desperate, you always have to give it a try. What if a miracle happens? You black bastards. You are too presumptuous. Boom! Thunder roared from afar. The terrifying sound wave was like a physical blade, cutting through this branch of the torrent, and completely destroying the dark bone palm. Who? The other side of the dark disaster ate as sullen losses. Groaned. Torrents. The torrents. And the painted black skeleton bones that Galaxus lingered around. Your ancestors. The ancient savage bear only felt his head sink, and could not help but lower his head. He sensed that a human figure, smaller than a speck of dust compared to his huge head, was standing on one of his hairs. A bear hairy in the area has tens of billions of kilometers in diameter. Many sun and moon stars, condensed by the destruction of the thunder, are lingering on a purple gold hair. And such a small figure. It seems that it is infinite. The breath falls, and the bustling ancient bears can't raise their heads. Although his head was stepped on, the ancient savage bear was not annoyed, but instead looked surprised. We have met Master Bian. Saint Anne. My lord. Thank you for saving my life. Sir. Everyone present was not a fool. The one who could destroy the big hand of the black disaster beyond with just a shout was undoubtedly a supreme eternal beyond with extremely terrifying strength. Bai Donglin nodded slightly and accepted the gratitude of everyone's gratitude. With a movement, the bright information torrents eroded the information from the surrounding area from the other side of the black disaster, all of which were exhausted. This battlefield is not a place you can enter. Leave immediately. I wait for. Hearing the order from the other side, everyone was delighted again and quickly called out the eternal order and activated it. Buzz. The hazy light dissipated and slowly enveloped their bodies. It turned out to be usable. The gate of eternity responded to them. The crisis was resolved and everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Bai Donglin with even more gratitude and respect. It's not that they are not brave and dare not stay to annihilate the black disaster. But when it comes to the battle on the other side, the 11th realm can't play any role at all, and are just meaningless cannon fodder. Thank you for saving my life. Sir. Everyone bowed again and was grateful. And the figure slowly became illusory. When they did not disappear, they saw that Bai Dong moved. The illusory figure flashed, and the bright white light turned into the boxing instantly through the head of the black disaster, followed by the huge vortex of one side, swallowing the dark bones. Seconds killed. Everyone opened their eyes wide, terrified. A supreme being died in front of them, and was killed instantly with just one punch. Horrible. So horrible. This adult. Swoosh. The hazy light dissipated, and everyone was teleported out of the eternal gate with shock and confusion in their hearts. Bai Donglin slowly turned his head, looked at the empty void, and murmured softly, Go. Spread the news of the changes in the Grey Land. The catastrophe of all races is coming. The gate of eternity is in danger of collapsing. We need the support of all races. Faced with the arrangements made by the Transcendent, Bai Donglin did not dare to be careless, and had to prepare for the worst. Kill. Sensing the surge in strength after devouring the corpse of the other side, a strong sense of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and excitement boiled in his heart. Kill. Kill. Kill them all. Eat them all. Devour them all. Everything he sees is the nourishment for his growth. Bai Donglin did not retreat but advanced, facing the roaring and surging black torrent, and rushed towards the dark red ancient city standing at the end of the sky. Black disaster along the way. One without leaving. Beheaded. Chapter 796 Information Focus. The immeasurably majestic, dark red ancient city stands in the center of a vortex formed by endless fragments of time and space. It is the source of the rampantly spreading dark torrent. A weeping blood vertical pupil floated above the ancient city, its scarlet eyes scanning back and forth, taking in the entire gray and silent place. How can this be? The Lord of Death and Darkness passed through the corrupted turbulence of time and space, and saw the scene of the Black Bone Lord being killed instantly. It was only a moment. And then, it was forever frozen in his heart. And he was greatly shocked. The Black Bone Lord was one of the two helpers, who came with him to the Grey and Silence land. His strength was not inferior to his, and was far stronger than those quick-made products produced by the research institutes. However, he was killed by a single punch, and even his corpse was completely eaten. Such a brutal scene made the Lord of Death and Darkness secretly feel that it was not good. Could it be that some transcendent being had already anticipated all this and prepared countermeasures in advance? I can't be wrong. This is definitely the work of a transcendent being. Otherwise, how could Black Bone be killed instantly? In a confrontation between the two sides, it is very difficult to decide life and death under normal circumstances. Even if one side is defeated, it can always try to escape. The Lord of Death and Darkness believes that he has seen through everything. He could not help but feel anxious, and was very wary of this sudden change. With a thought, he looked at the blurry figure beside him with his bloodshot eyes, and said in a concentrated voice, "Time Demon, I'll leave him to you. Do everything you can to buy time for the complete recovery of the tribulation of all races." When Time Demon heard this, his blurry and distorted figure suddenly froze, and then rolled violently. Silent, he also saw the tragic scene of Gu being killed instantly. Aside from the different inclinations of their respective powers, he was on par with Gu in strength, which meant that he could also be killed in a single blow. This is to send him to death. But the Lord of Death and Darkness at this time is no longer the same as before. He has turned into a weeping blood pupil and has become the ruler of the dark red ancient city, representing the will of the Supreme Lord Balunsha Emperor. Does he have the courage to refuse? Even if it means death? I understand. After a long silence, Shurimo looked at the figure approaching madly, and the strange aura faintly coming from the blood-red pupils, and could only nod indifferently. The illusory figure twisted and turned into invisible light, which shot out and instantly crossed the corrupted vortex of time and space. Damn. You're on your own. Hee. But I guess it won't be long before we meet again. Shurimo's heart roar. They were involved in the game between the Super Eskins, and they also had to stab the door of Eternal. No matter what the result was, it could not survive. The difference between early death and late death. There is no. The domain of time and space. Boom. Squeak. A dark green radiated out. And faintly, the long river of time and space in the gray and silent land wailed for a moment. The strange green light penetrated everything within sight. The present time and space. The past and the future. The dimensions. And the source of information. All visible and invisible objects were shining with a dim green light. Illusory and ethereal. And Bai Donglin, who was tearing apart a deformed eight-clawed monster with his bare hands, was right in the center of the most intense green light. WTF? Bai Donglin was slightly stunned and noticed the abnormal fluctuation in information. And the space and time in front of him seemed to be distorted for an instant. With his will surging, a torrent of brilliant information swept across, and in an instant, he captured the source of the change. A distorted illusory figure stood in the void of time and space, radiating endless dazzling light all over his body, like a huge emerald green sun. Humph! You're looking for death. Bai Donglin's pupils shrank sharply. His thoughts surged in a very short time. He realized something was wrong, and a sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. Kill! The green light descended in just a moment, and he had no time to judge what the other party was doing or what his purpose was. But he only needed to know that he was an enemy and kill him first. The figure dissipated like a phantom, walking on the information. The inexhaustible power of the heavens burned fiercely. Platinum flames flowed through the body, and an incomparably dazzling palm cut through time and space, capturing the emerald green sun and its source of information in the palm of his hand. The vortex of the heavens suppressed it and was about to wipe out everything. Hey, it's too late. Too late. Boy, remember my real name. The Lord of Time Demon. You? Bai Donglin's expression turned ugly, and without any hesitation, he clenched his hands tightly and completely annihilated the Time Demon in the vortex of the heavens, along with the foundation of its existence, and the source of its information. Boo! At the moment the time demon fell, this space and time filled with dark green light suddenly shattered like an illusory bubble. Time and space were distorted for a moment again, and the scene reflected in the present world became abstract and strange, as if two disordered time and space were forcibly spliced together. Boom! Hold head high. The sound of a huge monster falling, the void being squeezed and collapsed, making a sharp hissing sound as it was annihilated inch by inch. Bai Donglin's confused perception recovered in an instant. Without time to think, he frowned and looked up. A boundless shadow had already enveloped him. This is the entire body of the ship, which was silver white, majestic and magnificent, and as big as the heavens, turned gray at this moment, with huge cracks everywhere, especially a palm print, which almost cut it in half. And there was a pitch-black flame burning at the cut. The heavenly warship. Boom! The wreckage of the warship fell in front of him. Bai Donglin subconsciously raised one hand to the sky and caught the ship that was dozens of millennia long. The boundless and terrifying mass acted on his whole body, and a slight recoil force dissipated from his feet. Snap! The dark crack spreads like a cobweb until the end of the visual vision. Dead? All dead? Bai Donglin felt pouring and saw countless humanoids in the battleships of the heavens. These were all creatures from the material of the material, and they drove the behemoth. What a great time, demon lord! Humph! What a great method! The moment he caught the Zhutian warship, Bai Donglin had completed information exchange with the outside world. From the long river of time and space, and from his clones. He understood everything that had just happened. In an instant, he was trapped in a strange trap of collapsed time by the spell cast by the time demon. Only a moment passed in the green light space-time, but hundreds of years had passed in the outside world. If it was just a simple tampering of time, it would not be difficult for him, and it would be even more impossible to interfere with the information synchronization between him and my clone. The clone of Bai Donglin, who was in observer state at all times, ignored the green light's tampering with time, remained at a normal flow rate, and received information from the outside world. However, because the original body is in an extremely slow flow of time, the information transmission between him and his clones requires buffer time. Although this transmission process is only a moment, it is enough for the time demon. As Shirimo said, it was too late. In just a short moment, hundreds of years have passed in the outside world, and there is enough time to complete what the tribulation of all races wanted to do. Although the time demon cost his life and only trapped me for a moment, he was able to silently affect the source of my information. I have to say that in terms of time, you are the strongest person I have ever seen. Although they are hostile, this is the fact. And Bai Donglin does not bother to deny the power of the time demon. The strength of the other side and the depth of information about its existence are critical factors. There is no doubt that he is stronger than the time demon in terms of information depth. The reason why the time demon was able to successfully launch a sneak attack involves another hidden attribute of the way of information. That is the focus ratio of information characteristics. Although the depth of information crushes the opponent, most of the information in the time demon belongs to the principles and theories of time. In terms of time, he is naturally stronger than the all-round developed Bai Donglin. Therefore, in an instant, the information on Bai Donglin's time side was overwritten, and the flow of time was tampered with. It's useless to think about these things now. But fortunately it's not too late. At least, the Eternal Gate is still there. Chapter 797 Black Disaster Forbidden. At the moment when time converged and information was exchanged, one could see everything that had happened in the gray and silent land in just a few hundred years. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly and looked intently. His sight penetrated the wreckage of the ship above and saw the huge dark red city that had walked out of the vortex of time and space. The huge dark red city at this moment was very different from what he had seen a moment ago. 9 enormous scarlet chains spread out from the core of the ancient city, sank into nothingness, and connected with 9 round shadows of indeterminate size. A gray and silent place. One of the 9 most dangerous places. No one knew what means the dark red ancient city had used, but it was able to control the 9 dangerous places, together with the one forbidden area that had been destroyed. It could be said that the Black Disaster had silently controlled all the dangerous places. No! If my guess is correct, these 9 dangerous places should have been secretly set up by the Black Disaster, just like the tribulation of all races. It is even possible that these dangerous places were created by the Black Disaster. Bai Donglin frowned. If that was the case, the time demon would risk his life to trap him for a moment. just to prevent any unexpected event from awakening the 9 dangerous places. I told you. If you want to overthrow the gate of eternity, relying solely on the tribulation of all races seems to be insufficient. It turns out that the trump card is hidden here. It's terrifying to think about it. The chess game of black disaster is too big. It was placed in the gray and silent place countless years ago. With the help of the weirdness of this place, it concealed the true face of the dangerous place. In a flash, Bai Donglin made a rough analysis based on the gathered information and figured out the interests involved. His eyes couldn't help but become more serious. Boom. Snap. At this moment, another figure with a tragic aura all over his body fell from the dark torrent in the sky, almost one after the other, and smashed heavily on the wreckage of the Shutian battleship, adding countless deep cracks to the extremely hard hull. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and a whirlpool of the heavens appeared in his chest, spinning violently and swallowing up the huge wreckage of the infinite ship. Although this ship has become a wreck and is difficult to repair, it is, after all, a supreme technological creation from the materialistic universe. Apart from the material energy possessed by the wreckage itself, the scientific and technological knowledge contained therein is also a good resource that can be used to enrich the depth of information. Now that it has fallen into his hands, there is naturally no reason to abandon it. The unusual movement of the warship disappearing beneath him attracted the attention of the figure falling into the air. He stood up from the void with difficulty and turned his gaze to Bai Donglin. Ahem, fellow Taoist. You. Before he could finish his words, pitch-black flames as thick as liquid gushed out from his 7 orifices. The strange black flames were of unknown hot or cold, and they squirmed like a living thing, emitting extremely terrifying fluctuations. Even just a trace of it could melt and destroy the universe. Bai Donglin moved and walked in front of him. He used his will to lift up the other person's body that was about to fall into the void. He stretched out his finger and touched his gray eyebrows. Don't move. Release the blockade on the source of information. I will heal you. The injury that could make Bayan lose the ability to move was naturally at the source of the information. The black flames gushing out of his 7 orifices were just a tiny part of it. This man was seriously injured. The source of his information had been penetrated, and a black flame demon shadow was hovering over it, devouring the basic information of his existence. Once it was eaten up, even he would be powerless to recover. This injury is different from the erosion injuries that Yumitian suffered over the years. Although it comes violently and quickly, it does not hurt the core. For Bai Donglin, it is easier to deal with. Sensing the aura of fellow human beings and their sincere kindness, he involuntarily released the information blockade and revealed his most deadly core. Anyway, if I don't do this, I'll be dead soon. So it's not a good idea to just give it a try. Information deprivation. Bai Donglin's eyes were bright, and the boundless torrent of information poured out like a galaxy, turning into a hazy hand, squeezing the black flame demon shadow into nothingness. At the same time, the observers will float into the source of information like a stream, wrapping and peeling off the black line that had invaded deep into the depths bit by bit. It seems simple, but it is an extremely precise operation. If you are not careful, the intrusion of external forces will disrupt the balance of the information source and cause it to self-collapse. It's done. How does it feel? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly and took his hand away. The other party's breath stabilized at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the eternal essence that was on the verge of collapse also condensed again. The heroic man opened his eyes in disbelief. The breath from the other side gushed out hotly, and except for being a little weak, he was no different from usual. It would only take some time to heal the source of information and return to his peak. Kenwu thanks you for saving my life. May I ask your name? I will keep it in mind and express my gratitude to you someday. Kenwu looked solemn, bowed, and his gratitude was beyond words. Just call me Bai. In the face of a great catastrophe, the human race should help each other. Why should we thank them? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly and dodged the other party's gift. Yes. Great calamity. Great calamity. Kenwu murmured in a low voice. He sensed that the time and space here were in a frozen state. He realized that this was done intentionally by Bai in order not to delay the battle opportunity. So he said a few more words. This time, the black disaster attacked too suddenly and fiercely. I am the 7th military commander under the Life Court. I was ordered to come to the Grey Land to teach these guys a lesson for the sudden attack of the black disaster caused by the heavenly Tao. Unexpectedly, the battle of extermination had not lasted long when we encountered such a shocking change, and our subordinates suffered heavy casualties. Kenwu had a miserable look on his face. His troops had already been dispersed by the impact of the Dark Torrent. Even 3 of the Zutian warships that were traveling with them were destroyed. The situation of the rest of the people must be even worse. And they were in danger of death. Kan Wu. When Kan Wu heard the call, he quickly suppressed his thoughts. Looked up, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Bai Donglin stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, looking through the solidified time and space with an indifferent gaze at the dark red ancient city. The tyrannical aura and murderous intent made Kan Wu, who sensed something, tremble with fear. It seemed as if his own existence was about to be swallowed up and obliterated by a dark vortex. You can find a safe place to recover or leave the Grey Land. The rest of the battle will be left to me. Snap! Before he finished speaking, Bai Donglin stepped on the solidified time and space. His figure shattered like a phantom, and the complicated information and corrupted time and space were all torn apart at a rapid speed. Clang! Boom! The horrifying sound of metal clashing together resounded through heaven and earth, spreading throughout the gray and silent space and time. The battlefield, which was filled with endless noisy roars, suddenly became quiet. All the beings who were fighting fiercely looked up at the sky with shock in their eyes. Snap! Crash! The fist of dazzling white light cut through everything in its path. An unknown amount of pitch-black torrent was cut off and slammed heavily onto the dark red ancient city at an imperceptible speed. The ancient city, which was created by the hands of transcendence and endowed with the power of concepts, was actually blasted with a hole under the pouring of the destructive force. The majestic dark red ancient city slowly tilted, and then it triggered the huge chain connecting to the dangerous land, which clanged during the collision. It's a long story. Under the frozen time and space, only a breath of time had passed since Bai Donglin walked out of the restraints of the time demon, and he launched a brilliant attack, revealing his sharp fangs. It's you? The tearful pupils turned vertically and moved slightly. The moment they saw Bai Donglin's figure clearly, their pupils shrank slightly. However, after hundreds of years, how could the Lord of Death and Darkness forget Bai Donglin, the guy who was suspected to be the backup of the Transcendent One? He sacrificed the time demon to hold him back. Fortunately, everything went well. The 9 dangerous places have all revived, and the balance of victory is on their side. Ha ha ha. Human, you are indeed very strong. So strong that even I am afraid of you. Unfortunately, you are too late, and everything is over. The Lord of Death and Darkness laughed heartily, but secretly his mind moved slightly, awakening the terrifying figure hidden deep in the ancient city. Puff! Bai Donglin pretended not to hear and pulled out his arm that was stuck in the dark red substance. His eyes flashed slightly. The dark hole that was millions of light years deep that he had punched out was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's over. Hee hee. Bai Donglin sneered in a low voice. And as his perception poured out, he saw countless black disaster monsters staring at him with cruel and brutal eyes. He saw that in every corner of the gray and silent land, the powerful men from all races, who were fighting frantically with the black disaster, were staring at him with expectant eyes. As well as, Bai Donglin looked up, following the huge chain. His sight passed through the endless fog of nothingness, and saw the first dangerous place at the end, the prison of true nothingness. This dangerous place was different from the other 8. It was trembling faintly, and sharp protrusions appeared from time to time on its boundless surface. There were unknown existences fighting fiercely in it, as if they were about to break the seal and get out. Over hundreds of years, the things left in Dr. Chen's base had naturally revived. But it was a little late. When it arrived, the dark red ancient city had already connected to the first dangerous place. Dr. Chen's experimental base, including many terrifying beings, have fallen into the prison of true nothingness and are fighting with the beings within. The situation of the battle is currently unknown. Through the interactive information, Bai Donglin saw the scenes that happened in the past years. He believed that the means arranged by Dr. Chen would never be easily destroyed, and it was only a matter of time before the first dangerous place was destroyed. The dark red city is majestic and immeasurable. It is connected to the 9 dangerous places above and the endless black torrent below. With unmatched power, it disregards all resistance and moves towards the direction of the Eternal Gate. Bai Donglin, with his insignificant figure, stood in front of the dark red ancient city with an indifferent expression and deep eyes. With me here, the black disaster is forbidden. Just you, the Lord of Death and Darkness, with a mad edge flashing in his blood-stained pupils. The long-accumulated attack, along with a terrifying figure in the dark, poured towards Bai Donglin. Die! Kill! Chapter 798 Information Confrontation. Information. Settings. Definitely a hit. Ignore defense. One hit kill. Will is gone. In a flash. A vast torrent of information from the Lord of Death and Darkness poured out, intertwining with Bai Dongling's source of information. The means used by the other side with the way of information have ignored the time scale and spatial distance, including reality and illusion, from the bottom dimension to the higher dimension. Existence and non-existence. All will be covered by information in the blink of an eye, because in the observation of the information horizon, everything becomes editable information, and whether the means are effective depends on the depth of the respective information. The information sources of the Lord of Death and Darkness and Bai Donglin overlapped with each other, and the judgment was completed without any concept of the length of time. The depth of the Lord of Death and Darkness's information exceeds that of Bai Donglin. Information is set, and the decision takes effect. Boom! The dark and boundless torrent of information drowned the bright white light and the mysterious and unpredictable power of settings. Under the interweaving of information, no matter how incredible or how contrary to common sense, at this moment, all thoughts turned into established facts. Die! The Lord of Death and Darkness was very proud. If it were hundreds of years ago, he would not have the confidence to defeat the monster in front of him whose combat power could kill the monster on the other side in seconds. But now, with the blessing of the dark red ancient city that connects the 9 dangerous places, the depth of his information has become unfathomable. It was expected that he could crush Bai Donglin. With a thought, a pitch-black sword shadow shot towards Bai Donglin. The aura was very weak. This kind of attack was estimated to be unable to kill even a 10th realm cultivator, let alone be used against the existence on the other side. But, with the settings of absolute hit, ignoring defense, and one hit kill, this is a real fatal blow for Bai Donglin. Not to mention an attack of this magnitude. Even if a stone shot by a mortal child with a slingshot hit Bai Donglin, it would undoubtedly kill him. Roar! 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 Several deformed and terrifying figures attacked from the depths of the dark red ancient city. The terrifying destructive force shattered time and space, and even the extremely hard dark red ground was crushed. The sharp claws flashing with colorful light attacked Bai Dongling's vital points from different directions. The Lord of Death and Darkness was very cautious. He used his killing move as soon as he arrived. He would not give Bai Donglin a chance to turn the tables. Not only did he take action himself, he also secretly drove the abnormal life forms. Abnormal life forms are one of the many creations in the tribulation of all races, because they do not contain the source of existence in time and space, nor the source of information. They can ignore the crushing and annihilation from the 11th and 12th realms. This kind of monster is a pure weapon of war, and has nothing to do with living creatures. It just has a slight appearance of living creatures. Facing this fatal crisis, Bai Donglin remained calm, his eyes indifferent, deep and without waves, which made many powerful people watching the battle below sweat. They wanted to come to help, but they were all held back by the powerful black disaster. They could hardly protect themselves and had no energy to do anything else. They could only pray secretly in their hearts. That's it? Bai Donglin looked disdainful. He neither dodged nor avoided. He opened his arms and allowed the violent attacks to hit his body. Boom! The endless and dazzling white light of destruction swallowed up everything, and a little aftermath caused the space and time to collapse and disappear. This was only the reality. And the attack from the source of information was even more brutal. The dark sword shadow really ignored everything and shot straight towards the source of information. At this time, the power of the setting was triggered, and the sword shadow became extremely powerful from weak and weird, enough to easily wipe out the other side. This was a tampering of reality based on Bai Dongling's strength. A single strike will kill, so its power will naturally expand to the point where it is enough to completely wipe out Bai Dongling's existence. If that is not enough, then more will be added. At the same time, the aura of Bai Dongling's information source became weak. All his defenses were invalidated, and he was fixed in place unable to dodge, so he could only take the attack. At the moment when the dark sword shadow pierced the source of information, suddenly, a colorful glass light shield emerged from nothingness. Immortal glass. The sword shadow could not be avoided and pierced straight into the light shield. Clang! A loud and clear sound swept across the information, even reaching the real world and resounding throughout the silent land. Crack! The sword shadow shattered, and at the same time, the glazed light shield shook slightly. An endless colorful light burst out, instantly dispersing the boundless darkness covering the source of information. and the power of setting collapsed and disintegrated. What? This is impossible. The Lord of Death and Darkness was horrified. His information had clearly completely covered and crushed by Donglin's source of information. It was a fatal blow, and should not have failed. Other side source? The Lord of Death and Darkness naturally saw the strange glass light shield, and sensed the vast aura of the source device, which was an extremely rare source device that could protect the source of information. However, the source device of the other shore is generally refined by the beings on the other shore at great cost. Although it is powerful enough to gain the upper hand when fighting against equally powerful beings, it will not be of much use when facing absolute information suppression. It shouldn't be enough to withstand his fatal blow. Could it be the power of transcendence? Thinking of this, the Lord of Death and Darkness felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Combining this with his previous analysis, he felt more and more that his guess was correct. This person is undoubtedly the backup left by the Transcendent. Not only does he possess extremely strong combat power, he also has treasures to protect him and makes him invincible. His attack and defense are both unparalleled, enough to affect the implementation of their plan. Hateful. The game between the Transcendents is really not that simple. The Transcendents are omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent. How could they not see all this? It is normal for them to send such a monster to disrupt the situation. While the Lord of Death and Darkness was thinking wildly, Bai Donglin shook his robe and stepped out of the white light of destruction. With his clenched palms, he kept kneading those abnormal life forms. The creaking sound of the bones rubbing against each other was extremely harsh. Big-eyed Bubble. Is this all you have to offer? Bai Donglin glanced at the blood people in the void. In fact, he was quite surprised at the outstanding performance of the Immortal Glaze. He did not expect the Immortal Glaze to be able to block the attack, but was prepared to rely on his immortality to withstand it. At worst, he would just destroy himself. No matter how powerful the information setting was, it would naturally collapse. He had already realized this when he confronted the foolish boy lord. The state of self-destruction can ignore and cleanse all negative states. Hee. Ha ha ha. Is that all? You really underestimate the preparations we have made for this day. At this point, the Lord of Death and Darkness has long since abandoned everything. He doesn't care about the game between the Transcendents. His life has been integrated into the ancient city. He doesn't care about life and death. What else is there to care about? He hasn't revealed the cards in his hand yet. Blood prison. Snort. Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold. He was not a fool. He would not stand still and allow himself to be attacked. Without waiting for the Lord of Death and Darkness to attack again, he took the initiative and slapped the weeping blood vertical pupil with a slap. The vortex of the heavens in his palm kept spinning. Die. Phew! The vertical pupil shattered as soon as it was touched, turning into a pool of dirty blood. Bai Donglin frowned and slowly looked back. An intact blood pupil was close at hand, staring at him coldly. Hee. I live and die with this city. What can you do to me? Can you destroy the ancient city created by Lord Balanchati? Blood prison infinite hell of evil. Buzz. The dark red ancient city trembled violently. The extremely hard city body twisted and melted like an abstraction. In an instant, it turned into an endless sea of blood. The stench was overwhelming. It was slowly rotating, and an endless vortex with no visible bottom slowly appeared in the field of vision. Reality. Illusion. All dimensions of time and space. Even information were submerged in a sea of blood. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly, and he vaguely saw the bloody shadows standing in the bottomless vortex. The breath is extremely terrifying and eerie. An unknown creation. Indescribable and indescribable. Uh-huh. You're showing me your trump card. Huh? It's as if I don't have any trump card. In that case, then let's see who is more ruthless. Bai Donglin opened his eyes angrily, and suddenly clasped his hands together. His aura became boundless and vague, and a huge shadow spread out behind him. Upbraid. Chapter 799, Vortex Power. The surging sea of blood was like a scarlet curtain, hovering between heaven and earth, dividing the gray land into distinct parts of sky and earth. The boundless whirlpool in the center of the sea of blood was deep and unfathomable, with twisted figures standing in it. A strange and terrifying aura emanated from it, causing the strong men of all races to tremble in their hearts. This is... Kenwu opened his eyes wide and looked towards the sky. The sea of blood that covered everything was rolling and surging like a living thing. Even with the powerful perception on the other side, he could not advance an inch. Friend Bai. There was a trace of struggle in Kangwu's eyes, but looking at the black river flowing madly, the black disaster roaring wildly in it, and the 9 evil places being driven. He suddenly realized in his heart that the gray and silence land was doomed. Friend, bye. Hold on. Don't die. I'll go get some help. He flipped his hand and took out the Eternal Order. He was seriously injured and could not do much if he stayed here. It would be better for him to leave and seek help and inform all races of the information here. The gray land is very special, completely cut off from the outside world, and even the other side cannot cross this barrier. Therefore, the outside world may not know much about what is happening here, so it has not attracted much attention. Otherwise, given the huge difference in time flow, support should have arrived long ago. Perhaps, I am the only one in this world who can communicate with the outside world. Kanwu looked solemn. The Eternal Order in his hand trembled slightly, and a hazy light radiated out, slowly enveloping his body. At this time in the gray and silent land, many powerful people from all races were entangled with the black disaster. Their information was intertwined, and they could not leave without passing the judgment of the Eternal Gate. Just now, when he was treated by fellow Taoists by the flood of black disaster information in his body had been cleared out, and he could activate the Eternal Order. Everyone, wait for me. Reinforcements will be here soon. Buzz. The void twisted, and Kanwu disappeared in an instant, enveloped in a hazy glow. It's over. It's completely over. The black disaster is so powerful. There is no hope for us. Many powerful men who were fighting against the dark torrent, under the shadow of the sea of blood, had some negative emotions in their minds, and the sky was shrouded in gloom. Their fighting spirit and momentum dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, a thunderous sound came from the sky. Upbraid, invisible ripples, with brilliant and passionate will, swept across the boundless heaven and earth. The depressed strong men of all races were all startled. The haze dissipated, and their eyes became clear again. It's him. That adult is not dead yet. What a terrifying sea of blood. It actually affected our consciousness silently. It was a close call. We almost. Those who regained consciousness were full of fighting spirit again, and their will to fight was boiling. They were all supreme beings that shocked the whole world, and even the heavens. How could they be afraid before the battle? Even if the enemy outnumbers us, even if there is no chance of survival, we must fight until our blood and flesh are exhausted. All information is destroyed, and everything is burned, and a fierce gash is made in the black disaster's body. Kill! 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 Roar! The fierce battle that had been stagnant for a moment, then flared up violently. Under the endless sea of blood, in the corrupted time and space, they fought against the strange existence in the dark torrent. Bai Donglin stood above the sea of blood, his hands clasped together, looking down with indifferent eyes at the twisted figure in the deep vortex. As the sound of Tao was uttered, the 10-colored ring of the origin of the universe on the center of the eyebrows merged into a pure white light wheel in the fierce rotation. An endless brilliant white light dissipated, just like an ancient white sun rising above the sea of blood. Buzz. Time and space were distorted. Information was confused. And behind Bai Donglin, a huge vortex with no boundaries spread out madly, with the vast and boundless heavens floating in it. In just a moment, it covered the boundless sea of blood. Bai Donglin moved his palms slightly, echoing the divine self inside and outside the center of the thinking nebula. And at the same time, he pinched out an unnamed magic formula. Boom! An inexplicable thunder rang in my mind, and the bright and sparkling thought particles in the thought nebula shot out and merged with the heavens in the vortex of the heavens behind me. My figure then dissipated and sank into the center of the vortex. At this moment, the trajectory of the vortex of the heavens underwent an unknown change. The aura became unfathomable and boundless. An incomprehensible and terrifying force gushed out from the center of the vortex, and was all added to Bai Donglin's body. God of the heavens. The power of the vortex. Bai Donglin's pupils suddenly contracted, and the darkness turned into chaos. He clenched his hands slightly, and the whole world trembled. What a terrifying power! Bai Donglin, who used this trump card for the first time, was also surprised. This was very different from the situation in the deduction, and was much more powerful. The power of the vortex of the heavens is a special power unique to the Land of Silence. It has no specific definition, and it is only known that it is an unknown power generated by the rotation of the vortex of the heavens. After Bai Donglin witnessed the powerful and strange force in the gray and silent land, he began to think. He also has a vortex condensed by the heavens. So why not follow suit and create his own vortex force? With inspiration, His mind started to work at full capacity. After countless deductions and experiments, he finally figured out the profound meaning of this secret technique. With his divine self and thinking nebula, he drove and controlled the whirlpools of the heavens and simulated the power of vortex. His success was inseparable from his daily profound accumulation. The key to this was the several glimpses of the full picture of the endless whirlpools of the heavens, the battle monument, the evolution of the ways of the heavens, and the infinitely elevated vision when breaking through the other side of eternity. It was these experiences that laid the theoretical foundation for this secret technique. This power is slightly different from the vortex power in the Gray Silence Land. The strength is much weaker. Is it because the orbits of the heavens are not exactly the same? Or is it because I have too few 1 yuan heavens? Whether in terms of total amount or essence, there are huge differences. Bai Dongyan thought of several possibilities, which also shows that this secret technique still has a lot of room for growth. No matter what, the power of the vortex is far stronger than the power of the other shore. It is a great power second only to the power of transcendence. There is great potential for development. Somehow, an idea flashed through Bai Donglin's mind. Perhaps, this thing was the shortcut to cross the border and transcend. As long as the vortex of the heavens was strong enough, we can explore these later. Now, let's put an end to the calamity of all races first. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, and in a flash, he revealed a trump card. The power increased infinitely, and even the essence was sublimated. The chaotic gaze stared directly at the vortex of the sea of blood. The pressure of the substantial chi force made the violently rolling sea of blood as smooth as a mirror. Roar, roar, roar. The twisted figure in the depths of the vortex sensed the provocative gaze from the sky and suddenly became more violent. Roaring and screaming, the sea of blood was driven by a strange force, and the terrifying swallowing and binding force acted on Bai Donglin. This is to drag him into the whirlpool of blood. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and the vortex force on his body rippled slightly. As long as he wanted, this terrible force that could swallow everything could be eliminated with just a thought. The vortex force could not be shaken by such means. You're courting death. Bai Donglin moved his mind, restrained the power of the vortex, gave up resistance, and took the initiative to follow the sucking force to shoot into the depths of the blood sea vortex. What did this guy do? That fleeting fluctuation just now was. A vertical pupil with tears of blood was floating in the rolling waves. A hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Death and Darkness. For some reason, he felt that there seemed to be strange changes in Bai Donglin, but he could not see clearly what it was, as he was shrouded in a mist. Humph! No matter what, no matter how strong he is, he can't come out of the blood prison alive. Those beings are monsters created by Lord Balunsha Emperor himself. They can only be destroyed by those who are transcendent. After all, it's just another shore. The Lord of Death and Darkness was certain in his heart, thinking that he was worrying too much. It was impossible for this human to be a transcendent being. Right? However, he is really a terrifying fellow. He actually created a vortex phantom of the heavens. Just like the real thing. The Lord of Death and Darkness was shocked by the vast vortex of the heavens. But based on his knowledge, he did not think that these heavens were real, but rather some kind of innate vision. Hey, just play with those monsters slowly. The calamity of all races will not stop because of this. The weeping blood people separated from the sea of blood and floated in the void. The scarlet line of sight swept back and forth. A visible ripple shot out from the depths of the pupil and sank into the sea of blood below. Rumble. The boundless sea of blood that divided heaven and earth began to shrink and condense. In just a moment, it returned to being a majestic and boundless dark red ancient city. The whirlpool of blood disappeared, wrapping up Bai Donglin and many transcendent creations, and disappeared together with them. Ding-ling-dang. 9 huge chains appeared from nothingness again, pulling the 9 dangerous places towards the gate of eternity. The dark torrent that keeps spreading below carries many black disaster creatures, Research Institute creations, and powerful people who are polluted and controlled. This powerful force is the vanguard troops, clearing all obstacles for the dark red ancient city. Stop them. We must not let the black disaster get close to the eternal gate. Kill! Roar! 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 Among all the creatures of the myriad races, those who could step into the land of silence were at least strong men at the 11th realm. There were also many beings from the other side. Under the crushing attitude of the black disaster, they let out brutal roars and were filled with murderous intent. They are ready to die. Even if they perish here, they will not allow the invasion of the black disaster to proceed smoothly. The already corrupt battlefield fell into an even more frenzied situation. In the desperate fight, strong men would occasionally have their information sources wiped out and fall, and their corpses would remain in the gray and silent place forever. You are resisting stubbornly. Go to H.L. The Lord of Death and Darkness had bloodshot eyes flashing, tears of blood flowing, and was extremely cruel and brutal. Under the urging of his thoughts, more powerful abnormal life forms stepped out of the ancient city, and terrifying figures also stepped out of the dangerous land. He sacrificed the most dangerous place, the prison of nothingness, to trap the Transcendence back up, and used the blood prison to get rid of the monster by Donglin. Now that the two major enemies were eliminated, how could he stop because of the resistance below? With the addition of these combat forces, all the powerful men of all races in the Grey and Silence land will be annihilated, and nothing will be able to stop the calamity of all races. Die. Blood Eyes was extremely bloodthirsty and extremely excited, expecting the strong men of all races to perish in despair. You bastard. You seem to be happy too early? Boom. Snap. A huge hand surrounded by brilliant white light suddenly broke through the air from the depths of the dark red ancient city, annihilated all matter along the way, and pinched the weeping blood vertical pupil at its fingertips. What? You? The Lord of Darkness stood there in a daze, his mind in a mess. How could it be possible? How could he escape from the blood prison? This monster. Why hasn't he died yet? Chapter 801 Person is enough. Just you? You want to kill me too? Snap. The dark red ancient city was broken from the center under the destruction of the terrifying force, and a scarlet vortex emerged in the boundless and deep black hole. Bai Donglin looked indifferent as he stepped out one step at a time. Every step he took made the ancient city tremble and wail, and also made the Lord of Death and Darkness heart beat wildly. Surprised? Why didn't the monster you had high hopes for kill me? Well, ask them yourself. Bai Donglin sneered, opened his palm, and revealed a bracelet. The bracelet is made up of 9 small heads strung together, each with a different shape and appearance, as if they were a forcible combination of characteristics from many races. Even the color of their bodies is different, but they all have one thing in common. That is, their faces are extremely distorted, and their eyes are wide open with disbelief, shock and fear. The first apostle, the second apostle, the third, are dead. All dead? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You are just another shore, and you are alone. How could you kill them? The Lord of Death and Darkness pupils shrank sharply, and his heart was filled with shock and fear. When he had just stepped into the calamity of all races, he was frightened by the aura of these 9 apostles. He fell to his knees and trembled. Its power is evident from this. It is definitely a terrifying existence that cannot be contended with by the power of the other side. However, he did sense the apostles' breath on the bracelet. This kind of fluctuation could not be faked and was real. Even if the Lord of Death and Darkness was unwilling and unbelievable in his heart, he had to accept this fact. This monster escaped from the blood prison and killed 9 of the apostles. Apostles? These guys are indeed difficult to deal with. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered and his expression was a little strange. If he had not developed the power of Vortex, even if he could guarantee immortality and escape from the blood prison spacetime, he would not be able to do anything to these apostles. The Black Disaster Transcendent, Balanchati, established the all-races tribulation experiment base. In addition to the most fundamental purpose of penetrating the essence of all races, it also conducts some other research, such as creating war weapons, abnormal life forms that have no source of existence in time and space, and no source of information, are just created by the assistants in the experiment after the departure of the Transcendent. Although powerful and strange, they are still beyond cognition. The strongest among them is just at the level of ordinary other side. As for these 9 apostles, they are not on the same level as abnormal life forms. They are all created by Transcendents. Perhaps to the Transcendents, these are just little gadgets they make casually in their spare time. But their essence is extremely high and can completely crush the other side. The 9 apostles all possess powers beyond the cognition of the other side. They are endowed with a trace of transcendent power, all existing in the concept. Just like low-dimensional creatures cannot harm high-dimensional creatures. Bai Donglin didn't know how to do it at the beginning. He suffered a lot under the beating of the apostles and died many times. After several fierce battles, in the blood prison where time did not exist, an unknown amount of time had passed. But Bai Donglin's control over the vortex force became more and more proficient. And in a flash of inspiration, he successfully reversed it and possessed another power, the anti-vortex force. With the blessing of this power, Bai Donglin can lift his existence into the concept for a short period of time and become a conceptual level creature. Or he can pull the apostles hidden in the concept into the world, relying on the power of the reverse vortex. It took nearly 100 million years to finally kill all the 9 apostles and melt their heads into a powerful treasure. Conceptual power. This is one of the characteristics of the transcendent. I didn't expect that by chance. I could actually glimpse a glimpse of the essence of transcendence. Bai Donglin secretly sighed. This was probably his biggest gain on this trip. It turned out that if he wanted to achieve transcendence, he had to first place his existence in the depths of concepts. These 9 apostles are much worse. At most, they are just floating on the surface of the concept, and have not yet touched the entity of the concept. If Bai Donglin wants to reach this level, even with the power of the vortex, he still has a long way to go. Call. After a long time, the Lord of Death and Darkness finally calmed down. His blood-stained pupils returned to indifference, and he stared at Bai Donglin coldly. Human race, I admit that you are very strong. Very strong. You are worthy of being a means arranged by the transcendent ones. Even the apostles can't do anything to you. But you still can't stop this. The calamity of all races will surely push us to the gate of eternity. The Lord of Death and Darkness became more solemn than ever. He was no longer playful, and no longer had any joking attitude. He decided to push the progress of the incident with the most cautious attitude. Oh, then give it a try. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold light flashed, and he moved his fingertips slightly, pinching the blood pupils into nothingness. However, just like before, the weeping blood vertical pupil once again appeared intact in the sky above the dark red ancient city. The ancient city that was destroyed by Bai Donglin was restored to its original state in just a short moment. This thing is more difficult to deal with than an apostle, not because of the height of its existence, but because it was subjected to the means of a transcendent by Varansatha, which stabilized the concept of immortality. This is not as simple as just floating on the surface of the concept. The human race is also the hand of a transcendent. You cannot erase my existence. I may not be as good as you in combat, but you are far behind in terms of life-saving methods. The Lord of Death and Darkness spoke in a gloomy tone. He had lost his patience, and did not want to get entangled with Bai Donglin anymore. He just wanted to complete the task of pushing the gate of eternity as soon as possible to avoid any changes. Since we can't kill this human being, then we have to find a way to trap him and delay him. Just like what the demon did at the same time. You're powerful and hard to kill. But what about them? The Lord of Death and Darkness looked down from the sky and scanned the boundless gray land. He saw that the battlefields everywhere were originally showing a one-sided trend. With the addition of the terrifying existence he had just driven, the strong men of all races were immediately defeated. And even the strong men on the other side were on the verge of falling. Ha! They are not as strong as you. So what do you think? Do you want to watch them die? Or save their lives? Argue the myriad races, especially the human race. The ones who value comradeship the most? You wouldn't be so cold-blooded, would you? Upon hearing this, Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered at this crude method. He didn't know those guys. If they were humans, it would be okay to rescue them if it was convenient. But it would be too funny to use this to threaten him. He was not a good person. The path of transcendence for a monk was full of dangers. He had to be aware of death at any time. He enjoyed an endless life, prosperity and nobility, and the support of countless creatures. It was not a loss to die. Right? At least compared to those mortals whose lifespan was less than 100 years. He made a lot of money. Bai Donglin's idea is the same as before. If 2 stranger lives are placed in front of him, one is in the eternal other side, and the other is a mortal child, and he can only save one, he will choose to save the latter. In his eyes, there is no distinction between high and low life. Monks seek transcendence and are aware of the fact that they will die. However, mortal children are ignorant and can only live for 100 years. So they should not die in vain. Huh? Bai Donglin's thoughts flashed like lightning. At the same time, he looked down and saw a familiar figure. It was Kan Wu. He was rushing in the dark river, and seemed to be heading towards the dark red ancient city. Didn't you leave? Why are you back? Even when he was fighting with the enemy, Bai Donglin's various means of perception still covered the world, and he naturally saw the scene of Kan Wu leaving earlier. He stretched out his hand, spanning time and space, grabbed the endangered Kan Wu, and brought him in front of him. Can Wu. You owe me another life. Bai Donglin had an indifferent expression, ignoring the cold blood-colored pupils beside him, and continued talking to Can Wu. Friend Bai, you are not dead after all. Can Wu looked miserable and weak, but when he saw Bai Donglin, a hint of sincere joy flashed in his eyes. I'm not going to die yet. Bai Donglin shook his head, looking puzzled, and asked, why did you come back again? Can Wu opened his mouth, and the joy on his face disappeared, replaced by confusion, pain, and helplessness. Friend Bai, just run away. Don't worry about the land of silence and the gate of eternity. Leave this place. Reinforcements. We won't get any reinforcements. After Can Wu finished speaking, he pointed his finger, and a beam of information shot out and sank into Bai Donglin's forehead. So, the situation is already so serious? Bai Donglin frowned. Hayes, I was going crazy. It turned out that the invasion of the Grey Land was not the only one, but just one of the endless battle lines. The Black Disaster launched a full-scale invasion of all races. Endless battlefield. Flowers blooming everywhere. There were no less than 100 of the most tragic spiral arm areas that were thoroughly cleansed. And all the heavens were annihilated. The top leaders of all races believed that the Gate of Eternity was unbreakable. So there was no need to allocate scarce military forces to fight the Black Disaster. They only sent an army to guard outside the Gate of Eternity. After all, since the Grey and Silence Land has already become a trap set by the Black Disaster, if they continue to send their troops here to die, isn't that like throwing meat buns at a dog? Fellow Taoist, please leave. There is no hope here. Seeing that Bai Donglin was unmoved, Can Wu continued to persuade him. Leave? No. Bai Donglin shook his head silently, looking down at the world, and saw the powerful men from all races fighting bloody battles on the battlefields. They don't know yet that they have been abandoned. Perhaps they are expecting reinforcements to appear? What if there is no support? Alone is enough. Bai Donglin's eyes were sharp as he glanced at the weeping blood pupils. In an instant, he established a connection with his clone. Can Wu, watch carefully. Today I will show you what it means to be an army of one man. By the way, big-eyed guy, you should open your dog eyes wide too. Don't get scared silly later. Hee hee. Ah! Can Wu blinked, looking bewildered.